Chapter 1. The Lord of Thunder. I am practicing scientific cultivation in the Naruto world. Dr. Kong. At last, I managed to secure an appointment with the renowned physician of Konoha Village, the pioneer of electromagnetic therapy. It truly is no easy feat to arrange a meeting. Before a modest clinic in Konoha Village stood a charming young lady, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin fair as porcelain, with eyes as white as snow. Though she appeared youthful, she had already blossomed into a remarkable individual. Hinata, what are you saying? You are a regular customer. Had you informed me in advance, I surely could have arranged an early appointment and granted you VIP status. Uchiha Kong, clad in a pristine white coat, greeted her with an elegant smile as he pushed open the clinic door. Dr. Kong, you always have a way with words. What is this VIP you speak of? Is it yet another term you've concocted? Hinata stepped into the clinic, which, though modest in size, was immaculate and orderly. Curiously, several red banners adorned the walls, proclaiming, "Friend of Women, Master of Gynecology." It all seemed rather peculiar, yet Hinata appeared unfazed, settling comfortably onto a neatly prepared examination bed. With practiced ease, she relaxed her posture, shedding her earlier apprehension. Though merely her back was visible, her graceful curves were unmistakable. Uchiha Kong, equally adept, rolled up his sleeves and placed his hands upon Hinata's back. He could already catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance and admire the fairness of her neck. Yet, Uchiha Kong's gaze remained clear as his fingertips began to shimmer with delicate blue currents. Hinata, it seems you've been practicing late into the night again. Your muscles appear to have suffered some strain. As he spoke, Uchiha Kong deftly hooked his index finger, surreptitiously drawing a trace of chakra from Hinata. This motion was so subtle that Hinata remained oblivious, her eyes fluttering shut as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Yes, the Hyuga clan is always strict. If I do not practice late, I am not permitted to eat, and with the Chunin exams approaching, I cannot afford to let up. However, every visit to you is my happiest moment. But you're so busy. Lady Tsunade, Sakura Haruno, and many other kunoichi are always queuing up to see you. Hinata's voice carried a hint of annoyance, clearly displaying a tinge of jealousy. Uchiha Kong smiled lightly, applying just the right pressure as his fingers danced across Hinata's back. The currents coursing through her body consistently targeted her acupoints, inducing a delightful tingling sensation. Gradually, Hinata's eyelids grew heavy, accompanied by a series of soft breaths, clearly having succumbed to slumber. Uchiha Kong slowly withdrew his hands, gazing at Hinata's repose, releasing a sigh of relief as excitement coursed through him. Oh heavens! This wretched system, the task, is finally complete. Uchiha Kong was a transmigrator, a former inhabitant of Blue Star, who had met an untimely demise at work only to awaken in this realm. He had become a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha Village, and was indeed the cousin of Sasuke. Currently, he was one of the last two surviving members of his clan. This identity was rather advantageous, akin to a fortuitous beginning. Uchiha Kong had already devised a plan to leverage his knowledge of the original narrative to win over Naruto and Sasuke, becoming a member of the protagonist group, and biding his time until the end. However, despite reaching 18, Uchiha Kong had yet to awaken his Sharingan, even lagging behind his cousin Sasuke. It is worth noting that without the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan members were merely stronger than ordinary ninjas. In a world where everyone had their unique advantages, this slight edge was hardly noteworthy. If things continued this way, you would not only fail to gain any significant power, but might soon become a mere bystander, perhaps even the most unfortunate and useless transmigrator. Fortunately, 3 years prior, the system had emerged, albeit a rather merciless one. To bind it, he was required to complete a preliminary task. The requirement was for Uchiha Kong to absorb the chakra of every female ninja in the village. This was an exceedingly daunting task. Chakra is a deeply personal matter if one does not willingly offer it. Attempting to extract it would be nearly impossible, especially since it specifically required female chakra. Unless Uchiha Kong wished to become a rogue ninja, bearing the ignominy of being labeled a lecher, He would have no choice but to wait for the right opportunity. Fortunately, the system was not entirely ruthless. It first granted Uchiha Kong mastery over lightning-based attributes. With just a trace of chakra, he could generate a spark of electricity. While it lacked lethality, its precision and control was commendable. This sparked an idea in Uchiha Kong's mind. He could open an electromagnetic massage parlor and only cater to female clients. With Uchiha Kong's exceptional skills and the meticulous application of electricity, he had practically experienced every woman in Konoha village. Of course, it was all in the spirit of professional massage, and at long last he had completed his task. As the chakra flowed from Hinata, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Notification to the host. System task completed. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for unlocking scientific cultivation. Everything in the world operates under its own laws once understood and discovered. It becomes science. Beneath science, all are equal. This system focuses on scientific cultivation. The host may autonomously merge chakra attributes using scientific principles. Reward. A fusion platform for the host. Ding. Detection indicates high favorability between the host and the customer. The system rewards a beginner's package as follows. Hinata's favorability is at maximum. Host strength upgraded to Chunin. Host mastery over lightning techniques has reached full capacity. Chakra within has mutated to lightning. Wood-style chakra at full capacity. Chakra can autonomously transform into wood-style. Rewarding the host. First fusion is free. Uchiha Kong's heart raced, his trembling hands immediately selecting the fusion platform in his mind. Select. Merge wood and lightning styles. In his mind, a fusion interface materialized out of thin air. The interface was simple, featuring only a few black boxes, evidently indicating that by filling them with materials, synthesis could occur. However, at that moment, the materials showed as insufficient. Only his chakra could be inserted, and that was far from adequate. Notification to the host. 2 chakra types require auxiliary items. The attributes of the auxiliary items will determine the product of the chakra fusion. Friendly reminder. During fusion, the formula should ideally be scientific. The system will provide the most perfect combination based on the formula. Moreover, if the host can manage it, throwing in some iron scraps or gunpowder could yield firearms-infused chakra. Upon reading this, Uchiha Kong was initially taken aback. Could this system truly be so useful? It could provide the perfect formula based on scientific principles. Did this imply that as long as he knew the formula, anything could be fused, and not merely limited to chakra? Uchiha Kong was elated. Before his transmigration, he had been a veritable dual scholar of both the humanities and sciences. In that instant, a thought sparked in his mind. Chapter 2. Scientific formulas. Let's get crafting. Since the system had clearly indicated that as long as the formula was scientific, anything could be synthesized, then he would apply science once, delivering a small modern shock to the ninja world. AK rifles, Gatling guns, anti-tank rocket launchers, nuclear bombs. Numerous weaponry flashed through Uchiha Kong's mind. Far too many to count. Which of these, when unleashed, would not effortlessly overpower ninjutsu? A tailed beast bomb may be formidable, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, but can it compare to a single nuclear bomb? If it can, then let's unleash 2 or 10. A nuclear bomb could cleanse the battlefield. If that fails, he could always brandish a hydrogen bomb. Surely, it would obliterate the tailed beasts in a single blast. The shadow clone technique may be powerful, capable of multiplying into thousands, winning through sheer numbers. But can it match my Gatling gun that fires a staggering 3,600 rounds? Which is quicker, your clones or my firing rate? Under a carpet bombing, all beings are equal. Chakra may be finite, but firepower is limitless. As long as the logistics are robust and ammunition is prepared in advance, even a ninja world war could be subdued in an instant. In that moment, Uchiha Kong was filled with fervor. He was undoubtedly embarking on a path paved with modern weaponry toward the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet, while ideals were splendid, reality was stark. Given the current technological level in the Naruto world, It was akin to shouting for communication and walking for transportation, truly a prehistorical civilization. With no industrial foundation, crafting a single bullet shell was a challenge, let alone a nuclear bomb. In the short term, Uchiha Kong could only rely on himself and had to lower his ambitions. However, there was one substance that could yield surprising results without requiring an industrial base: gunpowder. Indeed, as the saying goes, a man's romance lies in explosions. If conditions permitted, who would not wish to create their own gunpowder? Based on his experiences after transmigration, Uchiha Kong had long recognized that the ninja world had yet to discover gunpowder. As for explosive tags and other similar devices, their principles predominantly relied on chakra. This was unrelated to science essentially. It was still magic, indicating a gap that gunpowder production could fill. Of course, more importantly, gunpowder was easy to produce, could be sourced locally, and could be realized in a short time. Black powder requires potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal, mixed in precise proportions. In his mind, Uchiha Sora mentally reviewed the formula and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the materials were not particularly rare and could be procured within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Without further ado, he immediately rose to embark on his shopping expedition. At that moment, Hinata, with a gentle turn, fluttered her long eyelashes and instantly caught sight of Uchiha Sora as he stood up. For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon seeing him again, her delicate face flushed a vibrant shade of crimson, and her heart began to race. She found herself stumbling over her words. "Uchiha Sora, where are you headed? Perhaps I could accompany you." Uchiha Sora was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the rosy hue adorning Hinata's cheeks, he swiftly grasped the situation. It seemed the system had inadvertently maxed out Hinata's affection for him. Did this imply that she harbored such feelings for him now? Indeed, seeing that Uchiha Sora remained silent, Hinata mustered her courage and grasped his hand with determination. Her soft, fair hand nearly pressed against him, her breath fragrant as a blooming orchid. All of this caused even the most stoic of men, Uchiha Sora, to take a deep breath. "Uchiha Sora, for some reason, I always feel a sense of familiarity when I see you." "Perhaps." Uchiha Sora swallowed hard and quickly interjected, "Hinata, it's getting late, and the Chunin exams are approaching. Why not return and rest for now? If you truly miss me, we could team up on the day of the exam." Uchiha Sora thought to himself that women only served to hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade. Moreover, she was the female lead, at least for the time being. If he didn't rapidly enhance his strength and upgrade his technology, he might very well find himself on the receiving end of Naruto's wrath. At this juncture, what he needed most was strength. Matters of the heart could wait for another day. "Miss me?" Upon hearing this, Hinata's face grew even redder, but she did not deny it. Instead, she obediently nodded. "All right, I'll heed your words. We'll team up for the exam." With that, Hinata, her face aglow, trotted away. Uchiha Sora let out a sigh of relief. The system truly was no exaggeration just a moment ago. Hinata's expression suggested she might have wanted to kiss him. However, the pressing matter at hand was still to grow stronger. Thus, Uchiha Sora made his way to the local general store in the Hidden Leaf Village, situated in a prime location near the village's finest restaurant, Ichiraku Ramen. Typically, the store provided ninjas with basic supplies, including charcoal and potassium nitrate. However, in the ninja world, these items were merely nameless minerals, often purchased for collections. Consequently, they were not highly priced and were considered mere trifles, leading to minimal sales. Upon entering, Uchiha Sora's eyes immediately landed on the materials he required, displayed within jars. "Shopkeeper, they'll take these items. Actually, let me have them all. Can you offer a discount?" Uchiha Sora pointed to the charcoal and other items. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, glanced at the requested goods with a puzzled expression. What could this individual possibly need with such worthless items? Nevertheless, he saw no reason to turn down a sale. "Young man, these are just trinkets. They aren't worth much. They'll let you have all of them for just 100 ryo." Uchiha Sora nodded in agreement. In the world of Naruto, Currency was somewhat akin to that of the cherry blossom country, and Blue Star 100 Rio was roughly equivalent to the price of a packet of spicy snacks. Quite a bargain indeed. Just as he was about to pay, a somewhat mocking voice emerged from behind him. Well, isn't this the famed Uchiha clan? What brings you here to purchase such rubbish instead of practicing your Sharingan? Uchiha Sora frowned and turned to see a stout figure obstructing his view, none other than Choji. Beside him, Shikamaru chuckled softly. Quit mocking him. Perhaps he intends to master a skill, so that if he fails the exam, he'll still have a trade to rely on. Isn't that right? Ino chimed in with a laugh, casting a glance at Uchiha Sora's handsome features before quickly changing the topic. However, Uchiha Sora, don't be disheartened. If you fail to pass, you're welcome at my home. I can teach you the body flicker technique. Uchiha Sora completely ignored their jibes, continuing to gather his items. In his eyes, these three were mere background characters. In the later stages of the Naruto world, with powers abundant, these three were only somewhat notable within the village. Thus, Uchiha Sora had no inclination to engage with them, and took his leave after collecting his items. Observing this, Choji scoffed. I can't stand their cold demeanor. It's truly irritating. During the exam, we must teach them a lesson. Shikamaru shook his head. Let be Uchiha Sasuke isn't to be trifled with. Those two share a deep bond. Don't provoke Sasuke over something trivial. Upon hearing this, Choji pouted. Chapter 3. A true man never glances back at explosions. Is it merely because he has a talented younger brother? If he can't manage, it's the same anywhere. He's unlikely to pass this Chunin exam. Choji snorted disdainfully. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Uchiha clan within the Hidden Leaf Village, since the Uchiha clan's massacre, the territory had not been reclaimed by the village and now constituted about 1/10 of the village, entirely belonging to the two brothers, Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, upon Uchiha Sora's return, Uchiha Sasuke awaited him at home. Seeing his cousin return, his face lit up with joy. Cousin, you're back. Quickly, look at my shuriken. Haven't I improved again? Uchiha Sora smiled and affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. All right, I don't have time to train with you now. Let's talk after I complete the Chunin exam. Sasuke is not as filled with resentment as depicted in the original narrative. On the contrary, under the meticulous guidance of his elder brother, Uchiha Kong, Sasuke has undergone a significant transformation for the better. This endeavor marks the first action taken by Uchiha Kong after his traversal into this world, driven by his understanding of the original story, to mend the ties of kinship in Sasuke's heart and steer him onto the right path. This undertaking bears two notable advantages for Uchiha Kong. Firstly, Sasuke is a member of the protagonist's elite circle, surrounded by an aura of influence. Should he falter in the future, clinging to Sasuke's coattails would afford him a comfortable existence. Not to mention, he could easily arrange for himself a position as a secretary to the Hokage within the village. Secondly, Uchiha Kong is acutely aware that Sasuke must remain by his side. Otherwise, Orochimaru's ambitions may well turn toward him. Uchiha Kong has no desire to be treated as a mere subject for experimentation. At this moment, Sasuke, filled with curiosity, inquires, Cousin, haven't you yet awakened your Sharingan? How will you participate in the Chunin exam? Perhaps you could team up with me. In Sasuke's eyes, his cousin has treated him with great kindness, yet he is plagued by the notion that his talent is lacking. At 18, he still had not awakened his eyes, which in previous circumstances would render him a pariah within the village. Nevertheless, Sasuke senses the warmth of familial affection emanating from Uchiha Kong, and he is not one to relinquish that bond easily. It's just some trifles. You needn't worry about them. When the Chunin exam arrives, be sure to team up with Naruto and Sakura, and remember to steer clear of the ninja from the Land of Rain. Uchiha Kong warns gravely. Having read the original story, he understands that Orochimaru will seek to infiltrate, disguising himself as a ninja from the Land of Rain. This is something Uchiha Kong cannot alter, nor can he confront Orochimaru directly. Thus, avoidance is the only viable strategy. Sasuke, though somewhat bewildered, trusts in his elder brother's intentions and nods in agreement. Understood. Cousin, you go ahead. I'll continue practicing my shurikens for a while longer. Observing Sasuke's obedient demeanor, Uchiha Kong nods in satisfaction. Had he not taken charge of the situation, Sasuke might have remained a victim of fate, lamenting his circumstances just as portrayed in the original. In this light, Uchiha Kong surely ranks among the most influential figures in the ninja world. Alas, the pressing matter at hand is to expedite his synthesis. Uchiha Kong shakes his head, dismissing his thoughts, and promptly enters his room. He then accesses the system in his mind. The synthesis interface materializes instantaneously, displaying several white item frames as before. Uchiha Kong can arrange the items he has acquired in a specific order and quantity, leaving the remainder to the system. Without further ado, Uchiha Kong retrieves charcoal and other materials. As he holds them in his palm, they vanish instantly, reappearing neatly placed in the item inventory. Ding! The system has detected the host materials and is currently evaluating. As time passes, the evaluation continues, beads of sweat forming on Uchiha Kong's forehead. What will the outcome be? Will he successfully synthesize black powder? Upon completion, will he receive a bomb or a ninjutsu? In the midst of anxious anticipation, the system finally chimes again. Ding! Congratulations, host! The formula has been scientifically validated. This is indeed the black powder formula. Given the host precise control over the formula, the system will induce variations and enhancements during this synthesis. Immediately thereafter, a cascade of radiant light fills Uchiha Kong's mind, and in the blink of an eye, the materials coalesce into a brilliant glow, merging seamlessly. Moments later, a swirling mass of black energy appears before him. It bears an uncanny resemblance to chakra. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mutation successful. Black powder chakra unlocked. As the saying goes, all chakra in the world is one family. Chakra is merely a form of energy possessing attributes. Under normal circumstances, ninjas typically exhibit wind attributes alongside a select few possessing pure attributes. While this does not significantly impact combat, it may influence a ninja's proficiency with certain techniques. However, the mutated black powder chakra can be perceived as a bloodline limit, enabling the host chakra to transform into a force capable of igniting any object, even allowing for remote detonations. Upon hearing this revelation, Uchiha Kong is elated. To be able to detonate anything from a distance means he has essentially mastered the Great Fireball technique. Does it not? The fire release. Great Fireball technique is regarded as a high-tier ninjutsu within the ninja world, attainable only by a select few prodigies and members of the Uchiha clan. Its formidable power makes it suitable for close combat and effective for long-range assaults. Yet, the cost of learning it is steep. Now, he possesses a chakra that can be likened to an upgraded version of the Great Fireball technique. After all, no matter how intense the flames, they remain an intangible force. Encountering a dirt wall or a flow of water would easily thwart them. But an explosion is an entirely different matter. If what the system claims is true, being able to detonate at a fixed point and from a distance suggests that he could target any location for destruction. With this thought, Uchiha Kong can no longer contain his excitement and eagerness. Without hesitation, he rises and makes his way to the Uchiha clan's backyard. Given the vast expanse of their territory, there are numerous areas designated for the brothers to test their ninjutsu at this moment. Uchiha Kong, utilizing his chakra, can distinctly sense a newfound potency in it. It possesses a sense of strength and ferocity, yet it does not harm him. It feels as though a torrent of wild beasts courses through his veins. How powerful is this energy? What would happen if it were to explode? Speaking this thought, Uchiha Kong extends his hand and points toward the distant surface of the lake. With a mere flick, he releases a burst of chakra. Ordinarily, such a release of chakra would be negligible. In other words, not only Uchiha Kong, but even the Hokage himself, releasing a mere wisp of chakra would scarcely inflict any tangible damage. After all, prior to being transformed into ninjutsu, chakra is akin to a gas, unignitable, essentially just air. However, before Uchiha Kong, a shadow manifests instantaneously, as if leaping forth from thin air. It is none other than Uchiha Kong's chakra. Upon its emergence, it detonates immediately, blossoming into a fiery flower that illuminates the entire surface of the lake. The blast radius is astonishingly vast, creating a colossal crater at the center of the lake in an instant. Chapter 4. All fear arises from insufficient firepower. Chunin exam.I in an instant. A deafening roar reverberates throughout a significant portion of Kanagacore. Sasuke, startled awake, rushes over, staring in awe at the desiccated lake before Uchiha Kong. At this moment, the lake's center is devoid of water, having been violently expelled into the sky, cascading down as rain. The majority of it has evaporated into steam, enveloping the surroundings. Thus, Uchiha Kong stands amidst the smoke and dust. Resembling a peak warrior, a true member of the Uchiha clan. Cousin, have you mastered the great fireball technique? Sasuke gasps in astonishment that he perceives this level of destruction as characteristic of the great fireball. Uchiha Kong, equally stunned, inhales deeply and instinctively nods. Indeed, I may soon awaken my Sharingan. Though it hasn't happened yet, I can participate in this Chunin exam. Uchiha Kong had not anticipated that a mere subtle release of chakra could yield such power. This is utterly absurd, his calculations. This force is nearly equivalent to the aftermath of a fully unleashed Rasengan, particularly akin to Jiraiya's perfected version. It is comparable to a Jonin executing their most potent ninjutsu. This revelation causes Uchiha Kong's heart to race. If just a fraction of chakra can wield such strength, what would occur if he were to unleash his full might? Would he effortlessly obliterate a mountain? Does this imply that every time he engages in battle, he unleashes a tempest, an upgraded version of the Rasengan? This is not merely a leap forward. He could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Uchiha Kong is exhilarated, fully aware that, if his current prowess were to be placed within the context of the existing ninja realm, he would be unrivaled in the Chunin exam. Even the mightiest of early-stage ninjas, such as Rock Lee, would likely find themselves overwhelmed by him. With a single punch capable of delivering a Rasengan and a kick delivering a Raikiri, who could withstand such force? If he were to showcase this power during the Chunin exam, it would surely astound all present. Beside him, Sasuke beams with delight. That's wonderful. Without further ado, cousin, please practice diligently. Seize that fleeting sensation. I shall not disturb you. Sasuke's face is alight with excitement. His cousin awakening his Sharingan signifies that he is no longer a mere failure. From this moment forth, the two brothers can look forward to a more prosperous life in Kanagacore. Uchiha Kong affectionately ruffles Sasuke's hair. Indeed, how do you perceive the power of this fireball? Sasuke gazes for a moment before responding. Much stronger than mine. It feels as though this could annihilate many Chunin. As long as cousin secures two capable teammates to buy you some time, passing the Chunin exam is a certainty. Uchiha Kong nodded lightly. Indeed. Therefore, you need not worry about me. Go focus on your training, as I too must continue to seek my own sensations. Sasuke nodded with enthusiasm, swiftly turning to depart, in his desire to see his cousin grow stronger more swiftly. He could not bear to disturb him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong took a deep breath, for at that moment, he felt the system's task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for igniting black gunpowder for the first time, becoming the first individual in the Hokage world to develop technology. The system issued a reward, a beginner's gift pack, and a Gatling gun template. The host need only gather materials according to the template, and the system would synthesize the Gatling gun autonomously. The materials required for the Gatling gun are as follows. The host must achieve victory in the Chunin exams to obtain Chunin status, in addition to a substantial quantity of brass and black gunpowder. There is no time limit for completion, and upon fulfillment, the host may claim a new task. Uchiha Kong was instantly exhilarated. This system had generously bestowed upon him a complete template. It is well known that the Gatling gun possesses the greatest power among all firearms. Without delving into specifics, the terrifying rate of fire and the capacity to unleash thousands of rounds per minute are remarkable. It is likely that even those of Hokage caliber would find it difficult to withstand. Even more absurdly, as the firearm lacks any chakra fluctuations, it would be challenging for ninjas to detect it, even in a surprise attack. Moreover, since it is not a ninjutsu, many counters aimed at ninjutsu would prove ineffective, such as seals. In essence, this Gatling gun could fundamentally alter Uchiha Kong's combat nature, representing a qualitative enhancement. Particularly impressive is its cost-effectiveness. It requires only brass and simple gunpowder, materials that are practically considered worthless in the ninja world. Typically, they are only utilized to craft shuriken or kunao. Consequently, they are inexpensive, and as long as he desires, he can procure them in large quantities. The only dilemma lies in how to successfully navigate the Chunin exams. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kong was not overly concerned, as he had yet to unpack the system's gift pack. System, open the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening it. You have received the following rewards. Black gunpowder chakra-compatible ninjutsu, capable of releasing gunpowder versions of the Rasengan. Chidori and Fireball Jutsu. To the untrained eye, they appear identical to these three ninjutsu, yet their essence is explosive gunpowder, boasting even greater power. Furthermore, the host has received a reward item, a revolver. This is a special firearm that requires no ammunition. The host need only replenish it with black gunpowder chakra to reload and fire. Its power is equivalent to a standard revolver, requiring no maintenance, and it can be stored within the host's consciousness for immediate access. But that is not all. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward of unlocking the Sharingan and elevating it to the three-tomo pattern. The Uchiha clan's bloodline has become more refined, approaching 30% of Uchiha Madara's bloodline. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Kong was instantly elated, and indeed his eyes transformed into a blood-red HU. In the crimson glow, three-tomo emerged. Incredible. The system can directly enhance the purity of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kong was taken aback. It is well known that members of the Uchiha clan must endure emotional upheavals to upgrade their Sharingan. In simpler terms, this requires the presence of for close friends or family members. However, if it is merely a matter of unlocking Uchiha Madara's bloodline, such concerns are unnecessary. As long as tasks are completed and rewards obtained, the purity of the bloodline can be enhanced. Once it surpasses 50%, Uchiha Kong may likely unlock the Mangeki Sharingan, and upon reaching 100%, Uchiha Kong's strength would surely rival that of Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps he could even surpass Itachi, nearing the prowess of Uchiha Madara. Truly, what an extraordinary system! Uchiha Kong's eyes gleamed brightly as he experienced the advantages of the Sharingan. At this moment, everything before him seemed to unfold in slow motion. He could even perceive the chakra flowing through people's veins. No one of the Uchiha clan is said to be formidable. These eyes are practically a cheat, offering enhanced vision and the ability to see through objects. Chapter 5. The Oddball Team. Apologies, they are all overachievers. In the dead of night, Uchiha Kong returned to his residence, weary from the day's exertions. Tomorrow marks the day of the Chunin exams. Uchiha Kong had spent the day testing black gunpowder chakra, and he had become adept at its usage. He had also employed the gunpowder versions of Raikiri, Rasengan, and Fireball Jutsu to the untrained eye. They merely resembled standard ninjutsu. Yet within, they contained explosive gunpowder. It is difficult to discern which is superior, as the effectiveness of the same ninjutsu can vary significantly depending on the user. However, Uchiha Kong understood that during the Chunin exams, the explosive power of gunpowder far surpassed that of the Rasengan. At that moment, he closed his eyes, slowly recovering his stamina, awaiting the arrival of dawn. Soon, the next morning arrived. Early on, Uchiha Kong set off with Sasuke, and the two brothers made their way to the examination site. They quickly arrived at the bustling plaza. The atmosphere in Konoha village was vibrant, as the Chunin exams attracted participants not only from Konoha, but also from all 5 great ninja villages. Consequently, the village was teeming with a diverse crowd. Uchiha Kong merely glanced around and recognized numerous familiar faces. Gaara and Kankuro were among them. Naturally, being the home of the Uchiha clan, there were even more individuals from Konoha. The Ino Shikacho trio and Naruto's team were not far ahead. The proctor for this examination was none other than Ibiki, who wore an eye patch. At this moment, the exam had yet to commence, allowing everyone some free time to converse. Uchiha Kong had no time for idle chatter. Instead, he searched the area, hoping to spot Orochimaru. After all, Uchiha Kong understood that this individual posed a significant threat and should be avoided at all costs. At that moment, a clear, melodic voice rang out behind Uchiha Kong. Uchiha Kong, I've come to find you. Uchiha Kong turned to see Hinata, who appeared shy yet determined to tea this moment. Hinata was clearly well-groomed, her hair cascading down and emanating a floral fragrance. Merely being near her was refreshing. "Cousin, I'm going to find Naruto and the others. You should form a team here." Sasuke shot a meaningful glance at Uchiha Kong before jogging away. The two brothers were of different ages and would likely be assigned to different teams for the exam. So Sasuke could not accompany Uchiha Kong. Uchiha Kong was indifferent to this, simply reminding him as he departed. "Remember, keep your distance from those from the land of rain. They are rather unusual." Sasuke looked surprised, but he always heeded Uchiha Kong's advice, silently committing it to memory. Uchiha Kong then turned and instinctively reached out to pat Hinata's head. "Ahem, little Hinata, it seems the exam requires teams of 3. Perhaps we should find another member?" To Uchiha Kong's surprise, Hinata offered no resistance to his gesture. In fact, she even stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer. "Sure, but who should we look for? It seems there aren't many from our grade left." This statement held truth, as Uchiha Kong, at 18, was among the oldest of the ungraduated cohort. The only individual he could think of the same age was Rock Lee, one of the most formidable characters from the early days of Naruto. "Then let us seek him out," Uchiha Kong declared. Glancing over, Hinata followed Uchiha Kong's gaze and soon spotted Rock Lee, clad in a green jumpsuit, with prominent eyebrows and large eyes. "Dado, isn't this the genius of the Uchiha clan? Are you here to team up with me?" Rock Lee greeted them enthusiastically, immediately approaching Uchiha Kong. Observing this, Uchiha Kong smiled with palpable excitement. "Hello, you seem quite spirited. I presume you, like me, enjoy igniting the flames of youth?" Upon hearing this, Rock Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. He thought to himself that this Uchiha was quite agreeable, sharing his passion. Without hesitation, Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Your name is Uchiha Kong, right? I remember you. It seems we are kindred spirits. Why not form a team together? After all, only those who share the same vibrant spirit of youth can truly connect." Uchiha Kong nodded in agreement, his smile unwavering. "Indeed, let us strive together to conquer this examination. Let the flames of youth burn bright." The camaraderie between Rock Lee and Uchiha Kong was immediate, as if they were long-lost friends. This scene left Hinata bewildered. What was happening? How did Uchiha Kong become so chummy with Rock Lee? Nevertheless, in Hinata's eyes, Uchiha Kong was simply perfect. However, others do not share the same sentiment. At this moment, Akimichi Choji cast a glance at Uchiha Sora, his eyes widening in astonishment before he burst into laughter. "In no way. You 3 aren't actually planning to team up, are you?" One with bushy eyebrows, one from the Uchiha clan, and another from the Hyuga clan. What a bizarre combination! Koji's exclamation immediately captured everyone's attention, and in an instant, the trio of Uchiha Sora became the focal point of the square. Conversations around them surged like a tide. "Interesting. I've heard that Uchiha Sora belongs to the Uchiha clan, but he hasn't awakened his Sharingan yet, just a useless waste. And that Hinata isn't particularly strong either day." As for Rock Lee, well, he has strength but is quite eccentric. Indeed, Uchiha Sora is said to have opened a clinic specializing in massages for women. What an odd trio. Isn't this the very definition of a peculiar combination? Who would have thought these 3 would band together? This certainly adds some intrigue to the Chunin exam. In that moment, many ninjas couldn't help but scoffed at in their eyes. Both Rock Lee and Uchiha Sora were considered oddities. There was not much to say about Uchiha Sora. His actions were relatively normal, albeit he ran a clinic that only allowed women inside. If they believed there wasn't something amiss, they would never accept it. Rock Lee, on the other hand, was undeniably a tough character, daring to run laps upside down around the village under the glaring sun every day. Perhaps the most ordinary among them was Hinata. Although she possessed talent, her strength was somewhat lacking. Other than that, she had no significant flaws that in a corner of the crowd, 3 figures cloaked in black robes stole a glance in their direction. One of them, with a gravelly voice, spoke. "There are 2 from the Uchiha clan. Our target this time is the genius Uchiha Sasuke. Do not concern yourselves with this individual." This figure was none other than the disguised Orochimaru. His objective was clearly to capture someone from the Uchiha clan. However, knowing that there were 2 Uchihas, he had wisely chosen his target. Sasuke, while dismissing Uchiha Sora as a mere waste. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora disregarded the mockery surrounding him and continued to search for Orochimaru. Spotting the peculiar figures in the process, a flicker of thought crossed his mind, and he remained silent. But at the same time, above the square, Ibiki coldly announced, "Enough of the chatter. The Chunin exam is about to commence. All ninjas, please follow me." Chapter 6. Is cheating in the exam difficult? Just use a code. Attention all exam participants. You have half an hour left to prepare. During this time, no ninja tools are allowed. Please wait in the examination room. Furthermore, cheating is strictly prohibited. Remember, cheating is forbidden. Ibiki's deep voice resonated throughout the square, overpowering the cacophony of discussions. Instantly, the expressions of most people shifted. They had not anticipated that ninja tools would be confiscated for the exam. Some ninjas had devoted their entire lives to mastering their tools. Without them, how could they possibly fight? What kind of nonsense is this from Konoha? Are they deliberately looking for trouble? Many found it hard to accept. No way. Is this exam really going to be this strict? How can we fight without our tools? Indeed, it seems there wasn't such a rule in previous years. Yes, only you from Konoha would have such peculiarities. There must be something fishy going on. I protest. Ibiki let out a cold snort, his gaze icy and ruthless as it swept across the crowd. Anyone caught in his line of sight felt as though they were being sliced by a blade. Unable to meet his gaze. Well then, if you don't wish to comply, you are free to forego the exam. Miss this opportunity, and you'll have to wait another 6 years, should there be further discontent. Causing a ruckus in the examination hall will result in immediate placement on the blacklist, permanently disqualifying you from future exams. With that, Ibiki strode away, leaving behind a group of seething examinees. What kind of nonsense is this? How am I supposed to fight without my tools? Among the crowd, Kanjuro's expression darkened as he looked at the puppet in his hands, his brows nearly knitting together. Beside him, Shino stroked his chin, equally perplexed. After a moment, he spoke. Konoha must have their reasons for this. They will likely provide an explanation. After all, it's not just us. There are many in Konoha who rely on weapons. There shouldn't be any ulterior motives. Right, Gaara? The two exchanged uneasy glances, wary of Gaara's potential reaction to the situation, that it's fine. Even without weapons, I can still fight. They should be the ones worried, Gaara replied flatly, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. Kanjuro and Shino wiped the sweat from their brows that, oh dear, I hope the ninjas from Konoha don't cross paths with us. This fellow is a monster. Meanwhile, in the corner, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, equally puzzled. Confiscating ninja tools. It seems the first exam will not require any props, or perhaps they're testing something other than combat ability. In any case, they shouldn't be able to discern my identity. On the other side, Naruto curiously stared at Sasuke, his mouth never ceasing to chatter. Hey, your brother is so strange. Why does he want us to stay away from the Rain Country ninjas? Is there something wrong with him? And isn't your cousin supposed to be useless? How is he participating in the Chunin exam? Sasuke snorted dismissively. Those at the bottom should mind their own business. Just trust that my brother has his reasons for doing this. Naruto blinked. You seem to really admire your brother. Is there something special about him? Before Sasuke could respond, Sakura yanked Naruto's ear, pulling him aside. What are you prying into someone else's family matters for? Hurry up and prepare. Hand in your weapons. Thus, everyone submitted their weapons and sat in the waiting hall. At that moment, Uchiha Sora and his companions were also among them. However, Uchiha Sora's gaze flickered as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently taking an exam and has issued a task. Assist your companions in successfully cheating. The host may employ scientific methods to accomplish this, and rewards will fluctuate based on completion. However, a minimum guarantee of raising the host's technological level by 1 rank will be provided, along with unlocking the shop function. The technological level determines the maximum capacity of the synthesis platform. Otherwise, even if the host possesses recipes and materials, certain advanced technologies cannot be synthesized. Subsequently, the host may review the equipment corresponding to their technological level. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. Setting aside what the technological level entailed, simply unlocking the shop function would render him nearly invincible. After all, It was a system shop. Those who have read novels know that the credit shop is filled with cheat items. Purchasing anything could easily overpower ninja tools. The emergence of the shop was entirely expected. Uchiha Sora pondered internally. He had anticipated this, for without a shop or similar means, acquiring finished electronic components would be exceedingly difficult. After all, just a simple chip would require him to build a factory from scratch, which was quite troublesome. Therefore, the shop was crucial, and this task must be completed. However, while Hinata was easy to convince, how could the dim-witted rock Lim manage to cheat? He was as dense as a wooden plank, and lacking chakra. Conventional methods would not work. After much contemplation, the most reliable approach seemed to be sharing the answers with them. As someone familiar with the original story, Uchiha Sora understood that the core of the first exam revolved around cheating. Yet it also couldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, they would be eliminated upon discovery by the instructors. In essence, the test was to evaluate the finesse of one's cheating methods. Thus, the most prudent strategy would be to employ physical cheating, utilizing scientific methods without relying on chakra. Just pure intellect. But what method to employ? Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow in thought, and soon a brilliant idea struck him. Morse code, a code that simulates characters solely through the duration of sounds. This was not difficult to learn. If one merely memorized the letters A, B, C, and D, they would be able to grasp it in no time. And based on Uchiha Sora's understanding, as long as one passed the exam, it was acceptable to answer only multiple-choice questions. In an instant, Uchiha Sora's eyes lit up, and he immediately shared this idea with his companions. What? What is Morse code? Are you suggesting we cheat, Uchiha Sora? Hinata asked, her innate reluctance towards cheating evident. However, surprisingly, Uchiha Sora's proposition piqued her curiosity, and she did not outright refuse. Meanwhile, Lee's eyes widened. While this may seem a bit shameless, I spend all my time burning with youth, and I honestly have no clue about answering questions. I'll have to rely on you. Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Kong nodded, and then briefly communicated the Morse code corresponding to ABCD to them at that moment. All they needed to do was tap their hands on the table, remembering the duration of the signals. Do you understand now? Uchiha Kong looked at the two, and after confirming their nods, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the 30-minute wait concluded, and the voice of Ibiki drifted in. The exam has begun. Candidates, please enter the room in an orderly fashion. Chapter 7. Is your hand cramping? Immediately, everyone present rose and, following the prearranged order, walked into the examination room. Uchiha Kong and Hinata, being partners, were naturally assigned to the same spot. Upon entering, Uchiha Kong instinctively surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the renowned Sasuke was also present, along with many notable figures from Konoha, including the Ino Shikacho trio and Shino Aburame. They were all familiar faces. Uchiha Kong even spotted the sneaky Orochimaru trio lurking in a corner, which inexplicably heightened his vigilance. Orochimaru would meddle in the second exam. I must find a way to thwart him. As their gaze met, Uchiha Kong understood that Orochimaru posed the most significant threat. Once seated, the proctor began distributing the exam papers. Soon, every candidate gazed at the densely packed questions before them, utterly bewildered. What is going on? This is supposed to be the Chunin exam. Why are we faced with these? Naruto was left speechless, as he was indeed a hopeless illiterate. Tackling these questions felt akin to facing death itself. Sasuke fared slightly better, though his eyelids twitched in disbelief. We actually have to answer questions? Thankfully, my brother had warned me in advance and tutored me for several months. It turned out that ever since Uchiha Kong had traversed into this world and realized he was Sasuke's older brother, he had been nurturing Sasuke's skills, even helping him predict the exam content. He had essentially learned the material verbatim. Thus, when Sasuke saw the questions, he remained unfazed, instead marveling at his brother's uncanny foresight. However, others were not so fortunate. The Ino Shikacho trio stared wide-eyed. Who on earth devised these questions? For us ninjas to solve problems is such a waste of talent. Choji was particularly disgruntled. Fortunately, Ino gritted her teeth and said, I can barely understand some of these questions. I'll secretly pass you the answers. And so, the exam commenced amid the dissatisfaction and complaints of the crowd. Tension filled the room. First, these ninjas had never anticipated that the Chunin exam would involve answering questions, leaving most of them ill-prepared. Many were staring blankly at the pages, akin to reading a foreign language. After a full half hour, numerous candidates had yet to put pen to paper. Luckily, gradually some began to grasp the underlying truth. This exam is an opportunity for cheating. Shikamaru frowned, sensing something peculiar about the test. Prior to the exam, the proctor had explicitly stated twice that cheating was not permitted. Could this be a hint? Furthermore, why were there so many unfamiliar faces in this classroom? Those whom he had never seen before seemed to write with remarkable speed. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This exam tests the art of cheating. Elated, Shikamaru wasted no time and employed his shadow possession technique to subtly mimic the movements of others. Indeed, many questions were swiftly resolved. Soon, as one person initiated this trend, all present began to showcase their unique talents. Niji Hyuga utilized his Byakugan to view the answers through the bodies of those around him. Shino Aburame released a few flies, observing the correct answers, then mimicking their flight patterns. Gaara unleashed a small amount of sand, sensing the characters on the paper through the sand's flow in the air. Before long, he too had answered several questions. Witnessing this myriad of ninjutsu and elaborate cheating techniques, the proctor Ibiki nodded in satisfaction, internally praising the current batch of candidates. They were quicker than previous years in realizing the exam's true nature, likely taking only a brief moment to grasp the concept of cheating. Moreover, they all displayed their skills. The manipulation of insects must belong to the Aburame clan, and their control was impressive. The Byakugan also showed considerable development, indicating it had reached a moderate level, though regrettably it was not from the main family. The descendants of the Uchiha clan were also commendable, but it seemed they were genuinely producing their own answers. Could it be that Sasuke is truly a versatile genius? Unfortunately, it was rumored that Sasuke's cousin was a useless individual. As Ibiki pondered, his gaze naturally fell upon Uchiha Kong. He wanted to see just how inept this Uchiha clan member could be. However, upon glancing, he was taken aback. What on earth? Is this fellow experiencing a hand cramp? Uchiha Kong was not using chakra or any flashy skills. He simply placed his fingers on the table, tapping rhythmically as if in a state of cramping. Yet his expression was one of utmost seriousness, as if this hand cramping required all his focus. Could it be? The descendant of the Uchiha clan is genuinely a fool. Ibiki inhaled sharply, soon finding himself in a state of shock. He noticed that Uchiha Kong was not alone in this peculiar behavior. Hinata and Rock Lee were also in the same predicament. What on earth is happening? Have these three lost their minds? As the proctor responsible for the safety of the exam, Ibiki had ample reason to suspect that Uchiha Kong and his companions had fallen victim to some form of ninjutsu. Thus, he approached Uchiha Kong, his gaze sharp as he glanced at the exam paper. To his astonishment, the answers on the paper were neatly written and entirely correct. Although they were merely multiple-choice questions, they were nonetheless satisfactory. This revelation left Ibiki astounded, and he abruptly turned to scrutinize Hinata and Rock Lee's papers. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. Their answers were all correct, and astonishingly, the order in which they answered was identical. Could it be that their cramping motions were actually a form of code? Instantly, Ibiki gasped that he believed that Uchiha Kong was a prodigious talent from the Umbu. At such a young age, he had devised his own secret codes. Ibiki strained to listen for a while longer, but could not discern any patterns. Moments later, he could only express admiration for Uchiha Kong's ingenuity. Especially after listening for a while, Ibiki was astonished to discover that the code seemed incomplete. Or rather, Uchiha Kong was only utilizing a portion of it. This code was remarkably clever, possessing its own unique structure. While others might not recognize it, Ibiki, as a member of the Umbu, instantly grasped that this was a comprehensive coding system. Moreover, the full version likely contained even more nuances, potentially capable of replacing all written language. This meant that Uchiha Kong had likely invented an entire set of secret language. Alarmingly, the entire system could operate solely through sound, requiring no chakra whatsoever. This was utterly preposterous. In the ninja world, due to the existence of superpowers, many tasks were often not intricate. They were merely accomplished through the application of chakra. Without it, the technological level of the Hokage would arguably still be in prehistoric times. Thus, the impact of an entire modern coding system left Ibiki breathless. Chapter 8. Not joining the Umbu would be unjust. At such a young age, he had invented a logically coherent code that could be transmitted solely through sound without the use of chakra. What a talent! This is true talent. If this lad does not join the Umbu, it would be an affront to justice. Ibiki was resolute. Once the exam concluded, he would personally recruit Uchiha Kong. He would do whatever it took to bring him into the Umbu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong remained oblivious to the proctor's scrutiny. After all, he had not cheated this moment. His fingers were tapping vigorously. Question 30. This answer should be... Uchiha Kong's fingers danced as he relayed the code. Hinata and Rock Lee hurriedly transcribed the information. Truly, Uchiha Kong is brilliant, employing such a method. How could anyone deem him a failure? Hinata's cheeks flushed as her admiration for Uchiha Kong deepened, subconsciously referring to him as our Uchiha Kong. As for Rock Lee, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, a fellow youth ignited by the flames of passion in Konoha. His intellect is unmatched. In that moment, unbeknownst to Uchiha Kong, a small portion of the audience was already astounded by his brilliance. As time passed, the written phase of the Chunin exam drew to a close. Ibiki rapped on the blackboard. The exam is over. All candidates, please remove your hands from the desks and cease writing. Soon, all fell silent, their expressions a mixture of dismay and delight. It was evident that the results of the examination varied significantly among the participants. A substantial portion of them had failed to perform adequately, their faces etched with worry and confusion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong stood to the side. Utterly bored, he was aware that, as the situation unfolded, Ibiki would present them with a choice, essentially a psychological test. Indeed, Ibiki had declared that those who had not passed the exam would be excluded, including Naruto. Now, you have two options. Either forfeit this examination and wait until next year to participate in the next one, or continue to answer questions. Get just one right, and you pass immediately. However, if you answer incorrectly, you will be barred from ever taking the exam again, condemned to a lifetime prohibition from advancing to the rank of Chunin. At this proclamation, an uproar erupted among the crowd. What? Is this for real? So harsh. A lifetime ban? There must be some hidden agenda in Konoha. What should we choose? Perhaps it's wiser to wait until next year. A chorus of voices erupted in discussion. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions, much like in the original narrative, opted to answer the questions. The process unfolded smoothly, with Ibiki inquiring about their motivations for becoming ninjas. Each response was unique, yet the essence remained consistent. As long as they chose to answer, they passed the test. As the assessment concluded, Uchiha Kong was preparing to leave when, unexpectedly, Ibiki approached him. Before the assembly, he expressed admiration, saying, "You are of the Uchiha clan. Are you not? I've heard the rumors labeling you as a failure. Yet I must say, quite the contrary. You are a genius." With this examination concluded, would you consider joining our Umbu? Uchiha Kong was taken aback. As were all present, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Uchiha members were anything but ordinary. It seemed this was the first time a mentor praised Sasuke as older brother. Sakura blinked in surprise, finding Uchiha Kong rather dashing. Even more so than Sasuke, exhibiting a maturity that was compelling to eye in the distance. The Inoshikacho trio exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Choji's eyes widened. Wait, that instructor is the legendary one-eyed Ibiki. He can actually give compliments. Who is this kid? Not just him, but Ino was also astonished at a genius. Could it be that Uchiha Kong displayed remarkable prowess during the exam? Even Orochimaru cast a few more glances at Uchiha Kong. This is a tough choice. Both brothers are formidable. Perhaps possessing Uchiha Kong's intellect would be advantageous. Orochimaru chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong was in a state of utter bewilderment. What is happening? Why am I suddenly being praised? Could it be my striking looks exude an aura of genius? Nevertheless, he maintained an innocent facade. Instructor, you jest. I'm merely an ordinary ninja. Joining the Umbu is something I shall contemplate for the future. Ibiki, unfazed, responded with increased admiration. Excellent. Talented yet humble. Individuals like you are destined for limitless futures. The Chunin exam should merely be a formality for you. I hope that even after passing the exam, you will retain this original spirit. Subsequently, Ibiki surveyed the gathering. All right, the first examination has concluded. You may rest for a day and report to the designated location early tomorrow for the second round. With that, he turned and left with a casual flourish. The gazes of numerous ninjas converged on Uchiha Kong. Undoubtedly, he had made quite a name for himself in this examination. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow promises to be a challenging battle. Uchiha Kong shook his head. Leading the group out of the classroom, they first escorted Rock Lee back, and then Uchiha Kong and Hinata strolled along the path to the Hyuga clan's residence. Uchiha Kong, you are amazing to have received praise from Ibiki, who is known for his rarity in giving compliments. Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, illuminated by the setting sun, making her particularly enchanting. Yes, that's so. Perhaps my genius side has finally been acknowledged by the world. Uchiha Kong chuckled, but he thought to himself that Hinata truly deserved her place among the top 3 most beautiful women in the village. Her looks, coupled with her figure, were nothing short of perfection. However, considering the inevitable challenges ahead, he realized that Hinata would soon find herself overwhelmed. Therefore, he needed to grow stronger to protect her. By the way, regarding tomorrow's events, it's crucial to refrain from training tonight. Instead, we must conserve our energy. Hinata hesitated, but upon seeing Uchiha Kong's serious expression, understood that tomorrow's battle would indeed be arduous. All right, I understand. Hinata nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong reached the entrance of the Hyuga estate. Just as he was about to say something, the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, emerged. The Uchiha it's quite late. You should head back. Thank you for bringing my daughter home. It was evident that Hyuga Hayashi's demeanor towards Uchiha Kong was less than cordial, possibly due to the latter's questionable reputation. After all, he was quite young and had opened an electromagnetic therapy massage parlor that only catered to women, making it understandable that he might be looked down upon. Uchiha Kong was unfazed. After all, this could very well be his future father-in-law. With a smirk, he replied, Lord Hayashi, I shall take my leave. As Hinata reluctantly bid farewell, Uchiha Kong walked back to the Uchiha clan under the glow of the setting sun. In stark contrast to the Hyuga clan's prosperity, the Uchiha clan had fallen into decline, and in the vast courtyard, only he and Sasuke remained at tea that moment. Sasuke was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Uchiha Kong, his face lit up with excitement. Brother, your predictions were spot on. The answers from those papers matched this exam entirely. Uchiha Kong smiled and patted Sasuke's head. Of course. Make sure to get to bed early. Tomorrow's exam will prove even more challenging, he then added. Remember, be cautious of the rain country ninjas. They are no ordinary foes. Sasuke nodded, understanding that his brother had a far-reaching perspective. Following his advice was always wise. After sending everyone off, Uchiha Kong finally returned to his own room. As he closed his eyes, he began to claim his system rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the task and earning Ibiki's commendation. The system will grant additional rewards. Reward 1. The system shop is unlocked. The host may browse and purchase at will. Reward 2. 5,000 gold coins, which can be obtained through task completion or item decomposition, and can be used to purchase items in the shop. Additionally, gold coins can assist the host in enhancing equipment, with the amount consumed depending on the strength of the equipment being upgraded. Reward 3. Technology level upgraded by 1 tier. The host may also view this. Reward 4. Additional reward. Due to the host's use of Morse code for cheating, the host is granted the password ninjutsu. This ninjutsu allows the creation of codes through various sounds and details, as well as enabling secret communication. Gazing at the series of rewards, Uchiha Kong felt somewhat dazzled. However, he quickly regained his focus and began to examine them one by one. First, the tangible rewards, gold coins, which need no explanation. They could be used to purchase items, and he would check the shop shortly. Most importantly, the ninjutsu. This technique could facilitate secret communication. This meant that if another exam were to occur, he would not even need a code. Uchiha Kong was thrilled. While this ninjutsu might seem modest, its potential effects could be extraordinary when utilized effectively. Afterward, Uchiha Kong opened the system interface in his mind. He discovered that, aside from the synthesis tab, new options for technology and the shop had appeared. He first opened the technology section. Upon examination, he realized that technology represented the current technological limits, as well as the maximum that the system could synthesize. At present, the system could synthesize gunpowder, firearms, and some basic vehicles, along with numerous inventions of similar caliber. However, more advanced creations like starships and atomic bombs were not yet feasible. Even if materials were available, they remained in a locked state requiring further unlocking. This was entirely understandable. After all, where would one find someone who could conjure an atomic bomb with bare hands right from the start? Uchiha Kong glanced briefly before clicking on the marketplace. As soon as he opened it, a chill ran down his spine. Before him lay a dazzling array of supplies. Most were mere components, yet the sheer spectacle left Uchiha Kong astounded. Item 1. Plastic description. Hardened blocks of plastic preserved after melting can be shaped into any form through flame, available for 10 gold coins per ton. Item 2. Bullet casings, purchasable in required calibers, priced at 10 gold coins for 1,000 pieces. Item 3. A complete set of chemical experiment apparatus, including beakers, graduated cylinders, and tubing, all for 500 gold coins. Gazing at the array of goods, Uchiha Kong drew a sharp breath. The plastic blocks were undeniably useful. Should he wish to forge lightweight yet sturdy equipment, they would serve as excellent raw materials. The second item was particularly outrageous. Did the presence of bullet casings imply that explosive chakra combined with them could enhance lethality? And the third item was even more compelling. As technology progressed, Uchiha Kong would undoubtedly need to grapple with the realm of microbiology. That a complete set of chemical facilities was indeed a worthwhile investment. However, at present, these items offered little assistance to Uchiha Kong, or rather, would not be of immediate use. Thus, he continued to scan the offerings. Before long, he spotted a section marked for ninjas. Could there be ninjutsu available? Uchiha Kong's heart leaped with excitement as he clicked inside. To his amazement, he found an extensive compendium of ninjutsu. However, these techniques were distinct from the usual fare. Here, each was a form of camouflage, seemingly resembling wind release. They could unleash wind blades, yet internally they compressed explosives for a devastating invisible shockwave. In essence, most techniques were veiled forms of ninjutsu, designed to conceal explosive chakra. Yet some were genuine, like the technique called compressed rifling. As the name implies, mastering it would allow one to compress explosive chakra within a rifled environment, and it required no auxiliary tools, akin to Susanoo, enabling one to create rifling by hand. This was astonishing. Rifling was specifically designed to enhance projectile power. Conventional projectiles, when spun, would gain greater power and accuracy, and it was a mere 20 gold coins. This was a trifling sum for Uchiha Kong. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to purchase it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. You have acquired compressed rifling. Immediately, a new memory surged within Uchiha Kong's mind. Revealing the ninjutsu, he resolved to give it a try and made his way to the backyard. Raising his hands as if hoisting an invisible rocket launcher, chakra rapidly compressed, akin to the tailed beast bomb. Upon reaching maximum energy compression, it spiraled through the phantom barrel, accelerating further. In an instant, it was launched forth. Uchiha Kong watched as a fireball streaked past him, striking a nearby artificial hill with terrifying speed. Boom! The entire mound was flattened, leaving a crater dozens of meters deep at its base. Incredible. The destructive power rivaled that of a missile. And it consumed only a fraction of chakra. Could it be that he had become a walking RPG? Uchiha Kong was elated. He realized that bombs crafted from explosive chakra were even mightier than real black powder. As he pondered this, the answer came swiftly. Perhaps it was because genuine black powder exists in powder or solid form. Upon detonation, energy inevitably dissipates. Like a jar filled with stones, there will always be gaps. However, chakra, a gaseous substance, can fill an entire container, conserving space while significantly amplifying power. Chapter 10. The Heaven and Earth Scrolls, a Glimpse of Brilliance. Uchiha Kong understood that with this technique, he had gained a formidable weapon against Orochimaru for the upcoming day. After all, no matter how powerful or swift Orochimaru might be, could he withstand a single RPG? If he could, then Uchiha Kong would unleash hundreds. Then, Uchiha Kong reached in his pocket, producing a gray revolver. This was a reward from when he bound the system. Infusing it with chakra loaded the ammunition, and then Uchiha Kong aimed and fired to the front. Bang, bang, bang! The bullets traced graceful arcs through the air, transforming a nearby boulder into a honeycomb. Though it resembled a handgun, its penetration power surpassed that of a standard submachine gun. Armed with these two lethal devices, and with his newly awakened ocular powers, breezing through the exam would pose no challenge. At that moment, a new mission from the system was announced. Ding! Detecting the imminent commencement of the Heaven and Earth Scroll exam, the system has issued a mission. In the examination, seize the double scroll and repel Orochimaru. System rewards: 10,000 gold coins, technology unlock level 2, and several materials for Gatling technology. Uchiha Kong inhaled deeply, wiping his revolver clean. It appeared the time had come to introduce the ninja world to a taste of modern weaponry. The following morning, in a secluded corner of Konoha village, ensconced by iron railings, lay a dense thicket. This area, on the outskirts of Konoha, was technically part of the village, yet rarely frequented, due to its vast expanse. Only a handful of wandering ninjas came here to train. Today, however, it had transformed into the venue for the Chunin exam. As the proctor for this exam, Mitarashi Anko, with a dango in her mouth, coldly surveyed the anxious ninjas waiting below. Humph. They think they could become Chunin looking like that. Each one of them looks utterly lackluster. The caliber of ninjas truly seems to diminish with each generation. Beside her, Kakashi, responsible for security, chuckled softly that I believe that many strong individuals pale in comparison to a couple of geniuses. Just like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, those three upheld an entire era. Have you ever heard of the renown of those powerful figures from that time? Mitarashi Anko scoffed. Spare me. Just focus on your security duties. With that, Anko leapt down from the great tree and approached the crowd. Ahem. Silence, everyone. I'm the proctor for this exam, Mitarashi Anko. The exam entails the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. And the rules are as follows. In essence, whoever draws the Heaven Scroll must acquire the Earth Scroll in subsequent tests, whether by seizing or stealing, to pass. The reverse holds true as well. The multitude of ninjas below murmured in surprise. Among them, Naruto's face lit up with excitement, eager for the exam to commence. Ha! Is it finally time to showcase my strength? I'm absolutely itching for it. Sasuke, standing nearby, maintained a calm demeanor. Don't celebrate too soon. This exam is not merely a battle. The Heaven and Earth Scrolls require intellect. Sakura gazed at him in admiration. Sasuke is right. It's not as simple as you think. Naruto pouted, glancing instinctively at Uchiha Kong. Sasuke, isn't your brother teaming up with you? Upon hearing the mention of his brother, Sasuke's eyes brightened as he proudly replied, No worries. My brother possesses that level of strength. And besides, have you seen Hinata? My brother has his own plans. Upon hearing this, Sakura inhaled sharply, feeling a pang of regret for not acting sooner. Meanwhile, in a corner, the Inoshikacho trio displayed a change in expression. The Heaven and Earth Scroll seemed to encourage both combat and acquisition, yet we are equally unaware of whether the other party has heaven or earth. Shikamaru, as the leader of the group, analyzed calmly. In other words, this also tests our intelligence. If we're not careful and end up with the same scroll, it will only waste time and expose our scrolls. Thus, while this appears to be a battle, its essence is still a test of intellect. What a hassle. I really don't want to participate. CHG slapped Shikamaru's shoulder. Come on, don't be such a downer. This is an exam. Take it seriously and perk up. Ino cast a glance at Uchiha Kong in the distance that he is participating too, but why isn't he teaming up with Sasuke? CHG scoffed. He has probably given up, knowing he can't win. Not wanting to drag Sasuke down, Ino, however, had a different perspective. Not necessarily. Even Ibiki praised him. Perhaps he truly possesses talent. At that moment, Uchiha Kong sensed the attention directed at him, yet he paid it no mind. Among the crowd, the only one worthy of his caution and regard was Orochimaru. Uchiha Kong, here I come. At that moment, Hinata arrived fashionably late, trotting towards Uchiha K's. She drew closer. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Uchiha K nodded in acknowledgement and gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Very spirited indeed. I shall watch over you during today's examination. Hinata obediently nodded, not pulling away but instead leaning in closer. My dear friend, I have arrived. This time the outcome of the exam depends on us. Rock Lee burst onto the scene with exuberance, entering in an unusual manner, upside down. This peculiar entrance immediately drew the attention of onlookers to Uchiha K's group. In a corner, Orochimaru's piercing gaze observed intently. This Uchiha K is an enigma. His strength remains to be seen, yet he is undeniably intriguing. Should he exhibit combat prowess later, perhaps selecting him as a vessel would not be a mistake. Orochimaru had always believed that Sasuke was more suited for him. Previously, he had dismissed Uchiha K as a mere weakling. However, recent observations suggested otherwise. Uchiha K was indeed fascinating. Subsequently, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Mitarashi Anko, his mind chuckling darkly. This girl has grown remarkably. I wonder if her strength has improved, but her temperament has certainly expanded. As a mentor, it was essential to temper her enthusiasm. At that moment, Anko also happened to notice Orochimaru, which elicited an inexplicable aversion within her. What are you staring at? Yes, I'm talking to you. After issuing 2 warnings, Anko, seeing Orochimaru remain unfazed, felt disdain in her heart. It seemed a student was defying her authority. Such behavior could not be tolerated. A lesson must be imparted. Thus, Anko produced a kunai, aiming it directly at Orochimaru. As a Jainin, she believed she could easily handle a mere student in an instant. The kunai flew forth, swiftly approaching Orochimaru. The crowd held their breath. Chapter 11. Anticipation? Hey! Is the teacher actually attacking someone? I knew those from Konoha village were unreliable. Good heavens, is this not a bit too violent? Is no one going to intervene? A chorus of shocked exclamations filled the them. It was unequivocally inappropriate for a teacher to strike a student. Moreover, a teacher of such caliber must possess top-tier strength. How could a mere student withstand such an assault? However, in the next moment, Orochimaru moved with astonishing speed, extending his tongue to deftly catch the kunai. Not only did he catch it flawlessly, but his tongue remained unscathed. What? Anko's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the strength of this peculiar individual. Though she had not exerted her full power, her aim had been to make him feel a bit of discomfort. That strike would likely have overwhelmed an ordinary Nin. Orochimaru smirked sinisterly, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared beside Anko. With his elongated tongue, he returned the saliva-soaked kunai. Teacher, it is ill-mannered to throw things around. Here you go, you insufferable. Anko grimaced, her heart racing with shock. What is this guy's background? Judging by the markings on his head, he is from the land of rain. I've never heard of him. With such strength, it seems the young ones from Konoha village are in for a rough time. Anko cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru, but could not deny his formidable prowess, stifling her disgust. She retrieved the kunai and declared loudly, "All right, everyone, stand in formation quickly. Soon, you will receive your scrolls, distinguishing the heavens from the earth. This door will open in half a stick of incense. Proceed deep within, and you shall find a red tower, which is your destination. The condition is that upon reaching the destination, you must possess both the heavenly and earthly scrolls." After outlining the rules, individuals promptly stepped forward to distribute opaque bags to each participant. Inside were the scrolls. Uchiha K received one, glancing surreptitiously to discover it was the heavenly scroll. This meant that soon, he would need to acquire an earthly scroll. The difficulty was manageable, and with a stroke of luck, he might even graduate on the spot. Hinata, feeling a bit timid, leaned closer and said, "That ninja from the land of rain was so strong. Is it true that ninjas from other villages are all this formidable? Do we really stand a chance?" Beside them, Rock Lee wore a worried expression. "I could barely keep up with that person's movements. He is indeed powerful, that I hope we don't encounter him." Fear not, with only a few thousand participants in this exam, it is unlikely we will be so unfortunate. Besides, we are quite strong ourselves, Uchiha Kage reassured, though he understood that it was inevitable to cross paths with Orochimaru. As an Uchiha, he naturally attracted Orochimaru's attention. Even if Sasuke had initially been the target, as Kage gradually showcased his talents, Orochimaru would undoubtedly seek him out. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kage could not afford to shy away. To rise within the village, demonstrating one's strength was crucial. Moreover, he could not allow his well-trained cousin to fall into Orochimaru's clutches, for that cousin was destined to be his future pillar of support. Uchiha Kage had resolved to give it his all this time. Even if his opponent was Orochimaru, he would ensure the latter faced some difficulty. At the very least, he aimed to delay until Kakashi and the others arrived. Thus, as everyone awaited, time passed swiftly, and soon half a stick of incense had elapsed. The iron gate swung open, and a throng of ninjas rushed in, disappearing into the thicket. Uchiha Kage promptly set off, guiding Hinata and Rock Lee as they traversed the treetops. Utilizing chakra, they swiftly maneuvered among the trees, quickly distancing themselves from the entrance. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Might Guy, Asuma, and other elite shinobi were watching the exam unfold through a large crystal ball. What do you think? How many of our Konoha ninjas will graduate this year? Asuma inquired, chewing on a toothpick with anticipation. Might Guy, grinning widely, replied, Need you ask? My disciple Lee will surely be among them. Though he lacks natural talent, he is a hard-working genius, likely ranking among the top tier of genin. With him around, we can at least ensure that a full team of 3 will advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Speaking of Lee, he isn't the only promising candidate in the village this year. Sasuke, a descendant of the Uchiha, is said to have awakened his Sharingan, and it's a double tomo. Historically, he ranks among the Uchiha clan as prodigies, and I believe he will pass the exam. Shikaku, reputed to be quite intelligent, should also advance if nothing goes awry. And then there's Naruto, who is the most concerning. Sarutobi's gaze swept across the crystal ball, landing on Uchiha Kage's figure. AS for this one. His potential is uncertain. Rumors suggest he is still a failure, but I can't shake the feeling that he possesses remarkable agility. Not long ago, Ibiki even inquired about recruiting him into the Umbu. Upon hearing this, Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean Uchiha Kage actually managed to pique Ibiki's interest? Might Guy also appeared astonished. No way, from what I know, Ibiki is quite a gloomy fellow. For him to request someone is unprecedented. Does this kid possess some unique quality? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Who knows? The competition is still in its early stages. Let us wait and see. Also, have Kakashi keep a close watch. I have a nagging feeling that something ominous is afoot. Everyone nodded respectfully. Meanwhile, in the exam venue, deep within the jungle, the Ino-Shikacho trio was advancing, with Shikamaru furrowing his brow. Based on their calculations, the moment they stepped through the gate, all ninjas spread out in a fan shape, distancing themselves from the entrance, theoretically, as long as they moved swiftly and covered enough ground. The probability of encountering other ninjas would diminish. CHG, panting heavily, exclaimed, Hey, can't we take a break? I've never run this far in one go. You're tired? This exam is a leisure activity. Hurry up, Ino retorted disdainfully. Suddenly, Shikamaru halted. Without a word, he pulled his companions to hide. Be quiet. Someone's coming. Just as they concealed themselves, 3 figures swiftly passed by. Leading the trio was none other than Orochimaru, his expression dark and vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. These 3 insects aren't worth my attention. First, I must ascertain if there are any Konoha proctors nearby. Orochimaru's ambition is quite straightforward: to locate the Uchiha and implant his curse seal upon them. To achieve this, he must first ascertain whether there are any spies from Konoha lurking nearby. After a brief moment, the 3 individuals withdrew, allowing Shikamaru and his companions to emerge cautiously. Chapter 12. Is it true that you can only hide behind a woman? Is it possible that we have truly encountered him? Must our luck be so dire? Choji spat in disdain. It appeared that Orochimaru had no particular interest in them, yet he seemed to have a target in mind. Let us depart. Maintaining a safe distance is prudent. Shikaku remarked, his expression laced with trepidation. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly locate the corresponding heaven scroll. Once secured, they should minimize their stay and make haste to the Red Tower. This approach, characterized by expedience, was currently their only reliable strategy. The group nodded in agreement, and thus, Shikamaru and his entourage ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, on another front, Naruto, Sasuke, and their companion had reached the bank of a small river. Naruto, with an expression of utter despondency, plopped down onto the ground, utterly exhausted. No way. This is just too tiring. After such a long time, not a single soul in sight. Sakura, too, appeared somewhat drained. This is a good sign. At least we haven't been ambushed, she noted, then turned her gaze towards Sasuke. Sasuke, what did your cousin say before? Did he provide any guidance on how to safely obtain the scroll? Naruto looked on eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, they had already begun to view the unseen Uchiha Sora as their beacon of hope. This was largely due to the accuracy of Sora's predictions regarding the formidable strength of the Rain Country's forces, which they had witnessed firsthand. According to Sasuke, during the first exam, his elder brother had also astutely foreseen the answers. With all this combined, along with Sasuke's habitual boasting about his brother, Uchiha Sora had been deified in their minds. The mere mention of his brother's name caused Sasuke's eyes to gleam with excitement. He advised us to proactively seek out a team, defeat them to acquire the scroll, and then promptly retreat to the tower to avoid further conflict. He must be concerned about us encountering the Rain Country's ninjas, he explained. Naruto curled his lips in skepticism. Easier said than done. How easy is it to find the corresponding scroll? It all boils down to luck, and we might not even be able to win. Sasuke chuckled, brimming with fighting spirit. I've longed to test my combat prowess. Just don't hold me back. Naruto inhaled sharply, but soon found himself equally fired up. Let us go. We must show these ninjas the might of Konoha Village. On the other side, Uchiha Sora led his teammates swiftly through the forest. The trio remained vigilant. Hinata activated her Byakugan, constantly surveying their surroundings. Sora, too, was alert, his Sharingan fully activated to counter any potential threats. So far, they had yet to encounter any combat. Lee Rock, however, was growing impatient and even had the audacity to engage in idle chatter. I actually hope to run into those Rain Country ninjas and see who among us is stronger. Sora merely rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you encounter Orochimaru, you'd probably be devoured at first sight. At that moment, Sora's expression suddenly shifted. He sharply grasped Hinata's arm. Don't move. The trio halted instantly, spotting a nearly invisible thread ensnaring a branch ahead, a trap resembling a spider's web, effectively blocking their path. The thread's translucence, coupled with its concealment among the leaves, made it nearly imperceptible. Without Sora's Sharingan, they would have surely walked right into it. What a treacherous setup. Someone has outpaced us in laying traps. Lee exclaimed, following the thread to find an explosive tag affixed at its end, his expression darkening. This is perilously close to life and death. And there's more than one. Stay alert. There may be others nearby. Sora's eyes glinted crimson as three Tomo quickly spun. Assessing their surroundings, he discerned an alarming number of explosive tags hidden among the foliage. 70 or 80 in total. A significant display for mere genin. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from all directions. Quite clever of you to see through our ambush. You must be Uchiha Sora, correct? From the shadows of the trees emerged three figures, seemingly merging with the trunks. A surreal sight. The leader, a burly middle-aged man, had half his body still entangled in the tree, sneering at the trio. Are these men from Sunagakure? Hinata furrowed her brow, instantly recognizing their origin. Sora scoffed coldly. So you know I'm an Uchiha, yet still dare to show yourselves. You must have considerable confidence in your abilities. The robust man laughed mockingly at it's not self-confidence. We've heard tales of two Uchihas from Konoha. One a genius, the other a failure. Clearly, you are not Sasuke, meaning your team consists of only two members that we should have no trouble acquiring the scroll. Hinata bristled at his words, stepping defensively in front of Sora. Those rumors are false. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Beside her, Lee grinned broadly. My brother is not someone you can insult. Let me show you what it means to be the Azure Beast of Konoha." The leading brute's expression turned even more derisive, hiding behind a woman, truly befitting of the title failure. The three adversaries exchanged glances, then, without a word, dispersed, bypassing Lee and Hinata in their rush to eliminate Sora. At that moment, Sora's gaze turned icy as he reached for his kunai that he wished to avoid revealing his full strength, as he would soon need it against Orochimaru. But sensing the impending danger, he had no choice but to act. Fortunately, Lee's speed was astonishing. He delivered a powerful kick to one ninja's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like he had been struck by a bull, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Utterly incapacitated, before the second assailant could react, Hinata struck him on the back of the neck. The Hyuga clan's chakra was particularly effective against the chakra pathways, shattering both his bones and meridians with a single blow. He let out a muffled groan, his vision blurring before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The remaining brute gasped in shock, his mind racing. What in the world are these two? They're incredibly powerful. He was no fool. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Forgetting about Sora, he hastily retreated. He could never have imagined that this seemingly easy target was, apart from Sora, filled with such formidable fighters. Just as he turned to flee, his expression twisted in horror. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound in his chest, from which a small white snake was writhing rapidly. Chapter 13. The Appearance of Orochimaru. The burly man widened his eyes in disbelief, turning to see a figure clad in a gray cloak, adorned with the headband of the Rain Country. "It's you," he gasped, recognizing the man who had effortlessly caught a strike from Anko. "Orochimaru. Interesting, I seem to have stumbled upon a windfall. Thank you, Uchiha." Orochimaru grinned sinisterly, flicking his wrist as the burly man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. His gaze was now fixed intently on Uchiha Sora. "Unbelievable. We encounter him so soon." Sora inhaled deeply, relieved that he had refrained from using his weapons earlier. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. Shikamaru perked up his ears. "Look, there was the sound of a skirmish over there." Choji's eyes widened as he sprinted off. "Someone's fighting. Shouldn't we hurry? What if we get caught up in it?" Shikamaru wore a look of exasperation. "Fool. The fact that there's a fight, and it's not too intense, indicates it's two teams clashing. If we approach, we might just benefit from their conflict." Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Exactly. And the scrolls they possess must differ. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to engage. If we go over, we could easily snatch one and claim victory." Shikamaru nodded, equally thrilled. "Indeed, we mustn't delay. Let us hurry and take a look." With that, the three of them changed direction, racing towards the commotion. Concurrently, Naruto and Sasuke also widened their eyes. "It sounds like a fight. Should we join in the fray?" Naruto, brimming with eagerness, could hardly contain his desire to set off immediately. Sasuke, however, took a moment to analyze the situation calmly. "It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Perhaps we might stumble upon something valuable that if we could acquire the corresponding scrolls, it would save us a great deal of trouble." Having spoken, the trio made their way towards that location. Before long, the two groups fortuitously found themselves on the same path, arriving simultaneously. Sasuke spotted Shikamaru, while Choji recognized Naruto and Sakura. The two groups exchanged wary glances, quickly retreating and eyeing each other suspiciously. "What are you doing here?" Shikamaru queried, his tone cautious. Sasuke scoffed lightly. "It seems we all seek to gain from the chaos, and I assume you've noticed the commotion around here." Shikamaru's eyes darted thoughtfully. "Indeed, since we're all here, why not team up and investigate? If we can take advantage of the situation, we can split the scrolls evenly." After a moment contemplation, Sasuke nodded in agreement. Very well, though they verbally agreed. The two groups maintained a respectful distance, continuing forward with vigilance. Soon, they reached the epicenter of the battle, immediately spotting Uchiha Kage and Orochimaru. "Wow, is it really this lively?" Choji exclaimed, his mouth agape, excitement shining in his eyes. "At last, I found you. Today I won't let you escape." Uchiha Kage, Shikamaru, and the others clearly underestimated the significance of Orochimaru that moment. Sasuke's expression darkened. "Brother, this is the land of rain. Even Naruto and Sakura gasped in disbelief. No way, you mentioned that these three are not to be trifled with. The scene became increasingly chaotic, with 4 teams gathered in one place. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Kanagakur, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the crystal ball with a perplexed expression. So many have converged here. Asuma chuckled beside him. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. We might witness a grand brawl. Kurenai glanced at Orochimaru and suddenly inquired, "Who is this person? Why would someone of such age participate in the Chunin exams? Is there a backup plan?" Asuma replied, looking bemused. He appears to be from the land of rain. It's not unusual for someone of advanced age to participate. After all, age restrictions are not enforced. Kurenai shook her head. No, I can sense a troubling aura emanating from him. He may not be as simple as he seems. Sarutobi's gaze deepened, given the current number of participants. Let us observe for a while longer. If he exhibits any peculiar behavior, we shall dispatch someone to apprehend him. Asuma nodded earnestly. I will contact Kakashi at once. Thus, the higher-ups of Kanagakur kept a close watch on this unfolding battle. Well, who would have thought it would get so lively? Yet, it's unfortunate. I wish for fewer people to be aware of this matter. Orochimaru cast a sinister glance around, pleasantly surprised to see both Uchiha brothers present. In that moment, he felt invigorated, believing his journey here was not in vain. I must say, our target is not you, but Uchiha Kage. If you stay out of our way, we may not have to engage you. Choji looked on with disdain, finding Orochimaru's emaciated form reminiscent of a monkey, contrasting sharply with his own robust physique. Surely, he thought, Orochimaru would struggle to withstand even a single blow from him. Sasuke and his companions also scoffed. Do not be so arrogant. Both of us are here. Even if you all attack, what do you think you can achieve? At that moment, Sasuke moved closer to Uchiha Kage. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, harboring no ill feelings towards him, particularly since he had once aided them. Sakura especially thought Uchiha Kage was exceptionally handsome and readily expressed her agreement. Thus, out of nowhere, 3 teammates joined Uchiha Kage's side. Choji and the others sensed the shift in dynamics. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This seems troublesome. Perhaps we should withdraw. Ino also began to waver. Yet Choji remained resolute. Yes, the 2 brothers are united, and we cannot interfere. But what about that person from the land of rain? Undoubtedly, he still wished to seize an opportunity. However, before he could voice another thought, Orochimaru coldly interjected, The fearless young are unafraid of tigers. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Orochimaru sprang into action, not towards Naruto, but rather swiftly approaching the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio. Damn it! Retreat. Shikamaru's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was unaware that the individual before him was Orochimaru, he understood that anyone who could instill fear in the proctors must possess formidable strength. He quickly retreated, activating his shadow control technique, which surged towards Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Choji's arms expanded several-fold as he aimed a punch at Orochimaru. Ino unleashed her mind transfer technique, attempting to immobilize Orochimaru's 2 companions. However, despite their coordinated efforts, their attacks proved utterly ineffective against Orochimaru. His body contorted, and at the moment of impact, his neck elongated dramatically, resembling a python as it lunged towards Choji's face. In that instant, everyone present was caught off guard. Choji's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, clearly poisoned. Damn it, Shikamaru gasped, realizing that his shadows were immobilized. He had clearly controlled Orochimaru, yet somehow, Orochimaru managed to reverse the control. Impossible! Shadow control is a unilateral technique. How could he possibly counter me? What immense chakra does he possess? Ino shouted in disbelief. No. His 2 companions do not appear to be alive. My jutsu has no effect. Both were thrown into a state of panic. Yet Orochimaru offered them no chance to ponder it. He swiftly subdued the 2 of them. Be quiet. I will deal with Uchiha Kage and Sasuke first. Using his shadow control technique, Orochimaru immobilized Shikamaru and Ino while simultaneously launching an attack towards Naruto and Sasuke. Retreat. Sasuke's expression shifted, but the shadows moved too swiftly, just as he attempted to react. He found himself ensnared, his body seemingly cemented in place. unable to move despite his struggles. Quick, provide cover for Uchiha Kage to retreat. Hinata's face paled as she instinctively positioned herself in front of Uchiha Kage. However, her teammate Rock Lee had already fallen under Orochimaru's shadow control. Moreover, Orochimaru's two companions were not truly lifeless. They moved like puppets, each restraining Naruto and Sakura. In an instant, the only person capable of action was Uchiha Kage. The atmosphere turned despondent. Damn it! I frequently tread along the riverbank. Today I've gotten my shoes wet and unexpectedly encountered a master. Shikamaru's expression darkened. Having lost hope in Uchiha Kage's abilities, it seemed they were doomed today. Choji, having awakened from his stupor, surveyed the dire situation and wished he could faint once more. In a way, is Uchiha Kage the only one left? How can we continue like this? Even Ino's face turned ashen. It's over. I haven't even had a chance to fall in love yet, and now I'm facing death. The same thought crossed Naruto and Sakura's minds. Residents of Konohagakure, they were all too aware of Uchiha Kage's reputation. Despite some recent signs of rising prominence, could they truly rely on Uchiha Kage against an overwhelming foe? They might as well hope for the Hokage to come to their rescue that moment. Only Hinata gritted her teeth, resolutely declaring, "Don't worry, Uchiha Kage. I will protect you." Meanwhile, standing behind Hinata, Uchiha Kage slowly curled his lips into a smile. He extended his hand, pulling Hinata behind him. "Have no fear. After all, I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. Who dares label me as useless?" With that, Uchiha Kage retrieved a revolver from his cloak. Simultaneously, black powder chakra surged through his palms, ready to load ammunition into the revolver at a moment's notice. This spectacle momentarily stunned Orochimaru, who then chuckled ominously. "What kind of ninja tool is this? No matter. Today, both of you shall accompany me." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Hinata, clearly viewing her as an obstruction. However, Uchiha Kong raised his revolver, the ominous black barrel aimed squarely at Orochimaru. "Ninja tools? Who told you this was a mere ninja tool? What they saw was science." Bang! 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 Accompanied by Uchiha Kong pulling the trigger. The orange-tinted bullets sliced through the air with a sonic boom, sending ripples and displaying terrifying penetration power, arriving before Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. This scene was astonishingly surreal, compounded by the bullet speed, which far surpassed that of ordinary kunai, traveling at several times the speed of sound. Moreover, Uchiha Kong's gun had been modified by the system, making it even more formidable, nearly reaching 3 to 4 Mach. Such velocity was beyond the capacity of sound to keep up, leaving Orochimaru caught off guard, unable to react in time. With a dull thud, a hole was opened in the center of Orochimaru's forehead. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. This single shot astounded everyone present. Hinata stood frozen for a moment, staring at the peculiar weapon in Uchiha Kong's hand, rendered speechless. Beside her, Rock Lee's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly popping out. "What the hell? My dear friend, what on earth is this?" Shikamaru's expression was blank as he glanced at Uchiha Kong's weapon, utterly baffled by its mechanics. "What is going on? The Uchiha clan is skilled in weapon creation too. This device surely lacks chakra, but I've never heard of such capabilities within the Uchiha clan." CHG was so frightened that he was on the verge of tears. The gunfire had been deafening, and he was utterly unprepared. His legs felt weak. What on earth is this, an explosive tag? Yet that doesn't seem right. It feels like an upgraded version of a kunai. It wasn't just them. Sasuke was equally dumbfounded. He couldn't recall their ancestors possessing such a thing. What is this? Why has my brother never mentioned it? A similar confusion flickered through Orochimaru's mind. At that moment, the wound on his head began to writhe, quickly healing itself. However, gazing at the ominous barrel of Uchiha Kong's weapon, he felt a lingering dread. What sort of weapon is this? Orochimaru's voice trembled. Even though he had survived, taking a bullet was undeniably painful. The revolver of the 21st century, specifically a caliber of 7.42, designed for hunting with tungsten steel bullets. Uchiha Kong let out a cold chuckle. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger again. The yellow bullets shot forth once more, heading straight for Orochimaru's forehead. At that moment, Orochimaru's expression changed, and he hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet the bullets were too swift. Orochimaru was merely a shadow clone, unable to fully utilize his abilities. He could only be hit repeatedly, sustaining several new wounds. In an instant, Uchiha Kong's ammunition appeared limitless, raining down like a torrential downpour upon Orochimaru, who cried out in agony, momentarily subdued by Uchiha Kong's relentless assault. This scene once again shocked everyone. Truly, is my dear friend. This strange weapon must surely be your invention. Rock Lee expressed admiration, wishing he could embrace Uchiha Kong in exuberance. That Hinata's astonishment only deepened. This weapon seems to possess power not inferior to explosive tags, and while its range may be limited, its speed and striking force have increased. Even my Byakugan struggles to track it. CHG's expression similarly shifted. Good heavens, we might actually win. Does this mean we are saved? Thank goodness I didn't confront him earlier, otherwise I would have been turned into a beehive. The group felt an immense sense of relief, simultaneously astonished by Uchiha Kong's unexpected prowess. Yet the battle was far from over. Renowned for his resilience, Orochimaru understood how to manipulate his vitality. Even after suffering a near-fatal blow, he could still resurrect himself, a true testament to his tenacity. Chapter 15. Insufficient firepower? RPG to the rescue. Amidst the barrage of bullets, Orochimaru forced himself to rise. He waved his hand towards Uchiha Kong. And instantly, a multitude of white snakes descended like raindrops, creating a veritable ocean of serpents, threatening to engulf everyone present. Damn it! Do you think this feeble tactic can harm me? It's not enough, Orochimaru roared, humiliated to be bested by a junior. However, Uchiha Kong's icy voice retorted, "Is that so? I possess even larger calibers. Allow me to show you the fusion of an anti-tank rocket launcher and a cruise missile." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's scalp prickled with dread. Uchiha Kong pretended to hoist something on his shoulders, and those present could faintly discern a purple cylindrical object resembling Susu, intricately carved with spirals and depressions. At that moment, the dark object at the end of the cylinder began to emit a menacing aura. What is this? Orochimaru nearly lost his senses. Yet in the next second, he understood. The rocket launcher fired with a deafening roar. A projectile infused with 1/10 of Uchiha Kong's chakra, comparable to an armor-piercing round, yet with an explosive payload akin to a cruise missile, shot forth like lightning, instantly descending upon Orochimaru amidst the sea of snakes. Boom! In the next moment, a pillar of fire erupted skyward, accompanied by shockwaves that rippled through the air. The serpents were obliterated, and Orochimaru bore the brunt of the explosion, engulfed in a fiery inferno. Rendered into pieces despite his formidable constitution, he had no time to evade, merely watching helplessly as the blast enveloped him. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, the ground scorched, leaving a massive, dark crater that moment. Orochimaru had vanished without a trace. The scene was left with only the sound of gasps and the acrid aroma of charred snake meat wafting through the air. A pungent reminder of the explosion. I say, Uchiha Kong, we are both from Konoha. Please refrain from turning against your own kind, CHG implored, fearful that Uchiha Kong might target him next. Nearby, Naruto trembled, exclaiming, "This is insane. All of you Uchiha are freaks." The crowd was left in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that the usually composed and low-key friend of women, the infamous Uchiha failure, would achieve such astonishing feats today. Although these were merely tools, using them in the ninja world would not bring scorn. On the contrary, if one created their own devices, their status within the village would soar. After all, with such extraordinary equipment, if mass-produced, everyone could potentially eliminate Orochimaru with ease. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's entire face trembled with shock. What on earth is this? Some form of ninja tool. Quickly contact Tenen's father and have him come to witness this. Earlier, the Hokage and other high-ranking officials of Konoha had been closely monitoring the battle. When they realized Orochimaru's formidable strength, threatening to eradicate all potential talents in the village, they nearly intervened personally. However, just as they prepared to act, they witnessed Uchiha Kong's bizarre techniques. With a single shot in a cannon, he had seemingly torn Orochimaru apart, leaving them uncertain if he was truly dead. This level of lethality would surely put even Kakashi and the Hokage to shame. The younger generation is indeed formidable. I understand now why Ibiki sought this child. With such skills, if these weapons are indeed his invention, it would not be an overstatement to promote him to Jonin. Even directly into the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, recognized the immense value of a skilled tool creator in the ninja world. Asuma, standing nearby, observed with shifting expressions. This young man seemed to have barely moved. Relying on chakra. Does this mean these devices operate purely on physical principles? As this statement hung in the air, everyone present was once again stunned. What? Are you suggesting that anyone can use these? Mike Guy exclaimed in disbelief. Does this mean that Lee and I could utilize them too? In a grave tone, Kurenai remarked, this child possesses considerable talent. My recommendation is to ensure his protection, perhaps promote him directly to Chunin, and then nurture him in the Umbu. It would be ideal to provide him with resources for his own research. That moment, an elderly man wrapped in bandages slowly emerged from the office door. It was Danzo. Uchiha Kong, is it? Given your Uchiha lineage and such remarkable talent, perhaps it would be best for you to come under my wing. The Hokage narrowed his eyes. No, he is still just a child and cannot accompany you to such dark places. After a moment of contemplation, the Hokage spoke. Let him take the Chunin exam on his own. If he succeeds and his inventions prove useful, we can create a department for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that Danzo was a dangerous individual within the village. Although he was devoted to the village, Danzo was an old minister from the previous era, dating back to the time of the second Hokage, and his thoughts were inevitably skewed. He chuckled, "Oh really? But I advise you to take a look. That guy is undoubtedly Orochimaru." Sarutobi nodded. It was evident that Kakashi had already arrived, and this matter was not something you needed to worry about. Danzo snorted and took one last glance at the crystal ball, casting a lingering gaze at Uchiha Sora. Clearly, he was reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, at the Chunin exam venue, Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko stood not far away, perched atop a large tree, observing the deep crater below caused by an explosion. The burnt smell wafted up to their noses, leaving both of them in shock that, oh my, this kid is quite impressive. Maybe I should take him under my wing after graduation. Anko's expression mirrored his astonishment. What is that thing he's holding? I've never seen it before. Could it be his own invention? Just then, a figure emerged from the corner. None other than the proctor, Ibiki Marino. This boy must join the Umbu. It would be a crime against nature otherwise. Earlier, Ibiki had been observing from a distance, AS and Umbu. He excelled in concealment that this moment. His eyes glimmered with eagerness, as if he longed to snatch Uchiha Sora away immediately. That Orochimaru, my mentor. Anko looked down at the corpses scattered across the ground, her expression turning somber, despite understanding that Orochimaru was unlikely to perish so soon. She thought it best to protect Uchiha Sora and his team, conceding the exam victory to them for the time being. Kakashi wore a grave expression. Ibiki immediately concurred, absolutely, with that power displayed just now. Even many Jonin would pale in comparison. Promoting him would be most fitting. At this moment, Uchiha Sora remained unaware that he had caught the attention of significant figures. He only understood that he had completed the system's task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Repelling Orochimaru, Chapter 16. AK-47, durable and reliable. Ding! Exceeding task completion has granted Orochimaru a minor modern shock, doubling the rewards. Reward 1. 1 AK-47 rifle, capable of being filled with chakra ammunition. Reward 2. 20,000 gold coins, redeemable in the shop for items. Reward 3. An infinite storage space, exclusively for technological products. Listening to the system's announcement, Uchiha Sora felt elated. An AK rifle. This is a versatile tool. Famously sturdy and reliable, capable of functioning in adverse conditions that in the ninja world, it would endure without maintenance or oiling. With this, my primary weapon is secured. Moreover, the storage space resolves my urgent need, allowing me to have a personal arsenal. Imagine in the future, pulling out dozens of grenades, a rocket launcher, or even a tank from the storage space. How magnificent that would be! However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Completing the Chunin exam and unlocking the Gatling gun is of utmost importance. Uchiha Sora shook his head, forcibly redirecting his thoughts. This individual is undoubtedly not part of the exam. They are likely from another ninja village. However, the Hokage will send someone to address this matter. Our immediate priority is to continue with our exam. We lack power and influence. If we fail this exam, the village won't grant us any leniency. Uchiha Sora calmly stated. "You are so cool, Sora," exclaimed Hinata beside him. Her face flushed with admiration. Just moments ago, Uchiha Sora's battle had been nothing short of spectacular, remaining composed throughout and continuing with the exam afterward. What is this? Such a perfect male protagonist, in an instant. Hinata's already high regard for Uchiha Sora soared even higher, overflowing with affection. This scene left Uchiha Sora feeling quite helpless. I'm not invincible yet, he thought, if I catch the attention of the main character. With the effects of the halo, what if the plot takes a turn against me? Thus, Uchiha Sora could only skillfully ruffle Hinata's hair. As for the next steps in their budding feelings, there was no rush. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He couldn't help but want to give Uchiha Sora a big hug. My friend, you truly are the #2 Azure Beast of Konoha. That battle was incredible. When did you come up with that ninja tool? What is it called? Is it your invention? Can I use it? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to look, including Kakashi and Anko from a distance. Kakashi's gaze was particularly profound. He too was curious about what Uchiha Sora had just used, which had managed to overpower Orochimaru. Could this be replicated? If so, equipping everyone in the village with one would surely be a game changer. Konoha would dominate the entire ninja world. Uchiha Sora cleared his throat. He wasn't foolish and understood that Kakashi or the Umbu were nearby. Perhaps even the Hokage was watching this battle. If he claimed it could be replicated or leaked any secrets, he might become a production machine that that he was stingy. Rather, he understood that if every villager in Konoha had a rifle, who would bother learning ninjutsu? The entire ninja world might as well embark on the first industrial revolution. At that point, with the plot diverging significantly, how could he continue to foresee the future? It could be said that currently, aside from firearms, Uchiha Sora relied on his knowledge of the original storyline and his grasp of the future. That was why he did not want to get too involved with Hinata. He feared overly influencing the timeline, and he was concerned that significant changes might make it difficult for him to maintain control. Not to mention, he preferred to wait until he was nearly invincible before making any impacts. According to the original plot, once Orochimaru infiltrated the village, the Umbu had already taken notice. Later, when Orochimaru attacked Sasuke, the Hokage and others would arrive on the scene. Uchiha Sora could not afford to speak carelessly. This is my exclusive ninja tool. It can be understood as the unique power I gained upon awakening my Sharingan. Without my chakra, others cannot use it. Otherwise, I would have equipped my little brother with a set as well. Uchiha Sora spoke with an unflinching demeanor, fabricating a lie on the spot. Yet, this deception was one that others could not easily unravel. The truth was that the Uchiha clan Sharingan, once activated, had a high probability of granting a unique ability that it was merely a matter of degree to Itachi's was Amaterasu, while Shursue's was Kotoeme Tsukumi. This was a fact, and even if challenged, no evidence could be produced. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kakashi and the others resigned themselves. It made sense. If such impressive equipment could be mass-produced, who would bother training in ninjutsu? Kakashi said with a hint of disappointment. Let us go. We will inform the Umbu to handle the aftermath. It has been confirmed that this was Orochimaru's for Uchiha Sora. I have classified his importance as A rank, on par with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I have a feeling that this boy will surprise us in the future. Anko's eyes widened in astonishment. You actually compliment people? How rare. It seems this Uchiha Sora is truly remarkable. Thus, the storm truly came to an end. However, unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Sora's name had quietly begun to resonate throughout the village. Rock Lee shook his head in disappointment. As expected, the most reliable still lies in my taijutsu. All right, let us continue the exam. We must keep track of time, or we may miss our chance. Uchiha Kage nodded on the spot, and soon the three of them parted ways, quickly locating the corresponding scrolls of heaven and earth amidst the ruins. After collecting them, The trio made their way towards the distant red tower at By this time. Several small teams had already completed their searches and were waiting in the tower. Upon their arrival, Uchiha Kage immediately spotted numerous familiar faces, including Gaara and his team from Sunagakure, as well as the Oil Woman's team from Kanagakure. Notably, Hinata, who was originally meant to be part of the Oil Woman's team, had been replaced after a betrayal, leaving them with Waihai Shino, Akamaru, and a female medical ninja. When Shino noticed Uchiha Kage and his companions, he expressed his surprise, saying, "You all cleared it too? I didn't expect that. It must be thanks to Rock Lee's advantage." Right? Not only him, but several other ninjas from Kanagakure were also curious. After all, Uchiha Kage's reputation was immense, the friend of the women of Kanagakure. He even managed to pass the Chunin exam, which is simply absurd. Rock Lee snorted dismissively, exclaiming, "Humph. A bunch of ignorant fools. Soon you'll understand the prowess of my dear friend." Uchiha Kage, however, chose to disregard their conversation, his gaze fixated on Gaara nearby. Chapter 17. System Rewards. Mission System. Uchiha Kage was aware that, according to the original story, the pinnacle of power during the early days of the Hokage was none other than Gaara. He had defeated Rock Lee, robbing the latter of his opportunity to participate in the true Chunin promotion. Currently, there were two ways to protect his teammate. One was to stall for time, ensuring that the two would not draw each other's names, or to directly assign Gaara to someone else. However, the odds of this were slim. In the original story, there was no time given during the drawing, so it was likely entirely random that if no external interference occurred, mere delays might still lead to a draw in the end. Alternatively, if they did draw each other, he could take Lee's place in the match. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kage understood that prior to the emergence of the Gatling, facing a beast with a tailed beast was something he might not be able to overcome. After much contemplation, Uchiha Kage decided to forego Lee. Instead, he would bring his younger brother into the team for mutual support. While he was lost in thought, Sasuke and Naruto's team arrived. Upon seeing Uchiha Kage, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward, admiration etched on his face. "Big brother, you're so impressive. Why didn't you tell me about such amazing techniques before?" Uchiha Kage smiled and recounted the excuse he had prepared. "It seems this skill was unlocked on site, perhaps a response to the Sharingan during a crisis. I didn't have this ability before." Being a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke understood that such abilities couldn't simply be sought after, and his expression turned envious. As for Naruto, his gaze towards Uchiha Kage was filled with an indescribable oddity, and he eagerly approached, excitement radiating from him. "Uchiha Kage, you're incredible. You seem way stronger than this guy Sasuke." "I'm alright," Uchiha Kage replied with an awkward smile down on the other side. Haruno Sakura also stepped forward, her face glowing with admiration. "Yes, both of you brothers are outstanding, especially you. You seem even more reliable than Sasuke." Before Uchiha Kage could respond, the Inoshikacho trio arrived. Upon seeing Uchiha Kage, Shikamaru immediately displayed a wary expression. Noticing Uchiha Kage's gaze, he hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement. Shikamaru was astute. After this battle, he could tell that Uchiha Kage would not remain an ordinary ninja. It was crucial to establish good relations at this moment. Who knew when it might prove advantageous in the future? Meanwhile, Choji looked rather unfortunate. Upon seeing Uchiha Kage, he shuddered, clearly still shaken from earlier encounters. Only Ino, unable to contain her excitement, approached Uchiha Kage eagerly. "Uchiha Kage, can you tell me how you created that thing? Can you give me one? I promise to take good care of it." In an instant, Uchiha Kage found himself encircled. This moment, Hinata could no longer sit idle. She felt her position was precarious. Thus, she also approached, grabbing Uchiha Kage's arm. "Uchiha Kage, let us go quickly. We need a rest while we can. There's a fight coming up." Observing this, Uchiha Kage understood that little Hinata was feeling jealous. Moreover, he detected a subtle hostility emanating not from any one individual, but rather from a group of male ninjas from Kanagakure. Those were envious glances. Uchiha Kage internally protested his innocence, exclaiming, "I did not seek to entice them. It is simply my magnetic charm." Such were Uchiha Kage's thoughts, tinged with a sense of vanity. Just then, the proctor, Akamichi, approached accompanied by Asuma, Kakashi, and Irika among others. Kakashi surveyed the crowd and spoke slowly. The exam is nearing its conclusion. The number of participants is almost complete. Those who have not yet arrived likely have little hope. Why don't we have a match first? 2 teams would draw lots. Whoever was drawn would take the stage. There might even be cases where the same team battled multiple times, but that was merely luck. All right, let us begin the draw. With a command, everyone present stepped forward to draw lots. Uchiha Kage, as a representative, casually fiddled with the draw. After pulling a number, he glanced at it and saw it was 3. That this meant he would be the 3rd to take the stage. Fortunately, after glancing at Gaara, he noticed that the latter held the number 7, which had no connection to him. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, it seemed only one person was required to participate, and the opponent was. Uchiha Kage scanned the surroundings and found the opposing team to be weak. Merely a group of extras. Encountering Rock Lee would offer them little chance of victory. After some contemplation, he decided it was best not to reveal too much. Thus, Uchiha Kage smiled and said, "My dear friend, you should take the stage this time. I have yet to see your skills in action." Rock Lee was already itching for a fight and responded with enthusiasm. "Leave it to me." In fact, within the early days of the ninja world, Rock Lee's strength was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Especially with the emergence of the primary lotus, he could even breach Gaara's defenses. That was the level of a tailed beast. Therefore, as long as he wasn't up against Gaara, little Lee was practically guaranteed victory. As time passed, the 3rd participant soon took the stage. Just as anticipated, Rock Lee achieved victory with ease against his opponent, a nameless ninja who was left in complete admiration. Thus, Uchiha Kage's group secured their qualification for the match. After being awarded temporary forehead protectors, they were free to leave this moment. Uchiha Kage's gaze flickered as he began to analyze the situation before him. According to the original story, this exam served as a test, akin to a preliminary selection, designed to filter out a significant number of ordinary individuals, leaving only those who could partake in the actual examination. The exam itself would consist of arena battles, and soon Orochimaru would make his move. Considering the time it was nearing, he had to grow stronger before that. Uchiha Kage felt a strong sense of crisis. He understood that this was merely a small trial, not to mention that Orochimaru was merely a clone and hadn't exerted his full power. Moreover, there would still be formidable opponents from Sunagakure. It was entirely possible that Gaara would face him in battle. Therefore, swiftly increasing his strength was Uchiha Kage's primary task at the moment. While he pondered, the competition gradually approached its conclusion. Naruto and Sasuke's team also successfully completed their examination. Thus, in this round of testing, Uchiha Kage's side managed to pass entirely, leading to a jubilant atmosphere on the way. Both Sasuke and Hinata appeared somewhat excited. "Big brother, we passed this time. What are your plans? I heard Naruto is going out to train. Also, before he left, Kakashi-sensei asked me to tell you that we can follow him for learning." Uchiha Kage blinked and thought for a moment. In the original story, after the test concluded, Naruto and Sasuke indeed went off to train at AT that time. Naruto learned the Rasengan, while Sasuke followed Kakashi to learn the Chidori. Chapter 18. The Confounded Brother-in-Law, especially for Sasuke, who had arrived late, almost being deemed to have forfeited AT that time. Sasuke's opponent was Gaara, but that match never occurred. Subsequently, Orochimaru attacked the village. Uchiha Kage's gaze became profound as he contemplated for a moment before replying. "I want to be going. With half a month left, you should learn quite a bit from Kakashi-sensei. I need not worry about anything on my end. I must delve into researching the capabilities of the Sharingan." What Uchiha Sora has not mentioned is that his mission is complete, and he is eager to return home to claim his reward. Beside him, Hinata hesitated for a moment, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Before summoning her courage to approach, "Sora, over the past half-month, I might also need to train, and I'm determined to surpass Niji. Rest assured, I'll catch up to you." Hinata's face radiated determination. It was evident that she did not wish to lag too far behind Uchiha Sora, fearing to be left in his wake. "Fear not. I have faith in you. You undoubtedly possess this talent." Uchiha Sora reassured her with a smile, instinctively ruffling Hinata's hair. The scene between the two was met with approving glances from those around them, particularly from Sasuke, who felt a surge of emotion. Brother, after years of running a massage parlor, is he finally awakening to his potential? Lee Rock chuckled, nudging Sasuke with his elbow. I wonder, when can we attend your brother's wedding feast? Sasuke scoffed, what's the rush? But it should be soon. I trust my brother's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed even deeper. As for Uchiha Sora, he contemplated the situation. Should he intervene in Hinata's battle against Neji? It is, after all, a crucial part of the original narrative where the characters undergo their growth. Intervening might hinder Hinata's development. Naturally, given Hinata's character, she would inevitably grow stronger in due course, though the timing of that transformation remained uncertain. Thus, Uchiha Sora resolved to refrain from meddling in the original storyline, unless absolutely necessary. For the moment, this was merely a competition, and Neji would not dare to use lethal force. Furthermore, he could not step in a fight on Hinata's behalf. After all, Neji was destined to be his future brother-in-law. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Sora relinquished his intention to interfere. Ultimately, he might merely provide Hinata with a weapon to safeguard her life at a critical juncture. Lost in thought, Uchiha Sora noticed Lee Rock gazing at him with an odd expression. This individual is indeed a troublesome one. In the original story, he never passed the exam. At this moment, he should still be recuperating in the hospital. But now, having passed the exam, how might this alter the trajectory of the plot? It is likely he would train alongside Might Guy for a period for whom he may draw later on. That is left to fate, but one thing is certain. Little Lee's impact on the plot should be minimal. After all, lacking chakra and relying solely on physical techniques, Little Lee's prospects appear rather dim. Should he serve as an aide, however, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Thus, Uchiha Sora patted Lee Rock's shoulder with a sympathetic expression. Little Lee, burn brightly. You have half a month left, and there are many whom you must surpass. Upon hearing these words, Lee Rock ignited with fervor. Rest assured, my friend, I have made up my mind. Once I return, I will do 1,000 sit-ups and 1,000 push-ups. Uchiha Sora winced at the thought and quickly interjected. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. Now hurry along. Today, as battle has been exhausting. As he spoke, Uchiha Sora glanced at the group. This test was merely an appetizer. Whether they advance further will depend on the next half-month. And he hoped they would all succeed. The others nodded in agreement, and thus they parted ways. Uchiha Sora and Sasuke returned to their clan's residence. Upon arriving home and ensuring Sasuke was settled, Uchiha Sora activated the system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consecutively completing tasks. The Chunin exam is complete, and you have obtained the blueprints for the Gatling gun. Furthermore, the host has unlocked the small task feature, which can be viewed on the system interface. Additionally, as a reward for completing 2 tasks in succession, the host receives a chakra enhancement, and a Sharingan is also slightly improved. Small tasks? Could it possibly be akin to daily quests in a game? Uchiha Sora blinked, as his primary focus lay on daily tasks. As a time traveler, he understood the value of daily quests. Typically, they present manageable challenges, often consisting of tasks well within one's capability. Yet, upon completion, the rewards are frequently substantial. In many pay-to-win games, valuable items often emerge from daily tasks, designed to maintain player retention. Now, with 15 days remaining, if he could complete the tasks daily, he might reap considerable rewards. Thus, Uchiha Sora briefly examined the tasks, discovering they were indeed simple, either practicing shooting or loading ammunition. The rewards predominantly included gold coins and bullets, with occasional random ninjutsu. All in all, quite satisfactory. Of course, these were secondary. The current tasks also provided Uchiha Sora with experience, significantly boosting his combat prowess for the Sharingan. There is no need for elaboration. Currently, Uchiha Sora possesses the 3-tomo state, which in the past would have made him a prodigy within the Uchiha clan. While the later stages would see the Rinnegan proliferating, those without it could scarcely claim the right to speak. Yet, in the early stages, the 3-tomo were indeed formidable, capable of slowing down opponents' movements and copying their jutsu. Kakashi is referred to as the copy ninja, largely due to his 3-tomo Sharingan. Hence, Uchiha Sora's eyes are at least comparable to Kakashi's at present. As for chakra capacity, it serves as a critical measure of a ninja's strength. Previously, Uchiha Sora had little understanding of this concept. Now, having grown stronger and referencing the original narrative alongside the innate capacity within himself, he could deduce a rough estimate T present. A Chunin's chakra level typically ranges between 100 to 120. Ordinary ninjutsu consumes around 2 to 3 units, while advanced techniques may require 10 or even more. For Chunin, chakra levels should hover around 500. Experts akin to those in the Naruto series likely possess levels nearing the thousands. As for the monstrous Hashirama Senju, his chakra could be quantified in the billions. Based on this foundation, Uchiha Sora's chakra is indeed exceptional. Although he ranks as a Chunin, his chakra currently stands at approximately 1,500. Furthermore, his chakra is of the mutated black powder attribute, making it significantly more potent than ordinary chakra, potentially likening it to 3,000. This implies that, based solely on chakra quantity, Sora is already quite formidable. Chapter 19. Assembling the Gatling Gun, the frustrating system. Capable of standing alongside Kakashi and Asuma, he merely lacks the means. Thus, Uchiha Sora eagerly opened the Gatling gun blueprint. The system interface promptly materialized, revealing a new recipe in the synthesis section. Gatling gun, manual or automatic, multi-barrel linked machine gun. Recipe as follows: steel or pure copper barrel, 06. Industrial springs, 06. Copper magazine, ammunition belt, 01. Activation device, 03. Portable ammunition box, 01. Specific caliber bullets, several. System kindly reminds you, ammunition is crucial. Purchasing from shop requires 300 gold coins for 10 rounds. If the host finds it expensive, crafting it independently is an option. The earlier components seemed reasonable, but upon reaching the end, Uchiha Sora's eyelids twitched. What kind of absurd system is this? Are these bullets made of gold? Is the primer crafted from gold particles? 300 gold coins for 10 rounds? Why not just rob a bank? This is not a sniper rifle. This is a Gatling gun, one of the most expensive weapons known. At a rapid fire of 3,600 rounds is exhilarating. But it turns the supply line into a crematorium. And now, you tell me this contraption requires 300 gold coins for 10 rounds. How many gold coins do I possess in total? Even if I were to sell myself, I would only exchange for a few hundred rounds. Forget about firing for a minute. The barrel would scarcely have warmed up before the ammunition is depleted. This ridiculous system offers no help for the aftermath. Uchiha Sora nearly erupted in expletives, but quickly regained his composure, that he understood that complaining was futile. The pressing task at hand was to discover a means of acquiring bullets. However, first, he needed to construct the weapon itself. Fortunately, aside from the ammunition, Uchiha Sora found the other components to be quite reasonable. While he might struggle to create them himself, they were available in the shop. For instance, the springs are simple in composition, yet crafting one by hand remains a daunting challenge. Conversely, in the shop, this item costs only a few hundred gold coins. The shop is indeed a marvelous resource. Let me see what else I can purchase. Uchiha Kong swiftly accessed the shop, and soon enough, he laid eyes upon the materials he sought. First and foremost, the gun barrel, the very soul of a firearm. Intrinsically linked to its durability and sustained performance. Presently, the shop featured a classification of quality, with the lowest tier shockingly being an aluminum alloy barrel, valued at a mere 10 gold coins. However, even at such a paltry price, Uchiha Kong would sooner die than purchase it. Although aluminum alloy is lightweight, it is only suitable for construction or areas not directly in contact with ammunition. Indeed, this material is exceedingly fragile and intolerant of high temperatures. Firing just a few rounds would render the barrel bent. That it is no wonder it is so cheap. Continuing a search, Uchiha Kong discovered higher-grade barrels, categorized into 5 levels. Besides aluminum alloy, there was steel, pure copper, and special alloys, with the final option being utterly outrageous: a Susanoo material. This was beyond comprehension. However, the price was equally staggering, a whopping 500,000 gold coins, an amount one could not amass even by selling oneself. The only feasible option for Uchiha Kong was the pure copper model, priced at 7,000 gold coins for 6 units. A cursory glance revealed that he still possessed over 20,000 gold coins, making this purchase comfortably within reach. Thus, Uchiha Kong clicked to buy. He proceeded to locate the remaining components: acquiring materials of middling quality that ensured lethal efficacy, akin to a traditional Gatling gun at this juncture. Uchiha Kong turned his attention to ammunition. There were 3 avenues available, the first being daily quests, which offered 5 random tasks each day, yielding a fixed reward of 12 bullets upon completion, totaling 60 bullets daily. The second option was self-synthesis. Individual bullets were costly at 300 coins each, but purchasing bullet casings was feasible at 10 coins for 300 rounds. With chakra-infused gunpowder, he estimated that, with diligent effort, he could fabricate tens of thousands of rounds in a single day. However, his gold reserves were dwindling, prompting a need to devise ways to earn more. The third method left Uchiha Kong somewhat hesitant, as it involved venturing out to hunt monsters for experience points. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, there were no actual monsters to slay. Instead, this hunting referred to the new feature unlocked by the system, drop functionality. Engaging in activities such as chopping wood, fishing, or mining could trigger additional reward for daily tasks. In essence, the system encouraged him to venture forth and level up. Contemplating the bustling village, where everyone was busy, Uchiha Kong decided that remaining at home would raise suspicions. Thus, he resolved to accept the task over the next few days, gathering resources while using chakra to create bullets, all the while amassing more gold coins. With determination, Uchiha Kong made his way to the Mission Distribution Center in Konoha Village. Tasks were categorized into levels A, B, C, and D, determined by ninja strength. Although Uchiha Kong had received a forehead protector, he was still only a half-fledged Chunin, as he had yet to graduate properly. Nevertheless, even as a half-Chunin, he could undertake numerous worthwhile missions. Scanning the available tasks, he immediately spotted several options. One such task involved hunting bandits. A small village affiliated with Konoha was under siege, and completing the mission would earn him 300 merit points. Uchiha Kong noted that this task suited him perfectly. He could engage in combat without significant risk, given that ordinary folk were no match for a ninja. Moreover, it was available to genin. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kong accepted the task, choosing to go alone without companions, and departed the village. Meanwhile, not long after Uchiha Kong's departure, Kakashi emerged from the nearby forest. His gaze was penetrating as he ignited a talisman, uttering, "Lord Hokage, it seems Uchiha Kong is about to leave. Should we intervene?" In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his eyelids at the sudden appearance of a white paper that ignited, revealing Kakashi's voice. "No need to concern ourselves. It's merely a minor task near the village. Orochimaru has already been repelled, and there is little to worry about for the time being. The youth cannot forever grow under our protection. They require their own space." Kakashi nodded, and understanding it appeared that Uchiha Kong had caught the attention of the village's higher-ups in recent days, not solely due to his peculiar weaponry, but also because he belonged to the Uchiha clan and had awakened his Sharingan. He had thus become a target of protection for the village. Kakashi had been keeping a watchful distance, providing remote protection. Now that Uchiha Kong was out on a mission, he refrained from following. Though a sense of unease lingered, the lad was acutely aware that he could learn from him, and that Kakashi was likely to impart the Chidori technique, yet he chose not to approach. Kakashi found Uchiha Kong difficult to read. After a moment, he shook his head and drew out his beloved book, Ica Paradise. Thus, all participants in the exam within the village made the most of the past half-month, either training outdoors or receiving guidance from elders at home. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha Village, in a small village under its jurisdiction, life was modest, relying on the cultivation of wheat for sustenance. This area could be described as impoverished, yet recently it had been plagued by bandits, severely disrupting the peace. This moment, Uchiha Kong languidly perched on a stone at the village's entrance, having purchased a bright yellow bullet casing from the shop, and began to fill it with chakra. Subsequently, he raised his hand, summoning a brand new orange Gatling gun, which he aimed at a brown bear lurking in the distant woods, promptly pulling the trigger. In an instant, a cacophony of thunderous blasts echoed, the concentrated fire resembling a deluge of bullets, piercing the bear on the spot. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a beast. You have received 120 bullets and 200 gold coins." Uchiha Kong smiled faintly as he stored the additional 120 bullets into his space. This series of actions had become routine for him over the past few days, having eliminated all the bandits. He had amassed over 1,000 bullets through these tasks. The reason he lingered was due to the abundance of wild beasts in the vicinity. Each kill equated to a lower-ranked ninja in terms of reward. Uchiha Kong planned to remain for a few more days, during which he had produced over 12,000 bullets through chakra manipulation. Combined with the previous 2,000 rounds, he was now capable of maintaining fire for several minutes. However, he was acutely aware that his adversary was Orochimaru, and such firepower alone would not suffice. Thus, as the sun reached its zenith, Uchiha Kong turned back towards the small village he sought out Old Wong, the village's medic who frequently ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. Old Wong, do you still have that yellow stone? If so, I would like to exchange for more, having assisted the villagers in dealing with the bandits. Uchiha Kong had grown quite familiar with the locals. Old Wong was known far and wide in the village for his trade, balancing his firewood collection with selling goods. Not long ago, Uchiha Kong had procured a substantial quantity of sulfuric acid and saltpeter from him, and he now sought to acquire more to gather the necessary materials for crafting grenades. Indeed, you mentioned needing that yellow mineral, and last night I secured several dozen pounds from a colleague. Allow me to gift them to you. Uchiha Kong quickly shook his head. That won't do. I must compensate you. Here, take these points. You can exchange them for various valuable items in the village. Alas, Wang Longzhong outright declined. It simply wouldn't do. Previously, our young brother had saved our entire village, and it was only right that we offered him our gratitude in return. In recent days, our young brother has also assisted us in clearing numerous mountain spirits and wild beasts nearby, even vanquishing that vile brown bear, thus alleviating many of our troubles. That a few mere stones in exchange are hardly worth anything. Unable to withstand the insistence, Uchiha Kong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he acquired over 20 pounds of potassium sulfate, along with a plethora of similar materials. At this moment, Uchiha Kong made his way to a small cave outside the village. He intended to craft some weapons on the spot. Against Orochimaru, mere weaponry would undoubtedly be insufficient. Currently, I possess over 10,000 rounds for my Gatling gun. Yet that is still not enough. While rocket launcher ninjutsu is viable, Orochimaru has already suffered once and will surely be on guard this time. Thus I ought to create several grenades instead. Additionally, I should consider crafting some armor. What would be suitable? As Uchiha Kong pondered, his hands were unceasing, and soon he had fashioned several grenades. All of these grenades were of the shrapnel variety. The shells were procured from the system shop, bought with a handful of coins. Some were filled with gunpowder by Uchiha Kong, while others were infused with chakra. In any case, their potency was formidable, just as Uchiha Kong was deep in thought. A spark of inspiration struck him. Why not create a small tank by hand? After all, while my offensive capabilities have been bolstered, my defensive strength remains lacking. However, constructing a tank evidently requires a higher technological level, and I cannot accomplish that in a short time. That I should visit the store to see if there are any advantageous ninjutsu available. Uchiha Kong slapped his thigh, nearly forgetting the ninjutsu available in the marketplace. There exist numerous ninjutsu within the shop, although many of them are mere disguises. Yet there are also high-grade techniques, such as the human rocket launcher. Previously, my technological level was insufficient, limiting my purchasing options. Now that my capabilities have been enhanced, I should be able to acquire something worthwhile. Thus, Uchiha Kong first completed the crafting of his ammunition and subsequently manufactured over 300 grenades before accessing the marketplace. That he quickly located the ninjutsu interface. Upon viewing it, he was immediately captivated by an impressive technique. Nuclear punch. As the name suggests, it allows one to generate nuclear energy through bare hands, transforming chakra into nuclear power and delivering an earth-shattering punch. Moreover, it is surprisingly inexpensive, requiring only about 30 coins. Uchiha Kong's mouth fell agape. Could it be that he was now able to access nuclear energy? However, as he continued to read, his expression soured. The nuclear punch has a lethal range of 3 kilometers, but its effective striking distance is merely 2 meters. Uchiha Kong was left speechless. This is undeniably a situation of mutual destruction. The range is not even extensive. Nevertheless, he deemed it essential to learn this technique. Setting aside other considerations, once mastered, he could wield control over nuclear energy to forge his very own nuclear bomb. What boy wouldn't want to create their own nuclear device? Uchiha Kage was instantly exhilarated. Chapter 21. Within the range lies the truth. While he lamented, mastering nuclear energy would undoubtedly serve as a powerful trump card in critical moments. Even if it cannot save his life, a last-ditch effort could inflict significant suffering upon Orochimaru. Uchiha Kage was confident that, with proper execution, even nuclear energy could be effectively utilized. Thus, without hesitation, he clicked to purchase. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful acquisition of Nuclear Punch. The system kindly reminds you, ninjutsu may be lifeless, but the wielder is alive. With proper application, the results are bound to be unimaginable. As the notification concluded, Uchiha Kage felt a surge of new knowledge filling his mind, encompassing all aspects of the nuclear punch. Even his muscles seemed to form a memory. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and a radiant blue light burst forth from his palm. The glow was warm and devoid of heat, illuminating Uchiha Kage's entire form in a cerulean hue, creating an atmosphere of surreal nuclear harmony. Simultaneously, he sensed that a third of his chakra had been drained, rendering him nearly exhausted. Breathing heavily, Uchiha Kage was astonished to discover that nuclear energy could manifest in the world of ninjas. Though he pondered how this fragment of nuclear power compared to the tailed beast balls in terms of potency, he inhaled sharply, wary of inadvertently triggering a nuclear explosion that, if his theories were correct and he could control it adeptly, he would indeed possess a formidable trump card. His eyes glimmered with determination as he casually retrieved a bullet. Indeed, Uchiha Kage intended to encapsulate the nuclear energy within the bullet, rather than a grenade. He understood that no matter how strong he was, it would be impossible to throw a grenade 3 kilometers away. The explosion's range would encompass the throwing distance, leading to his own demise. In contrast, bullets travel faster and farther, exemplifying the adage that within the range lies the truth. With utmost caution, Uchiha Kage infused a spark of ignition into the bullet using chakra, ensuring it would detonate properly. He then bored a small hole at the bullet's tip, carefully inserting the delicate blue nuclear energy. Throughout the entire process, he dared not exhale, fearing that a momentary lapse could result in him becoming the first ninja in history to be killed by a nuclear explosion. Who knows, perhaps future generations could even extract a sliver of nuclear energy from his remains. Shaking his head, Uchiha Kage continued his meticulous work, soon finding beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, after a careful effort lasting the duration of a stick of incense, he held in his palm a bullet emanating a blue glow. Success! By the heavens, I have finally succeeded. While it contains only a trace of nuclear energy, it should still possess an explosive power comparable to several hundred tons of TNT when fully detonated. Uchiha Kage exclaimed, hastily storing it in his inventory. He was well aware that this item emitted radiation and should not be carried on his person. With his trump card secured, Uchiha Kage felt emboldened as he made his way back to the village, mentally calculating his current combat strength. First and foremost, the Gatling gun would serve as his primary weapon. Boasting over 15,000 rounds. By his calculations, if he maintained a continuous barrage, he could sustain fire for about a stick of incense. Under normal circumstances, he should be capable of eliminating a cadre of Chunin. Secondly, he had several grenades, useful for close-quarters combat. Coupled with the Sharingan and his current chakra and taijutsu levels, he should be able to unleash considerable combat prowess. Uchiha Kage smiled confidently, feeling assured about the impending confrontation. He understood that his combat effectiveness was not solely grounded in science. The Sharingan, the explosive chakra provided by the system, and his nearly Chunin-level chakra reserves, along with the top-tier taijutsu he had honed during his leisure, all contributed to his martial capabilities. In critical moments, it is the combination of scientific weaponry that allows him to harness his full potential. This is what it means to cultivate a well-rounded development in both intellect and physicality. Meanwhile, beyond the borders of Kage, in a remote jungle path, an exceedingly disheveled figure emerged from the underbrush, reeking of charred flesh, his entire body akin to someone freshly plunged into a vat of boiling oil. With not a single unscathed spot to this moment, he stumbled forward. With each step, flakes of skin fell to the ground, and after a few more steps, he finally collapsed in exhaustion. Yet moments later, A grin split his lips, and a brand new body emerged from within him, accompanied by a copious amount of viscous slime as he struggled to stand. His expression one of lingering dread. It was none other than Orochimaru. Damn it! Are the kids from Konohagakure this strong? Could it be that the Uchiha clan is indeed a collection of freaks? At this moment, Orochimaru was still reeling, caught in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he had infiltrated Konohagakure with the sole purpose of acquiring the Uchiha clan's bloodline to cultivate his own vessel. What was wrong with that? But who could have anticipated that Uchiha Kage would be so utterly formidable, wielding some unknown contraption that could consistently overpower him in battle? To make matters worse, he had never encountered such a device before, leaving him utterly unprepared for the ambush that resulted in his half-disabling explosion. As his frustration grew, Orochimaru yearned to capture Uchiha Kage to conduct further research. What in the world was that? Some form of ninja tool? Or perhaps a characteristic awakened by the boy's Sharingan? He sensed that during their confrontation, he must have utilized chakra. However, that mere trace of chakra could not possibly produce such a terrifying explosion. What was it? Orochimaru's eyes burned with rage, yet simultaneously, a greater greed stirred within him. He felt that Uchiha Kage might be even more enticing than Sasuke. This boy, so endowed with talent, would surely be a more advantageous vessel than Sasuke. Perhaps I could even gain that power for myself. However, I cannot accomplish this alone. I must promptly inform the organization and urge them to expedite the plan. After a brief moment, outside the sand-hidden village, amidst swirling yellow sands, two enigmatic figures clad in black robes adorned with crimson clouds and wide-brimmed hats stood with icy gazes. One of them was Orochimaru. Deidara, are you certain that the sand-hidden village has reached an agreement with you? Deidara scoffed, clearly skeptical. Of course. The sand-hidden village is not entirely united. They have their traitors as well. We have come to an understanding. But tell me, that Uchiha boy, is he truly as remarkable as they say? Can he really make you explode out of thin air? Orochimaru bitterly nodded. Indeed, even now I cannot comprehend the principles behind it. It must be a ninjutsu akin to the Sharingan. However, before Orochimaru could finish his thought, Deidara's face lit up with excitement as he seized Orochimaru's hand. Yes, it's true. Creating art out of nothing. How marvelous. You must introduce me to him. No. I insist on joining you for this mission. I want to capture him alive. He is a talent possessing artistic flair, just like me. Yet before he could conclude, a cold voice emanated from behind them. Chapter 22. Do you dare touch him? Humph. Orochimaru, you withdrew from the organization years ago. What brings you back now? Orochimaru shuddered at the sound. The two instinctively turned to see another figure dressed similarly. This person had raven hair and crimson eyes that resembled two blood moons suspended in the sky. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki. Itachi, what brings you here? Orochimaru involuntarily took a few steps back, feeling a twinge of fear and guilt, for he had indeed contemplated harming Itachi's younger brother. Deidara, standing nearby, widened his eyes, equally intimidated. They were not foolish. This man, who had obliterated the Uchiha clan in a single night, was not to be trifled with. Within the organization, he ranked as a formidable force. I ask again, were you plotting against our Uchiha clan? Itachi's tone was frigid as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru hastily shook his head. No. We were merely discussing strategies to deal with Konoha, and besides, Uchiha Kage is not of your bloodline, is he? Orochimaru felt a pang of guilt. Years ago, he had left the Akatsuki due to his reckless ambition to study the Sharingan, which had drawn the ire of Uchiha Itachi. Subsequently, for various reasons, Orochimaru had severed ties with the organization, retreating to the wilderness to pursue his scientific endeavors. His return was prompted by his inability to confront Konoha alone. Itachi continued to stare intently at Orochimaru, remaining silent, yet his chakra began to emanate ominously. Sensing an impending clash, Deidara swiftly intervened to ease the tension. Wait. We are all on the same side. Besides, the leader assigned us the task of assisting Orochimaru in the assault on Konoha. When the time comes, if Orochimaru dares to make a move against Sasuke, you can eliminate him on the spot. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. What do you mean by eliminating me on the spot? Do you really think I'm so easily dispatched? Meanwhile, Itachi's voice coldly interjected. With me here, do you dare to harm him? After that, Itachi fell silent, yet his threatening words loomed over Orochimaru like a sharp blade, igniting unease within him. All right. Let us proceed and rendezvous with the sand-hidden village. They have deployed formidable weapons and even brought the tailed beasts. Deidara chuckled heartily, concerned for the team. Orochimaru snorted disdainfully. And the trio ceased their banter, boarding the white clay bird molded by Deidara, swiftly arriving at the gates of the sand-hidden village. There, a burly bald man awaited their arrival. You're here. Let us go. According to the schedule, the plan is about to unfold. In the early morning, gentle sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha. In the village's bustling commercial center, an unusual shop stood out, an electromagnetic therapy massage parlor, which now appeared to be changing its sign, resembling a closure. Passers-by observed with satisfaction, some wishing for its swift demise. Look at that despicable massage parlor. They extended their filthy hands towards the women of Konoha. And today they've finally gone under. Serves them right? Wait, it seems this shop has changed its name to Uchiha General Store. My goodness, this is owned by the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, onlookers halted agawk. Inside the store, Uchiha Kong busied himself with renovations. After all, it was Uchiha property. Before his transmigration, this was a prime location in the city center. Even if it were to close, it should be utilized, right? Uchiha Kong wielded a hammer, forcefully affixing the new sign that boldly proclaimed Uchiha General Store. Uchiha Kong was determined to establish a general store here at this moment. Hinata and Rock Lee were assisting him. My friend, your massage parlor was doing well. Why the sudden closure? Rock Lee questioned, puzzled. To him, Uchiha Kong's shop seemed prosperous, generating substantial income from its services annually. Why would it be dismantled now? Hinata, meanwhile, did not pry further, focusing on organizing items, yet her mind wandered. What is Uchiha Kong up to? Has he decided to settle down and run a small shop? And then I would be the proprietress. Uchiha Kong as the owner. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Kong, who was speaking nonchalantly, he replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just felt that the previous business wasn't thriving and wasn't beneficial to us, that the general store is different. As we progress, we can purchase tools like kunai from here. Rock Lee's eyes lit up with understanding, followed by admiration. Truly worthy of my friend. This is what we call timely transformation. Uchiha Kong chuckled. What he didn't say was that the decision to open a general store stemmed from the necessity for various materials in his future endeavors, which extended beyond mere charcoal. To develop science, one must start from the fundamentals. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, if he didn't train and instead flaunted his procurement of supplies daily, he would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Yet, a general store could circumvent this. Regardless of how peculiar the items might be, they would be deemed normal necessities. At that moment, the three were engrossed in their tasks. While in an unseen corner, three Umbu ninjas whispered among themselves. This kid is up to something. The previous shop was great, and he could massage female ninjas every day. Another Umbu ninja scoffed, Shut up. Focus on the matter at hand. This kid opening a general store feels like a drunken man, not caring for the wine. Exactly. We must report this to the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, many were present, including Kakashi, Irika, and Kurenai, nearly all the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Among them was a prominent figure from the village to IT that moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly at Jiraiya. IT seems you have finally returned. This time, I entrust Naruto to you. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. What are you saying, teacher? It's a mere trifle, and besides, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving the Nine Tails in someone else's hands. Coincidentally, the Chunin exams are approaching. And before that, I can train Naruto and help him better control the Nine Tails. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, preparing to conclude the meeting when suddenly he received news from the Umbu. Instantly, his brow furrowed. Jiraiya noticed the Hokage's unease and inquired. What is wrong, teacher? Is there something troubling you? Sarutobi sighed with a wry smile. It's not exactly a worry. Rather, a remarkable individual has appeared in the village recently. Chapter 23. Ku. Is he strong? He asked an Uchiha kid. Jiraiya was taken aback. Uchiha, if memory serves, wasn't their clan exterminated overnight. I believe only 2 youngsters remain in the village. Yet considering the time, those 2 should still be mere genin, right? Could it be that they, like Naruto, dared to paint the Hokage rock? Asuma, standing nearby, chuckled, Stop daydreaming. It's not about causing trouble. Rather, this guy's extraordinarily talented put it simply, during the last Chunin exams, he single-handedly repelled Orochimaru. What? Jiraiya's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly bulging out. What is going on? A genin drove Orochimaru away. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. Prior to his return, he had indeed heard rumors that Orochimaru had visited the village. However, he had always believed that Orochimaru had been driven away by the Hokage and his allies. Yet now, you tell me that he was actually repelled by a mere Chunin. Is that even conceivable? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, clearly recognizing Jiraiya's incredulity. Of course, you might find it hard to believe, just as we did at first. But the reality is as follows. This kid, whether due to the Sharingan or some other trickery, managed to overpower Orochimaru. Naturally, I am aware that Orochimaru did not exert his full strength. After all, it was a surprise attack, and he couldn't afford to be too brazen. Nevertheless, it is still quite terrifying. Orochimaru, after all, is one of the legendary Sannin, renowned even in the last era. Jiraiya stood there, completely flabbergasted. Sensei, who is this kid? Can I meet him? Or perhaps I could take him along. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. You probably haven't encountered him yet. However, this kid is rather arrogant. He previously snubbed Kakashi's invitation. It seems he isn't particularly invested in training, especially with the upcoming exams. The Umbu reported that he was busy tinkering with some sort of shop. As he spoke, the Hokage couldn't help but laugh. They had truly never encountered such a peculiar individual. Jiraiya blinked in disbelief. Is it possible for Konoha to produce such a talent? No way. If given the chance, I must establish a connection with him. His excitement surged as he continued. Does this mean that our village has at least 2 guaranteed spots for the upcoming exam? Kakashi interjected, shaking his head. Not necessarily. Sasuke is a pure Uchiha, which is promising. But Uchiha Sora is different. His strength lies in unpredictability and unconventional tactics. Therefore, in a real battle, one-on-one, he may not necessarily prevail. Asuma chimed in with a serious tone. Indeed, from my observations, that kid's weapon seems to have a cool-down period. It resembles a shuriken, albeit a smaller version. While that is manageable, the explosive one should be relatively easy to defend against. Orochimaru was hit simply because he was caught off guard. Even the Hokage was not overly optimistic. Exactly, and in the tournament, one must make a move at least once. Once he does, his subsequent opponents will be on guard, and if he only has those few tricks, I believe most ninjas should be able to withstand them. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya scratched his head. So, you're suggesting that Uchiha Sora is essentially akin to a younger version of Orochimaru. The others looked perplexed. In what way? Jiraiya chuckled lightly. We all revere ninjutsu. While only Orochimaru indulged in such frivolous tinkering, believing in technology, the group fell silent. Kakashi stepped forward. Let us go. There are only a few days left until the exam that we need to prepare our respective apprentices first. Jiraiya was reluctant, but understood the importance of the task at hand. Thus, the group departed. Once they had left, the Hokage furrowed his brow, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he gazed out the window at the street not far away. At that moment, it was clear that the shop had been fully renovated. That kid, if he truly achieves greatness in the future, I hope he doesn't follow in Uchiha Itachi's footsteps. But then again, he probably won't, as he lacks the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan. Time passed slowly. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the others led their apprentices in a grueling training regimen for half a month. Though it seemed brief, under the guidance of esteemed mentors, everyone made remarkable progress. In Konoha, of the Nara clan, the Inoshikacho trio had just completed a training session and lay exhausted on the ground. I say, is all this hard work even worthwhile? If we face Sora, we just be knocked out immediately. Ino still felt disheartened after their last encounter and learning that the strange individual was. In fact, Orochimaru, she was quite apprehensive regarding Uchiha Sora. After all, a mere Chunin had repelled one of the legendary Sannin. How absurd is that? Choji felt his scalp tingle. Thank goodness we didn't provoke him too harshly. If we had pushed him, we might have faced a few of those explosions ourselves. I certainly can't withstand that kind of blast. Only Shikamaru frowned, gazing skyward, his eyes gradually lighting up. Eureka! Choji and Ino looked at him quizzically. What is it? Shikamaru grinned mysteriously to deal with Uchiha Sora. We should engage in close combat. Have you noticed? This guy seems only capable of ranged attacks. Upon hearing this, Choji's eyes sparkled. Wow. Now that you mention it. Whether it's that bizarre explosion or the strange weapon he wields, it all seems to be ranged. Ino's eyes also brightened. Really? But won't he anticipate that and develop countermeasures, like preventing us from getting close? Shikamaru nodded. Exactly. And that's the crux of the problem. He is an Uchiha. After all that we saw during the battle, that he truly awakened his eyes. Having the Sharingan makes close combat quite challenging. But no worries. At 7 steps away, his peculiar weapon is fast, and within 7 steps, our weapon should be quicker. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in shock. Understood. When the time comes, we'll close in on him and strike at his vital points. Choji clenched his fists, mimicking a fighting stance. Sasuke, take note. As the saying goes, at 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, it's both quick and precise. Uchiha Sora, proclaiming this, immediately fired several rounds, transforming the kunai in front of Sasuke into a sieve. Sasuke gasped for breath. Bro, this weapon you call a gun is incredible. With the slow-motion effect to the Sharingan, it seems you can hit precisely where you aim. Uchiha Sora chuckled, completing the ammunition loading for his AK-47. ISNT it? This is what they call American Iaido. Chapter 24. At 7 steps, the gun is both quick and precise. You still have much to learn, but don't worry. I'll get you one in the future. Sasuke's eyes gleamed. Really? Didn't you say only you can use this thing? Uchiha Sora smirked, exuding an air of mystery. Nonsense, I invented it. Who can use it is still up to me. Sasuke had an epiphany. His young mind profoundly impacted. All right, how did your lesson with Kakashi-sensei go today? Uchiha Sora grinned, brimming with anticipation. Sasuke perked up immediately, much like a schoolboy eager to impress his parents with his homework. He quickly raised his right hand, gathering chakra, causing arcs of lightning to appear, emitting a sound akin to a bird's call. The Chidori that Kakashi-sensei taught me, also known as Raikiri, Sasuke demonstrated before Uchiha Sora. In response, Uchiha Sora activated his Sharingan without hesitation, swiftly copying the technique. With the enhancement of the 3 Tomo, any ninjutsu appeared utterly transparent before Uchiha Sora, easily replicable. Before long, lightning began to coil around Uchiha Sora's right hand. Bro, what level is your eye at? Sasuke winced. He had intended to show off, but now his brother had directly learned from him. Uchiha Sora grinned with pride. 3 Tomo. However, Kakashi-sensei is quite good. This should be his signature move. Raikiri, right? Sasuke nodded excitedly. Yes. With this, I'm even more confident about the Chunin exams. I'm sure I can achieve 100% promotion. Uchiha Sora nodded, but inwardly chuckled wryly. Promotion? What a joke. By then, the entire exam might be over, and the Hokage might be taken out, and still promotion. However, I am quite pleased that Sasuke is becoming stronger. After all, he will be a significant asset in the future. Uchiha Sora understood that if he could prove himself and the system proved advantageous, that would suffice. But the future of the Hokage world was fraught with challenges. If he couldn't keep up, he would have to cling to Sasuke's coattails. Just then, the sound of bells rang out through the village. Sasuke's excitement grew. Bro, it's time. This morning is the Chunin exam. Uchiha Kage has come to realize that half a month has already elapsed. During this time, the village has convened a meeting to briefly elucidate the crucial aspects of the upcoming examination, which is solely based on an elimination system. Those who pass the test will engage in 2-on-2 battles, with the victors advancing to the next round, ultimately selecting a handful of ninjas to become Nin. However, Uchiha Kage understands that noting these rules is futile, for Orochimaru will inevitably appear. His mission is to eliminate Orochimaru. Let us proceed. The examination has commenced. You seek your companions, and I shall find my teammates. Thus, Uchiha Kage and Sasuke parted ways. Soon, Rock Lee eagerly located his friend. My dear friend, look at the throngs of people on this path. It is bound to be a mix of the talented and the untalented. I can hardly wait to see against whom I shall battle. Uchiha Kage smiled. And oh worries, your prowess is evident to all. Regardless of whom you draw, victory is practically assured. Rock Lee grinned widely and gave Uchiha Kage a thumbs up. Indeed, my friend is astute. This time, Teacher Guy has assured me that as long as I do not face Gaara, I shall emerge victorious. Uchiha Kage silently scoffed. While you may avoid him, I will certainly encounter him later. Of course, it is not absolute that if Naruto were to act reliably, according to the original storyline, he could indeed fend off Gaara. The key point is that Orochimaru is targeting me, and Sasuke has not been marked with the cursed seal. In this scenario, Orochimaru will undoubtedly remain relentless. Therefore, one must be prepared for a direct confrontation. Lost in thought, Hinata approached Uchiha Kage, jogging slightly. Without pausing to catch her breath, she exclaimed, "Kei, I have learned a new skill. I can now activate the Byakugan." Hinata was brimming with excitement. Much like Sasuke, viewing Uchiha Kage as a parental figure, Uchiha Kage's eyes widened. What is this? The Byakugan, according to the original narrative. She should not have been able to learn it why it was precisely this technique that led to her defeat against her cousin Neji. How has she suddenly mastered it? Could it be my influence that has spurred her to strive harder? For a moment, Uchiha Kage felt that despite his minimal impact, the plot had indeed shifted, heightening his sense of urgency. He realized that if he did not expedite his path to strength, deviations from the original storyline would lead to complications. Indeed, it appears that you all have made progress. Our chances in this examination are quite promising. Uchiha Kage concluded with a smile as the group made their way to the central square. The village of Konoha occupies a vast expanse. Being the strongest in the ninja world, IT is divided into residential areas and communal spaces. The grand square before them is typically reserved for events and competitions. Its size comparable to several football fields combined, not including the surrounding spectator stands. The square was already teeming with people. Participants and spectators alike formed long queues, undergoing identity verification to gain entry. Next, for those participating in the competition, please use the side entrance. Are you three from Konoha? Standing at the entrance was Irika, who recognized Uchiha Kage and his companions at a glance. It's me. Uchiha Kage waved. Irika, in essence, served as Uchiha Kage's homeroom teacher. It's you. Go ahead. The side entrance is to the left. I have faith that you will pass this time. Uchiha Kage nodded. Feeling a sense of camaraderie with the villagers, he quickly led his team into the square, where they beheld a fully occupied audience. Among them were the Hokage seated in the uppermost tier and representatives from the Sand Village. While others may have been oblivious, Uchiha Kage recognized the bald figure from the Sand Village as the source of impending danger. I could see that moment. He also scanned the crowd for signs of Orochimaru, who was adept at concealing himself. However, he was not overly concerned. Even if he could not locate him, Konoha Strong would undoubtedly stand in their defense when the time came. Uchiha Kage remained unperturbed. After all, when calamity strikes, there are always those of stature to shoulder the burden. Meanwhile, the trio found the waiting area for contestants. After a brief wait, the venue became increasingly crowded. Chapter 25, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. The arena quickly filled, creating a lively atmosphere. Betting is now open. This Chunin examination features many renowned ninjas. Spectators, place your bets on your favorites. A ninja specializing in this aspect from Konoha began hawking his wagers. Immediately, the audience erupted in animated discussions that I heard that Uchiha bloodlines are participating this time. I came specifically to see Uchiha Sasuke, but I wonder how he has fared. If you ask me, the highlight will likely be from the Hyuga clan. After all, the Uchiha are dwindling. It is said they have produced a pervert specializing in massages for women. Rather than focus on the Uchihas, we should observe the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, a renowned bloodline limit. Have you heard? The Jinchuriki will also be participating. I wonder who it is, but it would be splendid to witness it during the battles. The audience buzzed with excitement, and many present were not ninjas. A significant portion consisted of the elite from the Land of Fire. Their attendance was mostly for amusement. As it appeared that nearly everyone had gathered, the Hokage cleared his throat, capturing the attention of all present. Attention, all students and spectators are now assembled. The competition will commence shortly. The first match will be determined by a draw. Contestants, please prepare. The first match is Rock Lee versus Gaara. A thunderous uproar erupted throughout the venue. What? Rock Lee? The one with the bushy eyebrows? He is actually going to fight the genius from the Sand Village. Is he out his mind? Indeed, it is said that Gaara is exceptionally powerful. He is rumored to be the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. This should be quite the spectacle. Moreover, I heard that Rock Lee lacks chakra, making him one of the rare ninjas with such poor talent. If he manages to win, I will eat my hat while standing on my head. How come there are always those who enjoy tricking others for a free meal? The audience erupted in laughter. Below, within the stands, Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with determination. My dear friend, I never expected to be the first to compete. I am so thrilled. You all should enjoy the sight of Konoha's beast in action. With that, Rock Lee vigorously patted Uchiha Kage on the shoulder, flashing a toothy grin and giving a thumbs up. Uchiha Kage felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, in his mind. He thought, I certainly helped you avoid one battle, yet I could never have anticipated you crossing paths with Gaara. It seems that some battles are fated. This left Uchiha Kage feeling quite speechless. Beside him, Hinata tugged at his sleeve. I heard that Gaara is supposedly the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Will he really be all right? Uchiha Kage shook his head lightly. Not worry. The Hokage is watching over this event. Even if a tailed beast were to appear, the Hokage would be able to intervene at a critical moment. Hinata nodded, instinctively drawing closer to Uchiha Kage, causing his heart to race. He could feel a softness resting against his shoulder. Goodness, how young is she? Yet she has developed so well. No, this is not the time to be thinking about that. I must quickly locate Orochimaru in the crowd and distance myself. Uchiha Kage shook his head. Forcefully suppressing his thoughts, he began to analyze where Orochimaru might be hiding. In the original story, Orochimaru had disguised himself as the bald figure from the Sand Village, sitting next to the Hokage. However, this time seemed different, perhaps due to his own presence. Orochimaru was not there. After all, Uchiha Kage had deliberately observed for a while and could clearly tell that the individual was not Orochimaru. But where could he be now? In a moment of time, Uchiha Kage felt a throbbing headache. There were simply too many people present. For the time being, he could not find his bearings. Meanwhile, from the elevated platform, the Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kage below. He chuckled softly, observing, this lad is still shaking his head. Could it be that he is excessively nervous? Beside him, Kakashi also wore a smile. He shouldn't be. Although I have yet to interact with him, he appears to be the carefree sort, the kind who remains unfazed even in the face of tension. Nearby, the representative from Sunagakure, a burly bald man, grinned at the Hokage. Hokage-sama, I've heard that your village boasts two Uchiha. They are indeed the mightiest clan, and I must admit, I am quite eager to see them in action. The Hokage snorted softly, feeling that the representatives from Sunagakure were acting rather oddly today. He cautioned them, I advise you to refrain from harboring any sinister intentions. The Uchiha clan is down to just 2 members now. And while these 2 are manageable, the real concern lies with Uchiha Itachi, whose whereabouts remain uncertain. The Hokage's words were laced with veiled threats, a reminder that should they contemplate any harm towards the Uchiha brothers, they must consider the shadow of Uchiha Itachi looming over them. Although Itachi had once executed the massacre of his entire clan, those of sufficient status understood that it was, in truth, a scheme orchestrated within the village. Possibly even the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Itachi had acted out of necessity, and thus his brothers knew well that he would care for them dearly, being the last 2 blood relatives in existence. Moreover, Itachi's strength was a force to be reckoned with in the world of shinobi. Not only the Hokage, but everyone present felt a sense of trepidation. The more significant concern was that Itachi operated independently. Unburdened by any ties, if provoked, he could very well retaliate, annihilating an entire village without hesitation. The bald man from Sunagakure chuckled again, choosing not to elaborate further, instead shifting his gaze towards Uchiha Kage with a smile. This young man is quite renowned. Wasn't he the one who accomplished great feats in the village? However, I remain curious about his true strength. in comparison to Sasuke, who possesses greater talent? The Hokage glanced at Uchiha Kage below and then at Sasuke not far away, weighing his thoughts that be candid. Had this been before, he would have firmly asserted that Sasuke was the stronger of the two. But ever since Uchiha Kage repelled Orochimaru, he hesitated to make such claims. The true extent of Kage's abilities remained elusive, and he could only offer a perfunctory response. Once the match begins, you may compare them yourself. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Kage. This young man seems rather self-assured. Chapter 26. The Fearless Young Bull. Haha. Truly, a fearless young bull. Thinking that mere tricks could pose a challenge to me? Orochimaru scoffed, considering Uchiha Kage overly arrogant. While it was true that Kage had forced him back, he had not exerted his full strength at that time. Caught off guard, he had suffered a momentary setback. Now, with preparation at hand, he deemed Kage a mere Chunin. Beneath his notice, that moment, a middle-aged man, disguised, approached. I say, old snake, is that Uchiha Kage? He certainly seems to possess a flair for the artistic. I wonder if we shall witness his explosiveness shortly. It was none other than Deidara, in his alter guise not rush. The organization places great importance on this. Aside from you and me, Uchiha Itachi is also involved. Though it complicates matters, he is sufficient to handle the Hokage. As for Uchiha Kage, as long as you are unafraid of Itachi's retribution, feel free to provoke him. Orochimaru wore a face of caution. He was not genuinely fearful. Rather, he believed in the adage, while the Green Mountain stands. One need not fear a lack of firewood. Why provoke the brother of such a formidable individual? However, Deidara was unfazed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as his hands trembled. Not to worry, I won't harm him. If his art proves sufficiently explosive, I might even recommend him for the organization. As they conversed, a nearby middle-aged woman chuckled. I personally believe that Uchiha Kage poses no real threat. Isn't it simply a matter of possessing certain ninja tools? Once my Gaara makes his move, he will surely be at a loss in his age group. I have yet to encounter anyone stronger than Gaara. This woman, too, was a disguised inhabitant of Sunagakure. Orochimaru smirked slightly. Is that so? If you hold such confidence, let us see how this unfolds. He chuckled internally. Uchiha Kage was indeed of little concern, yet the true fear lay in the brother he had behind him. Deidara nodded vigorously, his mouth stretching into a grin. Indeed, how about we approach Uchiha Kage for a friendly spar? The Sunagakure representatives appeared dismissive. I asked at him. Fine, but Gaara alone can handle him. All right, let us prepare. We may very well engage shortly. Thus, the three plotted in secrecy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the plaza, upon a staircase, a raven perched, its eyes gleaming red, also fixated on Uchiha Kage. I asked this Kage. All these years. He seems unchanged, maintaining his calm demeanor. In comparison, he is far more mature than Sasuke. Thankfully, Kage has taken care of Sasuke over the years. This raven was, in fact, a clone of Uchiha Itachi, who was now assessing Uchiha Kage. After years of absence, and as his elder brother, Itachi felt curious about Kage's combat prowess. Judging by appearances, his chakra seemed substantial, though he had not displayed it. It likely matched Itachi's strength from years past. However, his eyes appeared lacking, having merely activated 3 Tomo without progressing to a higher level. Yet, according to Orochimaru's words, Kage seemed to rely not on his eyes, but rather on tinkering with various gadgets. The raven exhibited a human-like expression of concern. Nevertheless, it felt that relying on external forces could never compare to one's own strength. After all, these were merely ninja tools. Indeed, how strong could they be? This was a thought shared by all. For in the world of shinobi, scientific methods were hardly esteemed. Some ninja tools were merely enhanced chakra applications, sometimes inferior to ninjutsu. Thus, instinctively, everyone looked down upon such devices. Meanwhile, the battles below had commenced. A contestant. Rock Lee shook his arms and nimbly leaped into the arena. The azure beast of Konoha, please bestow your guidance. Lee struck a signature pose, one hand extended forward while the other formed a fist behind him, exuding the aura of a master. Before him, Gaara stepped forward, his gaze filled with disdain. I didn't expect to be the first. It seems the plan is set to unfold early. However, I shall try to prolong this a bit. Just to play with you. With this thought, Gaara waved his hand, causing the sand beneath to coalesce instantly into a flurry of yellow sand blades. A wave of intensity washed over the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match commences. Rock Lee from Konoha versus Gaara from Sunagakure. The announcer proclaimed with great enthusiasm, and the battle was poised to ignite. Lee launched the first attack, darting forth like a swift leopard. With a powerful push from his left foot, he propelled himself towards Gaara, aiming a kick at his head. This strike should have landed. Regardless of one's toughness, it was bound to inflict some injury. However, the sand on the ground seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly coalescing into a thick sand wall that absorbed much of the kick's force. After all, moving through sand was inherently challenging, often more arduous than swimming. Thus, even with considerable force, the impact dissipated, leaving only a fraction of its original power, resulting in negligible damage. What? Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. Although his kick had been experimental, it contained a measure of strength. Under normal circumstances, he had yet to encounter anyone in his age group capable of withstanding it. Was this all? How could he dare to call himself the Azure Beast? Gaara smirked disdainfully, casually flicking his hand as if brushing away dust. The rolling sand transformed into a massive hand that swung toward Lee with great force. Too swift was the encounter. With one foot still ensnared in the yellow sands, Lee could scarcely extricate himself. In a moment of unavoidable peril, he was struck directly by the sands, sending him spiraling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a nearby, solid concrete wall, with a resounding thud. Lee coughed up blood, his skin marred by several wounds, with grains of sand embedded within them. At that moment, disbelief washed over him. How could it be that you were so formidable in the realm of skilled combatants? Victory and defeat hinge upon a mere thought. What appeared to be a simple slap concealed an immense force and precise targeting that was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals, at least. In that instance, Lee acknowledged the significant disparity between them. Yet he had no intention of yielding. He forced himself to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After all, this was his first time unleashing his full strength in front of a dear friend. He could not afford to lose face. Chapter 27. Unbinding the bandages. With that thought, he gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Kong behind him. Gradually, he began to unravel the bandages from his hands. This spectacle elicited a derisive snort from Gaara, who wore a mocking expression that this all. A so-called friend, that lad named Uchiha Kong, right? Don't think that even if he came personally, I would care. With that, Gaara extended his hand into the void, summoning the yellow sands to coalesce into a massive hand that lunged toward Lee once more. A collective gasp of horror resonated among the onlookers. This is bad. Someone needs to intervene quickly. Irika's expression shifted, clearly believing that Lee would struggle to withstand this. However, Kakashi merely shook his head. It is not yet time. Do you truly think that the people of Konohagakure are mere soft persimmons? Nearby, Might Guy chuckled mysteriously. Young man, surely you are unaware of what it means to bear bandages weighing several hundred pounds. Do you genuinely believe that Lee speed is so limited? Daily training under my rigorous regimen, awakening at 5 in the morning to perform 200 handstand push-ups on 2 fingers, followed by inverted sprints throughout the village, culminating in leg-strengthening exercises upon his return. In an instant, the audience felt a twinge of discomfort. Absurd. If that were the case, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Kakashi observed the dust cloud enveloping the arena, the center of the stage. The yellow sand swirled, obscuring the vision of most onlookers. Yet, the anticipated brutal scene did not unfold. Following that slap, the arena fell eerily silent. Then, someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Goodness, look at that shadow! Everyone turned in unison to behold a ghostly figure traversing the airborne sands with astonishing speed. It was none other than Lee. Having freed himself from his bandages, the crowd soon realized that the yellow sands were not merely raised by the hand, but rather the shock wave created by the landing bandages. What on earth? How can those 2 bandages be so heavy? How does he move at all? Indeed, it feels as though he is hoisting 2 elephants. No wonder he possesses such speed. It's precarious. Who will emerge victorious remains genuinely uncertain. Excitement surged through the audience, captivated by the spectacle of the battle. Even Uchiha Kage widened his eyes, not in awe of Locke's combat prowess. Having read the original story, he was well aware of the outcome. Rather, he marveled at how Locke seemed to launch himself using his left foot on the right. Goodness, Locke, standing upon the sands, harnessing terrifying speed and rhythm, managed to achieve a flight akin to that of a helicopter. Uchiha Kage's eyes sparkled. He had never anticipated the existence of physics within the world of Naruto. Did I not mention it? Newton does not concern himself with foreign matters. Well, it seems Newton's coffin lid is about to fly off. Meanwhile, Gaara stood stunned, his eyes widened in shock, but he could only catch glimpses of fleeting shadows. Locke was astonishingly swift, resembling lightning itself, utterly eluding the naked EYT that moment. He seized an opportunity, delivering a swift kick aimed squarely at Gaara's face. This time it was too rapid. The sands had no time to mount a defense. The kick landed squarely, producing a resounding crash, akin to a sandbag hitting the ground, sending Gaara hurtling backward. Just like before, he spun and embedded himself into a nearby wall. He felt on the verge of losing consciousness, taking a long moment to crawl out of the crater he had created. This scene once again left the onlookers in shock. As for Gaara, he was now breathing heavily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You damned fool! How dare you shatter my absolute defense? You shall pay." In that moment, Gaara was consumed by rage, swiftly gesturing as vast amounts of yellow sand coalesced into sharp, blade-like spikes. They rained down upon Locke with such density that it resembled a torrential downpour. As they struck the ground, they kicked up vast clouds of dust. Yet Locke moved like a phantom, deftly avoiding each assault. While he retreated, he was filled with astonishment, realizing that this opponent was far from normal. Something is amiss. The chakra emanating from him is far too dense. It feels inexhaustible. Could it be the power of a tailed beast has been awakened? Having mingled with Uchiha Kage for so long, Locke was well aware of the secrets surrounding tailed beasts and the murky areas within the village. Moreover, this was no secret, as it was widely known that Naruto harbored the Nine Tails within him. Thus, Locke found himself on edge. Above, the Hokage furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the bald man beside him. "I say, you must take responsibility for your villagers, should one of them lose control. We shall not bear the consequences lightly." The bald man chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the corners of the stands below. It appeared that the crowd had gathered. He abruptly rose, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Enough, Gaara, cease your concealment. Unleash your power, and let us teach Konoha a lesson." In an instant, the entire village reverberated with explosive sounds that shook the very earth. Flames erupted skyward, engulfing several sections of the audience, stands, and a conflagration. Before the multitude of ninjas could respond, white feathers began to descend from the sky, carrying a potent hypnotic effect that swept across the landscape. "This is bad. It's an illusion." Kakashi's eyes widened as he activated his Sharingan. Discerning that someone was casting a Jinjutsu over the entire village, nearby, Might Guy gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his eyes open. What in the world is happening? Where is the Hokage? At that moment, chaos erupted among the ninjas in the stands. The audience fell into unconsciousness, including many of Konoha's own ninjas, most of whom had succumbed to the Jinjutsu. Only a handful of powerful figures, such as Jiraiya and Asuma, remained conscious. Among them was Locke, who was bewildered as he gazed upward, horrified to see the Hokage encircled by 7 or 8 individuals. Indeed, among them were Orochimaru, Deidara, and Itachi Uchiha. It was not that the Hokage did not wish to intervene. He simply lacked the opportunity. "Ha! You were so arrogant just moments ago. Now, let me show you what true power looks like." At that moment, Gaara sneered, manipulating the yellow sand to grasp toward Locke once again. Chapter 28. The crisis erupts. Just as Locke was on the brink of despair, the sound of rushing wind reached his ears. Listening closely, he discerned that it was not merely the wind, but something swiftly slicing through the air beside him. Suddenly, Uchiha Kage leapt down from the stands, clutching an unknown object in his hand. Uchiha Kage, Lilok's heart soared with joy. Bend down and move out of my range. Uchiha Kong let out a mighty roar. Yet at this moment, he remained remarkably composed. From the instant Gaara had erupted in fury moments ago, he had already surmised that a confrontation was imminent. Although there are deviations from the original narrative, such discrepancies are understandable in the original story. The aim of Sunagakure was to unleash the tailed beasts within Konohagakure, thereby wreaking widespread devastation. Just moments ago, Rock Lee had indeed driven Gaara to the brink of madness, resulting in the current spectacle. One could say that the plot had accelerated, and the setting had shifted from the wilderness to the heart of the village. At this juncture, Uchiha Kong wielded a formidable Gatling gun, having unleashed a barrage that rained down thousands of bullets. This onslaught had pierced through Gaara's sand defenses, transforming them into a mere sieve. Gaara now gazed at Uchiha Kong in utter shock. Impossible! What on earth is that in your hands? As a native ninja, Gaara had never encountered anything resembling a Gatling gun. It felt as though Uchiha Kong had struck him 1,000 times over. And yet the force was undeniably potent. Had it not been for his sand protection and the power derived from the tailed beast, this attack alone could have spelled his demise. Enough with the idle chatter. Aren't you the one who claims to possess absolute defense? Let us engage and see whether your village's defenses are superior or if my compassionate Gatling is the mightier force. Uchiha Kong snorted disdainfully, positioning the Gatling gun before him, its cold barrel whirring ominously. Bullets were continuously extracted from Uchiha Kong's technological arsenal, ready to unleash a devastating barrage at any moment. Simultaneously, atop the rooftops of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed coldly at the assembly before him. This moment, despair coursed through him. Was it truly necessary to mobilize so many formidable warriors against an old man like himself? Each one was renowned in their own right, particularly Uchiha Itachi, who appeared intent on leaving him no avenue of escape. Think you would gather such power to eliminate an old relic like me. How flattering. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, unwrapping the bandages around his body to reveal a robust physique. Casting a cold glance at Orochimaru, it was evident that this scheme was orchestrated by him. Intrigued, he pondered how this band of warriors had allied with Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained icy. This is not an alliance. We share a common objective. Regrettably for you, your luck has run out. What Uchiha Itachi did not disclose was that he had come to protect his younger brother. Had he not intervened, Orochimaru would have devoured both Sasuke and Naruto. That moment. The Hokage chuckled derisively. If the Nine Tails then. You may find yourselves sorely disappointed, with so many powerful adversaries focused on me. Do you truly believe the children of Konohagakure are incapable of handling your little brats? Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely posturing that he understood that Konohagakure was no longer the bastion of strength it once was. In recent years, no prodigious talents had emerged, unlike the era of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. While the older generation still held their ground, the younger generation lacked any standout figures. Presently, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that although this group was stalling him, the younger generation would likely falter against Gaara and the like. Orochimaru smirked ominously. Konohagakure has long since withered in talent. As long as you remain passive, our forces will undoubtedly obliterate this village. Deidara, meanwhile, kept glancing about anxiously. He was not aligned with Orochimaru and had come to witness the artistry of battle. Frustrated, he thought, damn it, wasn't it agreed that I would seek out Uchiha Kong once the plan commenced? Impatient, Deidara's attention was drawn to Uchiha Itachi's cold gaze, which seemed to convey a message. Do you really think I came here to aid you against the Hokage? You are not worthy. Uchiha Itachi had come solely to protect Uchiha Kong. Meanwhile, the Hokage recognized this truth. He understood that his only true opponent was Orochimaru, perhaps with a meddling Deidara in the periphery. Thus, he realized that their only chance of victory lay in the younger generation. Might a miracle arise from them? However, casting a glance at Gaara and recalling the tailed beast, the Hokage sighed in resignation. Old man, spare us the theatrics. Today you shall perish, and we will undoubtedly take the Nine Tails with us. Orochimaru's tongue extended unnaturally, creating an eerie image. Deidara, however, remained preoccupied, intent on locating Uchiha Kong. Meanwhile, below in Kanahagakure, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others were fully alert, rallying the villages strong to provide aid. This invasion was not merely the work of Orochimaru. Many formidable foes from Sunagakure had also joined the fray. Under the overwhelming assault, peril loomed in numerous locales within the village. Blast it! I didn't expect to return to the village just in time for this. Gamabunta, come forth! Jiraiya huffed, employing the summoning technique to conjure a multitude of toads. You all must protect our competitors. They're our only hope. Kakashi wore a grim expression, noting that many, including Naruto and Sasuke, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it! It seems the outcome of this battle rests solely on us, Kakashi mused, realizing that the younger generation had not produced any strong contenders. Hence, it fell upon their mature ranks to determine the battle's fate. If they could eliminate a significant number of Sunagakure's invaders, they could then assist the Hokage in resolving the crisis. At that moment, Asuma and Kurenai arrived from a distance. Upon seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya, Kurenai suddenly spoke up, By the way, this is Hinata. Uchiha Kong entrusted us to look after them, and he mentioned that we should watch him. Kakashi was taken aback. What the hell? At such a critical moment. That kid would say something like that. Truly the fearless spirit of youth. Jiraiya, regaining his composure, glanced at the battlefield below. Strange, this boy reminds me of the late Minato. He exudes a sense of trustworthiness. Kakashi inhaled sharply. What? This boy is comparable to the Hokage. Hesitation swept through the group, yet it was Jiraiya who broke the silence. Let us trust him. After all, he is also an Uchiha, and we truly cannot spare our hands at this moment. The others nodded in agreement, and thus, they continued to rescue others while watching Uchiha Kong's actions. At that moment, on the battlefield below, Gaara let out a cold laugh. Uchiha Kong, no matter how peculiar your weapon may be, it will not suffice against me. Even if you were to defeat me, what would that achieve? He gestured toward the captured Hokage, that is of any consequence. With the Hokage subdued, your village is destined for annihilation today. Gaara, with an air of arrogance, was acutely aware that the Hidden Leaf Village was now on the brink of collapse. Above him loomed formidable figures such as Orochimaru and the elite from Sunagakure, along with reinforcements from the Akatsuki organization. The mid-tier consisted of numerous skilled shinobi from Sunagakure, who at this juncture were invaders of the village. The defenders were compelled to deploy even more personnel. Under these circumstances, Gaara understood that the entire Hidden Leaf Village was akin to a fish on the chopping block. At that moment, Uchiha Sora cast a glance around him. Since the onset of battle, he had been meticulously analyzing the situation, but he realized that his very presence had precipitated this rebellion. Although it had caught him somewhat off guard, the overall impact was not substantial. After all, everything was still under his control. He knew that as long as he eliminated Gaara, he could then focus on the remaining adversaries. At that point, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be able to eliminate Orochimaru, for Sora understood that Uchiha Itachi was merely there to observe and would not intervene. Thus, while the situation appeared complex, it bore a striking resemblance to the original narrative. The crux lay in his own capabilities. With a smirk, he raised his hand and tapped the massive Gatling gun barrel in his grip. Perhaps you're unaware of the concept of thermal energy transfer, nor do you comprehend the significance of 7.62. You certainly have no notion of what firepower suppression entails. As Uchiha Sora spoke, his Sharingan spun rapidly, as if the game had entered slow motion. That he lifted his hand, aimed at Gaara ahead, and immediately pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun whirred to life, golden bullets being fed into the barrel. Upon activation, they transformed into streaks of light, cascading densely towards their target. Sora's current manual version of the Gatling gun was far from the primitive model. From the outset, he had crafted an automatic variant, reminiscent of the Vulcan cannon mounted on Apache attack helicopters. That moment, it was capable of achieving a staggering rate of fire exceeding 6,700 rounds per minute. Its armor-piercing power could effortlessly penetrate steel plates 20 millimeters thick. Even the armor of a tank, if subjected to continuous fire, would be easily overturned. Not to mention, the bullets contained a significant amount of chakra, an advanced version of black powder bestowed by the system. Imbued with top-tier chakra, This further augmented the bullet's potency. Thus, at this moment, the Vulcan cannon roared, and the bullets seemed capable of piercing through anything, instantly overwhelming Gaara's defenses. Indeed, it was a literal breakthrough of defenses. Gaara, caught in the hail of bullets, found himself unable to stand. The seemingly small projectiles exerted impact forces equivalent to a miniature Chidori, cutting into his body as if they could reduce him to mere fragments. Fortuitously, the protection of the tailed beast and the relentless replenishment of chakra prevented his demise. However, should the onslaught continue, death would surely be imminent. This scene left Gaara in a state of shock. What is this? What manner of technique is this? Why is it so powerful? He was bewildered, unable to fathom the modern weaponry before him, as he struggled to evade the relentless assault while gasping for breath. Soon, numerous wounds marred his body. This astonishing spectacle was equally witnessed by Kakashi and others. Goodness, it seems this kid's equipment has undergone an upgrade. When he repelled Orochimaru, I recall him being quite small. How has he become so formidable? Kakashi stared, bewildered, at the whirling Gatling gun in Sora's hands. Might Guy's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Could it be that this weapon has evolved? Is this its perfected form? Asuma was equally astonished. As a master of weaponry himself, he had never encountered anything like what Sora wielded. Incredible. The projectiles resembled diminutive kunai, yet their destructive power is astonishing, easily breaching the defenses formed by a tailed beast. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, felt a shiver run down his spine. How formidable! No wonder he caught the attention of the Hokage. This young man truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with hope. Does this mean that if this lad can vanquish Gaara, we will finally be able to take action? Excitement surged among the onlookers. Simultaneously, the Hokage fought with fervor, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the spectacle of the Gatling gun unleashing its fury. Heavens, what is this? This is utterly outrageous. Is this truly a shinobi tool? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, engaged in combat with the Hokage, suddenly caught sight of Gaara being relentlessly assaulted. He was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that he could only fight once? That bizarre weapon didn't seem this formidable at the outset. Orochimaru had always looked down upon Uchiha Sora, dismissing him as merely a sneak attacker. Previously, he thought he could easily disregard Sora's earlier weaponry. But now, he realized that without utilizing his full strength, a single hit could prove fatal, as ordinary humans did not possess the endurance of a tailed beast. At that moment, Deidara was exhilarated. Incredible! This guy truly understands the essence of art, although the explosions aren't overwhelmingly powerful. They are ceaseless, simply magnificent. He felt an irresistible urge to rush down and become brothers with Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Itachi, too, was taken aback. He stared in disbelief at this so-called pitiful cousin in the Hidden Leaf. Why does he appear so fierce? That individual, wielding a weapon, relentlessly pursues Gaara. It feels as though he is the invader here. How peculiar. I do not recall our clan possessing such weaponry. Only the Hokage was filled with excitement. I knew he was exceptional. I never anticipated he would unleash such power, capable of suppressing a tailed beast. In that case, let us engage with full force. The Hokage bellowed, chakra surging forth with tremendous intensity. He grasped a colossal pillar resembling a beam from a building, ready to wield it, as if summoning fierce winds and terrifying lightning. Seeing the Hokage regain his vigor, Orochimaru seethed with frustration. Damn it! How can a mere junior possess such terrifying combat prowess? He was momentarily perplexed, but soon his expression turned cold. It matters not. Regardless of strength, he remains but a mortal against the might of a tailed beast. He is insignificant. Orochimaru's gaze darkened. Friends from Sunagakure, unleash your tailed beast quickly, lest we find ourselves in dire straits. Indeed, the ultimate weapon in Orochimaru's arsenal was Gaara's tailed beast. A single-tailed beast rampaging through the village would undoubtedly cause unrest among the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf. In such chaos, who would concern themselves with a mere Uchiha Sora? As anticipated, on the plaza, Gaara let out a furious roar. His body, riddled with bullets from the Gatling gun, resembled a beehive, leaking chakra. His gourd was also spilling sand uncontrollably. It was no exaggeration to say that he was on the brink of annihilation. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to the tailed beast slumbering within him. Shikaku, now is your moment to emerge. In an instant, the skies over the hidden leaf village darkened. Thunder rumbled, and the very heavens trembled. The ground fissured, and with the quaking sky, it felt as though the apocalypse was upon them. Kakashi, in the midst of saving others, couldn't help but glance at the scene, his expression turning pale. Jiraiya gasped in shock. The tailed beast, Shikaku, even though it is merely one, its strength is unfathomable. Might Guy's face contorted with concern. What will Uchiha Sora do now? No matter how powerful he is, he cannot possibly contend against the tailed beast. Asuma gritted his teeth beside them. If it comes to the worst, let's not worry about this side for now and focus on restraining the tailed beast first. However, those guys from Sunagakure are precisely aiming to use the tailed beast to hold us back. Seeing the situation unfold, everyone grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, not far away, Hinata and the others gradually regained consciousness. Among them were Sasuke and Naruto, as well as the Inoshikacho trio at this moment. Within their memories, they believed they were simply participating in the Chunin exams. They had just witnessed the critical moment of Rock Lee battling Gaara, which was quite exhilarating. But how did they suddenly fall asleep? Now that they had awakened, it seemed as if the entire village was on the brink of destruction. What had happened? Why did it feel like they had merely taken a nap? And the world had turned upside down? Choji couldn't help but scratch his head, and upon seeing the scene not far away where Uchiha Sora was engaged in combat with Gaara, he was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Someone is invading Konoha while we were asleep. Only Uchiha Sora is holding the fort. Shikamaru also woke up, quickly surveying the situation and deducing the circumstances, currently taking on the role of the analyst. The chakra signature must belong to a tailed beast. Uchiha Sora is fighting against it. Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. Uchiha Sora is so cool, fighting the tailed beast for the sake of the village. Hinata, however, felt a twinge of anxiety for Uchiha Sora. No. I must go help him. Sakura, standing nearby, shook her head to no. We can't go now. It would only hinder him. We must trust Uchiha Sora. Sasuke's expression was grave to the utmost. Don't worry, my brother will find a way to handle this. Shikamaru, still serious, remarked, it seems like the strong defenders of the village are all tied up. With this kind of momentum, the tailed beast will soon make its appearance. If Uchiha Sora cannot hold on alone, we will rescue him. Clearly, upon learning that Uchiha Sora's opponent was a tailed beast, everyone had lost hope. After all, in their subconscious, a tailed beast meant the Nine Tails. A creature capable of single-handedly taking down a Hokage. In an instant, Hinata's eyes appeared somewhat reddened. Just as everyone was observing, amidst all the shock, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal figure abruptly appeared in the skies above Konoha. It was none other than Shikaku, the sand spirit, covered in earthy yellow scales, incredibly menacing. It was one of the tailed beasts in the Naruto world. Roaring, Shikaku seemed to celebrate its liberation. Its massive form nearly eclipsed the entire sky, the oppressive aura making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Even the Hokage cast a glance of despair. You beasts, have you really unleashed a tailed beast here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, though he believed in Uchiha Sora, knew that it was impossible for him to defeat a tailed beast. After all, they were not even in the same realm. Even Itachi Uchiha's eyes glimmered with killing intent. Whoever dares to harm my little brother, no matter who you are, you won't get away unscathed today. Itachi had come to disrupt the situation. However, he hesitated at that moment. He wondered if Uchiha Sora was already capable of facing this alone. Had he grown? Should he intervene? Chapter 31. Tailed Beast? How many nuclear strikes can he withstand? Itachi's expression was serious. He initially thought his purpose for coming was to protect his two younger brothers. But after witnessing the earlier scene, Uchiha Sora was surprisingly formidable. The strange weapon in his hand was capable of keeping up with Gaara. And Gaara, what kind of being is he? He is the secret weapon sent by Sunagakure to ambush Konoha. A being capable of obliterating entire villages, akin to nuclear weapons in modern times. Yet now, he was being chased around by a mere Chunin at this moment, even with the tailed beast mode forced out. Itachi, who should have been anxious, felt oddly calm. For some reason, he believed Sora would find a way to deal with this creature. Given his confident expression, surely, everything would be fine. Itachi was somewhat conflicted. Itachi, aren't you supposed to protect your brothers? Should I step in for you? Dutter's impatience surged. He could hardly wait to meet his like-minded young friend. And Onid, just a mere tailed beast. He should be able to handle it. Itachi spoke after a moment of silence. What? Sora can handle it. Orochimaru was taken aback, his already large mouth gaping even wider. What is going on? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? That is a tailed beast. Even if it is the weakest among them, it is still not something a Chunin can deal with. The disparity between the two is insurmountable. Not only him, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned grave, unable to contain his fury as he shouted. Itachi, that's your little brother. Are you trying to get him killed? From what I understand of you, your purpose for coming here should be to protect Sora and Sasuke. Why aren't you taking action now? Have you truly lost your mind? If those two die, the Uchiha clan will be left with only you. This was the harsh truth, and even Orochimaru and the shinobi from Sunagakure understood that Itachi was merely a figurehead. In reality, he had not intervened. Standing there was merely for appearances. His sole purpose was to protect his brothers. Otherwise, if he teamed up with Orochimaru and Deidara, even if all the Kage were present, they would likely be evenly matched. They would not be stuck in this stalemate for so long. As for Deidara, he was akin to Itachi, just a figurehead without contributing. Thus, this seemingly luxurious lineup was no different from the original work. It was still Orochimaru doing all the heavy lifting. However, everyone, including Orochimaru, had long been mentally prepared for this. They believed that even a mere appearance would be enough to intimidate many at that moment. Orochimaru chuckled, glancing at Itachi. Could it be that you had come to a realization? Are you severing ties? That would be good. Then you would have no more attachments. How about it? Help me kill this old man. Itachi snorted coldly, cutting him off. Shut up. If you utter another word, I will turn my attention to you. Orochimaru smirked and dared not speak further. He understood that Itachi had the standing to threaten him. Orochimaru turned away, forming seals with his hands, and fireballs rained down from the sky towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. First, let's deal with this old man. Everything else can be discussed later. Moreover, with the limited number of strong defenders in Konoha, as long as I can restrain the Hokage, then with Shikaku alone, I can obliterate Konoha. After stating this, he rapidly formed more seals and thick vines as wide as water barrels extended from the ground. They moved as if alive, intertwining with the fireballs, directly assaulting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. If it's just you today, Orochimaru, it will be hard to determine the victor. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his fingertip, drawing 2 lines of blood on his arm. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also anxious, watching as a tailed beast appeared within the village. Yet he was unable to intervene in time. Nevertheless, he understood how troublesome Orochimaru was. Currently, he could not afford to be distracted. He could only pray in his heart, hoping that Sora could create a miracle. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't comprehend why he believed a Chunin could defeat a tailed beast, which sounded utterly absurd. He couldn't help but fantasize after witnessing Uchiha Sora pull out strange weapons time and again at this moment. He shook his head and suddenly slammed his hand onto the ground. With a loud bang, a monkey with gray-white fur appeared. It was the unique summoning beast of the Sarutobi clan, the Monkey King, who had signed a contract with the entire family. Just like Jiraiya, Monkey King, you must show your strength today. Protect the village and safeguard the children. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed, his aged hand surprisingly strong. That black staff could now extend infinitely, transforming into a towering structure as it swung down towards Orochimaru. The Monkey King roared, moving like a flash of white lightning, closing in on Orochimaru's back in an instant. Its claws, capable of tearing through steel, descended towards Orochimaru's head. Humph. It won't work. Today, you are but a spent force. Orochimaru's mouth gaped open, neither too much nor too little. As he took the full brunt of the blow, in an instant, his head exploded, and his body was pulverized by the tremendous impact. Yet, moments later, Several small snakes emerge from the ground, writhing and coiling, coalescing once again into a new Orochimaru. This spectacle elicited a look of disdain from Deidara. Indeed, no matter how many times he witnessed it, he found this creature utterly repulsive. Art, in comparison, captivated him far more. With that thought, Deidara turned his gaze towards the battlefield below. That moment, the colossal Shikaku occupied nearly half of the village square. One of its eyes was comparable to a house, fixated intently on Uchiha Sora. Its mouth gaped widely, resembling a chasm, and the gusts of wind it expelled seemed capable of sweeping anyone off their feet. Despite the daunting presence of such a behemoth before him, Uchiha Sora remained utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm. He merely smiled faintly, stepped back a few paces, and retrieved a golden bullet from his pocket. At the bullet's tip, a faint blue glow flickered. Although it appeared weak in comparison to the enormous monster, akin to a firefly against the full moon, Uchiha Sora understood that this was the key to victory. He let out a cold chuckle. Tailed beast. How many nuclear warheads can you withstand? With those words, Uchiha Sora skillfully drew an AK-47, swiftly loading the bullet, pulling the trigger, disengaging the safety, and chambering around. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Finally, he raised his weapon, aiming at the towering Shikaku. The dark muzzle of the gun resembled the eye of death itself, sending shivers down the spines of all who dared to meet its gaze. In the distance, Kakashi and Jiraiya, who had been covertly observing the battle, were taken aback. Might Guy couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This kid is impressive. Faced with such a colossal creature, he remains composed, his heart steady and his face unflinching that he is a promising talent. Beside him, Jiraiya nodded in agreement, marveling. Indeed, I've taught many students, but he's the first to exhibit such composure if he finds himself in danger. I'll be there to save him. Kakashi, however, focused intently on the gun in Uchiha Sora's hand. It seemed different from anything he had seen before, and that golden bullet felt distinctly unusual, as a copy ninja endowed with the Sharingan. He scrutinized Uchiha Sora closely, having witnessed the entire process involving revolvers, AK-47s, and Gatling guns, that he realized that Uchiha Sora possessed a diverse arsenal. Could the Sharingan truly awaken weapons? And so many at that. Kakashi was momentarily bewildered, sensing that Uchiha Sora was far from ordinary. Asuma wore a serious expression that we've done all we can here. Those we needed to save have been rescued, and the elite of Sunagakure have been dealt with. Should we not intervene? Red shook her head. It's best not to. That kid just warned me to keep my distance. He seems poised to unleash something significant. Indeed, amidst the group's hesitation, Uchiha Sora suddenly turned. His voice amplified by chakra, and bellowed, "Everyone, stay back. I'm about to cultivate mushrooms." Those words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Though they couldn't comprehend his words, they were not foolish. Instinctively, they began to retreat. Even amidst the climactic battle atop the rooftops, the crowd froze in confusion. What? What are mushrooms? Sora, what on earth are you up to? This peculiar behavior was reminiscent of his childhood, where he often tinkered with bizarre inventions. However, the notion of mushrooms was entirely unfamiliar. Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes, feeling quite perplexed. Nearby, Deidara's eyes sparkled. Mushrooms! I sense this must be related to art. Indeed, I can smell the essence of artistry. Deidara's eyes widened in excitement, and without a second thought, he attempted to rush towards Uchiha Sora. Hold on. Uchiha Itachi grasped him firmly. Didn't you hear him? Stay back. Deidara paused, his eagerness intensifying. Of course. Art must be viewed from the best angle, he exclaimed. With that, both swiftly distanced themselves, avoiding the battlefield entirely. Observing this, Orochimaru was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Why does it feel like Uchiha Sora is about to unleash something dangerous? I just caught a glimpse of blue light. Was it possible that he possessed a devastating weapon? Orochimaru felt a pang of fear, haunted by the last encounter when Sora had caught him off guard. He now bore a psychological scar. At that moment, he contemplated fleeing, but in the midst of battle, one cannot simply pause at I say, "Old man, why don't we fight somewhere more open?" Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Uchiha Sora's faintly glowing bullet with trepidation. To be honest, he had witnessed Uchiha-Sura's capabilities before. That palm-sized device had exploded with a force comparable to dozens of explosive tags stacked together. That seemingly innocuous object, when launched, had a speed and penetrating power equivalent to dozens of kunai. What then could Uchiha Sora possibly unleash against a tailed beast? Mushrooms? Could it be some form of Jinjutsu? Deep in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Orochimaru's suggestion and glanced at the area below. This was the very heart of Konoha. It would indeed be best to avoid fighting here. With a dismissive snort, he agreed. Very well. With that, the two swiftly retreated, vanishing like phantoms from the scene, yet their gazes remained fixed on Uchiha Sora. Not only they, but nearly everyone in Konoha was captivated by this unfolding scene. Among them, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka trio wore expressions of sheer dread. This guy about to unleash a trump card? How do we escape? Shikamaru was drenched in sweat, panic evident. Choji, terrified, was nearly in tears. Damn, can't Uchiha Sora clear the area before pulling off something big? How are the elderly and weak supposed to get away? Ino gasped. What on earth does Sora plan to do? He can't possibly be disregarding us. Hinata, amidst the crowd, stood resolute that he wouldn't tea. Just as she spoke, Jiraiya and Kakashi hurriedly arrived. Don't panic. Get out of here quickly. I have a feeling Sora Iasin tee up to anything good. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they were swiftly ushered away in an instant. The area was cleared, leaving only Uchiha Sora and the colossal Shikaku before him. The time has come. It seems the moment has arrived for you to witness what true modern shock entails. As Uchiha Sora observed the fleeing crowd, he finally placed his hand on the trigger. Simultaneously, he had prepared his escape route, which was none other than the shadow clone technique. From the onset of the battle, Uchiha Sora had mastered this technique through his Sharingan. The figure that had just engaged was merely a clone. Meanwhile, his true self was concealed in a thicket outside the village. Exerting full control over his clone, that moment, Shikaku roared ferociously, gazing down at the minuscule Uchiha Sora, and without hesitation, opened its mouth to devour him. In its eyes, Uchiha Sora was merely a fragile insect, ready to be obliterated. However, in the next second, Uchiha Sora abruptly pulled the trigger. Before the eyes of all, the nuclear-powered bullet sliced through the air with astonishing speed. Striking true into Shikaku's mouth, the faint blue glow was swallowed by the abyssal maw, appearing weak and powerless. Yet at the moment of impact, a catastrophic reaction occurred. The separated atomic nuclei collided with others, causing a chain reaction that annihilated the atomic cores. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from this process that a blinding white light surged forth, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness, tearing it asunder. In the next moment, the brilliance did not fade but rather multiplied, transforming into a tempest of lightning that seemed to fill the sky. The deafening roar followed suit, arriving belatedly. What is true shock? It reverberated 1,000-fold louder than thunder. Accompanied by violent tremors of the earth, it felt as if 1,000 suns had erupted on the surface. Like the spirit of the holy, it seemed as if the very heavens were collapsing. The lethal heat was sufficient to melt steel, to liquefy stone, radiating outward from the epicenter like a bullet in a frenzy. The shockwaves rippled in concentric circles, akin to the gentle undulations of a pond. In its wake, the ground was reduced to liquid after being shattered and dissolved. Buildings crumbled instantaneously, as fragile as tofu, collapsing with ease. The first to bear the brunt was Shikaku, whose mouth was almost entirely melted away by the searing temperatures. And as the explosion persisted, his entire head was engulfed in flames. High-energy radiation was unleashed into the atmosphere, only to curl back and strike Shikaku with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, the brilliance became blinding, leaving the onlookers with nothing but a haze of white, obscuring all vision. It was only after several minutes that the tremors and heat began to wane, and the colossal fireball gradually subsided. Yet, the scene before them left all witnesses in a WIT was a mushroom, a vast mushroom cloud, dark as coal, composed of smoke and ash, infused with lethal radiation. It blossomed over the world of ninjas, unabashedly displaying its terrifying might. This spectacle shocked everyone. Was that truly a mushroom? Indeed, it was a mushroom. Itachi Uchiha widened his eyes in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that his younger brother possessed such extraordinary strength. What manner of weapon could unleash such chaos? In truth, he had anticipated that Uchiha S would create something grand. However, he never imagined that it would nearly obliterate half of Konoha. This was only mitigated because most of the attack was absorbed by Shikaku's mouth. Otherwise, had this explosion occurred mid-air, judging by the force of the shockwave, Itachi surmised that Konoha would have been laid to waste. It appeared that his younger brother required no protection. His destructive power was on par with the Nine Tails, perhaps even surpassing it due to such an abrupt eruption. After a brief moment, Itachi reached a conclusion. This brother of his was beyond his capacity to contend with. There was no need for his assistance. Silently, he turned and transformed into a flock of crows, vanishing from sight. Nearby, Deidara had already prostrated himself on the ground, arms raised in reverence. This was art. This was the quintessence of art, a veritable treasure. Deidara had devoted his life to the pursuit of explosions. Yet no matter how much clay he consumed or how formidable his chakra became, the effects of his explosions paled in comparison to the spectacle before him. The disparity was so vast that, after a lifetime of detonations, he found himself wishing to become a disciple of Uchiha S. No, he must learn this technique. He had to master it. For this, he was willing to pay any price. Tears welled in Deidara's eyes as he swiftly removed his long robe. Indeed, he intended to pledge himself to Uchiha S, even if it meant betraying his organization. He believed that following Uchiha S was the true path to artistry. Orochimaru's serpentine visage drooped, his mouth nearly grazing the ground, his eyes bulging with disbelief. He trembled uncontrollably. Good heavens! How fortunate that he had not pushed this boy too far. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate, suffering under a mushroom cloud that would obliterate his once great reputation. Orochimaru was no fool. He felt immense relief that he had not entirely provoked Uchiha S to his demise. Otherwise, regardless of how formidable his resurrection might be, against such terrifying and grotesque destruction, he would have been reduced to nothingness. Moments later, his eyes flickered as he instinctively began to retreat. He wanted to flee. Faced with a village capable of such monstrosities, he felt utterly hopeless. The most astonished of all was the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, his expression a peculiar mix of emotions, indecipherable as joy or sorrow. This power rivaled that of a tailed beast bomb. Nay, the tailed beast bombs he had witnessed seemed lesser than the explosion before him. What had this boy created? What secrets lay hidden within his Sharingan? At that moment, Hiruzen understood that the village's crisis had been averted. Without a doubt, that Shikaku was now uncertain of its fate. The onlookers, no matter how bold, would surely hesitate to challenge Uchiha S at this juncture. Meanwhile, below, Kakashi and the others, witnessing the spectacle, were left pale and shaken. Indeed, they were pale. Unlike the Hokage, accustomed to grand displays, they struggled to maintain their composure. They had never encountered anything like this. Was it an explosion or some form of superlative ninjutsu? Surely this could not be the work of a mere genin. They felt it was far more formidable than anything they had experienced in their youth. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly rendered speechless by fear. In the instant the explosion occurred, he had nearly mistaken it for a tailed beast bomb detonating. Yet now, it was Uchiha S's prowess. Kakashi's breath quickened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Good heavens! This individual could no longer be regarded merely as a student. He should be elevated to Jonin at once. Furthermore, should he demonstrate greater intelligence and accrue further achievements, he might even contend for the position of Hokage. Might Guy trembled, his teeth chattering. He had witnessed the entire event, and lacking chakra, he felt as though he might go blind from the sheer terror of it all. This was utterly frightening. In comparison to Sasuke, they were not even in the same league. Who had dared to call him worthless? Meanwhile, Asuma felt a pang of bitterness. He could only imagine the sensation of unleashing such terrifying flames. What must Shikaku have felt? This boy truly possessed the qualifications to become Hokage. The Hokage must be someone capable of managing the village's affairs, but more crucially, they must instill fear in others. Had S unleashed that power once more, not only would the ninja villages tremble, but even the 5 great nations would quake in their boots. This was no exaggeration. The title of Hokage was not something one could simply aspire to. It was not merely about leadership or personal combat prowess. The most vital quality was the ability to instill fear, much like an unyielding mountain that struck terror into the hearts of all. And Uchiha, having only just begun, had already demonstrated the potential to achieve such stature. In an instant, the many esteemed figures present felt a chill run down their spines one by one. Their gazes toward Uchiha shifted dramatically. If they were so profoundly shaken, how much more so the students? At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto had long since regained consciousness. Chapter 34. Who the hell called him worthless? Under Jiraiya's guidance, they had taken refuge on a large rock outside the village. They witnessed everything with clarity. Naruto gaped, almost rendered speechless. Sasuke, your older brother is simply too formidable. Was that explosion truly a technique of your clan? Sakura, equally astonished, trembled involuntarily. Sasuke, what on earth has S done? It feels as though he surpasses even the Hokage. In their eyes, Uchiha S's combat prowess was indeed staggering. For the flames were visible to the naked eye, they began to doubt who had previously labeled Uchiha S as worthless. Sasuke, gazing at the towering mushroom cloud that lingered, inhaled deeply. To be honest, he too was unaware of when S had acquired such abilities. It felt as though he could flatten the entire village in an instant. This was an entirely different caliber from their previous skirmishes. He had never even seen S demonstrate such a technique. He could only mutter in disbelief. I don't know. My brother has never shown this before. This is my first time witnessing it. However, it was certainly not a legacy of the Uchiha clan. Even if it bore some relation to the Uchiha, it must have emerged from a mutation of the Sharingan, a unique phenomenon that it was absurd to think that if such a power were not unique, it would have existed since ancient times, and perhaps the Uchiha would have been the leaders of Konoha, leaving no room for the Senju clan. At that moment, Shikamaru was utterly flabbergasted, taking a deep breath. Uchiha S's potential was limitless. Choji gaped, his face twisted in rage. Which imbecile had the audacity to declare Uchiha S worthless? Step forward. I'll make you pay. Ino hesitated. I think it was you who said it most vehemently at the time. And you even wanted to confront Uchiha S. Choji coughed, quickly shaking his head. Impossible. I never said that. I did not acknowledge it. He shook his head vehemently. And needless to say, he would never dare admit it now. In an instant, the entirety of Konoha village was engulfed in shock. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo was tending to her flowers at home. Yes, she gazed upon the vibrant blossoms before her. A smile crept across her face. These flowers are treasures in the desert. Cultivating them requires a considerable investment, she mused. Just then, her expression shifted dramatically as she sensed a tremor beneath her feet. What is happening? This force, though seemingly weak, clearly originates from a great distance that if a battle is at hand, then the combatants must be at least of the Hokage level. Moreover, it seems that even those ancient beings could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that a tailed beast has ventured forth? Granny Chiyo's eyes narrowed with gravity. She swiftly turned and declared, quickly seal the village gates and summon all the strong fighters. Something significant is likely to occur. In that moment, Sunagakure braced itself for the impending event. Meanwhile, atop a pile of rocks in Kumogakure, Killer Bee wielded a short blade, engaging in a duel with his own reflection in the water. His speed occasionally surpassed that of his shadow, slicing through the reflection. However, moments later, his expression changed as he noticed the water surface trembling rapidly. Yo. What is this? Is something stirring? Or perhaps yo. Is calamity about to befall the ninja world? It seems my heroism is required, Killer Bee exclaimed in his signature rap style, gazing in astonishment towards the distance. Moments later, he declared, No, I must ensure safety. I cannot ignore the bigger picture. I need to find my brother. With that, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, Kumogakure went into high alert mode. With the fourth Raikage standing at the village gate, in Awagakure, Anoki sat leisurely in the village office, sipping tea. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the cup trembled in his hand. He inhaled deeply, immediately gasping in shock. What is this sin in the air? It's so acrid. It feels less like dust and more like something has tainted the environment in a brutal manner," he exclaimed, rubbing his nose. With that, he swiftly performed a dust release technique, sealing off a large amount of debris from the air and gathering the ominous material from all directions, the eye in his hand. A cubic mass of air glowed faintly with a blue luminescence. Just as he was about to examine it closely, he hurled the cube away, as if his eyes had been burned. Damn it. What malevolent energy is this? As if it's penetrating my very cells. Inoki did not understand the concept of radiation, but he recognized that this substance had increased in the air. He promptly soared into the sky, alarmed as he gazed towards Konoha's dense. This is perilous. It seems something grave has occurred in Konoha. Regardless, I must remain vigilant. Moments later, Inoki activated the village's defenses, simultaneously employing a dust shield technique to purify the air of any nuclear radiation particles. Back in Konoha, in the plaza, the presence of Shikaku had vanished, leaving only a DPS for Uchiha Sora. His shadow clone had dissipated, and his main body approached the village gates calmly. All eyes turned towards Uchiha Sora. First was Orochimaru, whose deep-set eyes glimmered with murderous intent. That impact just now was astonishing. Can he strike again? He pondered. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru was still unyielding. He questioned whether Uchiha Sora could only unleash his power once. If he were to act now, with Itachi absent, could he successfully seize his body? However, the Hokage smirked. Orochimaru, you are now without allies. While Konoha has produced such a genius, do you still intend to remain? The Hokage's threat had its effect. Yet Orochimaru hesitated to leave, feeling that departing now would be a significant loss. After all, he had mobilized many and collaborated with Sunagakure, which was a substantial investment. If he failed this time and did not acquire Uchiha blood, it would be a complete loss. Thus, gritting his teeth, he chose to stay, contemplating perhaps he truly can only act once. What if I test him? If he cannot strike again, then today will be a victory. Conversely, if he can still attack, I shall flee immediately. Ultimately, Orochimaru's greed subdued his reason, preventing him from retreating. Instead, he sprang into action, brandishing a long knife as he descended upon Uchiha Sora. The Hokage's expression shifted as he attempted to intervene, but Orochimaru was too swift. Orochimaru was of comparable strength, if not slightly superior. With a deliberate ambush, the Hokage could hardly intervene unless he was very close. As for Kakashi and Jiraiya, they were too far away, busy protecting the students within the village, rendering them unable to assist. It appeared that Uchiha Sora was in danger. However, this was a scenario Uchiha Sora had anticipated. His presence signaled that he was prepared. With a cold smile, he raised his hand, revealing a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. This glow was the nuclear energy originally embedded in the bullet. Uchiha Sora snorted. Do you truly believe I can only strike once? Although much of his chakra had been drained, the appearance of the glow caused Orochimaru to gasp sharply. He halted his advance. Even severing his own arm to avoid contact with the blue light, in an instant, he transformed into countless small snakes, swiftly retreating from all directions. Without a doubt, he was fleeing. The Hokage and others paled at the sight. This blue light, Uchiha Sora possesses even more. The Hokage was taken aback, realizing that such a terrifying force was not singular. It appeared that Uchiha Sora could summon this energy endlessly. This was a power capable of obliterating an entire village and annihilating a tailed beast. And the quantity was staggering to in that moment. The Hokage's demeanor towards Uchiha Sora shifted entirely. This young man was destined to achieve greatness within the village. He then turned, his voice echoing throughout the area. Konoha ninjas, heed my command. Repair the village, locate all the injured, and send them to the medical department. As for the Sunagakure intruders, eliminate them if possible. Those barely alive should be captured and imprisoned in the Sky Prison. Jiraiya, Kakashi, follow me, and Uchiha Sora, you come along as well. With that, the Hokage vanished from the spot. Jiraiya and Kakashi quickly approached Uchiha Sora's side. Kakashi patted Uchiha Sora on the shoulder. You did well. Is this ability truly from the Sharingan? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having lived for so long, both were astute enough to understand the Hokage's intentions, sensing that Uchiha Sora was formidable yet also a potential threat, possibly the next Itachi Uchiha. More alarmingly, the explosive power of Uchiha Sora's ability posed a danger far exceeding that of any single-tailed beast. Uchiha Sora chuckled. Gentlemen, you are both esteemed mentors of the village. There is no need for formality. However, I must mention that this power comes at a great cost. Even I find it tremendously exhausting to wield. I have protected the village, so I hope you too will speak on my behalf when the time comes. Uchiha Sora flashed a grin, a smile that left Kakashi and Jiraiya feeling unsettled. They couldn't shake the feeling that Uchiha Sora was subtly threatening them. Uchiha Kage refrained from idle chatter as he took the lead. Making his way toward the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, in truth, he had long comprehended the implications of deploying nuclear weaponry to it was inevitable that the Hokage would seek him out, and at that juncture, concerns regarding his ability to obliterate the village might arise. All in all, it was quite the predicament. However, Uchiha Kage remained unperturbed. He had already devised a strategy to address the situation at that moment. The voice of the system resonated unprecedentedly within his mind. Ding! Detection of the host's utilization of modern high-tech weaponry has sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Additionally, it has been noted that the host has surpassed levels to vanquish formidable foes. Triggering hidden rewards from a system. Reward 1. Quantum technology unlocked. Reward 2. Enhancement of the Sharingan. Unlocking the skill Amaterasu. Reward 3. Friendship with Deidara. Maxed out. Uchiha Kage was momentarily taken aback. The previous rewards were relatively straightforward. But the quantum technology was particularly intriguing in Uchiha Kage's eyes. This concept transcended his understanding that IT was undoubtedly a boon from the system. After all, in the face of an increasing number of ninjas in the future, especially when facing numerous overpowered adversaries, even conventional nuclear warheads might prove ineffective. Thus, quantum technology was a timely solution. The third reward, however, was rather ludicrous. What did it mean to have Deidara's friendship? Wasn't he a member of the Akatsuki? How had such camaraderie suddenly emerged? Moreover, Uchiha Kage understood that the system did not arbitrarily increase affinity. It was contingent upon relationships. Deidara, after all, seemed to have no connection to him whatsoever. Yet he soon found himself in a state of astonishment. Could it be related to an explosion? Having perused the original text, Kage was well aware of Deidara's obsession with explosions. If he were to witness a nuclear detonation, it might genuinely foster an affinity towards him. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Did this individual truly dare to approach him? In Uchiha Kage's estimation, that seemed highly improbable. Thus, he promptly arrived at the Hokage's office. That moment, the Hokage cast a glance at Uchiha Kage. Despite having recently endured a battle, his body marred with wounds, the Hokage's presence as the leader of Konohagakure remained formidable. Uchiha Kage, you have done exceptionally well. You have rendered great service to the village. Could you elucidate the nature of your eyes? Uchiha Kage shrugged his shoulders. It is rather difficult to explain, as I do not fully comprehend it myself. It simply awakened within me, akin to Itachi's experience. However, presently, we are the only two Uchiha in the village, and Sasuke is still young. He is undoubtedly oblivious as well. Without a point of reference, this matter is challenging to articulate. The Hokage furrowed his brow. He could discern that Uchiha Kage was cleverly evading the question, engaging in a game of semantics. Yet paradoxically, his reasoning held merit. The mysteries of the Sharingan were numerous. Even in ancient times, Uchiha Madara would not dare claim mastery over the entire Sharingan. Nevertheless, the Hokage still harbored concerns about Uchiha Kage's safety. Allowing him to remain in the village was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, especially as he noticed that the blue luminescence emanating from Uchiha Kage seemed poised to manifest at any moment. What if on an ill-fated day he were to become displeased and ignite the village? Just as he contemplated saying something, he was abruptly drawn to the window. Chapter 36. The Inexpensive Disciple. The Hokage's Subtle Intentions. Outside the office window stood a figure perched upon a large white bird, gazing at Uchiha Kage with palpable excitement. Artist No, master, you are my master. Please accept me as your disciple. You from the Akatsuki. Why haven't you departed yet? The Hokage's expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. After all, just a moment ago, this individual had allied with Orochimaru to end his life, and now he boldly appeared at the office window. Had he possessed even a modicum of composure, he might have reacted violently on the spot. Fortunately, the Hokage was astute. He recognized that this individual, like Uchiha Itachi, had merely been a bystander during the earlier events. Furthermore, this was a dangerous character. Should he be provoked, the village could ill afford another upheaval. In summary, it was best to avoid antagonizing him. As he prepared to speak, Uchiha Kage, looking exasperated, turned to Deidara. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to teach you. This endeavor requires innate talent. If you fail to grasp it, do not blame me. Even so, are you still willing to take me as your master? Uchiha Kage was not being disingenuous. Technology was not something one could simply learn without early exposure to foundational theories. How could a native of the Hokage's village possibly master it? It was akin to teaching a monkey to play a game when it could not even operate a keyboard, let alone execute the necessary maneuvers. However, this statement resonated differently in Deidara's ears, taking on a new flavor. Well, isn't that just art? Whether one can learn hinges entirely on talent, imbued with a delightful ambiguity. What else could art be? Art is elusive, leaving one perplexed. Rest assured, master, I am certain I will learn. Even if I cannot, I will persist. If I truly cannot learn, I would be more than willing to assist you. Deidara exclaimed, leaping through the window with fervor, enthusiastically clasping Uchiha Kage's hand, his expression akin to that of an infatuated admirer. This scene startled the Hokage, causing him to jump in shock, his visage contorted with disbelief. If memory served, this was indeed the Hokage's office in Konohagakure. Why did it seem as though these two were more at ease than he was? Wasn't there a door? Could they not simply use it? At that moment, to preserve his own standing, the Hokage cleared his throat symbolically. Deidara, if I recall correctly, not long ago you posed a threat to the safety of the children in Konohagakure. Furthermore, you have displayed a lack of concern for your so-called master. How can you shamelessly seek to become his disciple? Moreover, Konohagakure does not welcome dangerous individuals. If you depart now, I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Deidara pouted, displaying evident impatience. All right. I understand. Fear not, for I am a principled individual. Once I have recognized my master, I shall never engage in any act that he disapproves of. With that, he eagerly turned to Uchiha Kage. Master, please accept me. With me around, no one in the village will dare to bully you. As he spoke, he reconsidered. Being capable of single-handedly defeating a tailed beast, it seemed no one in the village would dare to provoke him. Thus, he quickly amended his proposition. Master, I can serve you, truly as a devoted servant, as long as you allow me to witness those explosive moments again. Even if I cannot learn, I would be content just to hear the sounds. Uchiha Kage, observing Deidara's earnestness, let out a reluctant sigh. Very well, given your fervent pursuit of art, I shall take you as my disciple. However, I cannot simply dispense such things casually, as they require considerable resources. And art, after all, should not be overly frequent. Otherwise, what would it even be called? Deidara's face was one of rapt attention, nodding occasionally as if enlightened. From this day forth, you shall serve as my bodyguard. While also learning from me, if your aptitude is high, you might just master it. Upon hearing this, Deidara could not contain his exuberance. Understood. I comply. Throughout this entire exchange, the Hokage's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Internally, he could not help but scoff. How had Uchiha Kage come to possess such cunning at such a tender age? Despite appearing to be merely a teenager, he seemed to possess an abundance of cleverness. Although it was Deidara who sought him out, it felt as though he were being ensnared in a trap. How had he unwittingly become Uchiha Kage's bodyguard? Moreover, a Chunin at that, appearing utterly reluctant. Have some dignity. Furthermore, it appeared that Kage was the sort who offered no salary and provided no food or lodging. Kage, you truly are impressive. Yet, upon reflection, this could be a fortuitous development. Regardless of Daidora's background as a member of the Akatsuki, his strength should be comparable to that of a Kaguya, right? If Uchiha Kage, you could effectively keep him in check. It would mean that the village had inadvertently gained a Kage-level combatant. What a significant advantage. In fact, he began to think that the destruction wrought upon the village that day was inconsequential. Considering there had been no casualties that moment, he cleared his throat. As Hokage, he still had to voice some thoughts. Uchiha Kage, if you wish to take Deidara as your disciple, he must join Konohagakure. After all, it would be rather inconvenient to have an outsider in the village. As the Hokage spoke, he continuously winked at Uchiha Kong. This was already a clear indication. Uchiha Kong was not foolish. In fact, his presence in the office today meant he had considered everything beforehand, but he understood that, although the Hokage appeared to be a benevolent elder, he harbored many ulterior motives. Had it not been for Deidara today, he might have found himself facing confinement or even sent to the Umbu for experimentation. Deidara was indeed a crucial asset. Without him, things would be dire. Thus, Uchiha Kong nodded that IT was to be expected. Deidara's apprentice, would you be willing to join my Konoha village from this day forth? Upon joining, I can assure you enter the Uchiha clan directly, where you will be able to appreciate art in greater detail. Deidara hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback. Having grown accustomed to being a rogue ninja, suddenly joining a village, especially Konoha, felt quite formal and overwhelming. However, he soon shook his head. Compared to art, these concerns were trivial. If he could witness art daily and learn from it, then joining Konoha would be a small price to pay. Even becoming Hokage would be a welcome opportunity. As you wish, whatever my master says goes. Uchiha Kong smiled gently, a look of satisfaction on his face. This scene portrayed Uchiha Kong as the elder, while this member of Akatsuki appeared as the apprentice. The Hokage, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his astonishment, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 37. Quantum Technology? Nano Armor? Goodness, such malevolence at such a young age. If he grows up, it could spell trouble. Ah well, since he is one of our Konoha people, let us hope for another Uchiha Madara in the future. With that, the Hokage chose to remain silent, and thus, Uchiha Kong unwittingly took on an apprentice. The Hokage's attitude towards Uchiha Kong underwent a complete transformation, becoming exceedingly polite, leading Uchiha Kong to question who the real Hokage was. In the end, Uchiha Kong was granted the rank of Chunin. He was not elevated to Jonin due to insufficient tenure. However, once the time came, the Hokage promised Uchiha Kong he could promote himself. Subsequently, a plethora of resources was awarded to Uchiha Kong, including many materials he specified. After all these arrangements, Uchiha Kong was finally released, swaggering back to the Uchiha clan amidst the astonishment of Kakashi and Jiraiya. Once Uchiha Kong departed, Kakashi gasped in shock. What kind of enchantment did this kid cast on the Hokage? Wasn't he the Hokage supposed to interrogate him just now? Why does it seem like he has gotten off scot-free? And is that person beside him, if I'm not mistaken, a member of Akatsuki? Jiraiya rubbed his eyes vigorously. Goodness, it truly is Deidara. What in the world is happening? How did these two end up together? The two exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. After a long pause, Kakashi finally spoke. Forget it, we shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the young. At the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha, Sasuke stared at Deidara in shock. What is going on with this guy? Have you been kidnapped? If not, blink. Uchiha Kong rolled his eyes and playfully flicked Sasuke on the forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my apprentice from now on. You shall refer to him as your brother. Sasuke blinked repeatedly, honestly perplexed. How did my brother suddenly acquire an apprentice? And it's the dangerous Deidara at that. However, Sasuke didn't dwell on it. He recognized his brother's charm. Captivating an Akatsuki member shouldn't be too surprising, right? So he naturally accepted it. Brother, the recent exam was interrupted, but there is good news. We both seem to have been promoted and are now Chunin. From now on, we can accept missions independently and are also eligible to participate in the Jonin exams. It was evident that Sasuke valued his rank in Konoha. Uchiha Kong, however, was indifferent to these accolades. At that moment, his mind was occupied solely with the system. Damn system, what exactly is quantum technology? Is there something like quantum armor that, when activated, could envelop the entire body? How impressive that would be! Even if not, at least a quantum energy blade would suffice. Something with the power of a lightsaber, slicing through foes like butter. Thus, Uchiha Kong hurriedly said, "All right, apprentice, go practice with my old mentor for now." The first step in art begins with mastering the basics. Deidara paused, clearly struggling to grasp Uchiha Kong's words. "But you're my master." Uchiha Kong turned, his expression grave, tinged with disappointment. "Oh, you know? In ancient times, there was an artist, a painter, who dedicated himself to practicing by painting eggs, producing over 1,000 pieces. Ultimately, he achieved his dream of becoming a master, which teaches us what? That we must start with the little things." "Deidara, you have much to learn." Deidara's expression turned serious, and after a moment of reflection, he felt remorseful. "My master's teachings. I am utterly lacking. I didn't even understand such a fundamental principle." Clenching his fists, determination filled Deidara's face. "But rest assured, master, from now on, I will definitely start with the basics and ensure your satisfaction." Uchiha Kong patted his shoulder in approval. "Good job. I believe in you." Uchiha Kong's demeanor resembled that of a charismatic leader, yet he was merely a Hokage in his own right. Having sent the two off, Uchiha Kong quickly returned inside, that he accessed the system interface in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unlocked quantum technology, and you can now purchase corresponding quantum blueprints in the shop. With the early materials, you can craft them." Uchiha Kong eagerly opened the shop's blueprint section. Scanning through, he was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, the system proved reliable, as most items were defensive in nature. Before him lay blueprints for quantum armor, quantum shields, anti-gravity boots, and more. All were supportive tools, primarily focused on protection. It was important to note that Uchiha Kong currently lacked defensive capabilities. After all, in the latter stages of the ninja world, even now, many jutsu could easily end his life. As it stood, Uchiha Kong's strength stemmed merely from his high offensive power, coupled with his Uchiha lineage, which endowed him with the exceptional Sharingan, enabling him to slow down time and replicate jutsu. Various advantages combined to make him appear formidable in close combat. However, in comparison to true powerhouses, this was hardly noteworthy. Should Uchiha Kong fail to secure life-saving tools or means to ensure his safety during battles, he would find himself in dire straits. He understood that his current advantage lay in surprise. Yet now, with Gatling guns displayed and nuclear weapons revealed, should anyone seek him out in the future, they would likely come prepared. Moreover, Uchiha Kong could clearly identify his own weakness, his physical form. Thus, the system became his immediate solution. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kong purchased the quantum armor blueprint. Soon, the transaction was complete, costing him 1,400 coins. After completing several tasks, and with half a month of daily earnings, Uchiha Kong had amassed approximately 30,000 coins. Spending a mere 1,400 was insignificant at that moment. Uchiha Kong's mind was filled with information about the quantum armor. Quantum armor, composed of quantum nanotechnology, is a high-performance, highly mobile suit that can shrink to a nanoscale when not in use. Furthermore, it can transform into any shape within the wielder's capacity. According to their preferences, required materials include a quantum nanocomposite synthesizer, a small reactor, and a nuclear propulsion system. Uchiha Kong was initially taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. The description was undoubtedly reminiscent of the latest nano armor. Chapter 38. Long-Term Goals, Brother Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the system seemingly enhanced the design, likely surpassing the original version. The materials, however, appeared quite extravagant and would be challenging to gather in the short term. Nevertheless, in times of uncertainty, one should consult the system shop. Uchiha Kong promptly opened the materials section of the shop, beginning his search for any similarly named items. After an exhaustive search, Uchiha Kong discovered that there indeed existed such items. The system proved to be quite considerate, especially since it was currently challenging for Uchiha Kong to acquire them through manual effort. Nearly everything was available for purchase in the marketplace. However, the prices were far from agreeable. A small reactor of the lowest quality demanded 200,000 gold coins, while a dual-tube nuclear-powered jetpack of medium quality cost 450,000 gold coins. Uchiha Kong recited these figures to himself, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Were these items not exorbitantly priced? At least, they were beyond his current means. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kong remained unfazed. The goal had been established. All that was required now was to accumulate wealth. And there were numerous avenues for doing so, in addition to daily tasks. Completing system-assigned missions yielded substantial rewards in gold coins. Furthermore, the amount of gold earned would adjust according to the current level of unlocked technology. Uchiha Kong predicted that when the next significant event occurred, the rewards would be ample enough to procure these coveted items. Thus, he momentarily set aside thoughts of the blueprints and redirected his focus onto himself. Following a recent battle, what resources did he have left? The Gatling gun needed no further elaboration. According to his earlier calculations, he still possessed over 8,000 rounds of ammunition while manufacturing more in due course. He could easily amass over 10,000 rounds again. Even when facing formidable opponents, the Gatling gun could serve as a means of prolonged deterrence. Therefore, it could be considered one of his trump cards. Moreover, there were nuclear weapons. After a single launch, the cooldown period required for reactivation was half a day, and Uchiha Kong had noticed that the system occasionally mispriced items. For instance, the nuclear bomb technique appeared to be a somewhat lackluster ninjutsu. It could generate a small amount of nuclear energy. Most importantly, it was remarkably stable. Astonishingly, it was priced at merely a few dozen gold coins. It was worth noting that this nuclear energy could be produced in bulk, equivalent to launching several nuclear bombs. Although each use demanded a significant amount, leaving Uchiha Kong utterly drained, the results were undeniably effective. This technique could incapacitate a tailed beast with a single strike. Upon further reflection, Uchiha Kong learned that Gaara had not perished. The tailed beast had merely sustained severe injuries and retreated. It was likely being sent back to Sunagakure for healing. After all, the tailed beast was not at fault. It was merely a weapon of the village. The true blame lay with its wielder. Konoha had not pursued the matter, nor could they, considering they possessed the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. What right did they have to cast stones at others? Uchiha Kong shook his head, suppressing these thoughts that, in addition to these weapons, he currently had allies, Deidara, a member of the Akatsuki, although he had been swiftly defeated by Sasuke. That was after Sasuke's growth. When calculated carefully, Deidara's overall strength was comparable to that of Hiruzen Sarutobi in his prime, and his ninjutsu was particularly unpredictable. In the early stages, having him as a bodyguard would suffice. Uchiha Kong nodded to himself, feeling as though he had graduated to a certain extent. He could now live a comfortable life in the village, even if he chose to remain idle, with just the nuclear bombs in his possession. Reaching a satisfactory conclusion would not be an issue. However, merely achieving a conclusion and dominating the narrative were not synonymous. Uchiha Kong had always been someone who strived for excellence. He understood that since the system had chosen him, it was a testament to his potential and capability to surpass others. Why should he relinquish that opportunity? Moreover, Uchiha Kong's aspirations were straightforward. He desired to establish the supremacy of science within the world of Naruto. Perhaps the next step would be to recruit Orochimaru as an ally. Uchiha Kong's mind raced. Having read the original work, he understood that during the time of the legendary three shinobi, Tsunade upheld faith and hope. Ultimately, her object of affection perished, and her brother met a tragic fate. Jiraiya, too, sought freedom, only to meet a grim end. Yet, Orochimaru alone had survived. Why was that? Because he had faith in science from the beginning to the end. He had remained a researcher, tirelessly exploring various unconventional methods. Ironically, not only did he survive, but he also earned the title of Snake Lady. In the second part, he played both father and mother, leading a truly pastoral life. Thus, Uchiha Kong reaffirmed that faith in science was indeed commendable. The only trouble was how to entice Orochimaru to join him, perhaps employing scientific methods. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Kong dismissed that notion. Currently, Orochimaru was stronger than him. Attempting to recruit him would likely result in his own demise. This was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Subsequently, Uchiha Kong entertained other thoughts. Why not seek out his elder brother instead? He recalled the figure of Itachi Uchiha in Konoha. Although they had been quite distant at that time, with Uchiha Kong and his fellow students gathered in the square, he still managed to glimpse his elder brother. The enmity between Itachi and Sasuke had always struck Uchiha Kong as a tragic loss. Such a powerful elder brother, with such a warm brotherly bond. Why could there not be a perfect ending? Why must they be torn apart? Thus, since his arrival in this world, Uchiha Kong's first task was to guide Sasuke, hoping to prevent him from becoming a brooding machine solely focused on revenge. Now, observing the results, he found them remarkable. Even when Itachi appeared, Sasuke displayed no animosity. His attention had been solely on Uchiha Kong. Hence, Uchiha Kong believed that this endeavor was feasible in the original narrative. Why did Itachi distance himself from his younger brother? It was out of concern for the treachery within Konoha, fearing that the Hokage and others would conspire to eliminate the last remnants of the Uchiha clan. Additionally, Itachi had seen through the brutal nature of the ninja world, using this distance as a form of motivation for Sasuke. However, the circumstances had changed. With Uchiha Kong's presence, Sasuke could now thrive under his protection. Uchiha Kong believed that if he could resolve these two concerns, it would merely be a matter of time before his elder brother returned. The thought of the formidable Itachi Uchiha returning to Konoha, revitalizing the Uchiha clan, filled him with excitement. Excellent. This would be the long-term goal, bringing his elder brother home. The short-term objective was to swiftly produce quantum battle armor. Furthermore, according to the original plot, following the turmoil caused by Orochimaru, the Akatsuki would soon make their move. Uchiha Kong's eyes glimmered as he mentally reviewed the original storyline. First and foremost, after Orochimaru's intervention, Konoha had revealed Naruto's existence. Subsequently, Yahiko, Nagato, and the others began their worldwide pursuit of tailed beasts, igniting the Ninja World War. However, Uchiha Kong was not entirely certain about the plot's progression. With his presence, many events could unfold differently. He could only strive to maintain the overarching trajectory. In terms of the major direction, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly take action. The uncertainty lay in whether their target would be Naruto or himself. Regardless, he resolved to hasten his own improvement. Tomorrow, he would craft 2 rifles, one for Sasuke and one for his apprentice, thus arming his organization. Uchiha Kong understood that strength in numbers was paramount, since he had Sasuke and Deidara at his disposal. He needed to utilize them, but he would transform them into modern warriors, champions of technology. In a remote, mountainous region of the Naruto world, there existed a narrow canyon, damp and elongated, resembling a fissure in the earth that led straight to its core. This location served as the meeting place for the Akatsuki. Aside from the land of rain, this moment, the entire Akatsuki organization had gathered. Their figures were indistinct, with only their eyes and rings visible. At this juncture, Yahiko spoke coldly. Failed? I instructed you to bring Uchiha Itachi along with Deidara, bolstered by the support of Tsunagakure. And yet you, Orochimaru, have proven yourself to be utterly worthless. At this moment, Orochimaru shivered, not due to Yahiko's words, but because they evoked painful memories of his past. In Konoha, one could say that the mushroom cloud had left an indelible mark on his tender psyche. As a mere rogue ninja in this world, how much psychological trauma could such an event inflict? At the very least, he now stuttered in his speech. This is not merely the fault of that Uchiha Kong from Konoha. No, the entire Uchiha clan is insufferable. The others remained silent. To be frank, the mushroom cloud from Konoha was visible to anyone with their eyes open. Even Yahiko understood that this failure might have deeper implications. At that moment, Kakuzu let out a cold laugh. What a pathetic excuse for a ninja. Are you aware that, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, your recent mission has depleted a significant portion of our financial resources, amounting to at least half of our assets? Orochimaru, how do you intend to make amends for this? Duanfei, with a sinister smile, reveled in the unfolding chaos. Indeed, Orochimaru, it appears that the Hidden Leaf Village lacks any formidable warriors. To my knowledge, there is merely one Hokage, at most a Jiraiya. Yet you, on the other hand, are accompanied by Itachi, Uchiha, and Deidara. For you to suffer defeat under such circumstances is utterly disgraceful. Listening to the derisive remarks, Orochimaru was on the verge of exasperation, wondering why those so capable did not take action themselves. Faced with such a terrifying mushroom cloud, if they could maintain their composure, he would willingly adopt their surname. Furthermore, Orochimaru was indeed frightened to his core. The memory of Uchiha Sura's shot and the terrifying force it wielded remained vivid in his mind, compelling him to take a deep breath. You simply do not understand. You are but a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. That Uchiha Sora lad must have some flaw in his Sharingan. You have not witnessed the cataclysmic explosion that resembled the detonation of hundreds, if not thousands, of tailed beast bombs, all erupting simultaneously. Even Itachi Uchiha was present at that moment. You can inquire with him if you doubt my words. Yahiko scoffed. He wasn't there. This fellow frequently absents himself. Are you suggesting that such terrifying power emanates from the Sharingan? Duanfei, intrigued, fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. The Sharingan. Goodness, I have long heard it touted as the most potent ocular technique, capable of awakening unique abilities when honed to perfection. It appears there is truth to that. Yahiko interjected. Enough. Let us allow Orochimaru to elucidate the events as they transpired. Orochimaru nodded. The situation unfolded as follows. That harrowing explosion. Uchiha Sora seems capable of executing it more than once. It is conceivable that, akin to launching a tail beast bomb, this individual is nothing short of a humanoid tailed beast. Orochimaru succinctly recounted the events. When the others comprehended that Uchiha Sora had single-handedly annihilated Shikaku with a mere shot, they were left in stunned disbelief. What did you say? He defeated Shikaku with a single strike. Is that for real? Even if it is just one tailed beast, it is still a tailed beast. Duanfei was bewildered, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. Indeed, if we merely convey that he's exceptionally strong, they might not grasp the concept fully. However, the might of the tailed beast is deeply ingrained in the psyche of every ninja. Almost like a nightmarish specter. Who among us has not been frightened by a tailed beast in their youth? Even Kakuzu's eyes twitched in disbelief. Are you suggesting that this Uchiha lad, merely a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, somehow employed an unknown technique to allegedly decimate Shikaku? If this is true, that would undoubtedly rewrite the entire ninja world's perception of genin. Orochimaru merely shrugged. You may think as you wish. But I have no desire to confront that individual again. I cannot shake the feeling that Uchiha Sora possesses an endless well of strategies. Yahiko, upon hearing this, wore an extremely grave expression. Could it be that Uchiha Sora harbors the potential to rival the legendary Uchiha Madara? After all, this individual, revered as the progenitor of ninjas, likely could not have vanquished a tailed beast in his youth. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply, greed flashing in his eyes. Regardless, Uchiha Sora requires our utmost attention. We must elevate his importance to match that of the Nine Tails. Should he continue to demonstrate exceptional prowess, we must seize him. The group gasped. This was the first time they had heard that capturing an individual was deemed more critical than apprehending a tailed beast. However, Uchiha Sora's extraordinary abilities seemed to justify such considerations. At that moment, Orochimaru cautioned, it is prudent not to act hastily. The 5 great ninja villages are currently mobilizing, especially considering the magnitude of the previous battle. They are undoubtedly on high alert at this very moment, and any rash actions would be unwise. Duanfei suddenly remarked, it feels as though many are absent this time. What of Deidara? The nearby Chiyo shook her head. Deidara, although my partner, is notoriously elusive. He is yet to return since accompanying Orochimaru on this expedition. Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze towards Orochimaru. At this juncture, Orochimaru felt utterly wronged. How was he to know Deidara's whereabouts? When he departed, he was solely focused on escaping and paid no heed to Deidara, who, despite his unreliability, possessed undeniable strength. Chapter 40. This contraption certainly surpasses the Kunai in utility, and it shouldn't have been left behind by the old Hokage. Right? At this moment, Orochimaru felt a twinge of guilt. I cannot say for certain, but he is most likely fine. Yahiko sighed. Very well. Let us each attend to our own matters. Once this turmoil subsides and the various villages lower their guard, we shall retrieve Shikaku. The group unanimously agreed. Simultaneously, the entire ninja world was in turmoil, affecting every ninja in existence. This was due to the joint announcement made by the great ninja villages, declaring that in 3 days, a 5 Kage summit would convene in the Hidden Leaf Village. Indeed, this highest-level meeting in the Hokage world was about to unfold. The reason being that the mightiest hidden leaf village had been subjected to repeated ambushes. Moreover, other villages felt the tremors of that terrifying force. The remaining 4 villages convened out of fear of being the next victims. This news swiftly spread throughout the hidden leaf village that in the Uchiha clan's residence. Uchiha Sora was meticulously instructing Sasuke on the operation of a freshly crafted standard version of the AK-47, while holding it in his hands. Observe, this is the trigger, this is the firing mechanism. And this here is the safety. Sasuke was attentively engaged, occasionally asking questions. Brother, what is this device called? A rifle, to be precise. It is known as the AK-47. Beside them, Deidara wore an expression of uncontainable excitement. Art, undoubtedly, this is art. Despite the muted sound of the explosion, it felt undeniably artistic. Uchiha Sora scoffed. Is appreciation not a form of art? Do not let the size of the bullet deceive you. It is filled with pure gunpowder. Its specifications far exceed that of explosive clay. At that moment, Uchiha Sora noticed Deidara's covetous gaze and produced a belt of ammunition laden with fist-sized green projectiles that, of course, from Deidara's perspective, these were artistic explosives. In truth, these were high-explosive grenades he had purchased from the shop, infused with chakra. While each grenade's power was modest, they could collectively rival dozens of explosive tags. Moreover, with shrapnel inside, if thrown accurately, their lethality was quite considerable. Master, what is this? Deidara inquired, his eyes betraying confusion, as he, being a native of the Hidden Leaf, had no knowledge of such things. The gateway to art, my friend, is what I call the art fruit. Simply pull this pin and toss it like clay, and it will detonate. Uchiha Sora said with a mysterious smile, casually activating a grenade and tossing it towards a rockery in the backyard. With a resounding boom, the already disturbed ground of the backyard was further marred by a new crater. Instantly, Deidara was elated. Wow, the explosion was crisp and resonant, and remarkably, its power was impressive. It seemed to contain some sort of shrapnel capable of inflicting widespread damage. Whenever explosions were involved, Deidara transformed into an expert. Sometimes his analyses left Uchiha Sora astounded. Indeed, its true name is a high-explosive fragmentation grenade, designed for inflicting harm that I do not possess many, so be sure to use them sparingly. Uchiha Sora expressed with a pained expression. While not overly expensive, it was still his chakra being utilized. Deidara, brimming with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, master. I will treasure them." Just then, Sasuke pulled the trigger, and rounds began to fire, punctuating the air with a series of sharp cracks, turning a patch of ground into a sieve. Wow. Brother, this device is far superior to kunai. Sasuke exclaimed, instantly enamored with the rifle. Uchiha Sora mused, is that not self-evident? Cold weapons, no matter how skilled you are at throwing them accurately, cannot possibly compare to firearms. At that moment, he chuckled and retrieved a larger weapon from his pocket. Gatling gun. Do you see this? Now, this is a true weapon of mass destruction. Uchiha Kong wore a face of smug satisfaction, while the 2 individuals beside him were increasingly filled with trepidation that in this manner. Uchiha Kong proudly showcased a myriad of weapons, simultaneously assigning suitable equipment to the 2. Sasuke, endowed with the Sharingan, was best suited to wield a rifle, as it would enable him to achieve near-perfect accuracy. Deidara, with his penchant for explosions, received an array of grenades. Moreover, Uchiha Kong intended to craft a grenade launcher for him in due time, a device that would undoubtedly surpass mere clay in sophistication. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden notification resounded in the depths of his mind. Ding! Upon returning safely from his journey of training, the host shall receive a reward. Uchiha Kong was momentarily taken aback. When did this system become so sociable? Typically, it would recommend that he remain in his own village. However, given that a reward was on the table and it was evidently a main quest, Uchiha Kong could not refuse that he decisively chose to accept that very instant. He heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. Simultaneously, beyond the territory of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi and Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto's team, were making their way towards Uchiha Kong. Along the journey, Kakashi wore an expression of hopeful anticipation. Who would have thought that one day I would need to personally visit to recruit a disciple? and that I would feel anxious about whether this fellow would deem me worthy? Jiraiya chuckled. Given Uchiha Kong's prowess, it was customary for him to have a mentor, but truth be told, apart from the Hokage and a select few, there were hardly any who could fulfill that role. Nevertheless, I believe he will choose me. After all, I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Kakashi regarded him with disdain. Spare me. This mission is somewhat obligatory, sending us to escort a bridge builder. While it's not difficult, the journey is lengthy and provides an opportunity for training. Your presence is merely as a bodyguard. In reality, the Hokage's intention was for me to instruct Uchiha Kong. It turns out, not long ago, the Hokage believed that although Uchiha Kong and his group had all advanced, they had not undergone any formal examinations, rendering their promotions somewhat dubious. Despite the Hokage's understanding, the public was not inclined to accept this. Thus, this mission was arranged to allow them to go through the motions, and upon completing a task, they could return with their identities firmly established. At this moment, as the two conversed, they had already arrived at the front gate. Just as they were about to knock, the door swung open. The one who opened it was Deidara. "Are you two looking for my master?" "What do you want?" Jiraiya was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Uchiha Kong, a mere genin, had an Akatsuki member willing to be his disciple. If that were the case, Uchiha Kong's disciples could potentially match them in combat. Chapter 41. Who is the teacher? Kakashi's expression was equally grave. "We have come at the behest of the Hokage to invite your master to undertake a mission that is the village's directive." And declining would lead to complications. Deidara, visibly annoyed, perceived these individuals as obstacles to his artistic education with Uchiha Kong. Nevertheless, he understood that he was at least partially affiliated with Konoha now. Thus, he could only begrudgingly nod. "Very well, lead the way." In this manner, they followed Deidara into the courtyard. Upon entering, they were left speechless. The Uchiha courtyard resembled a battleground, with devastation spread across the ground. Before them lay a massive pit filled with water. Undoubtedly the remnants of an explosive, now reduced to a mere puddled eye in the distance. A uniquely shaped artificial hill stood, riddled with bullet holes. It was clear that this was not mere decoration, but rather the result of gunfire. Scattered across the ground were numerous craters, closely spaced, as if countless explosive tags had detonated simultaneously. Yet, these disarrayed remnants were not the most shocking. Rather, it was the sight of Uchiha Kong hoisting a nearly 1 meter long Gatling gun, its barrel still smoking from recent use. Uchiha Kong turned his gaze towards Hinata. "Esteemed seniors, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea." With that, Uchiha Kong casually rested the Gatling gun on his shoulder. Sasuke, too, set down his AK-47 and dashed inside to fetch the tea set. Deidara, reluctantly, tucked away his belt of grenades. The scene left Kakashi utterly dumbfounded. This was not the Uchiha clan's territory. It was an armory. While the weapons were bizarre and unfamiliar, their mere appearance was enough to instill fear, clearly indicating their formidable nature. "Kong, we did not come here for tea. You needn't fuss. We are here to request your participation in a village mission. Furthermore, you are of age and require a mentor, so why not?" Jiraiya began politely, as if he were the one seeking to become a disciple. However, before he could finish, Deidara interjected with a glare. "Nonsense. My master does not need a teacher. With his artistic prowess, you are not worthy." Jiraiya's expression soured, though he couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in Deidara's words that it was indeed reasonable for Uchiha Kong, who could cultivate such terrifying mushrooms, to require no mentor. Kakashi, however, remained undeterred. While it's true that Kong possesses exceptional skills in certain areas, there are times when mastering ninjutsu and standard combat techniques is fundamental for any ninja. Before he could complete his thought, Sasuke returned with the tea, exclaiming, "Hey, didn't you say you had awakened the evolution of your Sharingan? Why not show me?" The atmosphere fell silent. Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, wondering if this young man was genuinely that extraordinary. Aside from inventing various formidable devices, had he also managed to evolve his Sharingan? It was well known among the Uchiha clan that the progression of the Sharingan, while confidential, was understood by both Kakashi and Jiraiya as high-ranking members of Konoha. From the lowest level of a single tomo to the highest of three, this constituted the complete growth path of the Uchiha. However, this was merely the starting point. Upon reaching the advanced 3 tomo, one would possess numerous powerful abilities, such as seeing through illusions, slowing down time, and replicating jutsu. Yet, skills like the more advanced ocular techniques, such as Amaterasu and Susu, required repeated advancements to master. The key was whether one could learn these skills after reaching the initial 3 tomo. Looking across the entire Uchiha clan, few had unlocked subsequent powerful skills. Shursui had been one, but he was now deceased. Itachi was another, possessing an even greater number of unlocked skills, yet he betrayed the village. But here was this young man, at such a tender age, seemingly on the verge of surpassing Shursui's achievements. For a moment, both men fell silent, their anticipation mounting. Uchiha Kong, however, remained unfazed. To be honest, he had not yet checked the reward from the system notification. He was aware that his eyes had evolved. Yet he understood that without acquiring certain special attributes, using the advanced techniques of the Sharingan could easily backfire. For instance, the use of Koten Zanshuin would result in permanent blindness after a single use, unless one was reincarnated through Edo Tensei, which was highly unlikely in the short term, so Uchiha Kong was not overly concerned about examining his abilities at this moment. To his surprise, it was Kimui. Uchiha Kong was astonished. Kimui, as one of the advanced skills of Sharingan, functioned like a miniature black hole. Upon activation, it could create a space that devoured everything within its line of sight. According to the original narrative, if wielded by a strong individual, it could even teleport a tailed beast bomb instantly. Moreover, it was quite effective for dealing damage as well. Most importantly, among all the advanced techniques, Kimui had the least consumption. It did not drain one's lifespan, only causing some bleeding from the eyes during usage. For Uchiha Kong, this was merely a minor inconvenience that he quickly turned his gaze towards a stone in front of him, blinking in the blink of an eye. To the astonishment of all present, a black dot appeared, resembling a pinhole, yet exuding a terrifying, even deadly, force of absorption. In an instant, a perfectly round cut appeared on the stone. This scene left all present in utter astonishment, although I possessed the ability of Kamui. The unique prowess of this eye is remarkable. Yet how old is Uchiha Sora? Kakashi, arguably the most knowledgeable regarding the Uchiha clan aside from the brothers themselves, possesses Shursui's eyes, allowing him to unleash a portion of the Sharingan's capabilities. Including Kimui, Kakashi found himself astounded as he realized that his own Kimui seemed inferior to that of Uchiha Sora. Nearby, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, what has this young man been consuming to grow? It feels as though another prodigy is about to emerge in the world of ninjas. Jiraiya, being well-versed in the Sharingan, understood that Uchiha Sora had unlocked Kimui in such a short period, akin to mastering the Rasengan as a child, an endeavor several hundred times more challenging. Chapter 42, Side Quest, The Bridge Builder. Such brilliance is truly remarkable. As for Sasuke, he too stood with his mouth agape. Brother, have you already surpassed the 3 tomo level? I distinctly recall having 2 tomo when you had yet to awaken your eyes, and now you've surpassed me. Sasuke was utterly bewildered. Uchiha Sora had previously been deemed a failure for not awakening his eyes for an extended period. Now, however, the newcomer had clearly outshone everyone, leaving them all in shock. Meanwhile, Deidara merely smirked, appearing unfazed. Why Master is a creator of art. Merely possessing a Sharingan is inconsequential. My master can undoubtedly handle it with ease. In response to the astonishment of the crowd, Uchiha Sora cleared his throat. Well then, what brings the 2 esteemed seniors to seek my presence? Uchiha Sora inquired once more, but this time the answer was markedly different. The Hokage wishes for you to solidify your current identity. Although you have grown immensely powerful, the villagers are unaware of it, so this is merely a formality. Kakashi responded with a courteous demeanor, as if addressing someone of equal standing. As for the task at hand, it is not particularly challenging. You are to escort a bridge builder, a man from a nearby small nation. The likelihood of encountering bandits is minimal, making it a task of the lowest difficulty, Jiraiya added nonchalantly. Observing this, Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow. Having read the original story, he recalled that the bridge builder's storyline should intersect with Zabuza, but this doesn't seem right. According to the original narrative, this event should have occurred long ago. Could it be that my arrival has altered the timeline? Uchiha Sora could only ponder this possibility. Nonetheless, while deviations may exist, the overall challenge should not differ significantly. Zabuza, being one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, possesses strength comparable to that of Kakashi, particularly during the early days of the Hokage. Uchiha Sora felt that dealing with him would require no more than an AK-47. Let us proceed. Since this is a mission from the Hidden Leaf Village, fulfilling it is our duty. Uchiha Sora agreed with enthusiasm. Thus, Uchiha Sora accompanied them to the village gates, where he spotted Naruto and Sakura waiting. At that moment, the two were equally astonished as they gazed at Uchiha Sora. Sora, you're this strong? I recall someone wanting to fight you earlier. What was his name? Shikamaru. Naruto immediately reported. Sakura, on the other hand, appeared infatuated. Sora, do you currently have a partner? Are you on a team? Uchiha Sora's appearance was quite striking, inheriting both Sasuke's rebellious charm and Uchiha Madara's flamboyance. Undoubtedly, he ranked among the most handsome individuals in the world of Hokage. In response to the inquiry, Uchiha Sora cleared his throat seriously. Ahem, apologies, but I already have teammates. Uchiha Sora couldn't admit to being single. He was already involved with Hinata, as for the notion of a harem. That was utterly out of the question, not at this moment at least, given his current strength. However, Sakura remained undeterred, her eyes sparkling with hope. So that means there is still a chance in the future. Uchiha Sora hesitated for a moment before nodding. Something like that. Their conversation was quite peculiar, perhaps comprehensible only to the two of them. Kakashi, meanwhile, urged them onward. Let us go. The client has been waiting impatiently. He insists that we exchange blueprints without delay. Uchiha Sora nodded, and the group swiftly departed the village. The village entrance. Uchiha Sora encountered their client, an elderly man with a white beard in the original story. This individual was disguised as the bridge builder, but was in fact concealing the conflicts between two nations and was also entangled with a local gang. This mission even involved the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were among the pinnacle of ninjas during the early days of the ninja world. One could argue that this task was far from a D-rank mission. Categorizing it as an S-rank would not be an exaggeration. However, Uchiha Sora chose not to expose this, as he had his own objectives. Given that his long-term mission was to save his brother, accomplishing this single-handedly would be challenging. After all, his brother was surrounded by formidable individuals like Nagato. Thus, Uchiha Sora planned to cultivate his own team, relying on sheer numbers for victory. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recruit Deidara or nurture Sasuke. Therefore, Uchiha Sora's mission was to gather allies, and not just any ally, but rather Haku. Indeed, Uchiha Sora's goal was Haku, not merely for her beauty, but because she was one of the rare medical ninjas capable of utilizing acupuncture techniques in the ninja world. Furthermore, she was well-versed in assassination techniques, making her one of the top-tier combatants during the early ninja era, a true multi-talented warrior. Compared to Zabuza, whose abilities would overlap with his own, Uchiha Sora sought assistance rather than a mere comrade. Are you all prepared? This task isn't particularly difficult. I hope you will protect me well. The bridge builder chuckled, his expression revealing no discernible emotions. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging that while they were merely students, they were exceptionally skilled, particularly Uchiha Sora, who was undoubtedly capable of ensuring the bridge builder's safety. He also smirked slightly. Why not introduce me? After all, I am one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. With me around, what petty thieves would dare to provoke us? The bridge builder merely chuckled, seemingly concealing something. However, the group paid no heed, treating the mission more like a leisurely excursion. Along the journey, Uchiha Sora, Deidara, and Sasuke formed a small team, while Sakura and Naruto each formed their own teams. Kakashi and Jiraiya served as the team leaders for this mission. For a time, they felt no sense of tension, treating the task lightly. Thus, they engaged in laughter and conversation, quickly leaving the confines of the village and entering the true wilderness in the world of Naruto. Areas classified as wilderness were considered no man's lands. No one from the 5 great ninja villages or nations governed them, and even the lesser ninjas paid them no mind. Such places might harbor small nations or villages, but within the Naruto universe, they were mere desolate lands. Without chakra, one could hardly claim to inhabit the ninja world. I could see that moment. On a forsaken hillside overgrown with weeds, a section was meticulously maintained, concealing a small courtyard. Zabuza coldly surveyed the note in his hand. How intriguing that this assassination target will cross a bridge not far from here. Let us go. The mission awaits. Following Zabuza, Haku emerged, still wearing her signature mask. Once this mission is completed, will we finally get a moment's respite? Zabuza let out a cold laugh. Not likely. As assassins, do you think we can afford a rest? How long has it been since we've had a peaceful moment? We are assassins, not playing house. Once we embark on this path, there is no turning back. Chapter 43. Kindred Spirits, Fat Sheep. Haku's expression changed, revealing a hint of sadness, yet she nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The target shouldn't be too strong. Right? Zabuza contemplated as he walked. This should be weak, considering the individual is disguised as a bridge builder, merely a task for an ordinary person. Even in the Hidden Leaf Village, it would be considered the lowest tier. Based on experience, the ones taking on such tasks are typically students from the village, the graduating class at most, accompanied by a teacher. However, that is just a mere teacher, as long as they aren't one of the renowned ones. The rest should be manageable. Haku nodded but remained concerned. Recently, Haven we heard of someone named Uchiha Sora. They say he is formidable. What if it's him? With a scoff, Zabuza remarked, "You've thought too much." Such an existence would be regarded as a genius even by Konoha, and it is utterly impossible for us to encounter one. Moreover, he continued, pausing momentarily to tap his massive sword, I wish to inquire whether his ability can be unleashed faster than my blade. I nodded in agreement, recognizing Zabuza's formidable prowess, which indeed places him among the elite in the entire ninja realm. It was not merely a matter of dealing with a student. Even someone of Kakashi's renowned caliber would find it a daunting task. Thus, the two hastened their pace, their voices swiftly swallowed by the desolate mountain wilderness in a remote corner of the ninja world. Orochimaru wore an expression of palpable agitation as he stood before three lifeless bodies. Curse it! What manner of weapon does that Uchiha Kong possess? Why do I feel as though my body is on the verge of collapse? Orochimaru seethed with fury. The last time he invaded Konoha, he had sustained no injuries, and the Hokage remained unharmed. Logically, it should have been a mere tit-for-tat encounter with no significant loss on either side. Yet, ever since his close encounter with Uchiha Kong, his body had been plagued by inexplicable ailments. One moment, he would be walking, and his arm would fall off. Another moment, pain would suddenly strike a part of his body. In short, Orochimaru had not engaged in combat for several days and had resorted to utilizing the snake clone technique to create multiple replicas. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, it seemed ineffective as that peculiar force lingered. Left with no alternatives, he contemplated changing bodies. He had hesitated previously due to the lack of suitable vessels, but the three individuals before him had been selected from various ninja villages for their strength. While they lacked renown, they were presently the best candidates for vessels. Damn it, that weapon must possess some kind of side effect to be able to infect me. Orochimaru swore. Next time, I shall use an Uchiha's body as my vessel. Despite his reluctance, he began the process of seizing a new body in no time, his consciousness was transported into a new form. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself moving with some difficulty. Though the pain had subsided, he still felt injured. It seemed he ought to seek medical ninjas for treatment, particularly the renowned medical ninja Tsunade. Orochimaru's eyes glinted as he suddenly spoke. Come here and assist me in investigating whether a fat sheep has recently appeared in the gambling dens. D stepped forward, bewildered. My lord, what do you need to investigate this for? He inquired, perplexed, as Orochimaru had never shown an interest in such matters. Just conduct the investigation as instructed. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Orochimaru snapped, his patience wearing thin. If it weren't for the gravity of the situation, I would have slapped you already. Sensing the tension, instinctively recoiled. All right, I shall investigate immediately, he replied, hastily excusing himself. After a brief moment, Orochimaru took a deep breath. Kage, who exactly are you? Could it be true, as the rumor suggests, that you're the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru had extensively studied various scientific theories, including reincarnation. There existed a notion that certain ninjas, upon reaching a certain level of strength, would be reborn after death. Although this process rendered them devoid of memories and emotions, transforming them into new beings, their combat prowess, including innate talents, would remain intact. Now, Orochimaru found himself tormented by a mere child like Kage, leading him to justifiable suspicions regarding the latter's origins. Yet he also pondered, what if this fellow truly is Uchiha Madara? Shouldn't his combat strength manifest in actual battles rather than through these unorthodox means? Orochimaru hesitated, considering whether Kage might, in fact, be a kindred spirit. There was no need to become adversaries and vie for his body. If Kage were also a scholar of the sciences, their collaboration could potentially forge a technological legend. With this thought, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Next time we meet, I shall observe him closely that if he too embraces science, we would indeed be allies in another city within the ninja world, where neon lights flickered and revelry abounded. A rare haven of hedonism flourished. This locale boasted numerous entertainment facilities, yet its gambling establishments were the most infamous. Here, countless tales of overnight fortunes were whispered, alongside the misfortunes of those who lost everything in a single night. At that moment, a group engaged in a card game wore expressions of eager anticipation. Are you saying the fat sheep is coming soon? Is it truly the legendary one? A burly man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, I have heard that the woman who wins 10 times and loses 10 times is on her way here, and every time she arrives at a new place, she brings a fortune. The group erupted in exhilaration. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward the entrance. Soon enough, they beheld a figure clad in a long green robe emblazoned with a character for gambling. With striking golden hair and an alluring figure, it was Tsunade. Beside her, Shizen clutched a small pig, wearing an expression of reluctance. Lady Tsunade, shouldn't we leave? We worked hard to complete this mission and earned so much money. Do you really want to lose it all? Tsunade shot her a glare. What do you mean with such pessimistic talk? We haven't even gambled yet. How can you presume that I'll lose? Shizen sighed, thinking to herself, isn't it true? You have lost 10 times out of 10, and every time you arrive at a new location, people refer to you as the fat sheep that ate 10 times. Individuals would even set up gambling games specifically inviting Tsunade, as they clearly eyed her wealth. However, Tsunade paid no heed to such concerns and strode into the establishment, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the cards in front of her. Everyone, how about we play big? The excitement spread among the crowd, while Shizen could only shake her head in despair. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward the window. That is someone watching us. Chapter 44. Not possible. It can't be. Who is it? Shizen lifted her skirt, retrieving 3 or 4 silver needles from her thigh and swiftly launching them toward the window. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the wind accompanied the shattering of the window, leaving 4 holes. Yet there was no response. It seemed merely a figment of her imagination to know, is someone truly targeting us? It must be a ninja. Shizen retreated into the room. Meanwhile, Tsunade was thoroughly engrossed in her game, having lost 3 rounds in a row, yet she remained resolute, convinced that she would win the next round. Lady Tsunade, someone was just watching us. I suspect it may very well be a ninja. Shizen whispered urgently in Tsunade's ear. What? I've indeed heard rumors that Konoha is facing difficulties, and thus I am on my way back to the village. Although I've been delayed somewhat, Tsunade scratched her head, quickly regaining her confidence. It's fine. We're about to reach Konoha. What does it matter if someone is watching us? They can't possibly chase us all the way to the village. Having said that, Tsunade immersed herself back into the gambling game. Shizen, meanwhile, wore a face of exasperation. But she started, only to be interrupted by Tsunade's exuberance. Oh, I've just lost again. A nearby burly man chimed in, visibly displeased. You're missing a card. You must be mistaken. That is a bluff. I say, Naruto, did you know there's a famous bathhouse nearby? Would you like to join me for some training? On a bustling street, Uchiha Kage and his companions had just arrived after completing a day of escort duties and were taking a moment to rest. Kakashi was tasked with finding accommodations, while Jiraiya insisted on dragging Naruto and Uchiha Kage to the bathhouse. In no way. We have a mission tomorrow. Uchiha Kage was well aware that Jiraiya's idea of training was anything but innocent. As a young man of good principles who had traversed worlds, he could not engage in such voyeuristic activities. Oh, you'll regret it. Then I'll just take Naruto along. You can set off alone in the morning. I believe this mission is rather simple, so you can go by yourselves. I'll take Naruto for some additional training. Seeing he couldn't argue any further, Jiraiya took the lead, pulling Naruto along. Uchiha Kage sighed in resignation. What an unfortunate loss of combat power. Afterward, confronting Zabuza would indeed pose a certain danger. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, for there were both myself and Deidara. Thus, Uchiha Kage did not engage in further conversation. Swiftly locating Kakashi and succinctly informing him before seeking a suitable place to recuperate, as night fell, Uchiha Kage completed his daily tasks and extracted several bullets through chakra manipulation. Subsequently, he expended a significant portion of his chakra to forge a new energy bullet, effectively arming himself to the teeth. Upon calculating his gold coins, he realized he was still several million short of acquiring the quantum suit, making it unlikely in the near term. With a sigh, Uchiha Kage began to hone his Sharingan, but he understood that, aside from technology, he could rely on the power of his eyes. It goes without saying that this was the most formidable dojutsu in the ninja world. Once mastered, he would achieve remarkable feats, even without technological aids. Coupled with technology, he would undoubtedly stand among the foremost ranks of Hokage. Thus, Uchiha Kage devoted himself to his training, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, the bridge builder led Kakashi and the others onward once more. However, this time, the size of the group had significantly diminished, giving an impression of solitude. Uchiha Kage and Sasuke appeared as mere students, while Deidara ambled along with a rather carefree demeanor. The only one who seemed capable of combat was Kakashi. This led some observers to exchange glances, realizing the group was small and that Kakashi was likely their sole combatant. Might as well strike now. In the bushes, Zabuza smirked. Having no knowledge of Uchiha Kage, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a great opportunity, a mission requiring the defeat of a single ninja, and with a rather generous reward. Was too good to pass up. As he watched, the group approached the bridge. If they crossed it, it would signify mission failure. Unable to remain still any longer, Zabuza sprang from the bushes, appearing before them like a gust of wind. Ah, travelers, leave your toll as you pass. Zabuza's voice was cold. Facing Kakashi and the others, he wore a proud expression. Enemy attack. Get into position. Kakashi swiftly grabbed the bridge builder and hurled him behind him. Uchiha Kage and the others immediately shielded him in the center. Bandit, perhaps? You don't seem to fit that mold. You must be a ninja, Kakashi remarked, gripping a kunai tightly, his voice chilling. He had already formed a hypothesis. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, likely targeting the bridge builder. Realizing he could no longer conceal his intentions, Zabuza let out a maniacal laugh. Indeed, but you needn't concern yourself with that. With that, he vanished, only to reappear directly before Uchiha Kage, his blade poised dangerously close to his body, seemingly capable of striking at any moment. What? Kakashi was taken aback, unable to fathom the speed of this adversary. What had just transpired? In an instant, this person had disappeared. Meanwhile, the bridge builder trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Seeing the impact of his presence on the others only fueled Zabuza's confidence. Haha, I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Zabuza, it is only natural for you to be astonished by my speed. But worry not, my blade strikes swiftly, and it won't hurt much. He coldly fixed his gaze on Uchiha Kage, as if eyeing a fat sheep. However, Kakashi, realizing the urgency, called out, Don't act rashly. There's no need for that. Zabuza paused, puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to threaten or plead for mercy? What did it mean to say there's no need? Yet before he could process this, Uchiha Kage smiled gently. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, it's merely one person. I won't need to resort to that. Upon hearing this, Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine, his mind racing with uncertainty. What was happening? Were these two conversing as if he were not present? Did this young man possess some astonishing ability? In an instant, Zabuza reacted, swinging his large blade towards Uchiha K's neck. However, in the next moment, his strike met nothing but air. It was as if his blade had struck a mere illusion. Oh no! Is this an illusion technique? Zabuza gasped, suddenly aware he had fallen victim to a Jinjutsu without realizing it. Chapter 45. Why, you wouldn't want to get injured by Zabuza, would you? Without further ado. Zabuza leaped back several paces, drenched in cold sweat. That fleeting moment had indeed ensnared him in an illusion. But where did this Jinjutsu come from? Just now, you claimed to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What specialty do you possess? At this moment, Uchiha Kage emerged from the shadows, with Kakashi and the bridge builder behind him. It turned out he had anticipated a sneak attack and had made preparations. In fact, upon leaving their resting place, he had already cast a Jinjutsu, concealing the forms of his companions. To be precise, he had utilized the Jinjutsu to create several shadow clones, while his true self remained several dozen meters behind. This way, he could maintain the existence of the clones without expending much chakra. Now, Zabuza stood dumbfounded, taking a deep breath. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Surely my blade is the fastest. Uchiha Kage chuckled softly. Yes, that's so. Let's see if your blade is faster than my gun. Goodness, times have changed. With that, Uchiha Kage produced an AK-47 from his coat. The dark muzzle was immediately aimed at Zabuza. What is this? Zabuza's pupils widened in disbelief. Even if he were from Mars, he had heard of the formidable Uchiha Kage from Konoha. This individual was notorious for wielding bizarre weapons. Before him lay an object he had never encountered. And combined with the earlier illusion, his expression shifted dramatically. Surely, he couldn't be this unfortunate. Encountering Uchiha Kage right after stepping out, just as he contemplated this, Uchiha Kage pulled the trigger, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Bullets tore through the atmosphere, hurtling towards Zabuza's face. Realizing the imminent danger, he could only draw his great sword to deflect a fraction of the onslaught. However, it was far from sufficient. Numerous bullets struck him, eliciting a stream of cold sweat. Damn it, what sort of weapon is this? Zabuza gritted his teeth, beginning to regret his choices. Meanwhile, Kakashi chuckled. The 7 ninja swordsmen, I've heard of them. Quite renowned indeed, but Uchiha Kage is no simple foe. What you just encountered is called a gun. Deidara, too, wore an excited expression, truly deserving of being called master. Master, shall we create another piece of art? Sasuke quickly shook his head. What are you thinking? Art isn't something you can just conjure up. And if that kind of art were truly unleashed, the entire bridge and surrounding forest would be obliterated. The casual banter among the group struck Zabuza's ears like a series of thunderclaps. How could this seemingly weak task force feel more formidable than the Hokage himself? What did they mean by obliterating the entire bridge? In an instant, he recalled the scene of the tailed beast being swiftly dispatched. Surely, Uchiha Kage wouldn't use such a move against him. That would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Just as he pondered this, Uchiha Kage shook his head. No worries. This guy is merely a close combat fighter. Pulling out the Gatling gun would suffice. Uchiha Kage chuckled, producing a magnificent weapon from his coat. 6 barrels aimed squarely at Zabuza. This spectacle left Zabuza in a state of utter dread. What the hell? Just one was already difficult to deal with. And now you bring me 6. Though he had no understanding of what a gun was, he comprehended that numbers equated to power. Such a large weapon with 6 barrels could only be a monstrous tool. As he contemplated this, a voice called out from a distance. Hold it. I am from the village hidden in the clouds. This is a rogue ninja from our village, and we request permission to deal with him ourselves. Upon hearing the voice, the group turned to see a figure in a mask. Without a doubt, it was Haku. Just as Kakashi was about to nod in agreement, Uchiha Kage stepped forward. Village hidden in the clouds? I am quite familiar with a hidden cloud village. How could I be unaware of your methods for dealing with traitors? Bai was clearly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Kong possessed such an extensive network. The usual tricks were rendered ineffective. Just as he was about to speak, Uchiha Kong suddenly raised his firearm, aiming it at Zabuza. Allow me to eliminate him. After all, he's a traitor. My methods are far more brutal, ensuring he experiences greater suffering before his demise. Bai immediately panicked. "Don't move. Please, don't do this," in that moment. Despite his anxiety, Bai recalled that in the original narrative, after providing a certain justification, he would be able to take his companions away. But now, with Uchiha Kong emerging, it seemed that plan was futile. Bai found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong chuckled, or perhaps, "You are all in cahoots?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted. Cunning, upon further reflection, how could the hidden cloud village, situated so far away, manage to capture a rogue ninja here? Bai began to panic, on the verge of resorting to force. Suddenly, Uchiha Kong interjected, "Do not act rashly. You have heard of my prowess, Uchiha Kong, who has repelled Orochimaru twice and eliminated a tailed beast in a single strike. What I displayed earlier was merely a fraction of my abilities. Should you choose to engage me, victory is nearly impossible." That Bai's expression instantly changed, growing grim. Uchiha Kong's words were true if a conflict arose. He had numerous allies at his side. The outcome was uncertain. "However, I can offer you an opportunity," Uchiha Kong suddenly declared. "Bai, surely you do not wish for Zabuza to be harmed further?" Upon hearing this, Bai's complexion paled. "What do you intend to do? What price must I pay?" Uchiha Kong smirked sinisterly. This scene caused Kakashi, who was nearby, to involuntarily twitch at the corners of his mouth. This guy, why does it feel as though he is the true villain? What does that imply? Is he suggesting a debt of some sort? Even Sasuke appeared bewildered. "Brother, what does this mean? Are you truly interested in this fellow?" Deidara was also perplexed, stroking his chin in contemplation. Finally, his face lit up with excitement. This must be the boss hinting at something. There must be ulterior motives at play. What could it be? Perhaps a form of art. However, at this moment, Bai's thoughts diverged sharply from those of the others. He found Uchiha Kong's demeanor exceedingly strange. What did that remark mean? Was he suggesting a price to be paid? But he had no money or valuables. How could he possibly pay? While he pondered this, Zabuza suddenly spoke up. "Uchiha Kong, what are you planning? Bai has been raised by me as if she were my own daughter." Uchiha Kong was momentarily stunned. How did it suddenly become a matter of a daughter? In an instant, his Sharingan activated. Casting a glance at Ba, his surprise, she was indeed female. What on earth? The plot can change so drastically because of me. What is Bai's current situation? Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 46. Put down the sword. Pick up the revolver. Ding! The system alerts the host. A critical choice lies ahead. A temporary mission is issued. Promote the benefits of firearms to Zabuza and Bai, persuading them to join the ranks of those who believe in science. Reward. Maximize Bai's favorability and maximize favorability with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Kong was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? The system aims to have more ninjas embrace the belief in science. Based on the system's usual behavior, such missions were never issued without reason. Perhaps this was a precursor to a significant main quest. Could it be that he would gain more subordinates? Or was there a plan to instigate the first industrial revolution in the ninja world? Contemplating both possibilities, he found them rather dubious. Nevertheless, the rewards from the system were appealing. Maximizing favorability with Bai. Without a doubt, she could be drawn into his harem, much like Hinata, AS for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although they might not be considered particularly strong in the later stages, each of them was comparable to the instructors of Konoha during the early days of the ninja world. Thus, with their protection, he could ensure his safety during those early stages. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Kong resolved to undertake the mission. He cast a glance at the two, then stored away the Gatling gun, replacing it with 2 small revolvers. These were weapons he had crafted through daily mission rewards and exchanges at the shop. While their combat power was far inferior to that of the Gatling, they greatly surpassed conventional ninja weaponry. Originally intended for Sasuke, he later deemed it impractical. The revolvers had limited power, and giving them to Sasuke would hardly yield significant improvement. Subsequently, he switched to the AK-47. Now, Uchiha Kong suddenly extended his hand, gesturing to the two. "Come on. Times have changed. Why not give this a try?" Zabuza was taken aback, and Bai looked at Uchiha Kong in confusion. Clearly, they were both perplexed by his sudden transformation. Even Jiraiya and the others behind him immediately shifted in concern. "Kid, what are you doing? Handing weapons to others?" Kakashi looked at Uchiha Kong with disappointment, feeling as though he had lost his intellect at that moment. Even Sasuke wore a puzzled expression. Brother, you can't just give this to someone else. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Uchiha Kong shook his head dismissively. It's merely 2 revolvers. Besides, have you forgotten? These weapons require my Sharingan to be activated. An ordinary person, even if they obtained one, could likely only fire 6 shots. Indeed, Uchiha Kong's confidence in handing over the weapons stemmed from the fact that others could not procure ammunition, no matter how skilled one might be. Without bullets, what could they accomplish, even if provided with a Gatling gun? Could one expect a group of individuals with less education than elementary school students to manufacture bullets by hand? What are you thinking? Is there a trap within those weapons? I won't fall for it. Zabuza struggled to rise. His expression worried. He certainly did not believe Uchiha Kong would be so benevolent. Bai, unable to contain herself, took a few steps back. Mirroring Zabuza's caution, eye in her eyes, Uchiha Kong appeared to be a rogue. Go ahead and try. You won't lose a chunk of flesh. With that, Uchiha Kong casually tossed the 2 revolvers forward. Zabuza, startled, quickly leaped back several meters. However, Bai did not retreat. After hesitating for a moment, she surprisingly bent down to pick one up. Are you foolish? That could be a trap, Zabuza exclaimed anxiously, attempting to intervene, but Bai shook her head. It's fine. If he truly intended to kill us, he wouldn't need to resort to such means. Upon hearing this, Zabuza was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it did seem reasonable. Indeed, given Uchiha Kong's combat prowess, eliminating them would be a trivial task. As for using such an approach, with this thought, Zabuza gathered his courage and stepped forward to pick up a revolver. IT was heavy in his hand, composed entirely of metal, and its peculiar design suggested he would not be able to wield it effectively for some time. Pulling the trigger, which featured a black hook, he reassured them, "Don't worry. I've infused it with energy. You can use it briefly." Uchiha Kong stroked his chin, directing the proceedings with an air of nonchalance, completely unperturbed by the prospect of an attack. Meanwhile, Zabuza's eyes flickered. He was tempted to aim the weapon at Uchiha Kong and fire a couple of shots. However, he hesitated. Firstly, the weapon belonged to someone else and was likely connected to chakra. If he retaliated, he might very well be eliminated on the spot. Secondly, he lacked the courage. Uchiha Kong would not dare to act so boldly without having some ulterior motive. After contemplating for a while, Zabuza finally raised the revolver and aimed it at the nearby forest. In an instant, he pulled the trigger. At the moment the trigger was pulled, a loud bang echoed as a bright orange bullet erupted from the barrel. The terrifying speed was beyond the capacity of a naked eye to follow. In the blink of an eye, a small tree before him was severed in 2. Everything transpired so swiftly. The gun's muzzle still emitted smoke, and the sound of gunfire echoed in his ears. Zabuza's hand trembled uncontrollably. At the instant he fired, it felt as though thunder had erupted in his palm. In that moment, he nearly lost his grip. Fortunately, he managed to hold on. Witnessing the destructive power before him, his expression shifted dramatically. What on earth was this? A mere metal projectile could inflict such horrifying damage, all without relying on any chakra. At that moment, Bai also took the opportunity to fire a shot. Instantly, she pierced a stone cleanly through. In the blink of an eye, both individuals were left utterly astonished, natives of the ninja world. They could not deny that in the eyes of Uchiha Sora, they were indeed the indigenous. They were genuinely taken aback by the marvels of technology. At that moment, Uchiha Sora stepped forward with a beaming smile. What do you think? This weapon is quite impressive, isn't it? How does it compare to your great swords, in terms of power and finesse? Zabuza hesitated for a moment. What is the name of this weapon? A gun. To be precise, it is a type of gun known as a revolver. It may not be the most powerful, but it is certainly the most compact and handy, Uchiha Sora explained with a grin. He realized that the 2 in front of him were profoundly awed by the wonders of technology. Now, even if they were to take the weapon back, it was unlikely they would desire to do so. Indeed, it is difficult to transition from luxury to simplicity. Moments later, Zabuza's eyes gradually lit up, and this is merely the weakest of them. What could the strongest be like? Could it be the kind rumored to eliminate tailed beasts with a single shot? At that moment, both Zabuza and Haku's youthful hearts were deeply shaken by the advancements of technology. Uchiha Sora chuckled softly, for the system prompt in his mind resounded. Ding! Host notification. Side quest completed. Affection bonus awarded. Instantly, the expressions of Zabuza and Haku transformed. Their initial wariness turned into a sudden kinship. In Chapter 47. What ailment can even Orochimaru not cure? It was as if they were enemies one moment and friends the next, sharing a bond akin to that of blood brothers. Especially Zabuza, who immediately threw an arm around Uchiha Sora's shoulder, a look of admiration on his face. Boss, you truly are remarkable. This weapon is incredible. Could you spare me one in the future? Haku, too, removed her mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage in this realm. She was indeed a woman. She hurried a few steps to stand before Uchiha Sora. Sora-kun, are you on a mission? May I escort you? Such a weapon. Could I learn more about it? This scene left everyone present in sheer astonishment. Kakashi blinked rapidly, glancing between Haku and the paradise of affection tucked in his bosom. What on earth? How did this kid manage to capture the heart of such a beautiful girl so swiftly? They were enemies just moments ago. How did they suddenly become such good friends? Particularly, Haku's hands were already clasping Uchiha Sora's. Witnessing this, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. That damn kid. How on earth did he pull that off? It's simply a disaster waiting to happen. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, but his focus remained on Zabuza. Good heavens, this appears to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even if he's not among the strongest, he is still quite renowned in the ninja world. How is it that he's been tamed so easily? Wait, could it be that Sora covertly employed the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to ensnare these two? What an astonishing talent at such a young age. His mastery of illusion is already so profound that he can manipulate 2 living beings in mere moments. For a brief moment, Jiraiya regarded Uchiha Sora as if he were a monster. As for Sasuke, he was utterly dumbfounded. His older brother merely conversed for a while, and suddenly he had become the boss in Zabuza's eyes and Sora-kun to the girl. This cannot be. Could his brother have secretly activated the Sharingan again? But wait, why hadn't he noticed this? Could it be that his brother had awakened one of the strongest Sharingan abilities, the Kodoame Tsukumi? At this moment, Deidara gazed at Uchiha Sora with admiration. Truly worthy of being my master. That battle, just now, was nothing short of artistic, even if it lacked outward expression. The way he relinquished the weapon to gain the enemy's goodwill, such is the essence of human relations. Truly worthy of being my master. In an instant, everyone present was profoundly moved. They could not fathom how the enemy before them had so suddenly transformed into an ally. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora casually turned and explained. It's nothing, merely some technology. Thus, Uchiha Sora completed his mission while inadvertently securing the friendship of 2 individuals. Zabuza chose to let them go and obey Uchiha Sora's orders to gather the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Subsequently, they returned to the village to assist Uchiha Sora with his research. Haku, on the other hand, was taken under Uchiha Sora's wing, that of course, it was not merely due to her looks. Uchiha Sora shook his head, resolutely thinking, it is because Haku is a versatile ninja. Her proficiency in self-sacrifice, combined with her considerable talent, makes her a valuable assistant. Thus, the group once again escorted the bridge builder on their journey. This time, without any obstructions, they successfully completed their task. Just as they were about to head home after receiving their rewards, Jiraiya's ears perked up suddenly, and he summoned a large frog, which promptly delivered a paper talisman. Upon glancing at it, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. This is bad. Tsunade is in danger. We must go rescue her. With that, Jiraiya performed the summoning technique, and a massive frog appeared beneath him, swiftly bounding away into the distance. Behind him, Uchiha Sora was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Is Tsunade in danger? His eyes flickered as he instantly recalled the plot of the original story. According to the original trajectory, Orochimaru had just invaded the village. Although he had not lost his arms to the Hokage's blade, he had been hindered by the radiation. Now, he was likely suffering immensely and in desperate need of a powerful medical ninja. Therefore, seeking out Tsunade was inevitable. This made Uchiha Sora reflect. Despite his involvement, the plot seemed to be veering towards a direction of assistance. This was a good sign, indicating that as long as he did not act excessively or prematurely eliminate key figures, the storyline should remain manageable. Without hesitation, the group promptly set off towards their destination, in a bustling city within the Hokage world. Shizun and Tsunade sat gravely in a small courtyard. Across from them stood Orochimaru and Kabuto, cloaked in black. "How did you two find this place?" Shizun glared coldly at Orochimaru, ever vigilant. Kabuto spoke up. "It wasn't he, Orochimaru. It was I who tracked you down based on your reputation, my dear sheep. I believe you are the one they call Lady Tsunade." Shizun was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. What a revelation. Their adversaries had not located them through some extraordinary ninja technique, but rather due to Tsunade's exceedingly ill fortune. At that moment, Tsunade interjected, "It's fine. After all, we were once classmates. Orochimaru hasn't gone mad enough to want me dead." Orochimaru smiled darkly. "It seems you understand, but I trust you also comprehend my purpose for coming here." Tsunade furrowed her brow and said after a moment, "You seek my healing services? Have you been injured recently?" Orochimaru nodded, then revealed his hands, which bore no apparent wounds, yet anyone with keen eyes could see that they were in a state of decay. This caused Tsunade's pupils to constrict. "What kind of jutsu have you fallen victim to, that you are in such agony? Did you not resort to your repulsive reincarnation technique?" In Tsunade's view, Orochimaru was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Ordinary ninjutsu could hardly harm him. Yet now, he appeared so wretched. Moreover, as a medical ninja, Tsunade could clearly discern that Orochimaru's affliction was peculiar. It was unlike anything she had encountered before. It resembled some form of continuous damage. As if the very air around him was being disrupted, Shizun's pupils also contracted. "What a sinister aura. It feels as though even merely approaching would cause discomfort throughout my entire body." Tsunade's expression darkened. After years of practicing medicine, she had never encountered such symptoms. Is it a curse? Or perhaps a cursed seal acting up? In Chapter 48, Crisis, Orochimaru gravely replied, "Neither. It is from when I was struck by Uchiha Sora not long ago. I have yet to fully comprehend the nature of this power." Uchiha Sora. Is he the Uchiha boy who has recently gained notoriety in the village? No, if I recall correctly, that boy should merely be a genin. Right? Tsunade was filled with uncertainty. A veteran of the village. She had encountered Uchiha Sora in his childhood. Back then, aside from exhibiting some peculiarities in his behavior and an affinity for eccentric inventions, he appeared to be rather unremarkable. Orochimaru shook his head. Indeed, that boy seemed harmless, yet his bizarre ninjutsu had inflicted damage that I still struggle to repair, which is why I sought you out. However, rest assured, this time my only intention is to heal. Once I am restored, I will refrain from acting recklessly, including against Konoha. Orochimaru was not lying. In truth, he had been thoroughly intimidated by Konoha. It is worth noting that Deidara remains unreachable. In Orochimaru's mind, he envisioned that Sora had likely consumed him as a test subject. Should he dare to return, it would surely be tantamount to courting death on the side. Shizun clenched her teeth and spoke. "Orochimaru, you are undeniably a member of this village, yet you have repeatedly targeted your own kin. How can we trust you now?" Tsunade fell silent for a moment. "Indeed, I do not fear you, that if you think to coerce me into treating you, you might as well abandon that hope." Upon noticing the obstinacy of the two, Orochimaru's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Tsunade would not easily capitulate to the enemy of the village. With a cold snort, he said, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Let us engage in a battle. If I emerge victorious, you will have no choice but to treat me." His serpent-like eyes radiated a menacing aura, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. "Damn it, I knew you two harbored ill intentions," Shizun exclaimed as she swiftly drew her weapon, preparing for counterattack. Orochimaru merely chuckled, swiftly retreating while forming hand seals in the air. Soon a multitude of small white snakes materialized, slithering towards the two. I could see that moment. Tsunade shouted, clenching her fist and aiming a powerful strike at Orochimaru's face. The sheer force of her blow created a massive crater in the ground, obliterating the summoned snakes in an instant. Orochimaru himself vanished amidst the explosion. Tsunade-sama. Be careful. Shizen suddenly turned her head and spotted Yakushi Kabuto swiftly approaching Tsunade. Damn it, has he noticed? No matter, this distance is sufficient. Kabuto extended his hand into a knife-like shape, revealing the surgical blade technique essential for a medical ninja, capable of slicing through the carotid artery without harming the skin, sometimes even obstructing chakra flow. At that moment, Kabuto intended to sever Tsunade's chakra pathways. He was already alarmingly close. In a critical moment, Shizen launched 2 flying needles, containing potent toxins, towards him. The deadly projectiles surged forth, possessing significant lethality. Even Kabuto dared not confront them head-on, retreating swiftly and missing the opportunity to strike. It seems you two are determined to engage in combat. If that is the case, why not relocate to a more spacious battlefield? Otherwise, the commotion may attract powerful figures from Konoha. And who knows, perhaps Uchiha Sora will come as well. Tsunade coldly threatened, simultaneously buying time as she had already sent a distress signal. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, considering that engaging in battle here would indeed summon danger, and it would be wiser to retreat. Besides, with only Tsunade and Shizen present, escape would be nearly impossible. Fine. As long as you do not flee and dare to confront me head-on, then we shall proceed. Thus, both parties remained vigilant as they swiftly made their way towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, Shizen quietly inquired, Tsunade-sama, do you think using Uchiha Sora's name to threaten Orochimaru will prove effective? Tsunade paused, contemplating that I do not know. But it seems to have worked. Orochimaru appears somewhat apprehensive of Uchiha Sora. I've sent out a distress signal. I hope they arrive swiftly. To be honest, Tsunade felt quite uncomfortable, as her method of intimidating Orochimaru relied on the name of a junior from the village. This was something she would have never dared to contemplate before. As they continued their movement, they soon discovered an open area. Orochimaru waved his hand, summoning a massive purple-black serpent, which appeared beneath him. The enormous serpent's eyes glowed like lanterns, while its flicking tongue created a sound akin to a whip cracking through the air. There is nothing further to discuss at this point. If you agree to treat me, there will be no more trouble. At this juncture, Orochimaru sought to reason with Tsunade, recognizing that, given his current injuries, it would be best to avoid a confrontation. Tsunade let out a cold snort and similarly employed the summoning technique, calling forth an enormous blue and white fish. No need for further discussion. I will not assist you in bolstering your strength. Orochimaru, you should consider yourself fortunate that your injuries are limited to your hands and not your mind. With the conversation reaching this impasse, reconciliation seemed unlikely. Orochimaru scoffed. Very well. If that is your stance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a swift motion, he commanded the colossal serpent to open its jaws and attempt to swallow Tsunade whole. Kabuto was not idle either, immediately engaging Shizen in combat. However, as medical ninjas, both Tsunade and Shizen, despite their combat capabilities, were primarily healers. Once the battle commenced in earnest, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Particularly Shizen, who, under Kabuto's relentless assault, sustained numerous injuries. Her chakra pathways had been severed, rendering her unable to move. Damn it! Hasn't the backup arrived yet? Shizen's expression darkened as she temporarily lost her fighting ability. Tsunade was not faring much better. As a medical ninja, she was not inherently a fighter. Though she possessed immense strength, a legacy inherited from Senju Hashirama, it was not her sole attribute in the chaos of battle. She quickly fell prey to Orochimaru's cunning. After several exchanges, she sustained injuries. Just as Orochimaru prepared to launch another attack, a sudden sound of flapping wings resonated from the distant sky. What? Orochimaru widened his eyes, unable to resist glancing towards the horizon. Upon seeing what approached, he was filled with elation. Finally, Deidara, where have you been these past few days? I've been searching for you in vain. Indeed, in the distance, a large white clay bird approached, crowded with figures. Although Orochimaru could not discern them clearly, he recognized Deidara, and that was sufficient. What? You have reinforcements? Damn it! Tsunade felt a wave of despair wash over her. Facing Orochimaru alone had already been a daunting task. Now that he had backup, it felt as though she was being driven into a corner. Fortunately, Shizen squinted for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, that large bird seems to be carrying Jiraiya and Kakashi. They appear to be our allies." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru froze. What the hell? Kakashi and Jiraiya? How did those two end up here? If I remember correctly. That bird is made of clay, so does that mean Deidara has been captured by Konoha? As he pondered, the enormous white bird drew closer, revealing the figures of Kakashi, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and a girl wearing a mask. And there, standing among them, was Uchiha Sora. What? Uchiha Sora? No way. My luck is dreadful. How did they discover my location? Orochimaru's face darkened. He could not believe that he had unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Sora here. How had they known he was present? Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora's group spotted Orochimaru below. With a smirk, Sora remarked, "Isn't that Orochimaru-sensei? Bullying the weak down there." Jiraiya wore a mocking grin. "Last time, you managed to escape. Now, let us show you the might of Konoha." Kakashi's gaze fell upon Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi swiftly descended, ready to tend to her wounds. Meanwhile, Sasuke, under the direction of Uchiha Kong, dashed forward, heading straight for Kabuto. The situation escalated rapidly, transforming into a dire predicament for Orochimaru. "Damn it, Kabuto, we must retreat. This place is no longer safe." Orochimaru shouted, turning to command the enormous serpent beneath him to flee. However, Kabuto found himself unable to escape at that moment. Despite having lost his combat effectiveness, Kin, upon seeing reinforcements approaching, gritted his teeth and drew his weapon, launching a surprise attack to hinder Kabuto's escape. "That it's over. Lord Orochimaru, you should go first." Kabuto's face turned pale as he assumed a battle stance, facing none other than Sasuke. "Sasuke, is it? The legendary scion of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Yet, I believe you are still merely a Chunin," Kabuto mocked, attempting to bolster his own morale amidst the grim circumstances. Sasuke, however, merely scoffed, "Yes, that's so. Things are different now. I've mastered many of my brother's secret techniques." "Brother?" Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Sasuke's words, but comprehension dawned on him in the next instant as Sasuke produced an AK-47 from his cloak. With a swift action, he chambered around and aimed the weapon directly at Kabuto. At that moment, Kabuto felt a chilling sensation crawl up his spine. "What the hell are you doing?" Kabuto exclaimed, realizing that he was no fool. He had seen this weapon in Orochimaru's possession before, but he never expected Sasuke to wield one as well. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong was not idle either, pulling out a Gatling gun and aiming it at Orochimaru. Tsunade and Kin stood in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Shouldn't the main reinforcements be Jiraiya and Kakashi? Why are these two taking the lead instead? Tsunade questioned, incredulous at the sight before her. "What are those weapons?" "Jiraiya, why did you let the children engage in battle?" Tsunade accused, suspecting Jiraiya of shirking his responsibilities. Kakashi interjected, "Uchiha Kong is not a mere child. His combat prowess is acknowledged even by the Hokage. To put it succinctly, he once decimated a tailed beast." Upon hearing this, Kin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? He annihilated a tailed beast? Is that true?" "This is Uchiha Kong," Tsunade gasped, recalling the legend of Shikaku, the tailed beast from Sunagakure, which had been slain by a mysterious ninja during its assault on Konohata. In that moment, both women were astonished, realizing that Uchiha Kong's combat capabilities far exceeded their understanding. Throughout history, even the highly gifted Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would likely pale in comparison to this prodigy. Observing Orochimaru's desperate attempt to flee, Tsunade seemed to grasp the reason behind it. "This boy truly possesses such formidable strength." Jiraiya nodded confidently. "Indeed. Moreover, he has many peculiarities. Sometimes his weapons are unlike anything I've ever seen. Yet their lethality is terrifying. Enough of this. Let Uchiha Kong handle it." Seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya remain unfazed, Tsunade was left somewhat skeptical. In midair, Uchiha Kong and Deidara soared upon a white clay bird, pursuing Orochimaru closely. "What the hell, Deidara? What's wrong with you? Have you betrayed the organization?" Orochimaru cursed as he fled, incredulous that Deidara, who usually lacked reliability, was now aiding others. You call this a betrayal? Deidara retorted dismissively. I'm pursuing art, you know nothing. Hurry up and stop so my master can blow something up. I want to witness art in action again. Orochimaru was nearly driven to madness. Get lost, you traitor. Once I return, I'll definitely report you. Frustration consumed Orochimaru. He had been so close to success, ready to escape and lie low after his recovery. Now, however, they had come to confront him, and this annoying Deidara had wasted his prior anxieties about him. Uchiha Kong smirked. Orochimaru, I've noticed your interest in technology. How about joining me? Orochimaru paused, then scoffed coldly. Don't think I don't see through this. You're trying to deceive me. I can research technology on my own. There's no need to collaborate with you. Although he was curious about Uchiha Kong's advancements, he knew it was out of the question. Uchiha Kong chuckled, aiming the Gatling gun at the colossal serpent below. Is that so? Then don't blame me. With that, the Gatling gun began to spin, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon Orochimaru without restraint. Fortunately, Orochimaru was quick to respond, skillfully maneuvering the serpent beneath him to evade the onslaught. After several close calls, he managed to flee a considerable distance. Observing this, Deidara's expression shifted suddenly. Master, should I create more clay? We could use explosions to accelerate our pursuit and catch up? Uchiha Kong shook his head. No need to chase. I have a plan. Let him go for now. He could be a valuable asset in the future. Deidara looked perplexed. Master, do you mean Orochimaru could appreciate art as well? Uchiha Kong clarified. Not art. He has developed an appreciation for science. Now that he has witnessed the power of weaponry, he will inevitably desire that technology. He will come seeking me. As he spoke, Uchiha Kong retracted the Gatling gun. Deidara marveled at the depth of his master's thoughts. But in truth, Uchiha Kong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had lured Sasuke with his cursed seal. Now, the roles had reversed. As Uchiha Kong attracted Orochimaru with technology, the absurdity was that Orochimaru was willing to embrace that moment. Uchiha Kong approached Tsunade, whose demeanor softened upon seeing him. Dr. Uchiha Kong, it has been far too long since I have enjoyed your massages. Uchiha Kong smiled, electricity crackling between his fingers. Just in time, my electrical therapy can also heal wounds. Why not let Lady Tsunade give it a try? Kakashi watched this scene with rising jealousy. You rascal! How could you be so shameless as to open a massage parlor exclusively for female ninjas? Jiraiya's face was a mask of indignation that I almost forgot. Uchiha Kong is quite the character. He opened a shop solely for female ninjas. Good grief, he must have touched every woman in the village. Uchiha Kong maintained a serious expression. What do you mean, both of you? I have never harbored such thoughts. All of this is merely your twisted imagination. My intentions are pure. I simply wish to alleviate the fatigue of the ninjas in our village. Uchiha Kong shamelessly asserted as he placed his hands on Tsunade's back. The electric current, intertwined with chakra, gradually began to restore Tsunade's vigor. I say, Jiraiya, it is your minds that are too depraved. Uchiha Kong is still just a child. How can you harbor such thoughts? Kakashi and Jiraiya's eyelids twitched at the sight of Uchiha Kong's blissful expression, which hardly resembled that of an innocent youth. Damn it. Anyway, why was Orochimaru fixated on you? Jiraiya stepped closer, visibly puzzled, unable to comprehend how Tsunade became entangled with Orochimaru. Kin, upon hearing the name, could not help but display a grim expression. Orochimaru sustained some peculiar injuries, ones that have been difficult to heal for an extended period. Even I must admit that they are quite formidable. However, it is said that they were inflicted by Uchiha Kong. Silently speaking, Jingyin turned her gaze towards Uchiha Kong. Uchiha Kong displayed an expression of innocence, hastily shaking his head. Don't look at me. It wasn't me who did it. Orochimaru sought you out for reasons unrelated to me. Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head. It's not that I'm blaming you. Rather, I'm curious about what method you employ to injure Orochimaru to such an extent. What kind of bizarre wound is that? Not just Tsunade, but also Jiraiya and the others cast their curious glances in his direction. After all, as the legendary Sannin of Konoha, they were acutely aware of Orochimaru's monstrous abilities. He was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Now, To think he had been so severely wounded by Uchiha Kong's enigmatic weapon was indeed a source of intrigue. Seeing that he could no longer keep it a secret, Uchiha Kong cleared his throat and pondered for a moment before speaking. It's nothing special, just the collateral damage from my previous attack method. There's nothing particularly unique about it, just a sustained effect lasting maybe several 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left in stunned silence. What could possibly endure for 100,000 years? Surely curses and seals couldn't achieve such longevity. Jiraiya's mouth fell agape, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Meanwhile, Kakashi's breathing quickened as he stared intently at Uchiha Kong. Sustaining for 100,000 years, what on earth did you do? Based on my understanding, even some forbidden techniques would not leave such lingering aftereffects. Tsunade appeared even more astonished. Is it a toxin? No, I've never heard of any toxin lasting that long. Could it be the Sharingan? What exactly did that boy do? As the curiosity of everyone in the room piqued, Uchiha Kong could only cough lightly and, after some contemplation, responded, "It's nothing much. Aside from lasting 100,000 years, this thing can merely disrupt a person's genetic makeup. Of course, you might not understand. Genetics is essentially the foundation of a person, the very essence of life. Furthermore, this phenomenon is known as nuclear radiation, capable of penetrating any material. Only specific substances can block it. Otherwise, in places where I've made my move, it would be uninhabitable for at least several hundred years. Devoid of life, this declaration. An eerie silence enveloped the room, with each person involuntarily swallowing hard, their gazes fixed in shock on Uchiha Kong. What kind of thing could cause a single attack to render a place lifeless for a century? This was more terrifying than any forbidden technique. A wave of fear washed over them, as they realized that if Uchiha Kong were to unleash his power multiple times, there might not be a single intact piece of land left in the world. In that moment, Tsunade looked at him with awe, feeling that this young man might surpass all the prodigies of the past. He might even rival Uchiha Madara, prompting her to exclaim, "Uchiha Kong, you are so exceptional at such a young age. It seems you might very well become the new Hokage of the village." Uchiha Kong quickly waved his hands in modesty. No, I believe you, Lady Tsunade, are the one fit to be the new Hokage." Tsunade was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Uchiha Kong's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 51. An urgent mission? According to the original story, Tsunade was meant to inherit the position of the deceased Hokage. However, due to his interference, the old Hokage was still alive. This was not in line with the original timeline. Thus, Uchiha Kong hastily cleared his throat. "I just think that Lady Tsunade possesses both beauty and strength. There's no doubt she is destined to be the next Hokage." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face lit up with joy. "This child, how sweet. Come on, sister will treat you all to something delicious." With that, she seized Uchiha Kong and, without further ado, pulled him away. Sasuke and the others exchanged helpless glances. Within the Sand Village, Chiyo's expression was grim as she looked at Gaara before her. "What on earth has happened? You all ventured into Konoha without permission, even attacking its inhabitants. You must understand, the 5 great ninja villages ostensibly coexist in peace." Gaara, still recovering from his injuries, had suffered greatly after the tailed beast was forcibly extracted, leaving him severely wounded. It would likely take several years for him to fully recover, though Chiyo's exceptional skills could significantly shorten this period. This moment, Tamari's expression was one of distress. "Chiyo, you don't know how terrifying Uchiha Kong is. He merely lifted a finger and summoned a massive mushroom cloud." The Hokage and Orochimaru were present at the time, and even they were left in shock. Chiyo gasped. The turmoil in Konoha had become widely known. Yet most people regarded it as mere legend. After all, the notion of a lowly genin defeating a tailed beast was hard to believe. Now, however, Chiyo had no choice but to accept the truth. "Uchiha Kong, it seems the Uchiha clan is about to produce another prodigy. However," she continued, "no matter. The 5 Kage summit will convene soon. We can discuss this matter in the council." Kankaro's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that the Hokage will once again take action against the Uchiha clan?" Indeed, historically, the Hokage and their allies had not targeted the Uchiha clan solely for their strength, but because, in the eyes of the ninja world, the Uchiha were viewed as a dangerous source of uncontrollable power. Thus, behind the extermination of the Uchiha clan, there are also the shadows of the other four great ninja villages. Indeed, if necessary, we can organize another tournament, dispatching powerful warriors to eliminate him in his infancy. Chiyo stated, I will discuss this matter with Inoki. We must not allow another Uchiha Madara to arise. People inherently feared the powerful, especially after suffering the dire consequences of a previous strong individual. Everyone instinctively sought to avoid a repetition of history. Chiyo's thoughts were aligned with this sentiment. Without a doubt, opposing Uchiha Kong is the righteous path. Very well, but my suggestion is that we should first target the weaker ones. I have heard that Uchiha Kong surrounds himself with Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata. If Uchiha Kong proves difficult to handle, what about those around him? As these words were spoken, Gaara, who had been gravely injured, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Damn it! No matter the cost, I will ensure Uchiha Kong receives the punishment he deserves. Chiyo fell silent for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons after all. Targeting the Uchiha clan was seen as the correct course of action throughout the ninja world. This sentiment would garner support from any village. The only challenge was that Chiyo believed the Sand Village alone would struggle to contend with Uchiha Kong. Orochimaru seeks the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, right? Perhaps we could reach out to Sasori. Kankaro's expression changed. Are you suggesting we ask for help from the rogue ninja who left our village years ago? Chiyo shook her head with a cold smile. No. Betrayal of the village has always been a grave sin. We can only use him. He is said to have joined the Akatsuki. With him, we are likely to locate Orochimaru. And given such a monstrous ninja at a young age, do you think that group of lunatics wouldn't be interested? Gaara sneered. Exactly. Let's proceed with this plan. Once I recover, I will personally eliminate Uchiha Kong. Chiyo nodded. Leave this matter to me. You all focus on healing. In a secluded corner of the Hokage world, Nagato gazed skyward, examining the traces left by previous explosions. This was not chakra, but rather a substance he had never encountered before. The remnants were exceedingly strange. Nagato reached out, touching a small broken tree before him. Dakonan's expression grew serious. This appears to be a gun, based on intel. Uchiha Kong's weapon is indeed called a gun. Nagato's pupils contracted, and oh wonder the 7 ninja swordsmen were no match for him. At this moment, the two stood at the forefront of the bridge, the very spot where Uchiha Kong and his companions had escorted the bridge builder. The ground was littered with craters and traces of battle. This is troublesome. Not to mention we know nothing about this thing. It is also incredibly powerful. Its danger level likely surpasses that of the tailed beasts. Nagato's expression was grave. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly spoke. Fortunately, he is not yet matured. We should eliminate him in his cradle. Conan interjected suddenly. Deidara, according to Orochimaru, has already betrayed us. He is not to be underestimated. Nagato snorted derisively. He is of no concern. Merely a useless pawn to have been taken as a disciple upon visiting Konoha is truly humiliating. However, rest assured, we shall devise a plan. It is likely to occur within the next few days, and we will directly invade Konoha. Conan's countenance remained serious, fully aware that attacking Konoha, regardless of the era, was exceedingly perilous. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Konoha is currently home to the Hokage and others. One misstep could result in a fatal counterattack. Furthermore, do not be deceived by Uchiha Sora's seemingly weak abilities. His methods of destruction are enigmatic, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment. No one wishes to provoke Konoha at this juncture. The cost of such an endeavor not exorbitant. We should first gather tail beasts to bolster our strength, Conan proposed. Nagato pondered for a moment. There is no time to wait. It must happen within the next few days. Otherwise, with Uchiha Sora's rapid growth, we may lose control. Upon finishing, the two exchanged glances and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora was enjoying a meal with Tsunade and others, sipping on drinks, utterly content. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Emergency mission issued. Chapter 52. The Immortal Duo. Mere bullets, The system has detected that the host is about to face a crisis. A mission has been issued to temporarily enhance combat power. Mission rewards: a sum of gold coins and 1 enhancement of strength, technology level. Unlock 1 tier upwards. Uchiha Sora's pupils constricted. What is this? Is someone targeting me? Who could it be? Orochimaru. No, that is unlikely. Orochimaru is clearly haunted by past shadows. For the time being, he would not dare to provoke me again. But who could it be? Uchiha Sora. Come have a drink with your elder sister Tsunade. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tsunade approached Sora, raising her glass at this moment. She was slightly tipsy, nearly leaning against Sora, her perfect figure on full display. Ahem, Lady Tsunade. This is inappropriate. I am still underage and cannot drink. Uchiha Sora feigned composure, yet could not resist stealing a few glances. One could only say, this beer is truly exquisite. No, this beer is truly substantial. However, this scene caused Jiraiya and Kakashi to clench their teeth in envy. You little brat, you do not know how to appreciate your fortune. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Uchiha Sora immediately accepted the mission in his mind. No matter what, growing stronger was paramount. After the gathering concluded, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. Uchiha Sora began to contemplate how to grow stronger. He needed to ascertain who was plotting against him. Or rather, who could threaten him in the short term. After racking his brain, he quickly thought of a small organization. Indeed, this organization was among the most formidable and bizarre during the early to mid-period of Naruto. If they were truly targeting him, he would not have enough lives to spare. The urgent task remained to grow stronger. Damn system. You provide me with no gold coins, only blueprints. How can I rapidly increase my strength? In exasperation, Uchiha Sora turned to the system for guidance. Ding, system prompt. The host may continue to delve into science and establish a personal laboratory once the host invents a sufficient number of scientific items. Achievements will be triggered. Achievement rewards are substantial, with minor rewards ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. As for the types of achievements, the host must research them independently. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sora's eyes brightened. Setting aside any doubts, he realized that inventing small gadgets was indeed feasible. For instance, light bulbs, lighters, and the like. Although they were all minor items, they represented the culmination of intellect. Their appearance in the ninja world would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Subsequently, Uchiha Sora resolved that upon returning to the village, he would strive to create more. However, this was merely a long-term objective. His immediate goal was to amass enough gold coins to purchase a quantum suit. In the near term, Uchiha Sora needed to devise self-defense measures. Currently, he had 3 nuclear bullets remaining, 30,000 Gatling bullets, and several grenades that in addition. He had taken the time to manufacture some flashbangs. With these, he felt adequately equipped during his training. Whenever he had a moment of respite and discerned no imminent danger, he would continuously expend chakra. Utilizing chakra to produce bullets and grenades, over time, his arsenal had become quite substantial, effectively arming himself to the teeth. Yet this was not the end. Uchiha Sora understood the significance of collective strength. Thus, he promptly sought out a group of allies. Haku, as a wielder of a bloodline limit. You are undoubtedly of great potential. Brother Sora, what brings you to seek me out at this late hour? Moments later, in Haku's room, Uchiha Sora and Haku exchanged glances. Ahem, it is nothing of great import. I merely wish to impart some knowledge to you. Haku's cheeks flushed crimson. This hour. You wish to teach me something? Are you certain? Do not misconstrue my intentions. No, it is this. I have AK-47s and 3,000 bullets for you. Additionally, here is a bulletproof vest, grenades, and flashbangs. As he spoke, Uchiha Sora produced an array of dazzling items, overwhelming Haku momentarily. Brother Sora, what is the meaning of this? Are these not precious items? Uchiha Sora shook his head. They are indeed precious. Yet I also require you to possess the ability to protect yourself. I suspect that we will soon face a significant battle. Haku's expression shifted. What is wrong? At this moment, Haku's affection had reached its peak, and she regarded Uchiha Sora with deep concern. It is nothing. There will be no immediate danger. It is merely a precaution for the future. Perhaps we shall have use for these on the way back to the village. Observing Uchiha Sora's serious demeanor, Haku nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Uchiha Sora acknowledged her with a nod before knocking on Sasuke's door. After distributing weapons, he finally felt at ease. The following morning, the group rose early, gathering in the courtyard. All right, this mission has been successfully completed, and we have dealt a significant blow to Orochimaru, as well as encountered a formidable expert from Konoha. Kakashi announced. Now, we shall return to the village. Last night, I received a pigeon message indicating that the 5 Kage summit is imminent. They seem to be discussing some form of competition. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Sasuke appeared displeased. Why should we compete? Have we not already won? This competition is clearly aimed at us. Jiraiya scoffed that I believe the competition is a facade. The 4 great villages are collaborating to suppress Konoha. Kakashi sighed, appearing helpless. There is no choice. Our village lacks a pillar of strength. Were there a figure like Uchiha Madara, the other villages would not dare to act so brazenly. Silence fell over the crowd. Only Tsunade's eyes lit up as she glanced at Uchiha Sora. Isn't he here? This young man is quite strong. He managed to defeat Orochimaru at such a young age that I believe he possesses immense talent. The eyes of the others also brightened. Indeed, we have a prodigy in our midst. If he continues to grow, his lethality will rival that of Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. It appears there is hope for the future. Let us hasten our return to the village, as safety lies in our home. Everyone nodded in unison, and thus, the group swiftly set off towards Konoha, in a secluded marshland within the Naruto world. 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds advanced slowly. One of them, plump in stature, was Kakazu, accompanied by his partner, Deidara. Tell me, is Uchiha Sora truly that formidable? Do we really need to take action against him? What are bullets to him? Deidara scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Kakazu chuckled hoarsely. Chapter 53. The 5 Kage Summit. Unjust. Enough with the idle chatter. Follow my orders that your immortal body will enable you to withstand the kind of attack, and get close to him. Otherwise, I would never team up with someone as loquacious as you. Upon hearing this, Duan Fei could no longer remain seated. Alas, do you wish for death? I shall unleash a blood-red formation upon you right now. As he spoke, Duan Fei intended to loosen his garments and share harm with Jiao Du, yet Jiao Du maintained his inscrutable expression. Enough, withdraw your divine arts. After all, we are both immortal beings, and your actions are merely a waste of time. Duan Fei felt as though he had been doused with cold water and snorted disdainfully. However, it was peculiar. He had never heard of the Uchiha clan possessing such abilities, and now the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi were unknown. There was no one to consult. As Jiao Du walked, he glanced upward at the crows perched atop the treetops. That fellow is elusive, and even Nagato might not be able to control him. In other words, who among the Akatsuki would willingly submit to authority? Furthermore, Kei is his brother. Even if they were to inquire, it would yield no results. That it would be a blessing if he refrained from meddling. Rumors had it that the last time he visited the Hidden Leaf Village, it was to protect his brother. Or do you think Orochimaru could not even take down the Hokage? Duan Fei fell silent, and after a moment he scoffed. Humph, regardless, it matters not. He cannot kill me, and what can a mere Chunin do to me? Jiao Du remained silent, and the two traversed the muddy terrain in quietude. In the Hokage office, the decor was exceedingly opulent. Besides the Hokage, the leaders of the other major villages were also present. They were convening a small-scale meeting of the 5 Kage. If you ask me, your Hidden Leaf Village is quite peculiar, producing anomalies daily, and not to mention, causing confusion everywhere. What do you intend to say about this, Kei? Noki spoke coldly, seemingly pressing for answers. This was due to his exhaustion from recent days. He had been tirelessly utilizing dust release techniques to cleanse the nuclear radiation from the air. Even he found it taxing. Granny Chiyo wore a cold smile at this moment. Why ask so many questions? Perhaps this is merely a secret weapon cultivated by your Hidden Leaf Village, just like the Ninetales back in the day. Do you expect him to turn against his own weapon? The atmosphere in the room instantly turned frigid. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Everyone, calm your tempers. This time, we in the Hidden Leaf Village are also victims. Initially, we were attacked by Orochimaru's invasion of the village. Before he could finish, Noki sneered. You still have the audacity to mention Orochimaru? That dangerous individual is not a product of your village. Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, both are calamities of the Hidden Leaf Village. How much peace would the world attain without your village? At this moment, the Mizukage could no longer remain passive. Enough! The Hokage is also a victim. Why are you pressing him so harshly? Granny Chiyo shot a glance at the Mizukage. Enough! Who is unaware that your two great ninja villages maintain a cordial relationship? Defending yourselves at this juncture is futile. We ought to address the issue at hand. There is no need to mention Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. They're traitors deserving of extermination. The crux of the matter is Kage. This fellow injured our Jinchuriki and nearly obliterated your Hidden Leaf Village. Are you truly willing to allow such an individual to grow unchecked? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze gradually turned icy. What of it? Our village has a genius who defeated Orochimaru and protected the village. Are you suggesting I turn against a hero? The Hokage, despite his naivety, understood that this group had come to pressure him. They were undoubtedly seeking to carve a layer off him. Although the Hidden Leaf Village was the victim, it had little impact on the other four villages. However, they feared Kage's growth, lest he become the second Uchiha Itachi. The key concern was that if Kage remained loyal to the village, he would become a benevolent version of Uchiha Itachi. At that point, he might inherit the Hokage position and gain an upper hand in the usual resource struggles. The five great nations appear to be at peace, yet beneath the surface, strife simmered. After all, within the world of Naruto, resources were limited. The shared allocation among the five villages was inherently insufficient. Thus, the powerful consumed more, while the weak received less. This had always been the case in the past. The Hokage was formidable, and a Hidden Leaf Village reigned supreme. Typically, they monopolized the bulk of resources, including various mines and transport routes. However, the Hokage was gradually weakening, and the Hidden Leaf Village was experiencing a talent drain. The other four villages had begun to encroach upon their enterprises. At this juncture, the emergence of a powerful anomaly from the Hidden Leaf Village was unwelcome. These Hokage were well aware of this. He merely smiled coldly. Enough, a pack of old foxes. Stop beating around the bush. What is it you seek? Speak plainly. Noki chuckled. Hokage, we are not here to pressure you. We are merely discussing matters. We propose to hold a martial arts competition, jointly organized by the five great villages, with rewards including promotion to Chunin and other various benefits. The Hokage interjected immediately. What benefits? He understood that this group was intent on having Uchiha Kage participate. Yet he knew that Uchiha Kage was a talent capable of creating miracles repeatedly. He might very well win. Hence his keen interest in the rewards. Granny Chiyo wore a mocking expression. Haha, is the Hokage already so impatient? The rewards are straightforward. A promise from the five major villages, as long as it does not entail eliminating the Hokage or inheriting his position. We will comply. Hearing the acrid undertone in Granny Chiyo's words, the Hokage remained unfazed. Instead, his eyes sparkled with interest. What if it entails taking half of the ninjutsu and ninja tools from your respective villages? The other four Kaguya exchanged glances, with Noki appearing somewhat hesitant. He wondered why the Hokage seemed so confident. Did he truly believe the Hidden Leaf Village could triumph? Yet Granny Chiyo had not contemplated this deeply. Very well, any resources you request, even if it's not just half, but a significant portion, we are willing to concede. However, we also have conditions. Participants must be between the ages of 15 and 32. Additionally, those already serving as teachers in the village cannot participate. Undoubtedly, this was an outrageous stipulation. 32 years of age included many Chunin, yet they specifically bar teachers from entering. It is worth noting that while other villages may not impose such restrictions, only the Hidden Leaf Village operates under a teacher system. Whether it be Jiraiya or Kakashi, they all held the title of teacher. This effectively disqualified them. Even the Mizukage sensed the unfairness of this arrangement. This is not right. Are you not targeting us deliberately? Chapter 54. A frantic plan. Noki scoffed. This is a special circumstance, a unique privilege. Does your hidden leaf village not possess many geniuses? Why worry about this? Granny Chiyo echoed. Indeed, we believe that our village's youth are no match for yours. This is quite fair, is it not? Observing the situation, the Hokage did not grow angry. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, this group truly perceives my hidden leaf village as a soft target. The eye in your eyes, Uchiha Kong is easily manageable. Yet this is a boon for us. A full half of the ninjutsu is an extraordinary windfall. The Hokage felt exhilarated internally, but outwardly he feigned indignation. You are exceedingly presumptuous. At the very least, you should increase the stakes. Otherwise, even in defeat, we would not feel satisfied. Noki laughed heartily, graciously replying, Indeed, since we exceed you in age. We certainly need to offer some compensation. If you prevail this time, I, Noki, will willingly provide 8/10 of the resources from the Awagakure. How does that sound? Granny Chiyo chimed in. I shall also contribute 8/10. Hokage, this is a lucrative battle. Should you win, you need not worry about resources for the coming years. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. If that is the case, let us finalize the competition. However, I suspect this meeting has other purposes. Does it not? Granny Chiyo nodded, her expression grave. Indeed, it pertains to the recent emergence of small organization. From the outset, this organization has been restless. Not long ago, they even launched an attack against our Sunagakure. And I suspect they are in the process of gathering tailed beasts. Oh, Naka's expression was decidedly grim. That was indeed a formidable weapon, although the purpose of collecting these tailed beasts remained unclear. The simultaneous release of such creatures would undoubtedly spell disaster. We must devise a strategy to counter them. We cannot simply sit idly by, can we? At this juncture, the Raikage spoke up that a mere mercenary organization, no matter how powerful, is still just a band of rogue ninjas, that if they were truly formidable enough to dominate the 5 great shinobi villages, they would have long since established themselves as the new 5 great shinobi villages. Their failure to do so only attests to their insufficient strength to subjugate us. Given this, we should go all out and deploy our strongest warriors to eliminate them, striking swiftly and catching them off guard. I refuse to believe that a mercenary organization can withstand the combined might of our greatest village. Chiyo's solemn shake of her head interrupted this fervor. The situation is not so simple. Their strength lies in individual prowess, each one a renowned figure in their own right. Our village's strength derives from sheer numbers. They will not engage us head-on. If a confrontation arises, they can easily change locations, and we would be unable to capture them. Conversely, we may end up exposing a significant number of our own ninjas in the process. Upon hearing this, the Hokage felt a deep resonance with her words. Indeed, unless we can find a way to restrict their movements and capture them en masse, the odds of suffering casualties in a direct encounter only increase. Moreover, we are a village. While they may escape, they cannot evade the repercussions of their actions, that if they seek revenge, they will struggle to evade our defenses. As the gravity of this analysis settled in, the assembled crowd fell into a contemplative silence. They understood that it was not a matter of their inability to defeat the Akatsuki, but rather that the latter, unencumbered, could act without fear that if pushed to desperation, they would scatter to the 5 villages seeking vengeance. Each of them would pose a threat comparable to that of a tailed beast. If such a scenario unfolded, it could severely deplete their strength. It is essential to remember that the world of ninjas is not solely dominated by the 5 great villages. There exist other smaller villages and ninja clans, some of which are only slightly weaker than Konoha. Should any of these villages sustain injuries and suffer significant losses, they could easily be toppled. The 5 great villages themselves rose to power through such circumstances as, oh, what shall we do? We cannot allow ourselves to be led by the nose. I have a plan. At this moment, Chiyo suddenly interjected, drawing the surprised gazes of the crowd. What is it? Chiyo's smile was cunning. It is quite simple. Their objective is the tailed beasts, is it not? And I am certain they would also be interested in the talents of the Uchiha clan. When the time comes for the tournament, we shall present the tailed beasts, thereby drawing them in. Even if they do not come, gathering the tailed beasts under the protection of so many powerful warriors will ensure their safety for the time being. This is akin to inviting wolves into our home, but we possess the capability to slay these wolves. The atmosphere shifted as the crowd reacted to her audacious suggestion. Such a plan was incredibly reckless, considering that the tailed beasts are essentially the trump cards of a village. Moreover, they are inherently unstable. A mere disturbance could lead to their seals being broken. In such a case, even the mightiest of the surrounding villages would struggle to suppress these terrifying creatures. Additionally, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly make their presence known, and chaos would ensue, making it difficult to contain. No, this plan is too perilous. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially reshaping the entire ninja world. The Hokage immediately rejected the proposal, declaring that this plan was not merely unwise, but rather a path to self-destruction. Chiyo shook her head in response. It seems we have little choice but to proceed. Rest assured, with so many skilled warriors present, a mere mercenary group, as Reikage stated, will not pose a significant threat to us. The group fell silent, acknowledging their previous underestimation of this small organization. Despite possessing formidable talents, such as Orochimaru, the 5 great villages had long established their dominance in the ninja world. They were not to be trifled with. It is no exaggeration to say that the combined strength of each village's Kage and their elite elders is extraordinary. After all, even at their peak, the Akatsuki were merely rogue ninjas from various villages. Konoha need not be mentioned. Jiraiya alone could take on several opponents. Kakashi could match any single adversary. The other villages could easily muster a few strong fighters as well. The only concern is the potential for chaos due to the large number of spectators. Should a battle erupt, how could it be controlled? It is quite simple. I will set up a barrier at the venue to divide the entire arena into 4 sections. Chiyo declared that in each of these sections, we can station a multitude of skilled warriors disguised as spectators. As soon as the battle commences, the spectators will spring into action with the influence of the formation. I have no doubt we can overcome a handful of rogue ninjas. Her confidence invigorated the audience, causing them to reconsider. Even the Hokage found himself wavering. After a moment contemplation, he spoke. The plan can be executed. But I insist that the location not be within Konoha. Any open square will suffice. Noki shook his head. That will not do. If so many powerful individuals gather in the wilderness, it will be easy for them to deduce that it is a trap. The Hokage, angered, slammed his hand on the table. Then let the square be established in your Awagakure. I will have no part in this. If you insist on proceeding, be prepared for war. The Hokage was not one to be trifled with. At this moment, his show of authority cast a somber air over the assembly. The old adage rings true: a dying camel is still larger than a horse, despite Konoha's current state of diminished talent. The legacy of powerful figures remains significant, not to mention the formidable trio of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who would prove challenging to contend with. Moreover, Konoha's numerous clans and ninjas are countless, even if the Uchiha clan has vanished. The Hige clan persists. In a serious conflict, it would likely require the involvement of 2 or 3 villages to balance the scales. Chiyo scoffed. Noki, you are truly misguided. This is an open conspiracy. Even if they become aware of it, what does it matter? Are you not intentionally jeopardizing Konoha? Then, with a softer tone, Chiyo proposed, very well, let us establish the venue near the desert. It is barren land. In a war, there would incur minimal losses. The crowd nodded in agreement. The Hokage also acquiesced. Regardless of your roles as the antagonists or protagonists, Konoha has made a concession this time. How you proceed from here is entirely up to you. With that, he rose and clapped his hands. All right, time to bid farewell. As Chiyo stood to leave, she added, remember, I have discerned the potential within Uchiha Sora. He is destined for greatness. If you wish to avoid a repeat of the Uchiha Itachi incident, you must make prudent choices. Only then did the assembly disperse. After all had departed, the Hokage sighed deeply. If Uchiha Sora can maintain his strength and even surpass the legendary Uchiha Madara, perhaps Konoha can once again ascend to greatness. In the wild jungles of the ninja world, Uchiha Sora and Kakashi's party swiftly traversed the terrain, shadows flitting behind them. Soon, they arrived at a clearing, which starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. Amidst the jungle lay a patch of vibrant green grass, leaving them puzzled. "Stop! There may be traps," Jiraiya declared, raising a hand. Instantly, two summoned toads appeared at his feet, their blades glinting. The agile toads leaped towards the grassy area. Commencing their inspection, Kakashi's expression turned serious. "Is someone planning to ambush us?" Beside him, Sasuke snorted dismissively. "What is there to fear? With our current lineup, we are surely among the strongest in the ninja world." As a young man, Sasuke felt confident in their numbers and the presence of his older brother. He believed no one could pose a serious threat to them. That moment, Uchiha Sora's gaze sharpened. "Something feels off. This appears to be naturally occurring, somewhat akin to mineral deposits." "No, wait, it seems to be oil." Uchiha Sora wrinkled his nose. Indeed, he detected a distinct scent of oil, petroleum. In the realm of ninjas, although science may be absent, the fundamental principles of physics still apply. According to Uchiha Sora's conjecture, with the presence of both the sun and the moon, this world is essentially a modified version of Blue Star. Moreover, having seen the theatrical films, Uchiha Sora comprehends that this realm is spherical. Therefore, aside from chakra, the remaining physical knowledge is fundamentally akin to that of our own world. This implies that resources such as oil undoubtedly exist. To Uchiha Sora, this barren land resembles an oil field. Indeed, the weeds here are indicative of the underlying presence of oil, making it difficult for trees to flourish. While the grass can take root in such conditions, upon hearing Uchiha Sora's assertion, the surrounding individuals were taken aback, with Tsunade exhibiting a look of confusion. "What is oil?" "Some kind of mineral." Kakashi cast a grave glance in Sora's direction, pondering, what is this kid thinking? Is he about to concoct some bizarre invention again? Jiraiya, on the other hand, retracted his two summoned beasts, sensing no immediate danger, merely noting a peculiar odor. Was it oil? Uchiha Sora nodded, but offered no explanation. Aware that even if he elaborated, it would be akin to playing music to a cow, he hastened a few steps to a more pronounced section of the clearing. The ground here was elevated, its hue a deep black, resembling spilled ink. Without further ado, Uchiha Sora activated his Sharingan. To everyone's astonishment, it was Kami. Soon, a perfectly shaped large hole emerged in the ground, from which black liquid surged forth vigorously. Indeed, it was oil. Goodness, it truly is oil. This revelation ignited a surge of excitement within Uchiha Sora. His first thought was that he was about to become immensely wealthy, for owning an oil field was far superior to possessing a mine. However, he quickly realized that in this world, oil might not hold significant value to most. It could serve as a wick for lamps. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora possessed knowledge of technology. Having access to oil equated to possessing energy. And with energy, many aspirations could become reality. Airplanes, tanks, automobiles, and even engines. A plethora of high-tech inventions flashed through Uchiha Sora's mind. These concepts, once deemed absurd in the ninja world, now seemed within reach. What if he could create a tank by hand? Could it not obliterate Earth-style techniques with sheer force? If he could fabricate an aircraft soaring through the skies, would not even the flying ninjutsu yield in submission? Even more astonishing, this could herald an industrial revolution. By harnessing energy to manufacture engines, he could establish factories with assembly lines. In that moment, Uchiha Sora's imagination soared boundlessly. Just then, Tsunade approached, dipping her finger into a drop of oil and bringing it to her nose. "How foul! Is this some form of medicinal herb?" Uchiha Sora's eyes gleamed as he replied, "It is not an herb, but it is far more precious. Do any of you possess storage scrolls? Quickly, gather everything. This is akin to liquid gold." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What? Gold? With this, could I not gamble for an eternity? No, wait, could this not bring immense benefits to Konoha?" Chapter 56, The Pompous Orochimaru. Manipulated oil, the most valuable resource of all, whether in the modern world or the ninja realm, it reigns supreme as the undisputed king of energy. Not to mention, if Uchiha Sora could produce an engine in the world of Hokage. Regardless of the number of cylinders, as long as it functioned, it would be a groundbreaking invention. Sora understood that engines were not merely confined to vehicles. Anything requiring energy could benefit from an engine's application. For instance, the barriers within the village could operate continuously if powered by an engine fueled with oil. Furthermore, if equipped with engines, one could create various vehicles, instantaneously deploying them from sealed scrolls during combat. Whether for escape or collision with enemies, the effects would be remarkable. Crucially, this contraption runs on oil. The power it could generate was astonishing. Based on Uchiha Sora's assessment, a modern tank could effortlessly crush a Chunin in full force, provided that Chunin had undergone standard ninja training. However, that was already quite impressive, considering the minimal resources required. Merely 2 cups of oil and some iron casing. Should mass production or upgraded models be feasible? Constructing tanks would be a viable endeavor. With subsequent technological advancements, they would become cost-effective weapons of mass destruction. Moreover, in the ninja world, numerous jutsu could be leveraged. For example, explosive tags could replace grenades and be affixed to shells, detonating upon launch for potentially superior results that in Uchiha Sora's view. This signified the harmonious fusion of technology and ninjutsu, a dual blossoming. At that moment, Tsunade could not help but inquire, "Could you spare me some?" Uchiha Sora, without hesitation, Uchiha Sora understood her intentions, that he smirked. This substance is worth its weight in gold. However, utilizing it merely as currency would be a gross misallocation. To put it bluntly, if applied correctly, it could yield wealth beyond your wildest dreams. Tsunade was taken aback, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Really? What constitutes the correct application? Uchiha Sora replied with a mysterious smile, "You shall find out upon our return to the village. First, help me gather this, for it is a non-renewable resource." Kakashi produced a multitude of sealing scrolls from his pocket and handed them to Uchiha Sora. His curiosity piqued that I am only concerned with its potential impact on the village's security. If it merely serves for entertainment, then it is of no interest. Although Kakashi feigned indifference, his underlying thoughts remained focused on the village's well-being, as those sealing scrolls were not easily acquired. Uchiha Sora nodded while sealing the oil, reassuring him, "Rest assured, it is no exaggeration to say that with this, combined with my Sharingan's abilities, we can achieve a qualitative transformation. Not only will we bolster the village's defenses, but we may very well usher it into a new era." Uchiha Sora was, of course, alluding to an industrial revolution. Should he succeed, Konoha would metamorphose into a cybernetic city. Within the city, individuals would wield ninjutsu while navigating on electric scooters. They would engage in combat with standard kunai. Yet perhaps moments later, they could summon a tank from their scrolls. The sheer spectacle would be nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the others were left astounded. Although they could not fully grasp Uchiha Sora's intentions, they could discern that this substance would likely become a vital resource in his hands, playing a pivotal role. Nevertheless, they remained in awe. Uchiha Sora had already been formidable, and now he seemed poised to instigate a revolutionary transformation. Could he truly lead the entire village into a new era? Was this not an audacious claim? A new era often requires a powerful figure to define in the past. Even Uchiha Madara struggled to herald a new age. Only together with Senju Hashirama could they forge an ancient epic. But could Uchiha Sora accomplish this alone? At that moment, Jiraiya stepped closer, unable to suppress his curiosity, and reached out to touch the substance. It felt reminiscent of frog oil, albeit of higher quality. Could it ignite? Just as it appeared Jiraiya intended to experiment, Uchiha Sora swiftly intervened. "Do not touch that. If it ignites, we may all be injured in the explosion." To Uchiha Sora, this was a non-renewable resource, not something to be squandered carelessly. However, this statement ignited excitement in Deidara's eyes. "Master, did you just mention explosion? This is art. This is not merely oil or gold. This is flowing art." Without hesitation, Deidara stepped forward, scooping up a handful of oil and bringing it to his nose for a hearty sniff. Though he grimaced, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, it truly has the aroma of art." Ignoring the foolishness of Deidara, Uchiha Sora's focus returned to the clearing's location. Logically, oil would not appear without reason. Such a vast expanse of oil indicated the presence of an oil field nearby. "No. Upon returning to the village, we must secure this area, claiming it as Konoha's territory." Uchiha Sora's gaze was resolute. having resolved to stake a claim. After a moment of silence, Kakashi spoke, though I am uncertain of its purpose. By securing this area, it will merely appear as an empty plot of land to others, ensuring no one will attempt to seize it. The only trouble is that the distance from here to the village is not insignificant. We will need to dispatch ninjas to guard this location. Jiraiya wholeheartedly concurred that if K is deemed useful, then he undoubtedly possesses value. In any case, it is certainly more cost-effective than sending a few individuals. The group nodded in agreement, and thus they marked the spot before swiftly making their way toward the village. Once the crowd had departed, a small white snake cautiously emerged from the underbrush. It twisted and contorted in midair, transforming into a pale figure, glistening with slime. None other than Orochimaru could see that moment. He suspiciously sniffed the ground, dipped his fingers into a bit of oil, and licked it. A moment later, he spat out, "Ugh! What on earth? What is this brat up to now? What is this substance?" If it weren't for the persistent feeling of K, this enigmatic fellow, seemingly armed with some arcane technique, I wouldn't have bothered to expend a clone to follow him. But what use is this stuff now? Ever since their last battle, Orochimaru had been tailing Uchiha Kage, not for any trivial reason, but because he found the young Uchiha to be exceptionally formidable. However, it was not merely his strength that intrigued Orochimaru. It was the peculiar inventions he had devised, an inventor, a madman, and a relentless researcher. Orochimaru was deeply fascinated. Chapter 57. Task Assignment? He even risked exposure to follow him all the way here. Earlier, he had mentioned that this was liquid gold and that it would explode upon contact. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled, and excitement surged through him. Could it be that this is the source of the weapons wielded by Uchiha Kage? He recalled Kage's weapon, which also detonated upon activation, bearing a striking resemblance to the black oil at the scene, especially the acrid scent reminiscent of gunpowder. The more he pondered, the more certain he became. Indeed, I have discovered the key to unraveling this mystery. It is not merely that this boy is a genius. He has found something called oil. If I can seize all of it and encase it in similar metallic shells, I might also be able to create such devices. Overjoyed, Orochimaru wasted no time and began collecting the oil from the ground. He felt as though he had unraveled the enigma of Uchiha Kage. From this moment onward, that brat would be rendered insignificant. Soon, Orochimaru had extracted every last drop of oil, with a furtive expression. He chuckled, "Konoha village. Uchiha Kage, just wait for me." With that, Orochimaru vanished from the spot. In Konoha village, outside the once cold and austere gates, a bustling crowd surged forth. People of various identities, mercenaries, individuals from other villages, and ordinary citizens seeking to publish tasks, filled the area. The cause of this commotion was none other than the recently convened Five Kage Summit, which had announced a sensational piece of news. In just 3 days, the 5 great villages would join forces to host a tournament in the desert. Participants could come from all corners of the world. As long as they met the age requirements, anyone could enter. This in itself was not unprecedented. Competitions among the 5 great villages had occurred before. However, this time was different. Firstly, it was open to outsiders, and the rewards were exceptionally generous. It was a promise from all 5 villages. Indeed, as long as it could be accomplished without violating principles, they would certainly deliver. Such a proposition was overwhelmingly enticing. Imagine, in modern terms, a nation granting you any wish, as long as it was not too excessive. Money, power, and even status. Everything one could desire. Some individuals even speculated that attaining first place could lead to a marriage alliance with the Hyuga clan. To put it simply, it was akin to marrying into a prominent political family, securing both beauty and achievement, along with wealth and influence. Such prospects were irresistibly alluring to outsiders, prompting a surge of applicants eager to participate. Not only Konoha village, but all 5 great villages were open for registration. Crowds thronged everywhere. In the Konoha office, the Hokage furrowed his brow as he regarded the few individuals before him, Asuma and Might Guy. With Kakashi and others dispatched on missions, only these elders remained in the village. What's the situation? With so many people around, we must ensure security, the Hokage stated sternly. Beside him, Might Guy gave a thumbs up and flashed a broad smile. Rest assured, my efforts are always reliable. I have issued strict orders to the village's Umbu members. He insisted that they perform handstand push-ups while on duty. Before he could finish, Asuma spat out the toothpick he had been chewing. Have you lost your mind? You want them to train while on guard duty? Might Guy dismissed the concern with a scoff. And what of you? Ever since you became a teacher, all you do is indulge in food and leisure. You must be quite rotund by now, unlike me, who burns with youthful vigor. Indeed, I still feel as though I am in my prime. Faced with such shameless declarations, the Hokage could no longer contain his exasperation and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. As long as you can keep an eye on the village, that will suffice. Kakashi and the others will return soon. At that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open, revealing Uchiha Kage, accompanied by Haku, Sasuke, and others. Initially, the Hokage's eyes lit up, believing that a victorious warrior had returned. He had previously feared that Uchiha Kage's brilliance might attract the attention of the Akatsuki. Now, seeing him unharmed, he noticed something else trailing behind him, a girl. To his astonishment, she was indeed a girl, and her beauty was striking. Even the Hokage couldn't help but steal a few glances, internally lamenting, "This brat goes out for a stroll and returns with a new companion. Goodness, this lad, while in the village, is no better than a rogue. What is he doing with a beauty salon, offering massages exclusively for female ninjas? As if having Hinata wasn't enough. Now he has another. Thank goodness I don't have a daughter." The Hokage felt a sense of relief, convinced that Uchiha Kage was nothing but a scoundrel. Yet he often behaved quite obediently, just as he was about to speak. Tsunade walked in, placing her hand affectionately on Uchiha Kage's head and hugging him from behind, laughing heartily. "Sarutobi, how did you manage to raise such a genius in the village without informing me?" Uchiha Kage cleared his throat, struggling to suppress the urge to laugh. He felt ill-equipped to handle this scene. The Hokage stared, dumbfounded. "Tsunade, what brings you back?" Kakashi explained, "Given the recent turmoil in the village, everyone is aware." And Tsunade returned to provide reinforcements. Jiraiya looked on enviously at Uchiha Kage. Indeed, Tsunade encountered Orochimaru on her way back, but fortunately, Kage was there to drive him off once again. Uchiha Kage is certainly Orochimaru's nemesis. The Hokage was momentarily at a loss for words, finally exclaiming, "Heroes emerge from youth. If that's the case, then you will be responsible for facing the challenge later. I can rest easy." Uchiha Kage was taken aback. Noticing the Hokage's cunning expression, immediately suspecting that he was being sold out, Hokage-sama, "What do you mean by sending me to confront them?" Uchiha Kage was quite reluctant. His time was precious. He would rather not squander it on such battles. Surely he could be utilizing that time to develop more inventions. Moreover, he still had his daily tasks to complete, which amounted to hundreds of bullets and coins. The Hokage, observing Uchiha Kage's unwilling demeanor, chuckled and reassured him. "Fear not. I can see that you are remarkably resilient. Ordinarily, you would not meet your demise. Furthermore, this is merely a competition within the village. At worst, you may encounter ambushes from mercenary organizations. The most you might face is a repeat of the last incident at Konoha Village Square. For you, it should be a trivial matter, no?" Uchiha Kage blinked, attempting to confirm whether he had heard correctly. Chapter 58. The Arena. Is this old man out of his mind? Has he lost his senses? The previous encounter may have seemed effortless, yet it was a perilous stroll along the precipice of death. Had Uchiha Kage hesitated for even a moment against Orochimaru, he would have been utterly obliterated by now. Not only him, but the entire village would have faced devastation at the hands of the tailed beasts, and in the end, they might not even have been extinguished. After all, Konoha still had many hidden cards, but would undoubtedly be gravely weakened. It was clear how dangerous that situation had been. Yet even so, the Hokage seemed intent on orchestrating a repeat, as if in a dream. There was no way he would comply. Uchiha Kage was resolute in his convictions, firmly believing that he remained steadfast in his principles. However, the Hokage smiled amiably, stating, "This time, should you emerge victorious, you will gain access to the resources of the other 4 villages, and I shall grant you permission to establish your own department within the village." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Kakashi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Lord Hokage, did you just say a department? Are you serious?" Kakashi, a seasoned veteran in the village, understood the significance of a department all too well. In Kano, numerous departments existed, such as the teaching department, which was responsible for educating students, including Irika from the elementary school and Kakashi, who led his own teams. This single department encompassed a multitude of individuals, including Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, among countless others. Moreover, the Umbu also constituted a department, renowned throughout the Naruto world. They had been involved in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and various other significant events. Nearly every major occurrence in Konoha bore the shadow of the Umbu. It could be said that Konoha, at times, could dispatch a single department that would surpass the combined strength of an entire village. In light of this, the prospect of establishing a new department within the village was of paramount importance. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, upon success, Uchiha Kage's standing would mirror that of the others, effectively making him another Danzo within the village. Indeed, Lord Hokage, please reconsider. This is a monumental decision. Even the usually carefree Jiraiya became grave at this moment. Tsunade cast a deep glance at Uchiha Kage, while it seemed exaggerated, if it were a child like Kage. Perhaps he could manage it. In an instant, even Uchiha Kage found himself breathing rapidly. He understood that the Hokage was enticing him. With the establishment of this department, he would no longer need to conduct his research in secrecy. He could directly utilize Konoha's funds to procure various tools and materials, an unparalleled opportunity. Furthermore, it was rumored that additional resources awaited him. In short, for Uchiha Kage, this endeavor was undoubtedly lucrative. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Very well, but who will be participating? If there are too many, I may struggle to cope. After all, no matter how strong I am, it is merely my talent, and my strength relies heavily on my tools. The Hokage shook his head reassuringly. Rest assured, it will be quite simple. Team most, there will be a few members from smaller organizations. Orochimaru may also make an appearance. It won't pose any issues, should he come. He won TB leaving today. The Hokage's nonchalance irked Uchiha Kage, who regarded Orochimaru with disdain, recalling how, in the original narrative, Orochimaru had dispatched someone with ease, sealing away only their hands before their demise. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Uchiha Kage inquired, "How many days remain until the competition? During this time, can the village provide me with some resources?" The Hokage paused momentarily before nodding. Of course. What do you require? From this moment onward, as long as it is not excessively outrageous, the village will accommodate your requests. Uchiha Kage nodded eagerly. His intentions were straightforward. Having accepted this mission, he was determined to excel. He needed to prepare adequately. Fortunately, he had access to some useful oil. With the Hokage's resources and the system's marketplace, he might very well be able to craft a tank with his bare hands. Such machinery would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the impending battles. Excited, Uchiha Kage declared, "All right, given this, I shall prepare, for time is of the essence." With that, Uchiha Kage turned and departed. The Hokage glanced at Tsunade. "What do you think of this young man?" "You seem to hold him in high regard." Tsunade smiled softly. "It's not merely regard. I find him reminiscent of my late brother." Beside them, Jiraiya grew pensive. Back then, the village was weak, but now things have changed. "We must rise. This boy, Uchiha Kage, is our hope." The Hokage poured himself a cup of tea before stating, "Indeed, however, it is crucial to make full use of his talents, lest he becomes the next Itachi Uchiha." The mere mention of Itachi sent a shiver through the hearts of everyone present, a figure of immense strength. He had tragically betrayed the village due to the family feud, leading to the loss of a formidable asset and a significant blow to Konoha. Kakashi, glancing out the window at the bustling streets, suddenly recalled, "I forgot to ask, when will the competition be decided? Is Uchiha Kage truly prepared?" Kakashi was well aware that despite Kage's strength, he was still freshly graduated and that his unique status stemmed from his formidable inventions. Much like a puppet master, should his essence be constrained, he could easily fall short. The Hokage, sensing the concerns of the others, began to elucidate. There is no need for alarm. This is a trap set by the 5 great villages, designed to lure in smaller organizations. We shall be the ones to initiate the attack. And as for Uchiha Kage, I have already enlisted the aid of the Mizukage and Reikage. They will come to his assistance at a critical moment. However, I believe such precautions may be unnecessary. Everyone nodded in agreement, and thus, the plan was set into motion. Outside the Uchiha clan compound, a young girl with long hair stood waiting, though she appeared youthful. Her figure was quite matured at this moment. She eagerly looked towards the village entrance. Soon, Uchiha Kage and Sasuke returned, accompanied by Haku and Deidara. Upon witnessing this, Hinata immediately sprinted forward, exclaiming, "K bro!" Before she could contain herself, she threw her arms around Uchiha Kage's neck. The unexpected softness against his chest momentarily stunned Uchiha Kage. What just happened? Have we progressed so rapidly in our relationship? Before he could process it further, Haku beside him blushed deeply. "K bro, what is this?" Haku's gaze resembled that of a jilted lover, piercing Uchiha Kage's heart. Observing this scene, he silently exclaimed, "No way. I haven't even begun to enjoy my harem. And now, they're already competing for my affections?" At that moment, Hinata noticed Haku as well, in stark contrast to Hinata's demeanor. Haku was the epitome of a quiet beauty. Their eyes locked, and it was as if lightning sparked between them. Uchiha Kage stood at the center of this tempest, while Hinata assumed the position of the rightful consort, seemingly declaring her territory. Haku, unwilling to yield, cast a disdainful glance at Hinata, her expression brimming with contempt. A flower in a greenhouse dares to compete with me." Hinata fumed, her anger palpable. Just as the two girls were on the verge of confrontation, Uchiha Kage hastily cleared his throat. "Ahem. All right, you are all my comrades. My companions, your arrival is fortuitous." His words momentarily stunned both girls. Given their mutual affection for him, they exchanged glances but chose to remain silent. Sasuke, observing the unfolding drama, felt his scalp tingle with anxiety. "Brother, time is of the essence. The competition is fast approaching. What is your plan?" Everyone turned their attention to Uchiha Kage, recognizing that this was indeed the most pressing matter at hand. Uchiha Kage, unfazed, replied, "Fear not. I have my methods. After all, Konoha will provide me with ample resources. With those, my strength will increase significantly." Upon hearing this, Sasuke and the others exhaled in relief, knowing that Uchiha Kage was not one to boast without substance. And they felt reassured. Thus, Uchiha Kage led the group into the village, directing them to their designated shop. After sending away those deemed unnecessary, he swiftly tapped into the village's vast resources. After all, aside from Orochimaru, he might also have to contend with Yahiko himself. Reflecting on the original story, he recalled the arduous tasks that lay ahead, realizing he needed to elevate his capabilities without delay. Uchiha Kage's eyes glimmered with determination. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. The rewards of this mission were substantial, but attaining them would not be an easy feat. In his view, the only viable solution was to hasten the unlocking of quantum technology to acquire quantum battle armor. Yet with only 3 days left and insufficient gold coins, gathering millions seemed impossible. With time slipping away, Uchiha Kage pondered whether he could exchange resources for gold in a short time frame. Uchiha Kong promptly attempted to engage with the system interface. Swiftly locating the marketplace to his delight, he discovered indeed the presence of a disassembly feature. Undoubtedly, disassembly is a function prevalent in most games. Its purpose is to convert unnecessary clutter or superfluous items, which one cannot discard, into valuable universal resources. In this instance, Uchiha Kong would receive gold coins upon disassembly. After experimenting, Uchiha Kong found that the most valuable items he could obtain were surprisingly ninja tools. Aside from those, there were merely some basic technological components, such as batteries and mobile phones. However, lacking these items, Uchiha Kong realized that he could only profit through ninja tools, albeit he resolved to act boldly. Uchiha Kong slapped his thigh and promptly requested the Hokage for ninja tools. Furthermore, he could not merely ask for one item. He also demanded a substantial amount of oil and various ores. Although the ninja were unfamiliar with these items, Uchiha Kong insisted, and given that these resources were not particularly scarce in the ninja world, he should be able to procure them shortly. In addition to these, Uchiha Kong also requested some gold, as many components required the highly malleable metal. When this list of resources arrived at the Hokage's office, the old man's face contorted in disbelief. This brat, truly audacious. Such a vast array of resources would be painful even for the village of Konoha to part with. At this moment, the Hokage began to regret his decision. Why had he agreed to such generous terms? This kid even asked for gold, clearly attempting to extort him. Yet due to Uchiha Kong's demonstrated talents and the Hokage's own authority, he could only grit his teeth. Kakashi, contact the Umbu, and you personally lead a team to gather these items. Subsequently, Uchiha Kong had another plan. He aimed to seize control of a certain oil field. What was that? Kakashi appeared out of nowhere, closing his beloved book. Lord Hokage, the oil is a precious resource discovered by Uchiha Kong. And it is not far, just beyond the village. The Hokage nodded faintly. Very well. Everything is for the sake of achieving victory in the competition. We shall capture our prey. Let Uchiha Kong indulge in his antics. Kakashi pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up. Hokage, you assigned Uchiha Kong a separate department, but did not allocate any personnel. Kakashi, being an old hand, previously thought the Hokage was too lenient on Uchiha Kong. Assigning a department was tantamount to granting him a degree of authority. However, now he realized that all these departments seemed to be mere titles, as up until now, no ninjas had been assigned to Uchiha Kong. This left Kakashi perplexed. Even suspecting the Hokage was merely testing him. The Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, his eyes deep with contemplation. What are you thinking? This kid has yet to undergo any trials. He is the core of the department. If he fails this time, wouldn't the department require reorganization in his absence? Enough, I know what I am doing. Kakashi refrained from saying more and turned to carry out his orders. Outside Konoha, amidst a wild jungle, Kakuzu and Haiden, the two brothers, were swiftly traversing the terrain. Along the way, Haiden's gaze was anything but innocent, seemingly fixated on Kakuzu, searching for an opportunity to strike. Stop looking at me. Focus on how to infiltrate. I can't believe they are holding a competition right now, and the venue is near Sunagakure. We have to return. Kakuzu growled, evidently agitated by the situation. Haiden remained expressionless, merely pursing his lips. Let them come. The more, the merrier. They'll witness the might of our Akatsuki organization. Furthermore, with more people present, once we make our move, the Hokage and his allies will surely be more cautious. As he spoke, a bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Haiden's eyes. Suddenly, Kakuya halted, gazing at the vast expanse of desert before them. Such grandeur is truly worthy of the 5 great villages' efforts before them amidst the swirling sands. A colossal circular structure emerged, obscured by the dust storm. From a distance, it resembled a great mountain, particularly ominous under the yellow sands, covering an area spanning several kilometers. Evidently, this must have been constructed using ninjutsu. What a show of extravagance! No wonder it belongs to a major village, but it would feel exhilarating to destroy it. Haiden exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chapter 60. Synthesis successful, quantum armor. He could sense that numerous individuals were heading towards this location. It seemed the rumors were true. The competition was about to commence. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he smirked coldly. This was indeed an opportunity. He regretted not summoning Sasori sooner, as this was his homeland. However, it mattered not. They would conceal themselves here, waiting to catch Uchiha Kong off guard. Both men exchanged sinister smiles before swiftly hiding nearby. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan general store in the backyard, Uchiha Kong had transformed the area into a research facility. With a single command from Uchiha Kong, a plethora of resources were being gathered from all corners of the world. Before him lay a considerable array of materials: gold, various simple ninja tools, and collected ores. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kong promptly tossed these resources into the system for disassembly. Ding! Detection of host disassembling items. First time, disassembly reward doubled, obtaining 200 gold coins. In no time, Uchiha Kong's account reflected the addition of 200 gold coins. Although this was a modest sum, it represented a steady progression towards his target of 1 million. It is worth noting that Uchiha Kong had merely thrown in a slightly enhanced kunai, a standard weapon for upper-level ninjas. Such an item was valued at 200 gold coins. He had an entire box of them. What a windfall. This should be enough to amass millions, not to mention the gold. Uchiha Kong was elated. He had never anticipated earning money in this manner. Henceforth, whenever he ventured out to battle, he would make every effort to reclaim all the equipment from his foes, for each piece represented gold. Without further ado, Uchiha Kong continued to disassemble. As he did so, his speed intensified. Soon he was almost recklessly tossing items into the system. The gold coins accumulated rapidly during this process, with the system occasionally rewarding him with double returns. Within half a day, Uchiha Kong had completely exhausted his resources, yet his gold coin count soared to 75,000. This sum included the reward from previous tasks, but the majority was derived from disassembly. At this juncture, Uchiha Kong no longer hesitated and began purchasing the necessary items. The components required for the quantum equipment were notably specialized, such as small reactors. Ordinarily, Uchiha Kong could not craft these by hand. However, it was not entirely impossible to at least a portion of the materials was within his reach. Thus, Uchiha Kong gathered these materials, saving a significant amount of gold coins. Initially, he had estimated needing over 1 million, but upon assessing the handcrafted items, he discovered it would only require a little over 600,000. Soon, Uchiha Kong had acquired all the necessary materials. Gazing at the array of components laid out before him, Uchiha Kong was ecstatic. This was quantum armor. The potency of Iron Man was renowned. Who did not know of it? If he could also integrate some ninja techniques, blending technology with mysticism, it would undoubtedly become even stronger and more formidable. Without further ado, Uchiha Kong commenced the fusion of materials. If successful this time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the elite. Uchiha Kong's gaze flickered as the synthesis platform radiated golden light. The synthesis began. Unlike previous minor syntheses, this one was markedly slower. Simultaneously, Uchiha Kong felt the agonizing weight, as though each passing moment stretched into eternity. Fortunately, the synthesis did not lag too much. After a brief while, a white light began to coalesce before him. Within the white glow lay a circular, flat stone resembling a jade pendant. Its surface was a muted black, non-reflective, easily visible when worn around the neck. This was the essence of the quantum armor. Uchiha Kong was immediately filled with exhilaration as he grasped the core and placed it against his chest. With a vigorous tap twice, the armor began to expand. Resembling a layer of clothing that in an instant, it enveloped Uchiha Kong completely, its color shifting to a hazy gray. He appeared less like a steel shrimp and more akin to a figure cloaked in black robes. Once donned, it would occasionally ripple and flow. This remarkable material merged with chakra, consuming it to provide energy. The nuclear reactor served as an energy conversion device, acting as the core of power. Essentially, what was required could still be replenished. Chakra. Thus, wearing it felt akin to being wrapped in a layer of water that could morph at will. However, one should not underestimate this liquid membrane. It could transform into any shape conjured by Uchiha Kong's imagination. With a mere thought, a 3-meter-long black blade extended from his hand. In a swift motion, a thick black shield materialized before him. The seamless transition between weapon and defense occurred in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this extraordinary equipment could also conjure long-range weapons at will. Uchiha Kong waved his hand, and his wrist transformed into a hand cannon. Inside, lightning wove and flickered, capable of unleashing bolts of electricity. This device boasted an astonishing power of several hundred million, far surpassing the prowess of Chidori. How outrageous! Could it be that I have expended such vast resources to create this? The functionalities are indeed overwhelming. Yet overall, it is immensely powerful. With that, Uchiha Kong aimed at a stone in the distant courtyard and fired. Instantly, a white lightning bolt, imbued with a semblance of sentience, twisted and spiraled through the air before striking the stone. With a thunderous roar, the massive boulder was instantly liquefied into a pool of molten red. He then directed a shot at his own arm. The bullet shot forth, only to be rebounded upon contact with the quantum surface. After firing several more shots, the quantum armor remained untouched, while the bullets bore dents and dings. In that moment, Uchiha Kong was filled with uncontainable joy that he understood that this armor was merely the initial version. Future upgrades could incorporate various ninjutsu. For instance, techniques like Edo Tensei. However, such enhancements came at steep price, rendering them currently unattainable for Uchiha Kong. Nevertheless, even in its present state, this armor significantly augmented his combat capabilities. Thus, Uchiha Kong continued his research, now bolstered by the confidence instilled by his armor in a remote outskirts of the Naruto world. A transformed cave stood. Here, the atmosphere was thick with scientific endeavor, filled with an array of experimental apparatus, beakers, and flasks. This was none other than Orochimaru's lair. That moment, Orochimaru was tinkering with a bullet that appeared to be a vibrant orange. Perfect, simply exquisite. I have successfully replicated it. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, feeling emboldened by the prospect of confronting Uchiha Kong without fear. Uchiha Kong, just you wait, for I shall wield your weapon to defeat you. I wonder what pitiful expression you will wear then. Orochimaru's smile was dark and foreboding, as if he could already envision Uchiha Kong's plea for mercy. Chapter 61. The Seven Ninja, Swordsmen Deep Within the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki base. Konan wore a grave expression, her beautiful eyes tightly furrowed. According to Orochimaru's report, the reason behind Itaru's betrayal seemed to be linked to Uchiha Kong. Coupled with the Chunin exams, it was clear that Uchiha Kong was no ordinary individual. Could the likes of Sasori and Dans truly contend with him? Furthermore, it was said that this competition involved the collaboration of the 5 great villages, potentially rife with traps. Even in the absence of such snares, the various Kage observing would pose a formidable challenge for them. Wunti, beside her, Nagato, gaunt and resembling a withered corpse, coughed a few times. The Uchiha were indeed a cursed clan, yet they had also acquired great power. The question remained whether they could harness it effectively. After a brief pause, he responded to Konan's concerns. Rest assured, although Dans and the others may not be the strongest, their cooperation could prove to be the most troublesome. All we need is for them to buy us some time. Additionally, if Deidara has truly betrayed us, we must prioritize eliminating him upon sight. We cannot allow any traitors in our organization. Konan was taken aback, then suddenly grasped the implication, gasping in realization. Nagato, you cannot be considering sacrificing them as bait. However, our numbers are already limited, and they are both veterans. Would sacrificing them truly be justifiable? Nagato smiled darkly, a glint of madness flaring in his eyes as his lips curled into a twisted grin, pulling at the taut skin of his face, creating an unsettling sight. What does it matter? For the sake of our plan and the realization of our goals, the sacrifice of a few is merely a necessity. In the grand scheme of things, their lives hold little weight. They should consider themselves fortunate. Konan fell silent, observing Nagato, feeling an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. This was excessively cruel, in their youth. The 3 of them had been orphans, wandering the land of rain, surviving by theft, despite their abject poverty, often going without meals. Their bond had remained pure. They had found joy amidst hardship. Eventually, they encountered Jiraiya, learned ninjutsu, and became formidable and Kati that time. Everything seemed normal. Each had utilized their skills to ensure they could eat their fill. It was only after one among them made the ultimate sacrifice that Nagato's character became increasingly radicalized, leaving him incomprehensible. At times, Konan even felt that Nagato had become a madman. Nagato disregarded Konan's thoughts, his body trembling slightly as he continued with a hoarse voice. However, that was merely the beginning of the plan. Do you think I would simply send out those 2 useless individuals? They are bait, while our true trump card is the 7 ninja swordsmen. These 7 have previously collaborated with us and are quite reliable. Konan inhaled sharply. She was well aware of the infamous reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a merciless band of mercenaries. Although they may not rival the Akatsuki in strength, they were far more bloodthirsty and brutal. While they might not match the Akatsuki's power, in terms of savagery and their willingness to kill without hesitation, they surpassed expectations. Their work was akin to that of assassins, as long as they were paid. They would eliminate anyone. Failure to do so would result in financial penalties that, in terms of strength, they ranked among the elite. In the entire ninja world, aside from a few renowned powerhouses like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Most of the notable figures were affiliated with organizations. The ninja world had regressed year by year, with no individuals emerging who could single-handedly dominate and carry a name. Recently, it was either the Akatsuki or some mercenary band. Yet the 7 ninja swordsmen were undeniably formidable. Each member alone stood at the pinnacle of Jonin, if not stronger. Within the organization, they ranked among the top tier. Furthermore, this group had long since become rogue ninjas due to their ruthless nature, likely having honed numerous dark ninjutsu. Subsequently, emboldened by their reckless disregard for consequences, they had executed numerous missions, even attempting to assassinate Kage. Though they had failed, their notoriety only grew more nefarious. Nevertheless, collaborating with the Akatsuki posed no issue. For both factions shared a mutual disdain. At this moment, Nagato's strategy was straightforward: to utilize the 7 ninja swordsmen in conjunction with Dan's. Such a formidable assembly would be sufficient to stir upheaval in the Hidden Leaf Village. He truly did not believe that a single Uchiha Kong could create chaos of such magnitude. Conan hesitated. However, could these individuals truly defeat all the powerful figures present? Nagato smiled, wearing a confident expression. "Do not worry. I have made arrangements. When the time comes, Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha will also be present. With so many strong individuals, they certainly won't stand a chance, even if there are those among them with extraordinary strength. One must consider that tailed beasts will also participate. Such entities pose a constant threat of explosion. We need to lure 1 or 2 tailed beasts to break free, diverting their focus towards sealing the beasts. In essence, we will be battling on their territory, without concerns for repercussions. Under such circumstances, they will be utterly outmatched." Upon hearing this, Conan understood that. "I see, but we must exercise caution. The 7 ninja swordsmen could turn against us at any moment. This mercenary group, at its core, is merely motivated by profit. If the Hidden Leaf Village were to instigate a rebellion, these 7 might indeed turn against us." Nagato appeared unfazed, clearly having anticipated this possibility. "Rest easy. I have already assessed the situation that we have provided them with considerable compensation, along with promises. I refuse to believe that, under such favorable conditions, they would turn their blades against us at that time. They would simply retrieve Uchiha Kong under their united efforts. As for the matter of defection, it was utterly impossible, unless Uchiha Kong happened to be their father. Even the closest of friends could not be swayed. If there were no familial bonds, those insane individuals could easily resort to murder." After speaking, Nagato closed his eyes once more. In Kanagakur, Uchiha Kong gazed at Bai before inquiring, "I wonder, where have the 7 ninja swordsmen been lately? Were we not supposed to rendezvous in the village?" Bai hesitated for a moment. "It is said they went to undertake a contracted mission. It is our custom to prepare in advance whenever a large order is placed. However, there is no need for concern. They will return shortly, and I shall ensure they seek you out at the first opportunity." Bai appeared somewhat flustered, seemingly anxious that the 7 might be unreliable and arrive late. Chapter 62. The Enforcers. Uchiha Kong waved his hand dismissively. "They are all friends. It is of no consequence. Once they return, I shall have them reside within the Uchiha clan. It's merely a minor delay. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen are an assassin organization, and it is quite normal for them to be out on a mission to eliminate someone. Besides, they may even earn a share for themselves. After all, my rapport with the 7 ninja swordsmen is exceptionally strong, akin to that of blood brothers. Even those deranged killers would cherish such a bond. For Uchiha Kong, they represented 7 diligent enforcers." At that moment, he stretched his neck and declared, "All right, let us proceed. After all, there are many formidable opponents we must contend with." Sasuke nodded vigorously. Drawing his rifle, he began firing at Uchiha Kong. However, Uchiha Kong had long anticipated this and performed a roll to evade a barrage of bullets. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, producing a yellow revolver that instantly aimed at Sasuke's head. With 2 deafening gunshots, the bullets tore through the air, creating a cacophony of sound. Yet Sasuke was well prepared, summoning Raikiri to slice through the 2 bullets effortlessly. Just as Sasuke was feeling triumphant, he suddenly sensed a chill at his neck. Uchiha Kong had somehow appeared behind him. "Brother, when did you arrive?" Sasuke exclaimed, bewildered, having been fixated on Uchiha Kong with a Sharingan just moments before. Uchiha Kong wore an expression of exasperation. What I employed was a simple tactic of misdirection. Those 2 bullets were never intended to strike you. They merely served as a diversion. While your attention was fixated on the bullets, I swiftly maneuvered behind you without you realizing that Sasuke's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, that was your intention. I truly had not noticed. At that moment, Deidara stepped forward, clapping his hands in admiration, as expected of a master. Yet, I can't help but feel this is rather unreasonable. How could one be so oblivious to someone's presence behind them in the heat of battle? I shared his confusion. Indeed, is there some technique behind this? Uchiha Kong pondered for a moment before responding. There is, in fact. This constitutes a combat strategy of my own design, which I call simple misdirection. Indeed, this tactic is my original creation, as no one in this world has employed it before. It resembles magic tricks and those attention-grabbing techniques seen in short videos. The principle is straightforward. If one concentrates their attention on a single object, they become oblivious to another, that it's akin to a magician placing a coin deep in their palm, causing the audience's gaze to fixate there, completely unaware of the sleight of hand occurring in the magician's sleeve. This is not an exceptionally sophisticated combat method, nor does it require chakra or extraordinary strength. It merely necessitates the skill to distract others. The onlookers nodded in realization at that moment. By suddenly interjected, Kong, I just received intelligence that the 7 have completed their preparations. They have taken on a confidential mission, the details of which they are currently unaware. However, it appears to be in the vicinity of Konohagakure, which is fortuitous. They can observe our participation in the competition while simultaneously completing their task. Bai's excitement was palpable as his teammates were soon to arrive. Uchiha Kong raised an eyebrow. What kind of mission could possibly be near Konohagakure? He quickly dismissed the notion. Surely, my luck cannot be that fortuitous. If someone is indeed out to kill me, it would be absurd for it to be one of my dear brothers. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kong refrained from further inquiry, recognizing the futility of questioning the secrecy surrounding the mission assigned to the 7 ninja swordsmen. He shook his head, suppressing those thoughts, and turned his attention back to Bai. For now, what we most urgently need is to strengthen our abilities that I suspect that when the next competition begins, it will be chaotic. History may repeat itself. Should an attack occur, it is essential for you all to possess the strength to protect yourselves. Bai nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Kong, with the weapon you provided, I now possess considerable strength. Sasuke chimed in. I've been diligently practicing with this weapon over the past few days, and I've become quite proficient. One might even call me a sharpshooter. Dara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, if anyone dares to attack the village, can I witness this artistry up close? Before he could finish, Uchiha Kong interrupted. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Art is not something one simply observes. It demands considerable energy from me. However, if anyone truly dares to cause trouble in the village, I would not hesitate to intervene. Deidara was practically bouncing with excitement, akin to a child, while the others looked on, bemused at that moment. Bai stepped forward. Kong, this upcoming competition is fraught with danger. IT has said there are no age restrictions, provided participants are under 30, and there are no limitations on tactics. This is profoundly unfair. Many individuals become stronger as they reach 30, thus, we must prepare more thoroughly. Uchiha Kong nodded, retrieving a Gatling gun from his storage space. After inspecting it, he began maintenance. Point 1 must occasionally acknowledge the utility of the system shop. Sometimes, the items available for purchase are precisely what one requires, such as a simple wrench or screwdriver. The cleaning cloth for his firearm was also procured from the shop, for with his limited skills, he could not have crafted one by hand. Uchiha Kong was diligently preparing for the battles to come. Meanwhile, the others were not idle. The Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio were training at their home in the back mountains. This is ridiculous, Dingji exclaimed with envy. Uchiha Kong has always stolen the spotlight since the last competition. Why does the village still allow him to participate? Shikamaru scoffed. Please, he is the one who forced back the tailed beast and represents Konoha in the competition. It would be shameful to exclude him. Are you suggesting they should allow you to participate instead? Dingji huffed dismissively. What's the big deal? It's just good bloodline. Chapter 63. Regret? If I had been born into the Uchiha clan, I would undoubtedly be far superior. Orochimaru and Ino exchanged glances, their minds conjuring the image of Dingji awakening his Sharingan. While it should have been a striking sight, it appeared rather discordant with him wielding a kunai. Unable to contain themselves, they burst into laughter. "Ha! You think you can compare yourself to Kong? Weren't you the one who went weak-kneed the last time you met him?" Ino teased. Shikamaru, maintaining a serious demeanor, added, "Uchiha Kong is no ordinary individual that we've seen the Uchiha clan before. Not to mention the many Uchihas in the past. Just look at Sasuke. He doesn't compare to Kong's caliber. Furthermore, have you ever encountered a Uchiha clan member who, at such a young age, could defeat a tailed beast in a single blow? I doubt even Uchiha Madara could accomplish that. This is not merely a matter of bloodline. It is a personal issue." Dinksy found himself momentarily speechless by the retort, and after a long pause, he could only wear a look of resignation. There was nothing to be done. Uchiha Kage was exceedingly formidable. Even now, I remain baffled by the sheer destructive power he possesses. Beside him, Shikamaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the first time he witnessed Kage in action, it felt distinctly uncanny. This individual did not utilize chakra, nor did he require any hand seals, yet he could manifest such terrifying abilities. It is no wonder the village holds him in such high regard. I have heard they even established a dedicated department for him, albeit still in its early stages and yet to garner much recognition. Without a doubt, this individual will undoubtedly rise to prominence within the village in the future. In the meantime, Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had always held a fondness for Uchiha Kage, a sentiment bordering on infatuation. Now, seeing his exceptional capabilities, Ino felt a sense of pride, believing it a testament to her discerning taste. "I've heard the rewards for this upcoming competition are quite substantial. We are eligible to participate. But do we truly stand a chance at victory?" Dinksy suddenly inquired. "It's hard to say, but one thing is certain. Uchiha Kage is highly likely to emerge victorious, and the rewards will belong to our Hidden Leaf village." Came the collective nods of agreement from the others. They understood that, despite some of them harboring disdain for Uchiha Kage, they were all from the same village. Should Uchiha Kage claim victory, they would undoubtedly reap some benefits as well. Thus, they fell silent and resumed their training. Meanwhile, Naruto was in his room, simultaneously savoring a bowl of Ichiraka ramen while diligently practicing the shadow clone technique. And no wonder he's Sasuke's older brother. He even devised this method. A blue Rasengan was swiftly spiraling from Naruto's left hand, crackling with a hint of lightning. Not long ago, Naruto had visited Uchiha Kage, seeking strength. According to the original narrative at this juncture, Naruto should have become quite formidable, having even learned the Rasengan. However, due to the presence of Linfan, the timeline had been altered. Jiraiya had set out with Uchiha Kage and had not been with Naruto to teach him the technique. Thus, in order to stabilize the timeline, Uchiha Kage had intentionally revealed a portion of his skills, imparting the jutsu to Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was utterly astounded. The ability to use shadow clones to simultaneously generate a Rasengan was truly a testament to Uchiha Kage's genius. Naruto recalled the breathtaking scenes of Uchiha Kage single-handedly defeating tailed beasts, his eyes filled with admiration. Kage, this guy is my target. I must catch up to him. Perhaps he is the next Hokage, and I shall be the one after him. With that thought, he excitedly stored away his Rasengan, eagerly anticipating the competition the following day. Deep within the village, the Hokage regarded Kakashi and the others with a serious demeanor. "How are preparations progressing?" Kakashi understood the Hokage's intent. Strong individuals had already been stationed near the village, albeit in limited numbers, for their primary targets would likely be the Nine Tails or Uchiha Kage, both of whom were competitors. The venue for the tournament was approximately 500 kilometers away from the village, and it had been nearly completed under the collaboration of the 5 great nations. The Hokage nodded, his gaze drifting to Jiraiya beside him. Jiraiya affirmed, "I've also made the necessary arrangements. A significant number of our village's elite ninja will be present at the competition site, including members of the Umbu. We can ensure continuous oversight from the very start of the event. Any attempts at sabotage should have minimal impact." The Hokage nodded appreciatively. As the saying goes, it is better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared. This competition is unprecedented. While it may be a trap, we must be vigilant, as a single misstep could backfire on us. Therefore, in addition to our overt strategies, we must also have contingencies in place for our village. Based on my estimates, their primary targets will likely be Uchiha Kong and others. Uchiha Kong, without a doubt, is exceptionally clever. He should be able to safeguard himself amidst the chaos. But Jiraiya and you must also provide protection. As for the others, it is straightforward. After all, the 5 of us old-timers will be watching over everything. With our preparations in place, they cannot repeat the events that transpired in the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya nodded, but after a moment he spoke gravely. Isn't this a bit reckless, to use such vital figures as bait, including the Nine-Tails and Uchiha Kong? If we inadvertently attract a formidable opponent, it could spell disaster for us. The Hokage stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes, I said, we are fully prepared. This is a gamble we must take. They cannot possibly imagine that we would gather all these significant individuals merely to ensnare them. Without their guard up, we will have a greater chance of success. Moreover, what do we have to fear? Our village is teeming with skilled warriors. Tsunade has returned, and should injuries arise, she can provide healing. Jiraiya refrained from further protest, understanding that the Hokage had made up his mind. Kakashi also ceased his attempts at persuasion, instead suggesting gravely, the competition will likely not proceed smoothly. It may be disrupted midway. What happens if Uchiha Kong wins the rewards? The Hokage blinked, pondering the audacity of contemplating rewards before the competition had even commenced. Yet upon reflection, it did indeed align with Uchiha Kong's character. Rest assured, the other elders and I have discussed this matter thoroughly. The focus is on how we respond amidst the ensuing chaos. Kakashi nodded, and after a moment, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly remarked, "By the way, according to intelligence, the notorious mercenary organization known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen has been silent lately. Could it be that they seek to stake their claim as well?" The Hokage's pupils constricted involuntarily. What? They are participating too. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather concern, for these 7 individuals were no pushovers, and their numbers were significant. Typically, this would not pose a problem. However, if they were to intervene at a critical moment, it could tip the scales against them. Based on prior assessments, if each of the 5 of us could hold one of them at bay, we could potentially dismantle a small organization. But with the addition of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, the outcome became uncertain. Additionally, if the 7 Ninja Swordsmen were to participate, would other mercenary organizations also be emboldened to join forces with the Akatsuki? In an instant, the Hokage felt a pang of regret. Have I made a grave error? Was this gamble ill-advised? If we lose, we could end up losing everything. Just as the Hokage hesitated, contemplating a change of heart, a carrier pigeon suddenly flew in through the window. Upon opening the envelope, the Hokage's expression darkened. It was from Chiyo, stating that they had arrived and that the competition was about to commence, leaving them no room for retreat. Jiraiya clenched his teeth. They are doing this deliberately. I even suspect they want to eliminate Kage. Kakashi shared in his indignation that if it comes down to it, we simply won't participate in this competition. What can they do about it? The Hokage shook his head. While that may be true, I've already given my word that if they refuse to cooperate at this juncture, it could lead to complications in the future. More likely, they may turn against us. Despite the apparent harmony among the 5 great nations, when push comes to shove, their selfishness prevails, and they would rather look out for their own interests. Jiraiya scoffed. If it comes to that, I'll just intervene. Take Uchiha Kong away and distance him from here. Let us see what they can do to us. The Hokage nodded that it is true that plans can be static, but people are not. If Uchiha Kong find himself in danger at a critical moment, he represents the future of our village. Even if it means facing scorn for disregarding the rules, I will ensure his safety. The others nodded in agreement, and thus the competition commenced. Uchiha Kong, accompanied by Sasuke and others, set forth with the main contingent of the village toward the wilderness beyond the village gates. Numerous carriages mingled with a throng of ninja, forming a grand procession, their chatter ceaseless. I heard this competition is not being held within the village, but rather in the wild. And the 5 great nations have invested heavily, even constructing a viewing platform on site. Indeed, it is said that anyone can participate, though there are age restrictions. Moreover, I hear this event seems to be specifically targeting a certain individual from our village. It must be Uchiha Kage. This individual has always been quite conspicuous, so it is only natural that he is now being targeted. It is indeed a pity, should he lose in this match. It is likely to deal a blow to his confidence. Upon hearing this, Sasuke let out a cold snort. A group of insignificant chatterers discussing such trivial matters is simply a sign of idleness. Bai also wore an expression of discontent. Indeed, instead of minding their own affairs, they choose to concern themselves with others. What a waste of time. Uchiha Kong, however, remained unfazed, shaking his head. There is no need to stoop to their level. Besides, this time, they are genuinely targeting me. Yet I am not afraid. Let them target me as they wish. Uchiha Kong's confidence undoubtedly stemmed from his quantum battle armor. He had witnessed the power of quantum technology. It could transform into any shape at any moment at critical junctures. It could even perform on-site healing. In summary, with his battle armor, the typical ninja poses no threat to him. Even if faced with a tailed beast, he could simply unleash a few more nuclear strikes. However, what truly concerned Uchiha Kong at this moment was the Akatsuki organization. Yet he remained calm, for he had also gained the friendship of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This time, it would undoubtedly conclude perfectly. Eventually, he would unlock more technology and accumulate more gold. Uchiha Kong was carefree, while Sasuke grew increasingly anxious. According to the Hokage, it seemed that many mercenary groups would participate this time. Wouldn't that put us in great danger? Deidara, trailing behind Uchiha Kong, had already donned the clothing of the Uchiha clan and sported the headband of the Hidden Leaf Village. From a distance, he appeared to be a true leaf ninja. At that moment, he wore an expression of excitement, thinking the larger the spectacle, the greater the chance for his master to unleash his art. He eagerly awaited Uchiha Kong to explode something right now. Master, the Akatsuki may also be involved this time, and they could prove to be quite troublesome. I recommend you detonate something on site. Uchiha Kong was left speechless, fully aware that this fellow merely wished to witness his art. However, he could not frequently employ nuclear weapons. After the last incident, the Hidden Leaf Village still bore remnants of nuclear radiation. Fortunately, following the detonation, Uchiha Kong had utilized chakra to eradicate the excessive nuclear contamination. Otherwise, the area would have been uninhabitable. But that was only because the situation had not been particularly urgent at the time, allowing Uchiha Kong the leisure to taunt. However, in the heat of battle, he might not have the luxury to do so. At this moment, Uchiha Kong and his companions had already arrived at their destination. Before them lay a vast clearing, clearly man-made, adorned with a massive structure constructed from sand and wood, reminiscent of an arena with spectator seating surrounding a designated competition area. Uchiha Kong took a deep breath, his expression grave. The size of this area was overwhelming. Should a conflict arise, there would be no time to react. Uchiha Kong's understanding of the situation far surpassed that of others. He recognized the inherent danger. After all, the Akatsuki was not to be underestimated. If they truly intended to cause chaos, it would not be easy to manage. At that moment, he spotted the Hokage and a congregation of elite ninjas seated at the highest tier of the stands. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Kong, seemingly confirming that everyone had arrived. He bellowed, "All right, everyone be quiet. The competition is about to begin. All participants, please wait in the designated area." Instantly, the venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on the arena. Only Uchiha Kong's expression shifted as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host, the system has detected that the competition is about to commence. Your task is to secure first place. System rewards: basic nuclear energy manipulation, basic metal manipulation." Uchiha Kong blinked. What did these two manipulations entail? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he would possess the ability to manipulate metal or nuclear energy at will? Perhaps akin to a unique creation ability. However, he could only speculate until he completed his task. Chapter 65. More people? Or is the bullet faster? Uchiha Kong shook his head, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. The immediate priority was to identify the threats within the crowd. After all, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly be active this time. Their target was likely him, or perhaps Sasuke and the others. In any case, he could not remain idle and merely observe. Unfortunately, this competition was hosted simultaneously by the 5 great ninja villages. In comparison to the Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf Village, the number of participants had multiplied several times. In this situation, even Orochimaru, without disguise, would be challenging to locate, let alone the Akatsuki, each of whom was cunning. Finding them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After a brief moment, Uchiha Kong had no choice but to concede. "Now, we invite the participants to the stage," suddenly, the Hokage announced. And a middle-aged ninja began calling out numbers. This competition employed a preliminary draw with an elimination format. The numbers were random. The first to take the stage was Uchiha Kong. The second to appear was a ninja renowned for his mastery of shadow clones. The best at this technique among the 5 great ninja villages, Kage. Uchiha Kong was taken aback. He had not anticipated being the first on stage. Even more surprising was that he had never heard of this individual before. It seemed there was no such character in the original work. Could he be an NPC character not showcased in the original narrative? Uchiha Kong was astonished, for in his memory, the one most proficient in shadow clones should be Naruto. However, considering Naruto's current strength was notably diminished compared to the original timeline, his mastery of the shadow clone technique was no longer unparalleled. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kong paid little heed to these thoughts and, upon hearing his name, casually stepped onto the stage. Kage followed suit. He was a blonde ninja, dressed similarly to Gaara, hailing from the Sand Village. Upon reaching the stage, he courteously bowed to Uchiha Kong. "So, you're Uchiha Kong. It's an honor to meet you, that I have long heard of your formidable prowess in the Hidden Leaf Village, and I am eager to test my skills against you." Uchiha Kong smiled faintly. "Very well, let us see your trump card." And no sooner had he spoken than Kage sprang into action, instantly creating hundreds of clones. Each clone moved with remarkable agility, almost indistinguishable from the original. They swiftly surrounded Uchiha Kong, their weapons brandished and aimed at him in a flurry of strikes. The scene resembled a transition from a one-on-one duel to a chaotic brawl, had it been someone of lesser strength. They would have surely panicked in the face of such an onslaught. Yet Uchiha Kong remained calm, retrieving a cherished weapon from his sleeve, a Gatling gun. Good heavens! Wasn't this the legendary weapon that Uchiha Kong had used to defeat a tailed beast? My word, I had always believed it to be a myth. I cannot believe it is real. The Hidden Leaf Village has truly produced another remarkable talent. I must say, under such overwhelming numbers of shadow clones. It seems difficult for the wielder of a ranged weapon to emerge victorious. The audience could not help but murmur among themselves, some believing Uchiha Kong's fame would ensure his victory, while others expressed skepticism, doubting that his name was anything more than a facade. After all, it was merely an ordinary-looking weapon. How powerful could it truly be? Even on the stage, Kage continued to scoff, seemingly unimpressed by Uchiha Kong. "How is it? Are my clones fast enough for you?" While controlling the clones in battle, Kage took the opportunity to mock Uchiha Kong, as if he believed him incapable of keeping up. Uchiha Kong let out a cold chuckle. Aiming his gun at one of the clones, without concern for its authenticity, he opened fire. In an instant, the Gatling gun unleashed a terrifying rate of fire, bullets cascading like raindrops. That clone was obliterated in an instant. Clearly a mere illusion. Just as Kage reveled in his superiority, Uchiha Kong merely tilted his body slightly. Aiming his weapon in another direction, the bullets continued to pour forth. This signified that any clone in their path would be instantly destroyed by Uchiha Kong's relentless barrage. Within moments, the area before him was completely devoid of any clones, all eradicated by his gunfire. Which is swifter, your clones or my bullets? Ultimately, Uchiha Kong, in a moment of triumph, compelled Kage to reveal his voice on the spot, subsequently securing an effortless victory. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by the prowess displayed. Truly, the Uchiha clan lives up to its formidable reputation. The sheer strength exhibited was remarkable. That multitude of shadow clones, even if considered a mere shadow, would pose a significant challenge to confront. Indeed, the fame is not without merit. Uchiha Kong possesses undeniable skill. The audience was rife with admiration. Meanwhile, within the crowd, two figures exchanged knowing smirks. One was the sinister-looking Duan Fei, who chuckled darkly. Is this the rumored gun and bullet? It certainly appears formidable, yet it harbors a critical weakness: insufficient lethality. Moreover, my ninjutsu conveniently counters his, should he dare to strike at me. The damage will rebound entirely upon him. Beside him, Jiao also chuckled, dismissing the display of strength. With such combat prowess, I initially anticipated a greater challenge. I thought he might adeptly wield the Sharingan like his elder brother. Yet it appears he is merely an amateur, with his uniqueness stemming solely from his weaponry. There was no need to deploy so many powerful figures for this task. Nagato is excessively cautious. Duan Fei scoffed that that's just how Nagato is, always fretting over this and that. Can we complete the mission with our chosen soldiers? When shall we strike? After pondering for a moment, Jiao Du replied, let us not rush. Allow them to exhaust their energy in battle first. Regardless, they will not escape unscathed. Duan Fei nodded in agreement. In my view, the financiers, are the most cunning. Let them deplete their combat strength while we sit back and reap the benefits. Truly ruthless. However, I have heard that the 7 ninja swordsmen will also be involved. They surely won't betray us, right? Jiao Du shook his head. No, they're like us. Desperate men who cannot resist the allure of profit. Nagato has invested heavily this time, pouring in substantial funds and resources. They would be foolish not to assist us. Duan Fei expressed his discontent. That bunch of misfits, while somewhat renowned, cannot compare to us. Must we really resort to hiring them? I believe we can handle this ourselves today. Jiao Du concurred, financially minded as he was. Indeed, boss, this is a reckless expenditure. Nevertheless, we too have an opportunity. Once the competition resumes, we shall take the initiative. If we can capture Uchiha Kong beforehand, we need to rely on them and can reclaim our funds that, if we falter, they will arrive just in time. Duan Fei nodded in agreement. Thus, the competition continued. Not far from Konoha village, amidst the dense forest, 7 figures swiftly traversed the treetops. Among them was Zabuza Momochi. That we are close. Is this Konoha village? He mused. It feels somewhat familiar. Indeed, a dear friend resides here. Though I have never visited, I am acquainted with this place. Zabuza was referring to Uchiha Kong. The others, after a moment's hesitation, chimed in. For some reason, I too feel a sense of familiarity with Konoha, as if I have an old acquaintance there, someone akin to a life and death bond. I feel the same. His name is also Kong, and he belongs to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Exchanging glances, could it be that we all know someone named Uchiha Kong? He wields the Sharingan, hails from Konoha, and is the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi. Let us compare notes, Zabuza exclaimed, astonished, after a brief moment of silence. The others nodded in unison. Indeed, I met him by chance and now consider him a close friend. Nonsense. Uchiha Kong should have known me first. If you don't believe me, ask him. You are all mistaken. Zabuza reacted first. Thus he must have known him first. The debate was rather absurd. Rather than discussing how they encounter an old friend, they found themselves in a petty rivalry over who had the stronger connection. Only Zabuza remained composed amidst the chaos. All right, since we all share a mutual friend, it matters not how we met. They're all good friends. Let us pay attention when we act later. The others nodded in agreement. You need not say it. Uchiha Kong is a matter of life and death for us. Should you wish to harm him, I shall not hesitate to act against you. I feel the same way. So I advise you all to tread lightly. In an unexpected turn, all 7 individuals expressed the same sentiment, leaving the onlookers bewildered. What on earth? Is Uchiha Kong not simply a friend, but someone with such profound ties? Furthermore, are they willing to turn against each other for him? Upon reflection, they realized that if they were to face Uchiha Kong, they too would likely choose to assist him. Zabuza cleared his throat. Enough chatter. Since our friendship is established, we shall not act against him. The only concern lies with the Akatsuki. They may not be so discerning. Zabuza smirked. What is there to fear? The Akatsuki may be numerous. But I hear there are only 2 of them this time. Can't we 7 handle just 2? The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the 7 ninja swordsmen might seem weaker than the Akatsuki, each member was exceptionally powerful. After years of training, the outcome of a true battle remained uncertain. Thus, without further ado, they They hastened their pace towards Konoha Village. Soon, they arrived at the lively competition venue near Konoha Village. The area was bustling with ninjas of various backgrounds, creating a vibrant tapestry of talent and skill. Despite the diversity, such an atmosphere showcased the strength of the 5 great villages. The purpose of this competition was twofold: to eliminate the potential threat posed by Uchiha Kong and to entice the Akatsuki into a trap. Yet, a third reason loomed: a desire to restore the reputation of the great ninja villages, which had been tarnished following recent upheavals. To maintain their long-standing authority and deter further provocations, they required a stage to demonstrate their combat prowess, thus allowing for a wider age range among participants. It was not solely aimed at Uchiha Kong, but rather to bolster the skills of many ninjas, as most villages had their primary forces concentrated in the middle ranks. Unlike Konoha, which displayed a significant disparity. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match is reaching a fever pitch. Will Uchiha Kong emerge victorious, or will Kage claim the win? The announcer exclaimed with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong's Gatling gun continued to whirl ominously. Faced with such a relentless and absurd barrage, Kage's face paled, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Damn it! Are you too afraid to engage me in close combat? Today, I will fight you to the bitter end. With that declaration, he raised his hands and summoned a legion of armored lizards using summoning jutsu that in the world of ninjas, any creature with sufficient agility could be summoned, just as Jiraiya summoned toads. And Orochimaru summoned snakes. It suggested that the variety of summoned creatures in the ninja realm was far from limited. Kage, adept at controlling shadow clones, demonstrated an ability to command these spirit beasts, leaving Uchiha Kong thoroughly impressed. What a remarkable tactic! I never anticipated that, while controlling shadow clones, you would also manage to summon such powerful beasts. Truly impressive. In response to Uchiha Kong's smile, Kage merely returned a cold grin. I know you are formidable, but in the face of my swarm tactics, what can you do? Kage believed that Uchiha Kong's ability to eliminate his clones was not a testament to his strength, but rather due to their insufficient numbers. Thus, he chose to unleash all of his summoned beasts to overwhelm Uchiha Kong with sheer numbers. However, Uchiha Kong chuckled lightly. Let us not kid ourselves. The one thing I fear the least is a battle of numbers. Tell me, do you think your numbers can outpace the speed of my Gatling gun? With a swift motion, Uchiha Kong raised his weapon again, firing bullets that poured forth like a torrential downpour, creating massive craters in the ground below. The avatar of Kage, an ethereal spirit beast, confronted by the barrage of bullets, was nothing short of target. Soon, it was completely obliterated by the gunfire, leaving the scene eerily desolate. All present held their breath, each person rendered numb. They had believed that Kage was a peak powerhouse, even if he could not rival the illustrious Uchiha Kong. There should have been some discernible gap. Yet, now the disparity was shockingly vast. Even more absurd was the fact that Uchiha Kong had utilized merely a single weapon throughout the encounter. How could this not invoke terror? In the stands, the Hokage stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Truly, the Uchiha clan. The recent battle, though seemingly straightforward, was executed with meticulous attention to detail. Beside him, Granny Chiyo frowned, jealousy evident in her gaze. Uchiha Kong had displayed overwhelming strength. Kage, the first contestant, was one of the pinnacle warriors of their village, aged 31, having risen from the ranks of the elite, yet he had still succumbed to Uchiha Kong. What did this imply? Uchiha Kong's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. I must say, Hokage, what a grand scheme you orchestrated, nurturing such a genius while keeping him hidden and secretly labeling him as worthless. Even the Mizukage was subtly mocking such adept concealment. When the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, we thought you had turned over a new leaf, but now it appears quite the opposite. Onoki had long harbored disdain for the Hokage, and now he sneered repeatedly. The Uchiha clan was never composed of virtuous individuals. To the shinobi world, they were a calamity, a malignant tumor. The decision to eradicate them was indeed beneficial for the entire world. And now, not only did you spare 2 of them, but those 2 are also increasingly formidable. I find it hard to believe this was not intentional. The Uchiha clan's extermination was partly due to Konoha and others fearing their potential betrayal. The other villages also conspired in the shadows, for they viewed the Uchiha clan as a threat. Uchiha Madara requires no introduction, being a formidable figure from ancient times. Just Uchiha Itachi alone was enough to compel the major villages to seek the complete extinction of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Hokage's expression turned grave. All this is nonsense. I had already heeded your counsel and eradicated the Uchiha clan. What more do you desire from me? Do you truly wish for me to eliminate the last two remaining children in the village to appease you? The Hokage's words may sound pitiful, yet internally he was filled with derision. Alas, your group is too late. Uchiha Kong has already matured. Have you not noticed how easily he dispatched the veteran powerhouse of your Suna village? It appears his strength is at least on par with Kakashi's level, and his destructive capability likely exceeds that of the Hokage himself. If pushed to the brink, he could very well unleash a mushroom cloud upon your village. I cannot believe you would dare to defy him. Of course, the Hokage refrained from voicing this. Meanwhile, Granny Chiyo let out a cold laugh and cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kong. You needn't worry about this matter. If this lad truly exhibits any signs of treachery against you, we shall rid the world of him and teach you a lesson. Undoubtedly, the primary objective of the many Kage present was to target Uchiha Kong. As the first match concluded, the participants were swapped and Uchiha Kong stepped down. Immediately, Hinata and others rushed forward to inquire about his well-being. Are you injured? Hinata asked, concern etched on her face as she scrutinized Uchiha Kong. Beside her, Shiro was equally insistent, checking for any wounds. However, after a thorough examination, Uchiha Kong was found to be completely unscathed. Rock Lee smirked. Enough? My dear friend is not so fragile. This minor damage is nothing. His words caused both Hinata and Shiro to blush. After all, kunking could subdue tailed beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Jiraiya stepped forward. Something feels amiss. The sequence of matches seems to be targeting you. Kakashi also approached, his expression grave. Logically, as the host, Konoha should have been the first to compete, yet it should not have been you. This must be the handiwork of Chiyo and her cohorts. Uchiha Kong nodded subtly. Fully aware of the treachery that permeated the shinobi world, he remarked casually, no worries. If they provoke me, I shall simply reward them with a couple of mushroom clouds on another day. Kakashi and Jiraiya were momentarily speechless. They had intended to counsel Uchiha Kong, anticipating his ire, yet could not have predicted his directness in suggesting such a response. They knew the sheer destructive power of a mushroom cloud, and if ignited in Suna or elsewhere, it could devastate their village. This revelation caused Jiraiya to gasp in astonishment. What a bold young man! You seem quite confident, and rightly so. The shinobi world operates on cunning, with strength reigning supreme, as long as you grow stronger. They will not dare to act against you. Uchiha Kong nodded in agreement. The competition had indeed commenced. This time, it was once again a participant from Konoha, a familiar face. Hyuga upon his arrival, the audience erupted in cheers. Look, after Uchiha, another bloodline limit appears. This time it is from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Indeed, it is said that while the Hyuga's eyes may not surpass the Uchihas, they are still formidable. Absolutely, this match was worth attending. We are witnessing the clash of two great bloodlines. Moreover, it is rumored that Hyuga is the most talented individual within the Hyuga clan, the strongest of the younger generation. Indeed, I am eager to see the battle between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. The audience buzzed with excitement. In the stands, Granny Chiyo furrowed her brow. Hyuga is quite a troublesome foe, Hokage. Before anyone could respond, the Hokage coldly banged his fist on the table. Enough, Konoha has already suffered significant losses. It was a struggle to produce Uchiha Kong. Now you wish to suppress him further. I have allowed Uchiha Kong to participate in this competition out of respect for you, yet you now wish to strike at Hyuga as well. Do you truly believe Konoha is so easily trifled with? With these words, Granny Chiyo and Onoki exchanged glances, realizing the Hokage's genuine anger. In truth, they had indeed overstepped their bounds. Konoha had already diminished significantly. Losing many talents. It was a struggle to produce Uchiha Kong, and with Granny Chiyo continuously targeting him, It was only a matter of time before the Hokage truly lost his temper at this moment. Anoki, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, "Ah, we are all leaders of our respective villages. There is no need for quarrels. Let us maintain harmony for prosperity. I propose that the outcome of this match should solely reflect individual strength and the injuries sustained therein. Is that not the norm?" The Hokage snorted in response, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, the match below had already begun. "Now, please welcome the master from Awakens to the stage," with the sound of drums and gongs. A figure clad in the distinctive red and gray long robe of an Awakens ninja made his entrance. This individual was one of Anoki's prized disciples. Uchiha Kong glanced over and realized he did not recognize him. Likely, this character was merely an NPC in the original narrative. The strength of this individual should not be underestimated, however. After all, the later stages of the story were rife with powerful figures, and the world back then was nearly unrecognizable compared to the present. Thus, those who initially remained hidden should not be dismissed as weaklings. Uchiha Kong felt a sense of gravity in the air. Meanwhile, Hinata had positioned herself behind Uchiha Kong. "Hyuga is my elder brother, but he can be quite fierce." Uchiha Kong nodded, recalling that in the original story, the relationship between the siblings was not particularly harmonious at this point. With the passage of time, Niji would likely come to terms with this, and their relationship would mend. In summary, Niji was not considered an enemy now, and in the future, he would be akin to a brother-in-law. Such familial ties. Thus, Uchiha Kong said little, quietly analyzing Hyuga fighting style with the Sharingan. Although the bloodline limit cannot be replicated by the Sharingan, it can still provide insights into certain combat techniques. Subsequently, he could impart this knowledge to Hinata. "Observe closely. Your clan brother possesses considerable talent and strength. You may learn from his combat style. Perhaps you may struggle to keep pace, but rest assured, I shall assist you in comprehending each move." Uchiha Kong directed his words towards Hinata, who nodded obediently in response. All right, and thus, the battle commenced below. The first to stand upon the arena was none other than Hyuga. His expression remained as ever, calm and indifferent, as if none present were worthy of being his adversaries. Only when his gaze swept towards the audience, particularly towards Uchiha Kong, did a hint of wariness manifest. Clearly, among his peers, he held Uchiha Kong in singular esteem. "Make your move," Hyuga commanded coldly, eyeing the expert from the rock village. "You highly talented individuals are all so arrogant, but today I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us." With that, he lunged forward, unleashing several sharp projectiles crafted from stone at astonishing speed. Though not as swift as a bullet, they were formidable in the early days of the ninja world. In an instant, they approached, yet within Niji's eyes, they appeared to be moving in slow motion. As if time itself had dilated. "I asked that all. I expected more from your boastful words." Niji pivoted, employing the heavenly spin technique. A swirling vortex of chakra enveloped him, forming a blue tempest that left no blind spots. The moment the projectiles drew near, they were all obliterated. Moments later, all that remained in the arena was a cloud of dust from the shattered rocks, obscuring the figures of both combatants. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What just transpired? How could these two engage so fiercely, leaving the arena in such disarray? Indeed, I can hardly see who emerged victorious. The audience was left in suspense, their anticipation palpable. Only the Hokage coughed lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I suspected. Despite the apparent decline of talent in Konoha, its foundation remains unshakable, far beyond what your smaller villages can hope to match." Indeed, as the dust settled, all that remained was a rigid rock ninja lying defeated on the ground. While Hyuga stood unscathed, his composure intact, a collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Incredible. Is this the genius of Konoha? With Uchiha Kong preceding him and Hyuga following, the future of Konoha appears boundless. Absolutely, this competition has unveiled the true strength of the 5 great villages. Konoha is indeed formidable. Instantly, the crowd erupted in admiration, their perceptions of Konoha transformed. Meanwhile, the mood soured for Chiyo and her companions. Their initial objective was to suppress Konoha while promoting their own village. Yet here they were at the very start of the tournament, witnessing Konoha's 2 consecutive victories, which only served to elevate its reputation. In contrast, Chiyo and her allies faced defeat after defeat, leaving them visibly discomfited. Damn it, for the next match, I shall send Gaara with him in the ring. It matters not who you dispatch, Chiyo declared through gritted teeth. Beside her, the Mizuki's pupils constricted. That cannot be allowed. Last time, Gaara went on a rampage. Do you wish to disrupt our entire plan? Even the Reikage opposed the idea. Indeed, the greater good must prevail. Our focus now is to lure the Akatsuki, not to indulge in petty squabbles. Inoki added sharply. Stop this futile contest of pride. It is only natural that your strength pales in comparison to Konoha's. If not, you will be the first among the 5 great ninja villages. Chiyo. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's expression grew cold, huffing in silence, yet resolute in her decision to send Gaara into the fray. As anticipated, the announced matchups shifted. Next match, Sand Village's Gaara versus Konoha Village's Akimichi Choji. The announcement rendered the arena silent. Even the Hokage could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Internally amused, it seemed like sheer misfortune or perhaps a deliberate arrangement by Kakashi and the others. For this was utterly absurd. Akimichi Choji, lacking in both appearance and strength, ranked among the lower echelons of Konoha's youth. Now, he was to face Gaara, the strongest of the Sand Village, akin to racing a thoroughbred against a mule. Even if he emerged victorious, the spectators would hardly regard Sand Village as formidable. Instead, they would scorn the fact that they had challenged a weaker opponent and reveled in their hollow triumph. Laughter erupted throughout the arena. Only one face below wore a grimace. Akimichi Choji. Hey, is my luck really this abysmal? This is a competition hosted by the 5 great ninja villages. There are so many girls here. At least let me win once. He felt utterly despondent, convinced he was being targeted. Why was Uchiha Kong so powerful, not matched against Gaara, but instead he was, at that moment, despair enveloped him. Reluctantly, he trudged to the center of the arena, sweat pouring down his brow. In front of him, Gaara wore a displeased expression, as though he had just swallowed a fly. You fat fool. I'll give you 3 seconds to surrender, or I might just have to beat you up. Choji's eyes twitched. Regardless of his cowardice, he understood that surrendering without even attempting to fight would bring shame upon the entire village of Konoha. He could only shake off his trepidation and adopt a defiant stance. I shall risk it all. I will bring Gaara down. With a roar, Akimichi Choji swallowed a size-increasing pill. Instantly, his arms began to swell, transforming him into a giant. He lunged towards Gaara with a colossal hand. However, Gaara showed no signs of resistance, merely standing still, allowing the massive hand to descend upon him. At that moment, Gaara harbored his own thoughts. He was no fool. He understood that if he won instantly, it would merely seem as though he were bullying a child. Such a reputation would be tarnished. Thus, he intended to prolong the encounter, at least exchanging blows with Choji. First, he simply opened his shield, allowing the giant hand to press down upon him repeatedly, refusing to budge. Watching this unfold, Chiyo nodded approvingly. Truly, he is the future pillar of our village. This choice is astute and aligns perfectly with my expectations. This is how one elevates their opponent, while simultaneously enhancing oneself. Inoki beside her also nodded in agreement. Indeed, while he may stand in stark contrast to the likes of Uchiha Kong, he has certainly surpassed the majority. The Mizuki could not help but express admiration. Impressive, though perhaps not quite on par with Uchiha Kong. Chiyo's eyelids twitched. She thought to herself, you may praise as you wish, but why must you always mention Uchiha Kong in the final remark? It truly dampens my spirits. Enough, Gaara, swiftly conclude this battle. Do not waste our time. Chiyo shouted, her voice piercing through the arena. Below, Gaara nodded indifferently, and suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from his shield, piercing through the descending hand. Blood spurted forth as the hand was impaled. Fortunately, he quickly retracted it back to its normal size. Otherwise, it would have been akin to a beehive by now. The match concludes with Gaara of the Sand Village emerging victorious. The final match results have been announced. Although the village of Konoha faced defeat, The spectators were unfazed that IT was rather expected. After all, it would have been surprising had they emerged victorious. Furthermore, even after Gaara's triumph, there was no uproar of applause. The murmurs among the crowd were scarce, barely acknowledging his prowess. This elicited a cold snort from Gaara, his gaze darkening as it fixed upon the stands, locking onto Uchiha Sora. I shall surely avenge the grudge I hold against Uchiha Sora. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of silence. At that moment, Orochimaru, perched high in the stands, cast a disdainful glance over the crowd. How intriguing! It seems the 5 great villages are conspiring together. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the black rim glinting. Indeed, it appears to be a scheme orchestrated by the 5, but Nagato and his group insist on barging in, dragging us along. Orochimaru chuckled darkly that IT matters not. Their inclusion is merely a gesture, and I cannot fathom their audacity in facing so many tailed beasts. What if one of them goes berserk? Kabuto pondered for a moment. They must have considered it, yet perhaps they are indifferent, viewing the potential sacrifice of a mere tailed beast as a worthy trade for the annihilation of our small organization. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. If that is the case, their appearance would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Kabuto nodded. IT seems so, yet I have heard they have summoned many skilled fighters, including the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the current ninja world, everyone recognizes those 7 individuals. Their names are as renowned as that of the Akatsuki, while their strength may not rival the likes of the Kage or other formidable shinobi. These 7 have carved out a reputation for themselves, standing amongst the pinnacle of the ninja realm. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from the Kage of the major villages and a few powerful individuals, such as Itachi Uchiha, the strongest remaining echelon is indeed the 7 ninja swordsmen. Individually, each of them may not be particularly remarkable, but when united, their power is nothing short of terrifying. There exists no possibility of comparison. At this moment, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. In light of this, we must await the opportune moment to strike after those 7 make their entrance. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Thus, the 2 of them concealed themselves, refraining from action, simply biding their time in the shadows. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Konoha, Duan-Fei surveyed the desolate village, a look of bewilderment on his face. Wasn't it agreed upon to launch a surprise attack on Konoha? Why is there not a soul in sight? Kakazu, equally perplexed, remarked, "This shouldn't be right. It appears our intelligence has become outdated. They must have already joined the tournament." Panic surged through Duan-Fei heavens. Does this mean we have arrived too late? If we delay any further, we shall miss our chance once the competition concludes, and our mission will be futile. Kakazu, now anxious, nodded fervently. We must leave at once and locate their position. Otherwise, we shall fail the mission, and Nagato will hold us accountable. The 2 of them nodded and swiftly made their way into the wilderness. Fortunately, the arena was not far from the village, and they arrived swiftly, greeted by a cacophony of voices. Instantly, Duan-Fei's lips curled into a cold smile, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Let the revelry commence. With that, he strode confidently into the arena. Kakazu, initially intending to observe the unfolding events, hesitated, for they had yet to ascertain the situation within. Acting recklessly could lead to being surrounded. However, upon glancing at the envelope in his grasp, which confirmed the arrival of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he too stepped inside. In an instant, the arena fell silent. The sudden entry of 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds caused a stir among the crowd. Members of the Akatsuki. You truly have arrived. At the highest point of the stands, the Hokage snorted coldly, his expression stern. Beside him, Chio chuckled derisively. I never imagined you would dare show up. Very well, let us engage. The Raikage, more volatile, sprang to his feet, his aura radiating power, shattering nearby tables and benches. A mere mercenary organization. Today marks your demise. With that, he lunged forward like a sword, his palm crackling with lightning, aimed directly at Duan-Fei's eyes. Chapter 70. Is this a gun? A counterfeit, should that massive hand connect, anyone else would surely suffer. Yet Duan Fei was an exception. His jutsu bore resemblance to damage reflection, making it exceedingly difficult for others to eliminate him unless they could exploit a similar weakness. In this instance, the Raikage's reckless assault bore no fruit. The moment the hand clasped, he felt a wave of pain, as if struck by lightning, stumbling backward several paces. Damn, true to the Akatsuki's reputation. They are indeed devious and repugnant. Kakuzu, with a cold sneer, addressed the audience. Silence. Otherwise, you shall all meet your end today. Chaos erupted. The multitude of spectators were utterly bewildered. They had anticipated merely a simple observation of the match, and now found themselves ensnared. At this juncture, all 5 Kaguya rose to their feet. The Hokage immediately issued orders. Erect a barrier and confine them here. Chio echoed with a cold snort. Everyone, heed my command. There is no need for concealment. Strike now. With a single directive, a throng of Sand Village shinobi surged forth from a distance. Each was of Nin caliber, with many renowned fighters akin to Kakashi. In an instant, the tide of the situation appeared to shift. The audience was well protected, while reinforcements were unable to arrive in time. Conversely, the 5 great ninja villages stood united, their Kage present, with so many powerful shinobi gathered. Any rash action would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Duan Fei, now frantic, thought, we have indeed fallen into a trap. Why have they not arrived yet? Kakuzu, disdainful, retorted, what is there to fear? Nagato has made arrangements. There is nothing to dread. Duan Fei remained apprehensive. I cannot shake the feeling that they might betray us. Kakuzu shook his head. That is unlikely. Just as everyone prepared to engage, figures began to emerge around the plaza, but they were not from Konoha. Instead, they bore headbands marked with a distinctive slash. Here they come. Please forgive us, esteemed members of the Akatsuki. The newcomers were none other than Zabuza, who smiled while hefting a massive sword. However, upon closer inspection, one could see he also bore an AK-47 slung across his back. This detail might escape the notice of most, yet the denizens of Konoha exchanged glances, bewildered by Zabuza wielding Uchiha Sora's weapon. What transpired? Did Uchiha Sora lose his weapon during a prior mission? That seems improbable. With Uchiha Sora's strength, coupled with Kakashi and Jiraiya at his side, he should not have been so easily overpowered. Yet this was clearly a weapon belonging to an ally of the Akatsuki. How could it be in his possession? The Hokage furrowed his brow, perplexed by the entangled relationships at play. Just then, as the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived to provide reinforcements, Duan Fei could not help but laugh maniacally, dripping with derision. Hokage, do you see this? Our reinforcements have arrived. He boasted, using blood to draw a summoning array upon the ground, preparing for battle. However, before the crowd could react in panic, yet another twist unfolded. From the audience, a pale, eerie figure stepped forth, extending a hand to press against the protective barrier encasing the spectators. Instantly, the barrier shattered, splintering like glass into a myriad of fragments. The audience, stripped of their protection, erupted in terrified screams. The instigator of this chaos was none other than Orochimaru, who cast a cold, mocking glance toward the Hokage. This time, my reinforcements are not mere decoration. They are fully prepared to engage you. Orochimaru's demeanor was shrouded in darkness, his eyes flickering with a hint of madness. Simultaneously, he drew forth a firearm from within his garments, to be precise. It was a contraption he had fashioned by imitating Uchiha Kong's creation. However, if Uchiha Kong were to dismantle this device, he would discover, much to his chagrin, that it was not a firearm at all, but rather a mere hunk of iron. The bullets within were nothing more than pure iron and petroleum. While these materials could indeed be ignited, they lacked any propulsion. Even if placed within the barrel, it would inevitably jam. Yet, Orochimaru was unconcerned with such trivialities, proudly cradling his weapon as if to proclaim that he too had mastered the art of gun-making. This spectacle immediately caused the Hokage's pupils to constrict in alarm. Could it be that Orochimaru had deciphered Uchiha Kong's technology? Indeed, to the Hokage, this was a testament to Orochimaru's prodigious talent, having unraveled the secrets of Uchiha Kong. Otherwise, how could one explain this weapon? Furthermore, the fact that the 7 ninja swordsmen possessed similar weaponry only served to reinforce the notion that Orochimaru had likely comprehended its mechanics in an instant. The Hokage felt a chill run down his spine, filled with trepidation. Damn it, he had believed this technology to be solely the domain of Uchiha Kong. The Hokage's expression darkened. Nearby, Kakashi's pupils also constricted. Was the legend of the Leaf Village destined to meet its demise here? With Orochimaru having cracked the code to their weaponry, how could they possibly proceed? Even Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth were they to do? It seemed that Uchiha Kong's weapon had truly been deciphered. Among the crowd, only Uchiha Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. He scrutinized Zabuza, realizing that this individual was one of his own, that if he wished to halt the proceedings, he could summon him at any moment. The firearm in Orochimaru's grasp was one he had bestowed upon him. But what was the source of Orochimaru's weapon? Surely he couldn't have replicated it. Uchiha Kong felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Yet he soon recollected that Orochimaru had only attended a few years of school. Did he even comprehend what sulfuric acid or charcoal were? To Orochimaru, they were likely just materials. Furthermore, his approach to research could hardly be termed as such. It was more akin to alchemy. Thus, Uchiha Kong let out a cold laugh. What was there to fear? A counterfeit was ultimately just a counterfeit. This contraption was unlikely to function at all. Kakashi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, his gaze tinged with skepticism in his eyes. That object bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Kong's weapon. Even the yellow-orange bullets within seemed identical. Uchiha Kong, do not deceive us. Is this truly the case? Jiraiya's mouth hung agape, struggling to accept this reality. However, as Orochimaru continued to grow increasingly arrogant, nearly propping his feet up in triumph, it became impossible for the onlookers to dismiss the situation. I believe in you, Kong. You will surely be fine. This is merely a counterfeit. Sasuke, on the other hand, maintained an expression of indifference, even sneering slightly at a group of oblivious fools. My brother's weapon was awakened through the inherent talent of the Sharingan. How could you possibly replicate it? Even members of the Uchiha clan would find it impossible. Such delusions. Deidara, arms crossed, nodded seriously. Art requires talent, and sometimes it is intertwined with bloodlines. This is what we refer to as artistic aptitude. I cannot speak for others, but you, Orochimaru, are unworthy. The unwavering confidence of the two began to sow seeds of doubt among the others present. Kakashi, first to voice his uncertainty, stroked his chin and examined the weapon closely. Although unable to discern any differences, he could not help but ask, Kong, your techniques should be exceedingly difficult to decipher, should they not? Jiraiya echoed this sentiment, his expression one of disbelief. Logically speaking, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their cunning, especially when it involved the Sharingan. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to learn. Could it be that Orochimaru's creation was a mere imitation? The Hokage narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bai and then glancing at Zabuza. Suddenly struck by a revelation that it was rumored that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza, was always accompanied by a masked ninja skilled in ambush tactics. According to the Umbu investigations, this should be Bai. Connecting the dots with the weapons in their hands, it seemed likely that they had been personally gifted by Uchiha Kong. As for Orochimaru, the Hokage's gaze shifted back to him, noting that while the firearm he held bore some resemblance, it was merely a superficial imitation. Many intricate details, such as the trigger and ignition mechanism, were merely crude copies. In comparison to the Gatling gun held by Uchiha Kong, it resembled little more than a child's toy. In that moment, the Hokage began to form a hypothesis. Yet he kept his thoughts to himself, simply offering a faint smile. Soon, many present began to perceive the underlying truth. However, as Uchiha Kong remained silent and the Hokage refrained from speaking, they chose not to voice their thoughts, instead casting peculiar glances at Orochimaru and his companions. This scrutiny sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine, prompting him to ponder the situation. What was happening? Why were they not afraid of me? After all, I held a weapon. Could there be some unseen circumstance at play? Momentarily, Orochimaru cast his gaze around, but upon spotting the 7 ninja swordsmen, he breathed a sigh of relief. With such formidable allies present, What chaos could the Leaf Village possibly conjure? At that moment, Danzu and his comrades noticed their allies, erupting in a boisterous laughter. Ha! What do the 5 great shinobi villages amount to? Today, we shall engage in a blatant heist. With that, they brazenly charged toward Naruto and Sasuke. After all, it was said that the best spoils were the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan. Each was a coveted prize. Danzu believed that he must secure them. However, just a few steps into his advance, he encountered an obstruction. Kakashi that if you wish to harm the children, you must first contend with me. Kakashi lowered his mask, revealing a single Sharingan eye. Kakashi, the copy ninja. You are renowned for never losing a battle. Danzo halted in his tracks, a blood-red formation appearing beneath his feet, ready to share the damage at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, Jiraiya surged forward, summoning a multitude of toad warriors. Encircling the entire area, everyone, do not panic. Quickly retreat to your respective villages' camps. We are in a crisis. The ninjas of the 5 great villages must unite. In the instant Danzo made his move, it signaled the commencement of battle. All present, including the Hokage and the 5 elite shinobi, sprang into action. The scene erupted into chaos. Fortunately, this plan had been devised by the Hokage, who had previously discussed countermeasures. This moment, Inoki sneered as he approached Chiyo. A mere group of traitors. Do you truly believe yourselves to be significant? Now, allow me to introduce you to the technique of dust release. Detachment. With that, he extended his hand, and a transparent cube materialized, seemingly capable of slicing through anything, reducing all within its reach to mere ash. Humph. It appears you were well prepared, but we have even more personnel this time. Chiyo responded with a cold laugh, fearlessly unleashing a barrage of mechanisms that surged toward Inoki, each harboring a potent toxin. Any who were struck would meet a swift demise. However, Inoki, being a Kage of formidable prowess, kept his dust shield ever close, ready to serve as protection. He would intermittently summon boulders to rain down from above, demonstrating an equal measure of combat prowess against Chiyo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chiyo confronted one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a pack of traitors. Today, I shall show you what true skill entails. With that, threads appeared in Chiyo's hands, controlling hundreds of puppets that surged forth. The 7 ninja swordsmen were no slouches themselves, immediately engaging in combat with the puppets. In the midst of the crowd, Zabuza appeared somewhat bewildered. He had just spotted Uchiha Kong amidst the throng, eager to approach and acknowledge him. However, Uchiha Kong shot him a glance, signaling him to refrain from doing so. It seemed he intended to keep this matter as a trump card. Thus, not only Zabuza, but also the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen began to understand. They were merely feigning combat for the time being. Zabuza pondered deeply, realizing that his dear friend likely intended to use them as a surprise tactic. But in this moment, did they truly need to intervene? Could it be that with a sudden jolt, Zabuza's scalp prickled? He was not foolish. After assessing the situation before him, it was clear they were at a disadvantage. Yet, the Akatsuki was not naive either. It was improbable they would launch an attack without assurance. This signified that their reinforcements would soon arrive. Perhaps they would be formidable. Could it be that Nagato himself was coming? Zabuza's pupils constricted, his expression gravely serious. Meanwhile, he observed the chaos around him as everyone engaged in combat. Only Uchiha Sora remained composed. He cast a glance at everyone present. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Dan's. Nearly half of the Akatsuki had already arrived. However, according to the original narrative, at this juncture, they should have been frenzied over seizing the 9 tails. Thus, it was anticipated that Nagato would personally intervene. Uchiha Sora's gaze drifted toward the distance of the village, where it appeared a figure was swiftly approaching. Consequently, Uchiha Sora refrained from acting impulsively and instead stepped toward Orochimaru. That moment, everyone had their opponents. Only Orochimaru, wielding a gun, stood with an air of arrogance, deliberately fixating his gaze on Uchiha Sora, as if to provoke him. Yet upon witnessing the firearm in Orochimaru's hand, Uchiha Sora felt an urge to laugh. What was that? A toy model. What does Chapter 72 even mean by replication? Thankfully, Orochimaru appeared quite pleased. Had he truly tested that contraption in his hand? Uchiha Sora was at a loss for words as he approached Orochimaru step by step, raising his Gatling Gun in response. Orochimaru, unfazed, aimed his AK at Uchiha Sora, ominously stating, "Kid, I have neutralized your weapon. From this moment forth, you are no longer my match." Orochimaru mocked, seemingly envisioning a scenario where Uchiha Sora would be weeping and wailing. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora merely squeezed the trigger. Instantly, a barrage of bullets rained down like a tempest. Orochimaru instinctively recoiled, nearly fleeing. Yet remembering the gun in his hand, he turned and pulled the trigger with fervor. However, as he pressed the trigger, there was no response, only the sound of a few clicks and the appearance of black oil oozing from the bullets. This scene left Uchiha Sora momentarily stunned. "Orochimaru, are you using oil as ammunition?" Orochimaru was taken aback. Wasn't he it so? Uchiha Sora was speechless. Of course not. The two were entirely different entities. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered, his eyes nearly bulging out. "You tricked me." However, before Orochimaru could lament, the bullets had already struck him. In an instant, he was rolling on the ground. This spectacle immediately brought a sigh of relief from the numerous ninjas present. First, the Hokage, whose eyes were filled with admiration. "I knew it. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are not so easily replicated. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have allied with the Akatsuki." As for Uchiha Sora, this young lad could suppress Orochimaru at such a tender age. The future looked promising. Beside them, Chiyo's gaze flickered. Initially, she had hoped to witness Uchiha Sora's abilities being duplicated, as it would mean they could replicate them too. Yet now, Orochimaru appeared to be a great joke. What nonsense about successful replication. It was merely superficial resemblance. In a moment, Chiyo mused, "Uchiha Sora is quite significant. If provided with sufficient resources, I wonder if he would be willing to defect from Konoha and join us." As for Noki, he was even more straightforward. Uchiha Sora, would you care to follow this old man? The Konoha elders are so rigid. Such a genius is only given the rank of a mere nin. In a Wagakure, you would be an elder, standing equal with me. Upon hearing this, the Hokage nearly bristled with anger. "Damn it, are you trying to poach under my nose?" Noki chuckled, unabashed. "What if I do? If I succeed, it merely indicates your charm is lacking." Yet there was one point he did not mention. The Uchiha clan was notorious for their propensity to defect. Indeed, a consensus had formed within the shinobi world. The Uchiha clan was synonymous with betrayal, having done so several times throughout history. Thus, everyone believed Uchiha Sora would be of similar ilk. If he could be taken away, it would significantly bolster their village. This moment, it was not just Noki. Even the Mizukage began to entertain thoughts. "Little Sora, would you care to come with your sister? There are many delightful things on this side." The Hokage, exasperated, interjected, "Enough. Now is a critical moment in battle. Do you truly believe the Akatsuki is so weak that they are preoccupied with recruiting?" The Hokage's words proved prophetic. Those presently engaged in battle sensed a wave of oppressive energy. Moments later, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds materialized in the distance. Indeed, it was a group. Among them was a young man with yellow hair, bearing the insignia of a Konoha trader on his attire. His ears and nose were adorned with black rod-like objects. At this moment, the group hovered in mid-air, coldly surveying all those below. After a considerable pause, the leading youth suddenly remarked, "How many floors must one carry a bag of rice?" Instantly, the pupils of those present constricted. Uchiha Sora blinked, his heart racing to, "Oh no." Based on the original narrative, this is clearly a setup for carrying rice. At that moment, the Hokage and others below also underwent a drastic change in expression. "Is this the leader of the Akatsuki? It seems you have finally arrived." Chiyo, too, ceased her jesting, her face now serious. "The Akatsuki, it appears they have grown even stronger, yet why do they look so unearthly?" Not far away, the Raikage clenches fists. "Who cares? Such monsters. I can take them down with a single punch." With that, the five gathered, the pinnacle of combat prowess among the Hokage, now united in this very moment. Below, Gaara's gaze flickered with icy intensity. "These people have exploited me." He was no fool. He realized he had been used in the prior attack on Konoha, although Uchiha Sora had ultimately dealt the blow. It was this group that had indirectly caused it. Below, Uchiha Sora's gaze sharpened. It seems the time has come. In the next moment, Nagato's figure slowly descended from the air, his eyes locking on Uchiha Sora and the others. Surrender! Even if you lay out a web of traps, you will not be our opponents. Nagato's tone dripped with derision as his gaze swept over the 7 ninja swordsmen. Undoubtedly, they were their trump card. For this time, they were not only facing Konoha, but also the combined forces of the 5 great villages. Relying solely on the Akatsuki would undoubtedly be insufficient. However, with the addition of the 7 ninja swordsmen and such numerous elite fighters, the disparity in strength between the two sides would be brought to light. This moment, the Hokage's expression darkened. Damn it! A bunch of rogue ninja, so arrogant. You shall all perish here today. The Raikage, too, scoffed dismissively. Just a few insignificant fish. Do you truly think you can challenge the Akatsuki? Instantly, the 5 erupted with overwhelming auras, their presence stirring the winds and causing the ground to tremble. In that moment, Nagato's gaze was filled with mockery. Who said I intended to confront you head-on? We only need to restrain you. The remaining 7 ninja swordsmen release all the tailed beasts present. As these words left his lips, the expressions of those at the scene changed dramatically. Even the previously composed Chiyo gasped sharply. Oh no! This was a miscalculation. Their prior strategy had been simple. Use the Akatsuki's interest in the tailed beasts, along with Uchiha, to lure them in, and then unite a group of powerful individuals to eliminate them all. However, they seemed to have overlooked one critical issue. The tailed beasts were inherently unstable factors. Indeed, aside from the Akatsuki, the tailed beasts themselves posed a significant threat. Before they were released, it was manageable. They could be controlled. But once freed, they would become feral beasts. Their danger was no less than that of the Akatsuki members. In an instant, the crowd was thrown into a state of panic. Among them, Raikage's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, I always knew that Chiyo was unreliable. Had I known about this plan, I would never have allowed Karabi to come. Just then, an octopus descended from the sky. Unmistakably the 8 tails. Karabi... Whoa. Brother, it seems we've been duped. Simultaneously, the tailed beasts from other villages made their appearance as well, their faces strained with tension. Even Jiraiya from Konoha and others quickly retreated to shield Naruto. Damn it, the 7 ninja swordsmen are no easy opponents. The gazes of the crowd fixated on the 7 figures, each of them wearing grim expressions that in particular, the Hokage's eyes were locked onto Zabuza, who wielded a rifle. Had they truly deciphered Uchiha Kage's weaponry? But instead of Orochimaru, it was the Akatsuki. Indeed, witnessing their confidence, the Hokage began to doubt if Uchiha Kage had been truly compromised. Panic ensued. At that moment, only Uchiha Kage remained unfazed. Calmly stepping forward, he cast a glance, and Nagato's cold voice resonated throughout the arena. Enough! This farce must come to an end. Instantly, silence enveloped the area, all eyes converging on Uchiha Kage. Kakashi, sensing the dire situation, thought to himself, this is bad. Kid, come back. This isn't a place for you to meddle. It was laughable. Although Uchiha Kage was powerful and gifted, he was ultimately just a child. Managing to contend with Orochimaru was already impressive. But what was the current predicament? With Nagato present, along with so many shadows and tailed beasts, what could a mere child from the Uchiha clan possibly accomplish? Kakashi contemplated seizing Uchiha Kage to whisk him away. However, with a cold smirk, Nagato waved his hand, and the 7 ninja swordsmen sprang into action. In an instant, the 7 surrounded Uchiha Kage, encircling him tightly. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya's expressions changed dramatically. Even the Hokage could not suppress the gravity of the situation on his face. This was disastrous. Although Uchiha Kage was talented, he was impulsive, he was a master of long-range combat, and now he was cornered by 7 experts. What could he do? Meanwhile, Tsunade was prepared to heal. This kid, does he think he can't be harmed? The anxiety among the Konoha contingent was palpable. In contrast, Chiyo and the others were expressions of disappointment. They had initially believed the boy to be formidable. with considerable talent, and had hoped to recruit him, but now it was evident he was just a brash youth. Even Noki regarded him with disdain, still young and reckless. Although he shows promise, he pales in comparison to my own prowess. The others cast scornful glances in his direction. Let us be real. Back then, you were merely a small ninja in the village, and through sheer luck, you ascended to the position of shadow. Noki nearly stumbled midair. Shut your mouth. At that moment, Rakich's expression shifted again. This Chunin TB, the Uchiha clan is known for their wisdom and valor. This boy wouldn't place himself in such peril. Would he? The Mizukage wore a particularly perplexed expression. As a woman, she had always had a sense about things that it seemed to her that Uchiha Kage was hiding something. But what could possibly embolden him to face 4 experts alone? He couldn't be Uchiha Madara. Could he? That was the only explanation that made sense. Even Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He had always been overshadowed by Uchiha Kage. If Kage was truly a formidable opponent, it would be understandable. But now, after defeating him, Kage seemed to foolishly walk into a trap. What did that make him? Orochimaru was incensed. Uchiha Kage, have you lost your mind? He nearly longed to intervene and rescue Kage. If Kage were truly captured by these 7, would he not be rendered a fool? At this moment, even Nagato furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. Does this boy have some sort of backing? Suddenly, a realization struck Nagato, and he nodded slowly. I see. You believe your brother, Uchiha Itachi, is here, don't you? Let me inform you, Itachi is not present. Moreover, he is merely one of us, not the leader. Even if he were here today, it would be of no consequence that Nagato's words were indeed factual. They all believed that Uchiha Kage's only support was Uchiha Itachi. However, Itachi was not a god. At least, not at this moment. Nagato and the others had no reason to fear a single Uchiha Itachi. As the crowd's attention turned towards him, their emotions were a complex tapestry. Uchiha Kage smiled calmly. He surveyed the 7 surrounding him, and a sudden grin broke upon his face. Zabuza, how effective is that weapon? How does it compare to your great sword? Zabuza's earlier indifference vanished, replaced by a hearty demeanor. He scratched his head and chuckled. Boss, this thing works wonders compared to that sword. What is it even worth? Guns are far superior. Another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen chimed in with laughter. Isn't that right? When will you prepare one for us, boss? Exactly. We share a bond of life and death. Why is it only Zabuza who gets one? Zabuza, displeased by their words, retorted, What do you mean, only I have one? Am I not worthy of such bonds? Their voices grew louder, cutting through the tense silence, making their banter jarringly conspicuous. However, the moment this dialogue erupted, the arena fell into complete silence. The Hokage nearly choked on his own saliva. What on earth? A bond of life and death, boss. Am I hearing this correctly? If I remember correctly, this boy has grown up in the village. When did he become acquainted with these 7, and how did he ascend to the position of boss? The Hokage was incredulous, his eyes wide in disbelief as he glanced at Uchiha Kage. Then at Nagato, finally dawned on him, and wonder Uchiha Kage was so audacious. This was a brotherhood of Uchiha Kage. How could they possibly strike against him now? Chiyo was left dumbfounded. What? The 7 ninja swordsmen are friends of Kage? And judging by their demeanor, their relationship runs deep. Chapter 74. What is this? Zabuza is your little brother. This boy possesses not only talent, but also such extensive connections. No wonder, at this moment, Chiyo realized that Uchiha Kage was not foolish. In fact, he was quite clever. He had known Zabuza all along, but chose not to disclose it, keeping it concealed as a card to play. He waited until Nagato appeared, revealing all his trump cards, before announcing to everyone that the 7 ninja swordsmen were his brothers. This was a display of patience, building strength over time. Chiyo couldn't help but feel her eyes sparkle with excitement. Uchiha Kage, you must join us, no matter the means. Chiyo silently resolved to use every trick in the book to recruit him. Meanwhile, Naka's gaze flickered. Damn, he even deceived me. This kid is simply remarkable. But how did he come and know these 7? They seemed like an unlikely match. Could it be the Hokage? He glanced sideways at the Hokage, But upon seeing his incredulous expression, he dismissed the thought. This only deepened Naka's suspicions. Something is amiss. Could it be that this young man possesses such extraordinary talent that even these 7 would follow him and call him boss? This boy is not to be underestimated. Even Reikage, who had always looked down on others, wore a solemn expression. The Uchiha clan was indeed formidable. This boy, so young, had managed to repel Orochimaru, and now he was the leader of 7. It was likely that the legendary Uchiha Madara, in his youth, had not shone with such brilliance. Moments later, Reikage cast a deep glance at Uchiha. It would be challenging to pry him away. Thus, there remained only 2 options, either death or forming an alliance. Killing him will be difficult, not to mention the protection of the Hokage. Even Uchiha Itachi, who was fearless, would seek vengeance. Moreover, after maturing, Uchiha Sora no longer targeted just me, but extended his focus to the 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, there was no need for me to be the one to stick my neck out. Instead, I should strive to forge alliances, resolute in this decision. The Reikage suddenly roared several times, truly worthy of the title of youthful hero, Uchiha Sora. From this moment forth, he shall undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the annals of the ninja world. As soon as these words were uttered, it was as if thunder had struck, awakening many present to the gravity of the situation. Among them, Orochimaru widened his eyes in shock, unable to suppress a stagger. Goodness, I knew this kid wasn't a fool. Thankfully, he is not an idiot after all. Now, I can finally breathe easy. Orochimaru sighed in relief, having feared that Uchiha Sora might indeed be a simpleton, thus making him appear more foolish. Now I see. Uchiha Sora is formidable, and it is only natural that I cannot defeat him. At that moment, Nagato stood frozen amidst the crowd, staring blankly at the 7 individuals below. His mind buzzed with confusion. What has transpired? What is the situation? Fortunately, Nagato had weathered many storms. Despite his astonishment, he maintained a facade of composure. This lad, it seems he truly possesses extraordinary talent. Today, we have indeed been outmatched. But remember this. From now on, Uchiha Sora will ascend to a position of supremacy within the entire ninja realm. Henceforth, it is likely that all villages will heed the commands of Kanagakur, all due to you. A man who surpasses even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara. With that, Nagato turned to leave. After all, they were not foolish. They understood that this was not the moment to strike, with so many Kages present. It was best to dismantle them one by one. Otherwise, if a battle were to erupt, even a victory would come at a heavy cost, providing ample opportunity for others to take advantage. Therefore, in comparison, it was not worth the risk, and they chose to depart the scene. Uchiha Sora had anticipated this turn of events. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for retreating from a formidable foe. You have earned system rewards. Store forbidden techniques, now available for purchase. Reward: 200,000 gold coins. Reward: upgrade technology once. Reward: technology blueprint unknown. Uchiha Sora's expression remained unchanged, yet grew increasingly grim. He was not Navi. The words spoken by the other party as they departed were clearly a form of flattery aimed at undermining him. They were glorifying him as someone destined to become the sovereign of the ninja world. This was utterly absurd. Anyone with even a modicum of ambition would never allow themselves to truly become a powerful figure. Indeed, after Nagato had left, many gazes in the crowd turned towards Uchiha Sora, particularly observing the 7 individuals by his side. They were filled with trepidation. At this moment, Chiyo, along with a group of Kages, looked on with avarice. Chiyo stepped forward, excitement evident on her face. Sora, in ancient times, it is said that Uchiha Madara resided within our Sunagakure. Why not join us? We possess the legacy of your ancestors here. This statement was, of course, a fabrication, yet it was delivered with vivid enthusiasm by Chiyo. The Mizukage also chimed in with a smile. Brother Sora, join us. We have an abundance of experts here, especially skilled individuals like my sister. If you join us, I can offer you the highest authority, making you second only to me within the village. The Reikage brusquely shoved the 2 aside and declared with bravado, join us from this day forth. We will not merely be mentor and disciple, but brothers. Our statuses will be equal. What say you? Behind him, Killer Bee added, "Yo, this is the best place to belong. Come join us, Uchiha." In that moment, everyone scrambled to win over Uchiha Sora. They all understood that he was a rising star. Although there was no conflict today, based on Uchiha Sora's combat prowess and connections, his potential was virtually limitless. Seizing the opportunity to recruit him would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. Yet in the face of such temptation, Uchiha Sora merely shook his head nonchalantly that "I am from Konohagakure, and my strength stems from my upbringing in the village. I intend to inherit the position of Hokage in the future." Uchiha Sora's expression was placid, seemingly viewing any allure outside of Konohagakure as nothing more than fleeting. This scene immediately altered the countenance of those present. Chiyo, in particular, felt a surge of murderous intent. Such a genius must not be left unchecked. If he grows stronger, he could very well become another Uchiha Madara. Indeed, they believed that Uchiha Sora's talent rivaled that of Uchiha Madara. Such an entity was a monster. If allowed to rise, he could effortlessly unify the entire ninja world. Chapter 75. If not obtained, then destroyed, that wouldn't it mean that all ninjas would have to answer to Konohagakure? Thus, Chiyo's thoughts turned to eliminating Uchiha Sora. If he cannot be possessed, then he must be destroyed. Uchiha Sora, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Chiyo's voice was frigid, laced with a threat. Beside her, Inoki cast a cold gaze in his direction. Forming alliances with rogue ninjas at such a tender age is an egregious sin. Konohagakure can no longer protect you. After all, colluding with traitorous ninjas and the Akatsuki organization is nothing short of blatant treachery. In an instant, these two statements ignited the collective fury of everyone present. They all fixated their eyes on Uchiha Sora. In that moment, from Inoki's lips, Uchiha Sora appeared to be a true rogue ninja. Chiyo echoed, "Indeed, unless you clarify why these 7 individuals are beneficial to you, no one here can guarantee your safety today." As Uchiha Sora prepared to respond to the pressure from the crowd, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from behind them. "Ha ha! A bunch of old fools who seek to destroy what they cannot possess. Is it? Do you not realize where this is? This is the entrance to Konohagakure, the gateway of the mightiest village from ancient times. I am still very much alive." The Hokage emanated a terrifying chakra. As if it had solidified, he coldly fixed his gaze upon all present. "I warn you, from this day forward, if any of you dare to lay a hand on Uchiha Sora, even if it is merely a verbal threat, I will eliminate you." At this moment, the aura of Konohagakure surged forth. As the foremost village in the ninja world, despite its current decline and the absence of many strong figures, each generation produces individuals who can overshadow the rest. Previously, there were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Then came Senju Tobarama, followed by the yellow flash of Konohagakure, Namikaze Minato. Throughout history, there have always been 1 or 2 figures capable of instilling fear in all. This generation is no exception. In the eyes of the Hokage, it is the Uchiha brothers. Therefore, he must step forward to protect them, as this is the only thing he can do as Hokage. Observing the Hokage's fury, the remaining individuals present wore grim expressions. Indeed, one should not merely consider the monk, but the Buddha as well. Besides, Konohagakure has not yet reached its final demise. If one were to compare the experts, Konohagakure still possesses greater high-end combat power. In contrast, outsiders have only heard of Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Has anyone heard of any experts from their villages? Not a single one. This clearly illustrates that even a lean camel is larger than a horse. At this moment, they could not afford to provoke the Hokage. After a brief silence, Chiyo snorted coldly. "This is of your own making. Sooner or later, you will be met with retribution. The Uchiha clan is inherently rebellious." With that, Chiyo turned and departed. Undoubtedly, this served to attach a label to Uchiha Sora, marking him as someone who could betray the village at any moment. If time passes, many may take it seriously. Seeing this unfold, Uchiha Sora scoffed quietly. "This is blatant bullying. Is the Uchiha clan so easily manipulated?" Thus, Uchiha Sora shot a cold glance at Chiyo, suddenly speaking. "Indeed, I may betray, but where else can I find refuge beside Konohagakure? Where else would be worthy of my allegiance?" As these words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback. Many were left bewildered by Uchiha Sora's meaning. Even Chiyo turned her head, astonished at Uchiha Sora's admission. Unexpectedly, this lad has acknowledged it. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Sora continued, "Indeed, even if I were to betray, I would ensure to eliminate you from Sunagakure afterward. Without further ado, I must express that Gaara almost brought about my demise. While you here indulge in mockery, those unshod fear not the shod. In this lifetime, our Uchiha clan is resolutely determined to stand against you. Besides myself, there is my brother, Uchiha Itachi, and the 7 individuals at my side. When the time comes, you of Sunagakure shall have much to contend with. Indeed, he is making a threat. A ninja dares to threaten a Kage. Such a thing has never occurred throughout the years. It is utterly astonishing." In that moment, the crowd collectively gasped. Taken aback by Uchiha Kage's audacity, Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he cast a penetrating glance at Uchiha Kage. This young man possesses a vigor reminiscent of the days of Namake's Minato. Kakashi, who has always been vigilant, also wore a serious countenance. Was Uchiha Madara similarly endowed with such disposition? The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Chiyo's lips twitched in distress. Indeed, at this moment, Chiyo was flustered. She is formidable and represents the entirety of Sunagakure. Yet, in comparison, the two terrifying Uchiha are more than capable of obliterating the village. Uchiha Kage may still be manageable, not having fully matured. But what of the 7 ninjas at his side? Each one is a notorious rogue ninja. Otherwise, they would not have been so readily employed by the Akatsuki. And now, if they truly provoke Uchiha Kage, he and his allies could very well besiege them. They would be utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. At this juncture, even Noki fell silent. Initially, he wished to interject to assist in suppressing Kanehagakure. But upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that it would be tantamount to courting death. The village of Kanehagakure is not one they can afford to provoke. It is wiser to remain silent. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Kage's threat seemed to manifest. A ninja had indeed threatened a Kage, and successfully so. This was enough to leave everyone astounded. Haha, very well. I shall retract my previous statement. Henceforth, I acknowledge you. After a long pause, Chiyo managed to force out these words through gritted teeth. Indeed, she has conceded. She does not wish for her village to be besieged by the Uchiha clan on a daily basis. Observing this, the remaining Kage fell into silence. After a considerable time, the Mizukage suddenly spoke. "Kage, should we find ourselves in dire straits in the future, we welcome you." The Raikage smiled at this moment as well. "Our doors shall always remain open to the Uchiha clan. Respect, unadulterated respect. At such a young age, Uchiha Kage has thoroughly established the reputation of the Uchiha clan, becoming a figure that all major ninja villages are compelled to honor. This scene rendered Uchiha Kage's presence remarkably imposing. In stark contrast, the other individuals behind him appear diminished. Indeed, it is evident that this individual has matured. It seems the future will belong to the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikamaru's expression turned grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, he perceives Uchiha Kage as a formidable anomaly. Akimichi Choji's breathing grew rapid. Goodness, I am fortunate that I did not provoke him back then. What sheer luck. Chapter 76. The Scientific Research Department. At this moment, Akimichi Choji felt grateful that he had refrained from entertaining any ill intentions previously. Otherwise, enmity with Uchiha Kage would likely cost him more than 100 lives. Meanwhile, Naruto and Haruno Sakura inhaled deeply. This truly a peer of theirs. This young man is far more terrifying than Sasuke. Naruto gasped. Though he does not yield to Sasuke, he cannot help but acknowledge Uchiha Kage. Haruno Sakura's eyes sparkled with infatuation. So handsome. A single individual threatens 4 villages, even driving Orochimaru away. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is an Uchiha. Amidst the crowd, Rock Lee raised his thumb in admiration. My friend, you truly embody a blazing beast. I, the Azure Beast, shall deem you the strongest. Even among the crowd, an elderly figure slowly emerged, clapping in appreciation. This individual was Danzo. Excellent. It is unexpected that after all these years, the village has given rise to another genius. Henceforth, as long as you do not falter, there shall be a place for you in the ninja world. With that, the crowd expressed their admiration. Truly, a ninja has repelled 4 Kage. Moreover, he has defused this crisis in the annals of history. Such feats are nearly inconceivable. Uchiha Kage has indeed achieved a miracle. Thank you, esteemed seniors. As a ninja, it is my duty to serve Konohagakure. Uchiha Kage chuckled modestly. This display garnered great admiration from the Hokage. Very well, from this day forth, I grant approval for your department. You may utilize the village's resources for your research. Furthermore, should you desire, you may call upon any department to assist you. You may also select individuals to join your team. Uchiha Kage blinked, suddenly recalling the department that the Hokage had promised him. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. With a department established, resource concerns will be alleviated, and future inventions can be conducted under the auspices of the village. IT is tantamount to having public funding. Thus, he promptly nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Once this matter concludes, I shall immediately commence preparations. The Hokage nodded, then turned to depart. The crowd followed suit, leaving the scene that on this day, Konohagakure was festooned with decorations, and within the Uchiha clan's domain, a new department was born. Distinct from the Umbu, this newly established entity is referred to as the Scientific Research Department. Uchiha Kage, as the head of this department, instantly found himself on par with figures such as Jiraiya and Danzo. He could even leverage the village's resources to facilitate his creations as this department debuted. Prominent figures from the village gathered to extend their congratulations. Kakashi, wearing an expression of admiration, approached with a substantial gift in hand. Uchiha Kage, though we have only executed missions together and are not master and apprentice, please accept this gift. It is a cherished treasure of mine. Uchiha Kage was momentarily taken aback, receiving it with some skepticism. Upon opening it, he discovered it was an entire collection of paradise of affection. Uchiha Kage was rendered speechless at that moment. Jiraiya also arrived. Uchiha Kage, you are quite impressive. You have truly brought honor to Konohagakure. You cannot imagine the expression on Chiyoba's face when she departed. Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly, vigorously patting Uchiha Kage on the shoulder. Uchiha Kage blinked, glancing at Jiraiya, who bore an empty-handed demeanor. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and Jiraiya cleared his throat. Ahem, my finances have been a bit tight lately, but now that the Scientific Research Department is opened, I certainly cannot show up empty-handed. Can I? How about this? I shall impart to you the Sage Mode. With that, Jiraiya produced a scroll from his sleeve, detailing the method to attain the Sage Mode of the Toads. This revelation caused Uchiha Kage's eyes to widen. In the world of Naruto, there are numerous advanced ninjutsu, yet few that allow transformation. Among them, the Sage Technique, which harnesses natural energy, is likely one of the most distinguished. Even if he chooses not to learn it himself, gifting it to someone else would be exceedingly advantageous. Uchiha Kage nodded eagerly, brimming with excitement. Thank you, esteemed Jiraiya. Observing Uchiha Kage's expression, which had shifted from one of distress to elation, Jiraiya could not help but think with exasperation. This young man, he truly is one to be swayed by material gain. Thus, more individuals arrived to extend their congratulations. However, most of them were unfamiliar to Uchiha Kage, and they continued to come until dusk fell. Then, both the Hokage and Danzo arrived. Each of them held significant positions within the village. The Hokage's role is self-evident, while Danzo is the orchestrator of the Umbu. If the Hokage is the village's official leader, then Danzo governs its shadowy underbelly. Uchiha Kage is well aware of this. Uchiha Kage, you have performed exceptionally well this time, securing benefits for Konohagakure and driving away the Akatsuki. This commendation is solely yours. Besides this research department, what else do you desire? The Hokage, with a gentle demeanor, gazed upon Uchiha Sora as if he were observing his own grandchild. However, Uchiha Sora paid little heed to this, understanding that while Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed well-meaning, he could hardly be labeled a good man from the perspective of the Uchiha clan. After all, for the sake of his own interests, Sarutobi had sacrificed the entire Uchiha lineage. This was, of course, partly due to the Uchiha's own desire to rebel, indicating a mutual connection between the two parties. Ultimately, the Hokage was akin to a smiling tiger. Lord Hokage, your jest is delightful, but merely this research department has filled me with immense joy. I dare not aspire for any other rewards. The commander next to him chuckled lightly. Uchiha Sora, there is no need for such modesty. Your prowess ranks among the elite in the entire ninja world. Otherwise, why would Orochimaru fear you? Uchiha Sora was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the commander's words held deeper implications. The Hokage continued with a smile. Indeed, our primary purpose in coming here is to congratulate you on the establishment of your department, and secondly, to express our concerns for your future. The words of Granny Chiyo before her departure were a double-edged sword. The Hokage's gaze sharpened. Uchiha Sora nodded, comprehending the intention behind the words. There was an attempt to place him in a precarious position. After all, a young ninja, as formidable as he was, not something many wished to see thrive. The commander nodded in agreement. Precisely. It appears you are quite perceptive. You are now perceived as a thorn in the side by many. Even with our utmost protection, it may not suffice, primarily due to those who harbor malicious intent. Therefore, we wish for you to remain low profile for a while. Uchiha Sora blinked, remaining silent as he awaited further elaboration. The Hokage continued, within your department, focus on your research. Much like the commander, who remains hidden in his own department while delegating tasks to his subordinates. A concealed sword is most effective when drawn at a crucial moment. Otherwise, with your current prominence, venturing out on missions would be futile, as you would only become a target. Uchiha Sora nodded in understanding. The world of the Hokage may have seemed tranquil, but beneath the surface, currents swirled. Not to mention Orochimaru, who, for the time being, was being suppressed, unable to stage a rebellion. The remaining 4 villages were sufficient to warrant caution. While these villages appeared benign, their cunning was undeniable. Their alliance with Konoha was born of a common enemy. However, that enemy now seemed to have shifted focus towards him. They feared he might become the next Uchiha Madara. Hence their initial attempts at alliance, followed by attempts to tarnish his reputation, placing him in opposition to the entire world. Should they succeed, both Konoha and he would face unending turmoil. Uchiha Sora grasped this reality. Yet, he wondered, if he concealed himself, would they refrain from making a move? The Hokage shook his head. No, they will still seek trouble with you. However, as long as you remain hidden, we stand on the side of righteousness. Konoha is not weak. It simply lacks a valid reason to act. If they dare to provoke you, an innocent within the village, we will not hesitate to incite war. The commander beside him smirked ominously, exuding an aura of dominance. Indeed, as the strongest village, do you believe this is mere empty grandeur? Our research surpasses that of any other village, and our trump cards are likewise formidable. Should we be pushed to desperation, we will act without hesitation. Uchiha Sora nodded, beginning to understand that these 2 elders were here to reassure him. Perhaps in their eyes, he was still merely a child, vulnerable to threats and intimidation. Thus, their visit served both to comfort him and to provide guidance for a more restrained future. That I understand. Thank you, esteemed Hokage and Commander. Uchiha Sora expressed his gratitude, realizing their intentions were for his benefit. This rare gesture instilled in him a sense of belonging to the village. Yet his gaze remained sharp. However, the Uchiha clan shall not be trampled upon. If the Sand Village finds me intolerable, let them eliminate me before I retaliate. His words were audacious, but he possessed the means to back them up. Not to mention, the recent reward from the system granted him access to all forbidden techniques. Indeed, Uchiha Sora had the ability to purchase any forbidden technique from Marketplace, which included the infamous Edo Tensei, enabling him to resurrect Uchiha Madara to others. This might seem monstrous, but to Uchiha Sora, he was merely summoning an ancestor. Should he be cornered, he could summon Madara, rendering him nearly invincible in the early stages of battle. Even later on, when the likes of Kurojitsu had yet to gain any advantage from Madara, resurrecting Kaguya would be impossible. Thus, Madara would stand as a singular ally. Uchiha Sora was emboldened by this prospect. The Hokage sensed this newfound confidence and sighed deeply. It seems the future belongs to you young ones. How you choose to navigate it is entirely up to you. With that, he turned to depart. The commander lingered a moment longer, casting a penetrating glance at Uchiha Sora. Be wary of the Akatsuki. Do not underestimate their capabilities. Their reluctance to strike you before stemmed not from fear of you, but from the many shadows present. If it were only you, they would have acted. Uchiha Sora nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, everyone departed, leaving only Uchiha Sora, Hinata, and a few others in the department. Sora, what should we do next? Hinata inquired, concern etched across her face. Beside her, Shiro and Sasuke stepped closer, evidently perceiving the danger surrounding Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora remained unfazed. What is there to fear? We are in the heart of Konoha. Who would dare launch a surprise attack here? Nearby, Deidara crossed his arms and chuckled derisively. Indeed, you have no idea how amusing it was to witness Orochimaru's fear as the group ignored Deidara's eccentricity. Their attention turned to the department. Uchiha Sora began to scrutinize his surroundings. The entire department had been transformed into a large courtyard centered around the Uchiha clan, considerably larger than the entire Umbu. Previously, the Uchiha territory had been desolate, but now, with the establishment of the research department, the Hokage had rallied numerous ninjas, including many Jonin, to invigorate the area. However, the arrangement appeared somewhat chaotic, as it had only recently transitioned from being merely Uchiha territory to a research facility, with many structures and equipment ill-suited for their new purpose. Yet, Konoha's wealth was substantial, and having won the recent wager, they were prepared to lavish resources upon this endeavor. Uchiha Sora realized that he indeed needed to remain low-key for a time, conserving his strength. All right, let us rest for the night. We shall resume planning the department tomorrow. With that decree, everyone returned to their quarters. As night fell, Uchiha Sora closed his eyes and concentrated, accessing the system. To his delight, he discovered that his gold had reached a staggering 120,000. This was not solely due to the system's rewards, but also from the daily tasks and minor quests he had completed. Beyond gold, Uchiha Sora noticed a new section had been unlocked in the marketplace. Forbidden techniques. As the name implies, these were ninjutsu prohibited in the ninja world, not inherently good or evil, but deemed too powerful. Or perhaps they bore some detrimental cost to the user. In any case, they were undeniably potent. Uchiha Sora eagerly opened this section, scanning the familiar names. Shadow Clone Technique, the Reanimation Jutsu. Their prices are quite reasonable, each book costing around 100,000 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Kong would not be able to afford them, but now he is indifferent. Chapter 78. Lavish spending, purchasing forbidden techniques. As for the Shadow Clone Technique, Uchiha Kong is not lacking at the moment, having already mastered it through Sharingan. The challenge lies in the Reanimation Jutsu. It is said to have been created by Senju Tobarama, but later banned due to its malevolent and perverse nature. Subsequently, Orochimaru somehow managed to uncover this forbidden technique and, through relentless research, successfully replicated it. This ultimately led to the Ninja World War. Although it ended in failure, the technique itself is undeniably potent. Thus, Uchiha Kong immediately opted to purchase it. Instantly, relevant memories flooded into his mind. The Reanimation Jutsu requires a vessel, which must have a certain compatibility with the individual to be resurrected, ideally sharing a similar bloodline. Furthermore, while the vessel influences the success rate of the technique, it does not affect the combat prowess of the resurrected individual. Additionally, the Reanimation Jutsu grants the ability to control the revived person. However, this ability is not limitless. If the resurrected individual is too powerful, the control will be significantly weakened. Uchiha Kong took a deep breath, suddenly enlightened, and realized that the reason Uchiha Madara managed to break free was indeed due to the flaws inherent in this technique. Similarly, Uchiha Itachi had also escaped once, but that was due to the unique ability of his Sharingan, Izanagi. Now, Uchiha Kong perceives that, despite the technique's vulnerabilities, controlling anyone who is not a member of the Uchiha clan seems relatively straightforward. This technique is essential to learn. There may come a time when he wishes to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kong is acutely aware of the impending threat. He knows that aside from the Hokage, the attitudes of the remaining Kage towards him remain uncertain. It appears that both the Reikage and Mizukage are somewhat courteous, seemingly trying to win him over. However, that could merely be a fade. What if they are merely playing the role of a smiling tiger? As for Chiyo and Inoki, they are unequivocally his adversaries. Consequently, they have only two choices: either wait for him to grow stronger and risk being counterattacked, or attempt to eliminate him before he has the chance to develop. In either case, their relationship has reached a point of no return. This thought caused Uchiha Kong's eyes to gleam with a flicker, followed by a cold chuckle. What can they do? Even if they are powerful, can they truly kill me? After all, I now possess my own scientific department, and I am free from concerns about resources. With subordinates at my disposal, as long as I remain within the village, what can they possibly do to me? Uchiha Kong adheres to the philosophy of survival at all costs. Now, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he can bide his time until the onset of the Ninja World War. Therefore, he resolved to make the most of the village's resources to invent and create various devices. Currently, the conditions for doing so are quite favorable. First, he has discovered oil, which serves as a crucial energy source. Second, his technological level has advanced to level 4, according to the technology tab's description. After reaching level 4, Uchiha Kong's scientific prowess is nearly equivalent to that of modern civilization prior to his transmigration. As long as he has the materials, the system can assist Uchiha Kong in producing anything he desires. With that thought, a plethora of weaponry flashed through Uchiha Kong's mind. Tanks, aircraft, artillery, especially as he envisioned the moment Chiyo and others come to trouble him. He could simply deploy thousands of tanks while simultaneously sending out a battalion of elite shinobi armed to the teeth with rifles and night vision goggles, that a scene of combined arms warfare would unfold. At that moment, he would relish the opportunity to ask which is tougher, your sand or my tank. Moreover, the system could also manufacture helicopters and jet fighters. As long as he has the materials, anything is possible. For a brief moment, Uchiha Kong envisioned himself commanding from the rear, waving his hand as planes and artillery swept across the battlefield. When faced with this modern torrent of steel, what could the shinobi do in response? Without further ado, Uchiha Kong began preparations. The first step was to arm himself. After all, as the saying goes, one must stabilize the internal situation before addressing external conflicts. This principle, derived from the military philosophy of the Dragon Kingdom before his transmigration, is equally applicable to Uchiha Kong. To innovate, he must first ensure his own safety. Though Konoha village is relatively secure, he cannot guarantee that no one will attempt to ambush him. Although he possesses quantum armor, Uchiha Kong still requires additional means of self-preservation. Thus, he searched the marketplace and swiftly found an item, a disposable quantum energy shield. The principle is quite simple. It utilizes interference from quantum magnetic fields to forcibly open a layer of spatial barrier. This barrier essentially embodies the power of space itself. In other words, the pressure exerted by this shield is comparable to that of a neutron star, which is capable of creating black holes at any moment. With such protection, not even the most formidable ninjutsu or the Otsutsuki clan could pose a threat to him. However, this item is single-use, and Uchiha Kong can only purchase it for now, as it can only be unlocked at level 6 technology. Nevertheless, the price is reasonable, costing only 450,000 gold coins. For means of survival, it is a worthy investment. Immediately, Uchiha Kong chose to buy it. Instantly, a copper ring appeared on his thumb, containing the quantum energy shield. A crucial moment, he could activate it by simply pressing his thumb. With a means of self-preservation secured, Uchiha Kong began contemplating his subsequent research objectives. One person's power is insufficient, so he would first mass-produce some warriors. Yes, he would create a complete factory system. With a factory in place, he could eventually manufacture airplanes and artillery, but the immediate goal is to produce firearms. Uchiha Kong's eyes sparkled with determination. He understood that distributing firearms to everyone was inevitable. This matter could be considered. First, only he knows the gunpowder formula, and to outsiders, it seems like it can only be unlocked through a Sharingan. Therefore, even if firearms are distributed, no one can misuse them, let alone replicate them. Additionally, Uchiha Kong would only distribute them to his closest companions for the time being. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kong immediately began preparations. The next morning, bright and early, Uchiha Kong was already ready to embark on his mission that he summoned everyone to gather in the Uchiha clan's council hall. Sasuke and Deidara were among the first to arrive. Still bleary-eyed, "Master, are we going to study art this time?" Deidara exclaimed, his face alight with excitement despite his still closed eyes. Sasuke, breathing heavily, chimed in, "Bro, I heard we're going to establish a factory. Does that mean we can produce more of those weapons called guns?" Uchiha Kong nodded calmly. Chapter 79. Firearms Factory? The first step in tank production. Hold on. Let's wait for everyone to arrive before we discuss. Sasuke paused, quickly glancing towards the entrance, upon seeing a group of individuals approaching. He was taken aback. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, along with Hinata, Naruto, and Sakura, had all arrived. Almost all familiar faces. Upon witnessing the environment, everyone was visibly excited. Hinata naturally took a seat beside Uchiha Kong, while Bai, unwilling to be left out, positioned herself next to him as well. They resembled the wives of a chieftain, causing Uchiha Kong to feel an imminent threat to his life. No, he must resolve to avoid entangling himself in romantic affairs. After silently reminding himself, Uchiha Kong cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards the gathered crowd. "All right, I've already ordered Konoha Village to procure resources for us, and our first step is to establish a firearms factory." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Among them, Zabuza's expression turned solemn as he tapped the AK-47 in his hands. "Uchiha Kong, are you referring to this thing? Can it be mass-produced?" Sasuke and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Such a powerful weapon, if it can be produced in bulk, would mean that everyone present could each wield one. When they go into battle, each with a gun, it would surely be devastating. Uchiha Kong nodded nonchalantly. "That's right. Although activating it requires my Sharingan to infuse energy, the overall structure can be replicated. From then on, they would only need to replenish energy for me." The crowd suddenly awakened to the truth. At this moment, Bai remarked, "This is the best course of action. Once the firearms are successfully crafted, no one will be able to misuse them without the approval of Uchiha Kong. Theft will be impossible." Hinata nodded in agreement, just like with Orochimaru back in the day. Even if they replicate the appearance, without energy, they remain unusable. At this juncture, Zaibu Zhan's expression grew grave. With this weapon, if each of us possesses a ninja blade, the 7 ninja swordsmen can guarantee a significant boost in combat strength. The pressing question is, what if Konoha Village desires them as well? They establish a department, but surely it cannot be merely for the sake of funding your endeavors. Perhaps, in the shadows, there will be demands for such armaments. When that time comes, will you comply or refuse? Or will you merely provide a shell, requiring them to return for energy replenishment? Zaibu Zhan, as a rogue ninja, though long separated from the village, had encountered many life experiences that he understood that a village would not freely contribute resources unless the individual were of value. Moreover, if it were solely about one's own strength, it might not suffice to sustain an entire department, unless, of course, the weapons could be distributed en masse to everyone. Uchiha Kong had considered this as well. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Rest assured, I have already deliberated on this. Firstly, my weapons will only be usable by me, and that is indisputable. Secondly, who says I must distribute them? Our scientific department can entirely establish its own armed forces, similar to the Umbu, as long as we can sufficiently train them and accomplish several missions. Even the Hokage, reluctant as they may be, would not want to relinquish such an elite unit." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Particularly, Zaibu Zhan exclaimed in admiration, "Truly the leader! How decisively you speak! Indeed, to produce and consume independently, a research department that is also a military force. When that time comes, the Umbu will simply be replaced by us. They could never demand our weapons. At most, we would provide the village's higher-ups with some equipment and easily replace it with recharged versions." Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Truly impressive, big brother." Uchiha Kong chuckled and shook his head. "This is merely the first step of the plan. We have yet to commence production. Now come, let me teach you how to forge firearms." Uchiha Kong led them to an open area. The original plaza of the Uchiha clan. The advantage was its expansive area, with smooth ground nearby. This moment, numerous ninjas were already engaged in construction. Under Uchiha Kong's command, a standard factory with 4 sections had already been half completed, including a ninja version of an assembly line. This was the initial stage of material processing, refining raw steel into purer forms, and subsequently crafting it into lightweight, sturdier raw materials for firearms. Uchiha Kong pointed to a forge where many individuals were actively laboring. The rhythmic clanging echoed as raw materials were being forged. The onlookers widened their eyes. I've seen this process before. It's just ordinary blacksmithing, but it feels distinctly different. Zaibu Zhan suddenly broke his silence. Realization dawning upon him. I understand now. They're not forming everything in one go. They are creating raw materials to pass to the next stage. And in the subsequent stage, each person is responsible for a single position, thereby increasing everyone's proficiency and accelerating the manufacturing speed. The assembly line. Uchiha Kong nodded in appreciation. Precisely. This is the assembly line manufacturing method I invented, which enhances production speed and reduces error rates. Uchiha Kong unabashedly took credit for this innovation, leaving everyone in awe, particularly Bai, who stroked his chin and analyzed. Previously, we employed individual manufacturing methods, which birthed many masters. Their reputations were renowned, capable of crafting famous weapons. However, among many, only one master could emerge, while the rest remained apprentices. Though weapons could still be produced, efficiency suffered. This model simplifies each person's workflow. Over time, everyone becomes a master in their respective fields. Just imagine, if each process is handled by a master, the final product would undoubtedly be exceptional, surpassing all others. Uchiha Kong nodded, slightly flushed. He hadn't considered this aspect. It seems Bai is indeed exceptionally astute. Thus, Uchiha Kong continued to introduce some of the workflow to the group. However, successfully manufacturing firearms in a short period proved quite challenging, necessitating constant improvements to their tools. After all, in the absence of chakra, the world of Naruto resembled a primitive, indigenous realm. Now, with chakra, some tasks were simplified. Yet Uchiha Kong still needed to make adjustments continuously. Time slipped by, and resources from various areas of Konoha village were transported to the Scientific Research Department. Chapter 80. Apprehension, the future ruler of the ninja world. In an instant, this became one of the most extravagant departments. This led to discontent among many families and departments within the village, prompting repeated complaints and reports to the Hokage. However, the Hokage asserted that they would address the matter once the scientific department produced results. Thus, the issue remained unresolved. Meanwhile, as Konoha village thrived, in a land of rain, Nagato wore a grim expression. Damn, this is the first time we've launched a large-scale operation and returned empty-handed. Uchiha Kong truly possesses some skill. Nagato's gaze sharpened as he recalled the earlier encounter, realizing they had indeed suffered a hidden defeat. Nearby, Duan Fei, visibly agitated, seethed. Indeed, that damned Uchiha clan. Why do they always produce such monsters? I've never seen the weapon that guy wields. Just then, a cold voice emerged from behind Duan Fei. What did you say? What about the Uchiha clan? Duan Fei shivered and turned abruptly to find Uchiha Itachi glaring at him. That's not what I meant. I was referring to Uchiha Kong. Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned crimson. The Amaterasu activated. Black flames instantly engulfed Duan Fei. Kong, do you not know this fellow is my brother? As the black flames burned, Duan Fei shrieked in agony. Although his wounds quickly healed, the black fire did not extinguish. In an instant, Duan Fei's immortality became a torturous ordeal before Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Duan Fei had no choice but to plead for mercy. No, we are on the same side. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Nagato furrowed his brows. Enough? You may have abstained from participating in the previous battle, but now you turn against your own? Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly. Closing his eyes, gradually, the black flame subsided. Everyone present felt a lingering fear. Nagato sighed. I had hoped we could gradually gather the tailed beasts, grow stronger, and achieve our goals. But now, seeing so many unforeseen changes arise, We must alter our plans and strike against Sunagakure first, capturing the One-Tail, Fei, and Orochimaru. You two will handle this. At the scene, Orochimaru's expression darkened. I just returned, and my injuries have yet to heal. But if it's merely to capture the One-Tail, it should be manageable. A glint of malice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Having faced repeated suppression in recent days, he was eager to vent his pent-up frustrations in Sunagakure. All right, for now, this will be the arrangement. After successfully capturing the One-Tail, we will extract its chakra, and then proceed to capture the Two Tails. This will continue until we revive the 10 Tails, after which we will confront my true adversaries. Undoubtedly, Nagato wished for a period of quiet development. Otherwise, continuous failures would leave even them severely weakened. With that, everyone chose to depart. Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at Fei. What transpired? What has happened to my brother? Uchiha Itachi was initially dispatched on a mission far from this vicinity. Thus, he was entirely unaware of the events that transpired earlier. Fei nodded repeatedly as he began to elucidate the situation. It all began with the competition. That young lad was the very first to take the stage. As he explained, Uchiha Itachi gradually grasped the sequence of events. Moments later, he let out a hearty laugh. Who would have thought my younger brother possessed such remarkable capabilities, having grown to this extent? It seems that it won't be long before the name of the Uchiha clan reverberates throughout the world once again. Uchiha Itachi's eyes sparkled with the essence of an era. Meanwhile, Chiyo of Sunagakure wore a grim expression. Having just returned to the village, she was met with the disarray that had befallen it. First, there was Gaara, who had attempted revenge twice, only to be repelled both times. Now he resembled a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of spirit. Furthermore, Sunagakure had suffered significant losses as well. The previous ambush on Kanehagakure had depleted a considerable portion of their elite forces. Subsequently, they had provoked the Hokage and even drawn the ire of Uchiha Sora. It was highly likely that they had also unwittingly offended Uchiha Itachi. Chiyo felt a throbbing headache. That damned Uchiha Sora. Has there been any news of him lately? A senior from Sunagakure, with a solemn expression, replied, There is. Word has it that this fellow has become the head of the village, and that Kanehagakure is currently funneling resources to him at an alarming rate. Chiyo's pupils constricted. Could it be that he intends to mass-produce such weaponry? But that shouldn't be possible. Such formidable items are supposed to be linked to the Sharingan. Chiyo recalled past events with trepidation. If those weapons could be replicated, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, a senior nearby interjected, Not to worry. Based on several skirmishes, we have discerned the principles of that weapon. It is a type of small arm with a rapid firing speed. Its advantage lies in its velocity and penetrative power. We merely need to use sand to obstruct it during combat. Overall, it is not insurmountable. Chiyo's eyes brightened. Indeed, I have seen that weapon as well. It resembles a sunflower seed, small in size, yet possessing considerable penetrative ability. However, due to its diminutive nature, it is also quite easy to evade. We can simply construct walls of yellow sand, and at times, that weapon may not penetrate at all. Thus, the group chuckled, seemingly having devised a strategy to counter Uchiha Sora. This is the design blueprint for the tank. It is equipped with anti-tank rocket launchers and armor-piercing rounds. This device can not only penetrate sand and earth, but can even pierce several meters of steel plate at will. Within the experimental department of Kanehagakure, Uchiha Sora held up a blueprint. Explaining it to the gathered audience, Hinata, unable to contain her curiosity, whispered, "A tank? Can it move on its own? It's astonishing, almost like a puppet." Zabuza beside her widened his eyes in amazement. Truly, the boss is remarkable. With this, we wouldn't need many. Each of us could operate one, and we could likely annihilate an entire village. Uchiha Sora nodded, akin to teaching a child how to read, and produced another blueprint depicting an airplane. This contraption is called an aircraft, capable of reaching speeds several times that of sound. There are many types. For instance, the first one we intend to build is a jet aircraft, within the confines of Awakens. Anoki's expression was grave as he scrutinized the report before him. Lately, Uchiha Sora has been amassing various resources. Could there be a hidden agenda? For days, Anoki had been unable to eat or drink. Living in constant fear, he dreaded the day when Uchiha Itachi might suddenly appear and wipe out his village in one fell swoop. Chapter 81. The Anti-Uchiha Alliance. The more Anoki pondered, the more his heart raced, as if a sword were poised to descend upon him at any moment. Finally, he could no longer remain seated. Someone quickly informed Chiyo, "We must devise a strategy regarding this matter." Moments later, in the Sunagakure office, Anoki, Chiyo, and the Reikage and Mizukage convened, with nearly all the Kage present, save for the Hokage. Surely, you all realize that the Uchiha clan has been a formidable force since ancient times, although their eyes require profound emotional turmoil to ascend to greater heights. Akin to being cursed, it is undeniable that those who thrive in such an environment possess a certain distortion within their hearts, and they are all exceedingly powerful. Therefore, we must formulate a response. Chiyo elaborated, embellishing her points, and the attendees listened with rapt attention. Indeed, especially Uchiha Sora. As for Sasuke, he is rather unremarkable. Unless he awakens the pinnacle of ocular techniques, he cannot be deemed strong to IT this juncture. Anoki's demeanor remained wary. It is precisely this Sora. His inventions are enigmatic, and he himself is equally mysterious. To this day, we have yet to comprehend the principles of that weapon. Is it not hindered by his gaze? The Reikage remained silent for a moment before speaking up. It indeed seems connected to his eyes. Have you all noticed that Orochimaru, who is referred to as a genius in research, appears to have uncovered a similar secret and even replicated one? Otherwise, he would not dare confront Uchiha Sora with such boldness. Yet we have also witnessed Orochimaru fleeing in disgrace. This at least proves that even a genius like him cannot replicate it. The assembly trembled in apprehension. Is there truly no way to counter it? Chiyo racked her brain. There must be. Ultimately, that weapon is a form of physical attack, akin to our shurikens or kunai. Therefore, as long as we remain resilient or ensure he cannot strike us, we should be fine. The eyes of the group brightened, especially Anoki, who exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is manageable. My dust release technique can effectively displace everything within the air, as long as I can keep pace with its speed. That weapon will be ineffective against me." The Reikage furrowed his brow. In truth, I have encountered that weapon as well. Based on my own comparisons, if I unleash my full speed, that thing may not be able to keep up with me. The only challenge arises if I am targeted from multiple angles simultaneously, but I doubt I could withstand that. Chiyo smirked coldly. That is sufficient. This proves that the weapon can be evaded and defended against. It is not invincible. Henceforth, we merely need to devise a method to train a contingent of shinobi specifically to counter it. Chiyo's gaze turned icy. Subsequently, we only need to find a reason to lure Uchiha Sora out, and then surround and eliminate him. The Mizukage frowned. Did we not agree to form an anti-Uchiha alliance? Was it not stipulated that we would safeguard our mutual interests and resist them? How did this devolve into a plot to kill him? Anoki scoffed derisively. Enough. We all know you, Mizukage, are soft-hearted. However, given Sora's current momentum, I fear he will soon rival Uchiha Itachi or even Madara. If we do not eliminate him preemptively, it will spell disaster for the entire ninja world. Chiyo hastily placed a hefty accusation. Indeed, this is a cursed clan, inherently malevolent. Once empowered, Sora will surely engage in nefarious deeds. Upon hearing this, the Mizukage sighed. Very well, I shall not partake in this matter, and I believe your endeavor will be fraught with difficulty. With that, the Mizukage departed. The Reikage remained silent for a moment before stating, "While I support your opposition to the Uchiha, I shall not participate in targeting Sora." With that, he too quickly made his exit. As the number of participants dwindled, the remaining two exchanged a cold glance. They're simply afraid. Pay them no mind. The plan shall proceed. Anoki's eyes were cold. He had resolved to target Sora. After all, the two had already stirred up trouble for him that if they did not act swiftly to eliminate him, it would lead to their own doom once he grew stronger. Luring Sora out should be manageable. I refuse to believe he will spend his entire life cooped up in the village. He will undoubtedly find a way. For now, let us train a contingent of shinobi to counter that weapon. Anoki's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly drafted a simplified version of the dust release technique, capable of blocking that weapon's attacks. Chiyo also produced her technique for controlling sand. With the synergy of these two ninjutsu, they would at least be able to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with that young man. As the crowd grew larger, the prospect of collaboration between the two of us rendered the task of subduing Kong effortlessly achievable. The two exchanged knowing glances, smirking in unison. Meanwhile, the departing Reikage and Mizukage shared a fleeting look on their journey. Do you believe that Uchiha Kong will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future? Reikage queried, astonished. His reluctance to confront Uchiha Kong stemmed from a mutual respect for heroes. Reikage perceived Uchiha Kong as a promising individual and found his character appealing, which is why he chose not to join the fray. Conversely, Mizukage remained unconvinced. I am much simpler. I merely recognize that young man's potential and strength. After all, our village pales in comparison to yours, and in hindsight, we are indeed the weakest. To survive, one must align themselves wisely and make astute choices. And Konoha, by its very nature, is formidable, especially with the Uchiha clan in its ranks, leaving us with no alternatives. Reikage suddenly understood, acknowledging the challenges faced by the Hidden Cloud village, sandwiched between two powerful villages. They too had once been the weakest. Even now, Mizukage's combat prowess could hardly be deemed formidable. One might describe him as a multi-talented warrior, yet lacking in any particular strength. He possesses a bit of everything, but none of it is strong. In a genuine confrontation, it is likely that Mizukage would struggle against Noki. Thus, to surpass their rivals, they must either carve a new path or align themselves strategically. Reikage chuckled heartily at this revelation. Fear not, you have undoubtedly made the right choice in Uchiha Kong. Not only does he possess remarkable qualities, but he also has an elder brother who could likely outmatch those two old codgers. As they continued on their way, a sudden explosive roar erupted from behind them. What is happening? They both turned in surprise to witness the sounds of battle emanating from the direction of Sunagakure. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow of a white serpent loomed overhead. Orochimaru, Chapter 82. The first village to harness electricity. Reikage paused, but after exchanging a glance with Mizukage, they both feigned ignorance and departed separately. Concurrently, Granny Chiyo of Sunagakure wore an expression of extreme displeasure. Standing before her were none other than Orochimaru and Sasori. You two rascals, unable to defeat Konoha, are you now setting your sights on us? At this moment, Granny Chiyo was seething with anger, fully aware that Orochimaru was merely preying on the weak. This is irrelevant. Who told you that you're currently the weakest village? Hand over Gaara, or else you shall face certain death. Orochimaru grinned, his long tongue flicking out like a snake. Beside him, Sasori remained silent. Humph. What a fortunate coincidence that Noki is right here, Granny Chiyo said smugly as Noki emerged from the shadows. It seems he has not left yet. This scene caused Orochimaru's expression to twitch. Upon closer inspection of these two old-timers, he exclaimed, Who would have thought that you two would engage in a twilight romance? If it weren't for your frail bodies, I would suggest that you both meet your end, should you provoke me. Without further ado, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of snakes. He had come to vent his frustrations and could not afford to be restrained any longer. His words incited fury in Chiyo and her companion, prompting them to summon their puppets, leading to an all-out battle between the two factions. While chaos reigned in Sunagakure, Konoha basked in tranquility. The entire village was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. This was not solely due to the village having weathered numerous crises unscathed, but also because a new scientific research department had emerged, providing considerable benefits to the community in the city center. A group of Konoha residents excitedly held shimmering light bulbs in their hands. Look, as expected of Uchiha Kong, this is another new invention, reportedly called an electric light bulb, with the submission of certain resources to the scientific department. It can illuminate. How marvelous! Previously, he invented a communication device. Although it only allows for short-distance communication, it is incredibly convenient for those of us who are not ninjas. At this moment, Konoha appeared nothing like an ancient village. Instead, it boasted electric lights and telephones. Indeed, Uchiha Kong had recently kept himself busy, tinkering away in the factory, utilizing the gold earned from daily tasks to acquire various gadgets. He assembled a machine for producing light bulbs and procured devices for manufacturing communication devices. Initially providing a few small items to the villagers, he subsequently electrified Konoha, making it the first village in the ninja world to harness electricity. In no time, everyone was intrigued and tinkering with these novel inventions. In the Hokage office, the Hokage held a glowing light bulb, a perplexed expression on his face. This lad was supposed to be focused on weapon creation. How did he end up inventing these peculiar contraptions? Tsunade, beside him, was visibly excited. This is so beautiful. It's like holding a star in your hand. While ninjutsu can achieve similar effects, this requires no resources. Just flick a switch to illuminate. Jiraiya chimed in with admiration. Indeed, during those moments of clandestine observation at the hot springs, it was always pitch black. With this device, one no longer has to worry about visibility at night. Kakashi, however, wore a disdainful expression. Nonetheless, it is undeniably useful. From this point forward, even at night, every household can be brightly lit without the risks associated with torches. The Hokage rubbed his forehead. Very well. I approve of the proposal submitted by Uchiha Kong to construct a power station in the village. However, I am not well versed in this matter, so we shall leave it to Uchiha Kong and his team to handle. Furthermore, my primary concern remains weaponry. Can that AK he used be replicated? After a moment of silence, Kakashi nodded. I inquired. And it can be replicated, but it would severely damage Uchiha Kong's eyesight. We can only produce them to a limited extent and not provide them to everyone. However, he mentioned that we could create lower power versions that require only chakra to operate. The Hokage nodded in agreement. That will suffice. At the very least, we can provide one to each of the higher dash-ups, a S for the Umbu. Their functions have begun to overlap with the scientific department. Never mind. Let us proceed with this. I approve of Uchiha Kong's resources. Kakashi nodded, and soon the news was disseminated. The scientific resource department promptly began constructing a power station in a corner of the village. At this moment, at the entrance of the power station, Uchiha Kong admired his creation. IT was a power station system built from Earth-style accumulated walls, with the interior composed of special materials and items purchased from the system shop. Additionally, electricity was transmitted through overhead wires to every corner of the village at that moment. Hinata rushed over, clutching a map. Konkuen. According to your instructions, over 70% of the village is now electrified. The remaining areas are on the outskirts and somewhat distant. At the same time, Haku dashed in from afar. Konken. The manufacturing of the AK weapon has yielded some results. We have already produced 20 units. Should we continue? Sasuke then emerged from the power station. No way, big brother. This thing is too large. My Chidori can hardly generate any electricity. Observing the crowd surrounding him, Uchiha Kong felt a headache coming on to in recent days. He had become the village's star. Inventing various items to provide convenience to the villagers in no time, he had garnered significant fame, transforming from the previously unassuming Uchiha Kong into a renowned inventor. Even the Hokage's influence seemed to pale in comparison to Uchiha Kong's at this moment. Feeling overwhelmed, Uchiha Kong hastily employed the shadow clone technique to temporarily send Hinata and Haku away. He then turned to Sasuke at the base of the power station. How have I taught you? Using Chidori to generate electricity is not about creating it all at once, but rather about steadily converting chakra into electric current. Uchiha Kong scolded, his expression stern. Indeed, Uchiha Kong had envisioned using Chidori as a tool for generating electricity. In the context of the ninja world, what does one do in the absence of electricity? Naturally, one resorts to ninjutsu. What if there's no fuel to heat a boiler and produce steam? Certainly, one would rely on the fireball technique. Although the ninja world presents numerous inconveniences and technological shortcomings, it possesses chakra. Many times with assistance, various devices can be manufactured more simply. At this moment, Sasuke wore a distressed expression. I cannot do it. The consumption of Chidori is excessively high. Its energy storage capacity is overwhelming. I've utilized it several times, yet it remains uncharged, much to Sasuke's evident reluctance. In Chapter 83, Chidori Generation, Fire Release Boiling Water. Uchiha Kong raised his hand, condensing lightning. Observe closely. It is your method that is flawed. As he spoke, Uchiha Kong placed his hand upon the massive battery, which had been purchased from store, ensuring quality and substantial energy storage. At this moment, Uchiha Kong's chakra was rapidly drained and transformed into Raikiri, which in turn was swiftly converted into electrical energy and stored within the battery. Soon, the battery was fully charged. This is technique. Subsequently, recruit more lightning-style ninjas to rotate in shifts daily. Once we successfully establish hydropower, we will no longer need these. Uchiha Kong appeared as a cunning businessman, observing Sasuke's astonishment. Very well. Thus, under Uchiha Kong's command, the entirety of Konoha village commenced a thorough reorganization. Many unemployed ninjas, who were accustomed to singular ninjutsu, were assigned various tasks. Some lightning-style ninjas were responsible for charging the batteries, while fire-style ninjas tended to the boilers. And wood-style ninjas took charge of constructing new projects in no time, everyone was bustling with activity. Uchiha Kong's research was progressing fervently, and his AK had also been completed. At this moment, Uchiha Kong casually picked one up, and after gripping in his hand, he pulled the trigger. The crisp sound and sturdy material confirmed the success of Uchiha Kong's factory. He then proceeded to the next step. Now, we need to produce something that can supplement energy for my eyes. The power of such items might be somewhat diminished, but they will enable these AKs to function as usable weapons. Uchiha Kong referred, of course, to gunpowder. However, in the minds of the others, this was merely a substitute for Uchiha Kong's eyes. His eyes remained the best. Meanwhile, at Uchiha Kong's command, the firearms factory became busy once again, initiating the production of ammunition. Before long, a new batch of ammunition was manufactured. After Uchiha Kong's inspection, he found them functional. However, due to some rough craftsmanship, their precision, firing speed, and power were notably weakened. In contrast, the bullets purchased from the store, enhanced with chakra infusion, were the authentic choice. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kong refrained from making improvements. He understood that these firearms were intended for others' use. If their performance exceeded his own, it would be a disaster. Hence, Uchiha Kong intentionally diminished the power of the firearms while retaining the original activation and principles. Soon, the first batch of firearms was successfully produced. On that day, the Hokage visited Uchiha Kong's laboratory, intending to personally review the research outcomes. Uchiha Kong, it's been a while. Has there been any progress? The Hokage, accompanied by a group of onlookers, was present. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kong displayed a row of AKs. Success! Lord Hokage, would you like to try? This is a simplified version that can be used without eyes, albeit with significantly reduced power. The Hokage glanced at the AK before him, noticing that it bore no difference to the one previously utilized by Uchiha Kong. This revelation caused the Hokage's eyes to brighten as he instinctively seized the weapon. Moments later, he aimed at a wall ahead and immediately fired. The sound of bullets whizzing through the air shattered the silence, creating a sonic boom as they tore through the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the target was obliterated, reduced to a honeycomb structure. The Hokage's eyes sparkled with excitement as he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is far superior to kunai." Uchiha Kong silently retorted in his mind that, of course, one is a cold weapon, while the other is a hot one, and you haven't even tried the Gatling gun yet. You would likely become even more enamored with it. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kong was aware that creating heavy weaponry, such as a Gatling or rocket launcher, was not feasible at this moment. He needed to enhance the factory further. Thus, he wore a benevolent expression. "Lord Hokage, do you find this power satisfactory? It should suffice for dispatching to some long-range ninjas. Regrettably, materials are insufficient and resources are lacking. That if you could approve a larger allocation, I might be able to produce even more powerful weapons." The Hokage raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Uchiha Kong. "Pray tell, what advantages do such weapons possess?" The Hokage was genuinely curious. What could possibly be more effective? Uchiha Kong contemplated for a moment, glancing at Kakashi and the others present. He pondered how to explain tanks to a group of individuals who had not even completed elementary education. After a brief moment, he organized his thoughts and spoke that IT is a type of puppet, but constructed entirely from steel plates of a finger's thickness. These plates are far more resilient and heavier than kunai. The entire structure is composed of such material. Moreover, it can move autonomously and unleash the fire shield technique. Once mass-produced, even a few genin could operate it, and when charged in a battle alongside high-ranking ninjas, they could easily trample an entire army of ninjas. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The Hokage's mind conjured an image of a metal contraption bristling with kunai, resembling a hedgehog that could move on its own and spew fire. The thought of everyone being capable of controlling advanced iron puppets sent shivers down his spine. Particularly, the notion of utilizing fire techniques was truly remarkable. He marveled, believing it essential to bring this idea to fruition. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others felt their hearts race with excitement. Kong, what sort of speed and force does this contraption possess? This question was crucial. After all, if it merely moved but lacked strength, it could hardly be deemed formidable. Unless it could move swiftly and exert significant impact, it would merely serve as a target on the battlefield. In that moment, the Hokage, Jiraiya, and others turned their attention toward him, clearly intrigued. Uchiha Kong contemplated for a moment before explaining. If this thing charges recklessly, I estimate it could shatter walls, trees, and stones upon impact. Comparatively, I would say its force is akin to that of Raikiri. Uchiha Kong did not exaggerate that if we consider the performance of a modern tank. That steel behemoth could even leap into the air when fully powered. Indeed, if there were an incline, it could propel itself into the sky. Imagine such a steel giant barreling forward at that speed. I doubt anything could withstand it. Uchiha Kong's vivid description immediately allowed everyone to visualize a similar scene. Chapter 84. The Tank Project. More importantly, that was merely the impact force. Listening to Uchiha Kong, it was clear that the true essence of such a creation lay in its ability to unleash fire. Thus, the Hokage promptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Excellent! Now tell me, what do you require? The village will provide unwavering support. Anything you need, we shall procure." It was no jest. If Uchiha Kong could indeed mass-produce such weaponry, it would serve as a tremendous advantage for him. Perhaps, from that point onward, Konoha Village could once again unify all villages. At that moment, not far away, Kakashi was equally exhilarated. "Kong, whatever you need, I can assist you in procuring it on-site." Uchiha Kong had become a treasure to Konoha Village, capable of obtaining anything he desired. Uchiha Kong remained composed, recognizing that he currently did not require much as he contemplated. He suddenly received a notification from his system. Ding! The host has detected a mission. The host must accompany ninjas equipped with modern gear to assist Tsunagakure in repelling an attack from Akatsuki. Mission rewards: maximum favorability from Gaara, the power of one tail, a mysterious gift package. Uchiha Kong paused, bewildered. What is happening? Is Tsunagakure under siege at present? However, Uchiha Kong understood that this was indeed a main quest. It seemed the system wished for him to assess the formidable power of modern weaponry. Although they currently only had firearms, tanks, and the like had yet to be successfully manufactured, he could procure some rocket launchers, night vision goggles, and bulletproof vests from the marketplace. For the time being, he would arm the 7 ninja swordsmen. When the time came, his modern strength would make its debut in the world of ninjas, likely leaving a profound impact that would be undeniable. Thus, Uchiha Kong promptly declared, "Hokage-sama, my experiment requires research data for reference. Therefore, I wish to participate in a real combat scenario. According to my intelligence, Tsunagakure is currently under attack. Why not send us to provide reinforcements?" The Hokage was taken aback. "When did this happen? How come I was unaware of it?" Just then, an Umbu ninja hurriedly rushed over. "That Hokage-sama. Tsunagakure is under a surprise attack by the Akatsuki and is currently embroiled in a fierce battle." Instantly, the Hokage gazed at Uchiha Kong in astonishment, wondering if this young man's intelligence-gathering skills were truly so exceptional. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. However, after regaining his composure, he replied solemnly, "But Tsunagakure does not harbor good intentions towards you." Jiraiya, standing nearby, wore an expression of discontent. "Indeed, that old hag once sought to take action against you. If I were to eliminate her, it would be of no concern to me." Many concurred that Uchiha Kong should not intervene to provide aid. Yet Uchiha Kong understood that he was not rescuing Chiyo, but rather Gaara. This fellow, after all, was one of the protagonists and a significant ally in the future. Moreover, completing the system's task would yield rewards. This time, the system had not prohibited him from taking action against Shio. He was merely assisting in repelling the Akatsuki. If push came to shove, it would be no great matter to fire a couple of rounds at that old hag. Uchiha Kong recognized that if he were to proceed with the rescue, it would serve as an overt strategy. Thus he smiled and said, "Precisely for this reason, I must go save them, demonstrating to the outside world that I repay grievances with kindness." Consequently, when Shio contemplates targeting us in the future, she will find it difficult to maintain her pride. She may even have to humble herself and come to Konoha village to plead for mercy, or even propose an alliance. Upon hearing this, the Hokage's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Uchiha Kong with newfound respect. As Hokage, he understood that to be a leader, one must not act impulsively. Rather, one must grasp the delicate balance of interests between the various villages. Uchiha Kong's words were a masterstroke of subtlety. "I extend my hand to rescue you," which is merely a simple act on my part. Yet it binds you with an invisible shackle, rendering you unable to target me. Even in secrecy, you would be constrained. Ultimately, this tactic was brilliant. The Hokage couldn't help but regard Uchiha Kong with increased esteem. "Well done. You truly have opened my eyes." In the face of the Hokage's reaction, Uchiha Kong felt somewhat bewildered. He had merely sought to complete the system's task and had not given it much thought. However, to the onlookers, Uchiha Kong appeared as a cunning fox, intellectually surpassing them all. Even Danzo, who had been observing everything from the shadows, smiled knowingly. "Ibiki, no wonder you recognize this individual. With such intellect, it would be a travesty for him not to join the Umbu." Ibiki wore a knowing expression. "Indeed, what a pity that this fellow is so talented. He has established his own department and now seems to be competing with us for attention in recent days." The Hokage had refrained from deploying the Umbu, limiting their activities to merely gathering intelligence. Danzo nodded. "This is a fortunate circumstance, allowing us more time to focus on our own matters. Let us not dwell on internal strife. At least for now, the village does not require such distractions." Both men nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Hokage also nodded approvingly. "Very well. I authorize your mission, but do exercise caution that I will discreetly dispatch elite protectors for your safety." Uchiha Kong did not respond immediately. He then promptly began organizing his team. This time, it would mark the inaugural strike of a high-tech squad in the world of ninjas. Uchiha Kong would not allow any mistakes. Thus, all participants had to be formidable. Besides familiarity with advanced technology, they must possess considerable ninja prowess. Consequently, he selected the following individuals. Aside from himself, Deidara, the 7 ninja swordsmen, Haku, and Sasuke, all of them were well-versed in high-tech equipment. Having trained alongside him, adept with everything from grenades to Gatling guns, the 7 ninja swordsmen had also recently brushed up on their technological knowledge, rendering them all as somewhat educated individuals in this realm of ninjas. "Excellent. This will suffice that I shall distribute one piece of equipment to each of you." At the entrance of Konoha village, all were fully geared, expression serious. Uchiha Kong, like a magician, produced items purchased with gold coins from his technological space. First, he allocated high-grade bulletproof vests to each individual. Considering the agility of each ninja, Uchiha Kong provided enhanced versions of the vests, complete with additional bulletproof plates, each weighing several hundred pounds. However, for ninjas, this was akin to an ordinary person carrying a mobile phone. In addition, Uchiha Kong had procured night vision goggles, which would enable them to detect any living being's presence during the night. Since the technology did not rely on chakra, many hidden ninjas would likely be unable to conceal their body heat, thus proving remarkably effective at revealing hidden foes under the cover of darkness. Next, he distributed over 1,000 high-grade bullets crafted from chakra, alongside rocket launchers. In summary, after equipping everyone, all present were armed to the teeth. "Marvelous. This is invigorating. Now, let us set forth." Uchiha Kong gazed at the group clad in specialized gear, appearing distinctly out of place in the ninja world. The group then swiftly advanced towards Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Chiyo gritted her teeth. Her puppets reduced to mere fragments in front of her. Orochimaru wore a maniacal grin, wielding an AK, 47 not as a firearm, but as a blunt instrument, smashing it down onto the puppets with a resounding thud. The head of the puppet shattered, the pure metal AK whirling in Orochimaru's grip with ferocity. This scene made Chiyo's lips twitch in distress. Beside her, Inoki couldn't help but deride, "You wretched snake. You wish to replicate the Uchiha's equipment. Yet now it serves merely as a melee weapon. Pathetic." However, before he could finish, the tail of the scorpion, a member of the Akatsuki, lashed out. Fortunately, Inoki, hovering in midair, swiftly evaded, or he would have met a grim fate. At this moment, Chiyo and he were struggling to hold their ground. It was evident they could not endure much longer. Below, Gaara had also been forced to join the fray. Coincidentally, due to Uchiha Kong's alteration of the original storyline, Gaara found himself repeatedly injured and compelled to fight, often against formidable foes such as Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. This series of challenges had fostered significant growth in Gaara. Although he was still at the early stages of his ninja journey, his combat prowess now rivaled that of when he was on the brink of becoming a Kage. At this moment, Gaara commanded the sands to constrict around Orochimaru, yet Orochimaru's form transformed into countless white snakes, slithering through the sands from every direction. Moreover, Orochimaru had become cunning. Each of these snakes concealed venom, but in this instant, every snake became a lethal toxin, and a single bite would spell death. As the battle commenced, it escalated into a fierce conflict. Within Sunagakure, numerous powerful combatants were also compelled to engage. However, being their home village, they struggled to mount an effective defense. Damn it! If this continues, we will inevitably be worn down by Orochimaru. Chiyo gritted her teeth, her chakra nearly depleted. If this persisted, she would soon be unable to continue. Noki is also in a difficult situation. Indeed, whether or not to request reinforcements is uncertain, and one cannot predict if the Hokage will intervene. Chiyo let out a cold laugh. There's no need for speculation. Just recently, we had offended them. Now, you wish for their assistance. Such naive delusions. Orochimaru observed that the two were still engaged in conversation. He promptly summoned the King of Serpents, which lunged towards Gaara with the intent to devour him. As the crisis loomed, it was already too late for Chiyo to provide aid. Noki was also entangled by the red sand scorpion, rendering him unable to act. This is bad. The crowd gasped in alarm. The impending danger was palpable. At this critical moment, several figures suddenly emerged, flickering through the yellow sands in the distance. Initially, no one paid attention to them. After all, amidst the swirling sands, they were merely shadows. Neither Orochimaru nor Chiyo took notice, and even Gaara remained oblivious. However, at that moment, an individual advanced, abruptly raising an AK. The dark muzzle was aimed in this direction. Almost instantaneously, Orochimaru instinctively shrank his neck. His eyes widened in shock as he stumbled back. He had nearly developed a conditioned reflex. What the hell? Uchiha Sora actually showed up. His exclamation was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Chiyo's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed towards the village outskirts, her heart sinking into despair. It's over. This is simply adding insult to injury. Just recently, she had threatened Sora, and now he had come. Even if it cost him his life, she could not believe he was here to offer help. Beside her, Noki felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, how could the intelligence from Konoha be so precise? How did they know we were here? This is nothing short of taking advantage of our misfortune. Thus, an odd scene unfolded. Both sides of the conflict halted. Orochimaru recoiled in fear from Uchiha Sora, instinctively retreating. Meanwhile, Chiyo was anxious about Sora standing alongside Orochimaru. Both remained vigilant as they regarded Uchiha Sora. Observing this, Sora cleared his throat, looking exasperated. Why order the Hokage? We have come to provide assistance. Chiyo, get back, as the bullets have no eyes. Upon hearing this, Chiyo was momentarily stunned. They came to assist, but soon she grasped the implication. This is nothing less than moral coercion. Just recently, she had threatened Uchiha Sora, and now Konoha had sent reinforcements that in stark contrast. It highlighted how their Sunagakure was lacking. Naka's face twisted in discomfort. Although they were rescued, he couldn't muster any joy. This kid is cunning. Perhaps I should just eliminate him here. Chiyo scoffed. Please. If you act against him now, it would be tantamount to igniting a conflict between two major villages, and can we easily defeat someone of his caliber? Noki was rendered speechless at that moment. Orochimaru gazed fearfully at Uchiha Sora, only to find that everyone else present was armed with guns. Moreover, aside from their firearms, they donned peculiar hats and wore strange attire. They had never encountered such modern weaponry before. Uchiha Sora then cleared his throat, as if to promote something. Ladies and gentlemen, our equipment is durable and reliable, having undergone continuous experimentation, coupled with the abilities of my Sharingan, resulting in this modern combat gear. It includes AK's high-performance night vision goggles and bulletproof vests. Words alone are insufficient. The truth will reveal itself in battle. After saying this, Uchiha Sora waved his hand forward. Instantly, everyone behind him aimed their guns at Orochimaru. Goodness, is this kid using me as a promotional tool? Orochimaru felt a surge of anxiety and, without a second thought, turned to flee. However, Uchiha Sora and his group had already opened fire. Chapter 86. Shuriken. Can I counter with a bulletproof vest? Bang, bang, bang. Bullets sliced through the air, approaching at a staggering speed of 1,200 meters per second. This was the might of modernity, a velocity unattainable by the naked eye. Goodness, more incoming? Orochimaru felt his scalp tingle. Unable to retaliate, he could only retreat hastily. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Uchiha Sora, especially after failing to replicate the firearms, leaving him utterly shaken. Now he could no longer maintain his composure and turned to flee, his figure flickering as he vanished into the yellow sand below. The red sand scorpion let out a disdainful snort. Humph. Orochimaru, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly now. Just a mere Uchiha. Watch how I deal with him. In the eyes of the red sand scorpion, the others had demonized Uchiha Sora, and no matter how strong he was, in the end, he was just an underdeveloped Uchiha. Could he really turn the tide? Or perhaps, had he regressed, becoming even stronger than Uchiha Madara? With that, he spread his arms, and a multitude of shurikens flew forth from the puppet-crafted limbs, colorful and evidently laced with toxins. In an instant, they descended like a grand spectacle. Almost immediately, bullets rained down near the red sand scorpion, forcing him to stagger back in pain. However, his entire body was crafted from puppetry, essentially pure steel. With a layer of chakra shield in place, the small-caliber bullets failed to inflict significant damage. Conversely, the toxin-laden shurikens swiftly engulfed Uchiha Sora and his group, as a horde of oddly dressed ninjas was about to be struck by these toxic projectiles. The expressions of those present changed dramatically. Chiyo's eyes glinted with sarcasm. It appears the principle of mutual restraint holds true. Uchiha Sora's earlier might was merely a reflection of Orochimaru's strength. But now, faced with a similarly mechanized opponent, he falters. In Chiyo's view, the red sand scorpion's puppet techniques had reached their zenith. The toxins within those shurikens were neurotoxins. Even a top-tier medical ninja, like Tsunade, would find it exceedingly difficult to remedy if she arrived late. Therefore, in Chiyo's eyes, Uchiha Sora and his group had already received their death sentences. Noki, for his part, wore a grin that stretched to his ears. He wished for nothing more than for Uchiha Sora to succumb to the poison right now. The youth truly remains too green. Let us see how they extricate themselves from this. In his eyes, Uchiha Sora and his companions would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Not only them, but the other powerful figures from Sunagakure also closed their eyes. Convinced that Uchiha Sora was doomed, even Orochimaru, who had already fled afar, paused, craning his neck to look back. What is happening? Is it possible that Uchiha Sora, who had overwhelmed me, is actually being defeated by the red sand scorpion? If this got out, it would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, amidst the disbelief of all, Uchiha Sora smirked. Mere cold weapons. Even if you lace them with poison, what difference does it make, compared to ceramic bulletproof plates and carbon fiber woven bulletproof vests? Can they truly penetrate? Uchiha Sora chuckled, boldly standing his ground, neither dodging nor flinching. The people beside him, initially apprehensive before the rain of shurikens, soon steadied themselves upon witnessing Uchiha Sora's unwavering confidence. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of all, the shurikens descended rapidly. Yet the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Those seemingly sharp shurikens, upon making contact with Uchiha Sora and his companions, sank into them as if into quicksand, falling harmlessly to the ground. Ultimately, out of thousands of shurikens, not a single one inflicted harm. The scene fell into a deathly silence. What on earth is this? The red sand scorpion gaped, staggering backward in disbelief, staring at his puppet arm. How could these invincible shurikens appear utterly ineffective against Uchiha Sora? Especially since he hadn't even employed any ninjutsu, nor had he utilized chakra. It was bizarre beyond measure. Chiyo's eyes widened, incredulously appraising the peculiar attire of Uchiha Sora and his group. This seemingly strange clothing must be some kind of defensive treasure. Indeed, from the very beginning, Uchiha Sora had crafted weapons, and now this defensive armor. His eyes are unusual. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's eyes possess the ability to create? Suddenly, Chiyo began to question everything. She even doubted the true nature of the Uchiha clan. The eyes possessed the ability to replicate ninjutsu, and now they astonishingly have the capacity to forge weapons and gear. It is truly as if they are cheating, is it not? On the other hand, Noki is not faring any better. His expression reflects sheer horror. Estetsuchikage, he is adept in the study of creation-type ninjutsu. He is fully aware that while he can conjure simple earthen walls, crafting wearable items is an entirely different level of complexity. Before him, the members of the Uchiha clan, particularly Uchiha Sora, appear exceedingly enigmatic. Wait, have you noticed? The figure behind Uchiha Sora seems to be Sasuke, along with the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, Granny Chiyo suddenly recognizes the group, and her astonishment intensifies. Sasuke is an Uchiha, and the 7 ninja swordsmen are rogue ninjas. They lack defensive capabilities, at least as far as rumors suggest. This implies that their defenses are entirely reliant on such equipment. In this instant, Noki also comes to a realization. The two exchange a grave glance. Aware of the seriousness of the situation, the preceding scene could be interpreted as a synergy between chakra and equipment. Such a phenomenon is rare, yet not entirely uncommon in the ninja world. For instance, Noki himself could create a similar armor with considerable effort, albeit requiring a significant amount of chakra to maintain. However, the current nature of this situation is entirely different. Here, there is no chakra at play, nor are they specialized defensive ninjas, yet they can withstand attacks from a member of the Akatsuki. What does this signify? It suggests that the village does not require exorbitant costs to train a few mid-level ninjas. With such top-tier equipment, they could become immune to assaults from powerful figures like the Akatsuki. In other words, several Chunin could entangle a Kage-level expert, though they may not be able to eliminate them. This is already an extraordinary feat if, on a real battlefield, one could merely dispatch a handful of Chunin and effectively restrain a cadre of Kage. Would it not imply that the remaining forces could utterly dominate the situation? This transcends mere equipment. It is a strategic weapon capable of altering the very nature of combat. In that fleeting moment, Granny Chiyo and Noki exchanged a glance, both recognizing the deadly intent reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, at that moment, the threat posed by Uchiha Sora has evolved beyond that of a mere Uchiha. He has become a pivotal figure capable of swaying the tides of war and reshaping the global landscape. Such an individual must either be swayed to their side or eliminated. However, the predicament lies in whether Uchiha Sora and his entourage can genuinely be dispatched with ease, just as Granny Chiyo contemplates this. Uchiha Sora coldly snorts, casting a glance at the two elderly figures. These old Kagers are relentless. They are undoubtedly intent on extinguishing my presence. Yet it matters not. My purpose here is to showcase the might of modern technology to the world. I aim to astound them. With that, Uchiha Sora gestures towards the crimson sand scorpion before him. Let us provide them with a small taste of modern astonishment. Anti-tank rocket launchers, aim, whoosh. The individuals behind him swiftly produced green, cylindrical objects from their packs. Hoisting them onto their shoulders, the ominous muzzles directly targeted the crimson sand scorpion. Though they may not have encountered such weaponry before, they had certainly witnessed similar shapes, Previously, Uchiha Sora's firearms bore a resemblance to this, albeit with notably finer barrels. Yet, even then, their power was extraordinary. What lay before them was even larger and more imposing. In an instant, the Crimson Sand Scorpion felt a chill run down his spine. It was then that he comprehended why Orochimaru had fled. By heavens, Orochimaru is truly a coward. Knowing full well the strength of Uchiha Sora, he chose to abandon me. In that moment, the Crimson Sand Scorpion was engulfed by despair, wishing desperately for a few more legs. Thus, as a puppet, he indeed extended several additional limbs from his body, scuttling away like a centipede. However, it was too late. As Uchiha Sora pulled the trigger, a barrage of anti-tank rockets were unleashed. Within them were armor-piercing shells designed to penetrate the thick armor of tanks. Using such weaponry against a puppet was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a NUT in almost no time. The projectiles drew near. The Crimson Sand Scorpion felt the rush of wind behind him. By the time he reacted, dark shadows had already approached, emanating a blinding radiance. Were these explosive tags? No, their power was far greater. In the final moments of his life, these were the only thoughts that crossed his mind. Subsequently, he was engulfed by a torrent of flame. Accompanied by a series of violent shockwaves, the might of the anti-tank missiles was unveiled to the ninja world for the very first time. Astonishment. This was the singular thought that resonated in the minds of all who witnessed it. Objects no larger than a fist could incite such a terrifying explosion, creating a deep crater in the desert. The sand within the crater had even turned to glass. Just how high was the temperature? At this moment, Granny Chiyo's hands trembled. If that young man were to unleash more of such weaponry, the entirety of Sunagakure might cease to exist. Beside her, Noki gasped in disbelief, his aged visage contorting with unease. Good heavens! Perhaps it would be wiser to negotiate with the Uchiha clan than to attempt to eliminate him. Granny Chiyo, at a loss for words, realized that it was too late to voice any objections. They could not simply kill him. A long-term strategy was essential at Kati present. He had represented Konohagakure in their rescue. Surely you understand what must be done. The two, seasoned foxes in their own right, exchanged knowing glances. Uchiha Sora, truly deserving of his lineage as a hero of the Uchiha clan. He is a prodigy, and we owe him our gratitude. Granny Chiyo spoke with feigned politeness, as if her previous animosity towards Uchiha Sora had never existed. Noki, though hesitant, finally managed to utter, "Indeed, I have long suspected that you were no ordinary individual. How did you acquire such equipment?" He remained curious, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps this equipment required exorbitant financial and material resources to produce. Uchiha Sora smiled, glancing at the distant crater. His Sharingan spun, revealing that the Crimson Sand Scorpion had not perished, but rather transformed into a small puppet to escape at a crucial moment. However, Uchiha Sora was not present to kill. Leaving the Crimson Sand Scorpion and Orochimaru alive would serve to create future troubles for Sunagakure. He then turned, maintaining a demeanor of humility, and said, "You flatter me. Esteemed elders, my presence here is merely by command, on behalf of Konohagakure." Granny Chiyo nodded with a smile, her gaze also drifting towards the equipment adorning Uchiha Sora. It seemed she wished to inquire further. However, at that moment, Deidara, standing behind Uchiha Sora, wore an expression of excitement. "Boss, that was nothing short of art. I heard you have hundreds more of those in your possession." Sasuke scoffed, his disdain evident. "Look at you, acting as if you've never seen the world. My brother possesses countless, even more artistic creations." White chimed in, adjusting the rifle in his hands, that "I've heard that the tank brother Sora is planning to create will incorporate nearly all the gear we wear. And it will even be capable of autonomous movement. What's more, my brother can even make flying ones." Sasuke crossed his arms, a proud smile on his face. Their conversation, while not grandiose, struck Granny Chiyo and Noki like a thunderclap. "Good heavens! Did you just say that Uchiha Sora has hundreds of those explosive devices, and they're not even the strongest? Moreover, can these weapons be combined, akin to the Crimson Sand Scorpion, to forge an all-encompassing puppet?" In an instant, Granny Chiyo felt her blood pressure surge, her heart racing far beyond its usual pace. Noki's teeth chattered as he forced a smile. "Huh, a prodigy indeed. Do convey my gratitude to the Hokage. With that, he turned to leave. I shall not linger. I have a pot of rice cooking. Thus, Noki shamelessly departed, leaving Granny Chiyo in an awkward position. Esteemed elders, my visit here was not solely to rescue you. I also have another objective, which is to request some resources from your villages. Uchiha Sora suddenly interjected. This statement came as a surprise, momentarily leaving Granny Chiyo stunned. Resources? Of course. Take whatever you require. Having just been saved, it would seem stingy to refuse. Besides, what resources could Uchiha Sora possibly want? As long as they are not tailed beasts or ninjas, he could accept anything. Uchiha Sora smiled. In truth, he had not initially intended to request anything. However, witnessing the two elderly figures' demeanor, as if they were plotting to eliminate him, he felt compelled to ensure they paid a hefty price. No matter how one puts it, the gold expended on this venture must be compensated to some extent. Thus, Uchiha Kong boldly made his demands. Chapter 88. New Objectives, the Tank Legion. Firstly, there is a requirement for pyrite, sulfuric acid, charcoal, and a selection of special metals, along with a certain black liquid. In an instant, Uchiha Kong enumerated an extensive list of needs, each quantity substantial. Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo trembled with apprehension, yet the current circumstances left no room for refusal. Reluctantly, she mustered the courage to inquire, "What purpose do you intend for these items?" Uchiha Kong pondered momentarily, casting his gaze over all the ninjas present. Among them were not only the denizens of Sunagakure, but also numerous ordinary ninjas who had rushed from afar upon hearing the commotion. They resembled scattered freelancers, affording an excellent opportunity to promote his technological advancements. Uchiha Kong smiled ominously, declaring his intention to create a puppet akin to the red sand scorpion, though he deemed the specifics too sensitive to disclose. At this revelation, Granny Chiyo felt a wave of unease wash over her. Was this truly something one could consider sensitive? Hadn't he just stated that it would be a formidable puppet, combining mobility, defensive capabilities, and destructive power? Moreover, it appeared to be suitable for mass production. For a moment, Granny Chiyo envisioned a burgeoning star rising within the ninja world. At that very moment, the system's notification echoed in Uchiha Kong's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of showcasing modern technology's might to the ninja world. The rewards are as follows: a mysterious package, which the host may open at a later time. Enhancement of the Sharingan. The host's eyes will acquire one of the top-tier skills of a Sharingan, chosen at random. Host chakra upgrade, transforming into solid gunpowder chakra, signifying greater potency and increased reserves. Additionally, the host receives an elevation in technological proficiency. Unlocking new blueprints. Blueprints for assembly line factories, engine designs, and electronic component equipment are now accessible. A cascade of rewards elicited a surge of exhilaration in Uchiha Kong. Setting aside the mysterious package for now, the mere prospect of upgrading the Sharingan was astonishing. The Uchiha clan skills become increasingly formidable after unlocking the three Tomo, yet the methods of obtaining them were equally daunting, often requiring significant emotional turmoil. However, each unlock skill was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a single random unlock for Uchiha Kong would be nothing short of miraculous, akin to wielding cheat-like advantages. Moreover, the chakra enhancement was an unforeseen boon for Uchiha Kong. Chakra is the essence of a ninja. Previously, his chakra was comparable to that of elite teachers like Kakashi. However, Uchiha Kong's reliance on nuclear energy and ammunition resulted in terrifying consumption rates. Any single skill could deplete him entirely in an instant. Yet now, with the upgrade to solid black gunpowder, everything changed. Based on the energy levels, particularly the type of gunpowder, the initial, most rudimentary version was block-like, and it was something Uchiha Kong could handle barehandedly.